Theo Ragnar was dead. A cold, robotic voice sliced through the chaos, announcing that his special trait had triggered. He blinked, frozen, trying to make sense of the madness unfolding around him, completely lost. Just moments ago, he had watched helplessly as his entire clan was wiped out, one by one, right before his eyes. He had seen his mother, the one person he truly looked up to, fall lifeless, frozen in death. And right after that, he had been pulled into the same abyss, dragged into death alongside everyone else. But when he opened his eyes again, he was staring straight at the one who had killed his mother. And the first mission waiting for him? To strike that monster down with his own fists, though this was all happening at a point in time before the full tragedy had even played out. The castle around him, usually grand and intimidating, was now chaos incarnate. Flames licking the walls, blood soaking the floors, screams echoing down every hallway. All this destruction had been wrought by a band of masked intruders who had stormed in and slaughtered everyone inside. In a corner of the garden, a long-haired teen fought desperately, parrying strikes from a shadowy assassin clad entirely in black. This was the Ragnar clan, a ducal family sworn to guard the northern edge of the empire. For over 1,000 years, their defense had never faltered, powered by a remarkable gift. A dragon-blooded lineage running through every member. Anyone born with Ragnar blood had immense magical power, near limitless endurance, and a natural knack with a sword. Everyone, that is, except for Theo. A blade had just sliced through his stomach, spraying blood everywhere. He crumpled to his knees, unable to stay upright. The cloaked figure watching him smirked. Still haven't learned, have you? There are some things, no matter how hard you try, you just can't do. That's what they call incompetence. You were born with Ragnar blood, and yet not a single gift found its way to you. If it were me, I'd be furious too, young Master Theo. The figure pulled down his mask, revealing a face Theo knew all too well. Theo's eyes went wide. Rendon, why is it you? Shock flashed across his face, though a trace of pity lingered as he looked at the man now standing over him. Rendon didn't attack right away. He spoke with a calm, cutting tone. Watching you train every morning, grinding away without talent, it's almost pathetic. Especially when none of it gets you anywhere. The idiot of the Ragnar house, that's what you are. You should just run, you useless piece of trash. Theo ground his teeth, fury building. He stabbed his sword into the ground to steady himself and pushed upward. Rendon, he spat. You came to me pretending to be my sword instructor, teaching me useless techniques, just to drive me out of Rose Palace, didn't you? The words barely left his mouth before Rendon swung, slicing through Theo's left arm and sending it spinning through the air. Pain exploded through him, making him scream as if his entire body was aflame. Rendon flicked the blood from his blade with a casual swing, then let out a slow sigh. Blaming me now? All this is happening because of you. Why can't you see that? He yanked Theo's hair, pulling his head back. He forced Theo's gaze toward the inferno consuming everything around them. Tell me, why is Rose Palace burning? Why are your clan members dying? Why has your mother become nothing more than a cold, lifeless body? Nearby, another cloaked figure moved without hesitation. He dragged the noblewoman's body and dropped it at Theo's feet like garbage. Theo could see it all, clear as day. Then Rendon delivered his final judgment. All of this is because you're the idiot of the Ragnar clan. In a family built on strength, you're the weakest link. Every word dripped with contempt. Rage boiled inside Theo. He staggered to his feet, grabbed a sword, and lunged at Rendon in a wild storm of blood and anger. But before he could strike, a sword shot in from afar, piercing straight through his chest. It threw him backward. You talk too much. Just finish it already, a cold, commanding voice said. Rendon immediately dropped to a servile bow as the man appeared. My lord, you honor us with your presence, Rendon said, bowing low. Ignoring the greetings, Theo felt the fatal blow clouding his mind. Memories flickered past, and he realized this was truly it. It's over. Everything's gone. I couldn't protect anyone. I couldn't do a thing. Everything turned to ashes. Is this really the end? Talent, if only I had some. Would it have made a difference? Regret swelled inside him as darkness pulled him under. Then, suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed inside his mind. Death confirmed. Theo Ragnar. Trait activated. Returning to regression point. The voice finished. In an instant, Theo was gripping his sword again, standing right in front of Rendon. The scene had shifted slightly. Rendon looked at him with calm eyes. You look tired, young master. All right then, today's lesson ends here. Theo's mind was spinning, his face blank as he tried to take in the chaos around him. Everything felt surreal, like he was watching someone else's nightmare unfold. Rendon's voice cut through, tinged with irritation. Where are you off to in that head of yours? Theo's gaze flicked between the sword and the flames engulfing the palace, trying to make sense of it all. What the hell, didn't I just die? Is this some kind of rewind? And that face, staring right back at me in this loop, it's Rendon. That damn bastard. Even death hadn't spared him cruelty. He let out a small, almost mournful sigh, and then a blue screen suddenly flashed before his eyes. First guidance mission, punch Rendon in the face. The screen blinked at him, adding to his confusion. Guidance mission, punch Rendon? What is happening? Do people normally get this kind of flashback after dying? Theo thought, staring at the screen and then back at Rendon. The older man tilted his head, curiosity mixing with mild annoyance. What's wrong with you? Without answering, Theo tossed the wooden training sword aside. I don't even know what's real anymore. Maybe it's some weird gift from the gods, a chance to vent my anger before I die. Dream or not, I'm going to hit him. With that, he didn't hesitate. His fist shot forward. He aimed straight for the face of the man he hated most, but the punch barely made Rendon flinch. Rendon just stared, puzzled, trying to figure out what the boy was up to. Theo's weak punch barely landed, leaving the old man completely unfazed. Rendon's expression stayed unreadable, silently questioning what kind of foolishness this was. Before he could think further, Rendon swung his sword, sending Theo flying backward like a rag doll. I thought the lesson was over, Rendon said, frowning lightly. The impact hit Theo in a strange way. He felt it. Pain. Real pain. In a dream? He muttered to himself, stunned, as Rendon let out a knowing sigh. I see. You're frustrated about the awakening ceremony coming up, yet after all your effort, you still can't improve. But I cannot forgive a student who defies his teacher. And as a Ragnar, you should be wielding a sword, not throwing punches. I'll see you at the next lesson. With that, Rendon turned and walked away, leaving Theo with more questions than answers. Wait, what's this awakening ceremony? He muttered. Nearby, the trainee kid snickered, pointing at his clumsy state. What an idiot. How does he keep disappointing the teacher like that? Is he really from the Ragnar clan? Pathetic. Even a bastard would do better. That's all he can manage, even with all that effort. What a failure. Their mocking voices echoed, but Theo didn't respond. He still couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. I don't believe it. The pain I feel is so real. This isn't just a flashback. It's happening now. And the awakening ceremony is 2 years away. Which means, I've gone back in time. How is this even possible? Theo thought, stunned. Before he could process it, the notification screen popped up again, demanding his attention. Congratulations, you've completed the first guidance mission. Reward activated, Ragnar's talent. Do you accept? Yes or no? Even confused, Theo felt a spark of instinct. This was good. He reached out and pressed accept. You've received the reward. All of your stats will increase rapidly. A burst of light shot from his chest, leaving him frozen in shock. What the hell is happening? Theo screamed inside his head. Time began to speed forward, cutting to a lavish room inside Rose Palace. Old man Rendon was there, speaking to someone about Theo's progress. Honestly, I've never seen anyone this useless. But that's exactly why I'm here. I, the true teacher, will train him completely. By the awakening ceremony in 5 months, he'll be strong. At least, that's the plan. He smiled brightly, though anyone who knew the future would see the lie in his words. Across from him, a beautiful lady handed over a thick pouch of coins. Cecilia, the mistress of Rose Palace, said, I'll leave the boy in your hands, Rendon. Please take good care of him, she added, pushing the pouch forward. Rendon snatched it without hesitation. Of course, I'll train him day and night. Don't worry, madam. I trust Theo completely, Cecilia said confidently. That naive faith in her son, it was almost laughable. After taking the money, Rendon strolled down the hallway, a smirk playing on his lips. Cecilia's going to worry. Even if I don't train him right, the truth is, the kid's worthless. Like mother, like son. Yeah, that bloodline's going nowhere. Jackpot, he muttered, checking the pouch again. Seeing the glittering gold, Rendon's grin widened almost painfully. A fat reward, plus the title of instructor, tied directly to the main line of the Ragnar clan. And as a bonus, leaking info about Theo and sabotaging his growth secures his own future, just like how the idiot of the Ragnar house serves me. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Until hurried footsteps snapped him back, Theo was coming. Theo didn't even glance at Rendon as he barreled past, completely ignoring the old man standing there. Rendon's face twisted, annoyance flashing across his features. He wasn't used to being treated like this, not by a failure running right past him. Theo ran like someone possessed, every ounce of strength and speed laser-focused on one goal, reaching his mother. The mother who had died in his previous life. Mother, Theo yelled, his voice cutting through the air and catching Cecilia's attention from ahead. She turned, a gentle smile on her face. You must be tired from today's training, my son. Before she could finish, Theo lunged forward, wrapping her in a tight, desperate hug. Cecilia blinked, startled. My son, why are you? I'm really back, Theo thought, heart hammering in his chest. Back 10 years in the past. Tears sprang to his eyes as the truth hit him. After catching his breath, he met his mother's gaze and made a silent vow. I have to change the future. I'm still weak. I have nothing yet. But if that strange notification is real, maybe I can get stronger. Strong enough to hold my own in that damn throne struggle, and strong enough to take revenge on Rendon. Second guidance mission. Push your body beyond its limits. Give nothing less than 100%. Time jumped forward to the training grounds. Theo ran lap after lap, pouring every drop of stamina into the mission. I want revenge on Rendon now, but with this weak body? Not yet. I have to get stronger first. In his previous life, he'd been part of the Black Tongue Intelligence Agency, demoted to mere info-gathering for lack of skill. Now, that intel felt more valuable than ever. The Bloodsword Emperor's Elixir, a drug that could make the body overwhelmingly strong. Its full potential, he knew, would be revealed in the secret manual. And all that brutal training he had abandoned before because of his weakness. Now it could finally happen. The notification window was real. His heart raced with excitement. He kept running, ignoring fatigue, pushing his body to the edge. Progress, 27/100%. Other trainees watched, murmuring as Theo tore through lap after lap like a man possessed. How many laps has he done without stopping? Is he really that fit? Oblivious, Theo moved on to sword practice. I'll run more than ever, and swing my sword more times than ever before, so I can finally become strong. Current progress, 65/100%. Days passed. Night fell over the training yard. Yet Theo's figure still spun like a whirlwind, sword swinging relentlessly. Not far off, a pink-haired girl sat smoking, watching him with a mix of boredom and curiosity. Evelyn Nareville, manager of training, ground number 4. The kid's been at it non-stop for days, the idiot of the Ragnar clan, she muttered. But is he really talentless? Evelyn wondered, watching his insane effort. Theo thought at the same time, I'm exhausted. I might die. Current progress, 97/100%. But I have to push my body to the limit, he yelled to himself. The night before, he'd reached 90%, but the moment he rested, it dropped to 89%. He couldn't risk it. 1 second of rest, and he'd lose progress. He had to keep going until it was done. With that determination, Theo gritted his teeth, swinging his sword without pause. I'm almost there. Just a little more. Just a little more, even if I can't breathe. He sprinted laps at full speed, pushing himself to the absolute max until the progress bar finally hit 100%. Congratulations. You've completed the second guidance mission. Reward, Dragon Heart. Additional reward for fast completion. 10 years of magic from your previous life. Would you like to claim your rewards now? Gasping, Theo's trembling finger hovered over the prompt. He pressed yes. Immediately, a surge of energy blasted through his body, sending dust flying in all directions. From across the room, Evelyn's sharp eyes tracked every move, unblinking, like she could see straight through him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until finally, Theo stirred, blinking awake in a room he didn't recognize. Where am I? He muttered, confusion thick in his voice. Evelyn stepped closer, cigarette in hand, her tone calm and measured. Relax. This is the rest room for the training grounds. Even a Ragnar can collapse if they push themselves this hard. Theo looked at her, hesitant. Evelyn gave a small nod. Yeah, you remember me. I'm Evelyn Nareville, manager of Training Ground 4. You passed out during your solo training this morning, so I brought you here. I see, thank you, he said, still gathering his wits. Evelyn handed him a glass of water. But young master, you know that in the Ragnar clan, opening your mana core before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right? Theo just shrugged. Seeing his naive confusion, she pressed further. And you know the consequences if that rule is broken. Theo narrowed his eyes. Why are you asking me this now? She leaned in, emphasizing her words. Right before you lost consciousness, there was a surge of mana, consistent with opening a mana core. Did you open your mana core? Young Master Theo Ragnar, she said, eyes wide, freezing him in place. Theo thought, what are you talking about? If I had opened my mana core, I wouldn't even be alive right now. Then he remembered the mechanical voice from just before he passed out. You have received the reward. Additional reward for fast completion. 10 years of magic from your previous life. Theo began connecting the dots. It's the Dragon Heart. The Dragon Heart, a mana reservoir designed to fit inside a dragon's heart. Inserted in a dragon, it functions at full efficiency. For humans, it has to be placed in the lower abdomen. Because a human heart can't handle that kind of power. That's why every Ragnar warrior dreams of obtaining a Dragon Heart. It's the fastest path to incredible strength. Humans can't normally surpass their limits, until now. And now it's mine. The Dragon Heart. Theo thought, excitement bubbling up at such an insane mission reward. Then he felt Evelyn's icy stare, snapping him back to reality. The tension was palpable. He was in a very awkward spot. Evelyn Nareville, the great swordmaster. She had retired after losing her left arm, and now oversaw training ground for. Once, she commanded the white-armored dragon knights. Her skill was legendary, even feared by demon dragons, and more importantly, she was a woman of principle. Status, power, lies, cowardice, she could not tolerate any of it. I was too stubborn back then, and she gave up being my direct master. Which means if she finds out I have the dragon heart, I could be executed instantly. But what if she doesn't find out? Drawing on 10 years of street-smart experience from my previous life, Theo began planning how to handle it. At that moment, she asked, "Can you handle it?" Theo's expression hardened. "Are you threatening me over a mere suspicion? Are you willing to take responsibility? I'm a Ragnar too. If your suspicion is wrong, it would insult my clan." Evelyn nodded. "Yes, that is the rule." Theo stared her down. "So you know the punishment for insulting a Ragnar descendant?" "Execution," she replied calmly. Theo leaned in, challenging. "Good. Then check for yourself." His confidence made Evelyn pause. "What is this kid?" "But that surge, it's definitely mana." Evelyn didn't hesitate. Even with Ragnar blood, the law is the law. She reached out, lightly placing her hand on Theo's abdomen, using her mana to probe. Her expression immediately shifted. When she finished, she muttered, "Wait, there's no mana core." Was I wrong? No way. The paler she got, the more she realized she might have misjudged him. Of course, Theo noticed her flustered look. "So nothing? Please, execute me. I was wrong. I'll pay with my life," Evelyn said, dropping to one knee. Theo couldn't help but smirk. He also understood why she hadn't detected it. The mana reservoir in the dragon heart could be controlled by the user. In other words, he could hide it whenever he wanted. And the fact that a human possessed a dragon heart wouldn't be discovered for years. How could she possibly guess it? While Evelyn fidgeted nervously, Theo reached over and gave her shoulder a light, reassuring pat. No words, just a quiet gesture that said more than anything. "You were just doing what had to be done," he said softly. Not many people would throw themselves into danger like that. Theo already had a plan forming. Evelyn was one of the strongest alive, and having her on his side could make everything easier. And the reason you couldn't open your mana core before the ceremony? Simple, too much risk of it spiraling out of control. Hearing that someone worried about him, even a bastard son of the Ragnar clan, made him feel a strange kind of satisfaction. "Thanks for watching out for me, Evelyn." With that, Theo turned and strode away, leaving a swirl of unanswered questions behind. He left tension hanging in the air like smoke. A dragon heart and a decade's worth of magic from his past life. In this life, Theo felt untouchable. Days passed in a blink. Old man Rendon was still yelling his usual drills. No, that's not right. You need to swing a little more to the right." "How many times do I have to tell you?" Rendon's voice grated on Theo's nerves. He was growing stronger, but following Rendon's lessons felt like torture. That damn old man Rendon. He was secretly forcing Theo to learn some twisted, convoluted sword technique. Someone was clearly pulling strings behind Rendon. "The one who killed me. I have to find out who it is." Then an idea sparked in Theo's mind. Before he knew it, a sly smile crept across his face. "That's right, young master, no talking during practice," Rendon reminded him sternly. Theo's eyes snapped wide, and with a sharp motion, his wooden sword split clean in two. "I don't get what you're teaching at all. It's all garbage. How does someone at your level even become a mid-tier swordsman?" he snapped. Meanwhile, Rendon's mission was clear: pretend to instruct. Monitoring me the whole time. I'll make sure he gets fired. I bet you couldn't even handle low-level magical beasts. Rendon's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. Theo stepped forward, locking eyes with him. "Are you deaf? Your skills are nothing but trash." Rendon exploded in rage. Theo calculated silently. If this goes wrong, Rendon has to report back to whoever's pulling the strings behind him. Cut to Camellia Palace. Inside a dim, tavern-like hall, a trainee burst in, practically bouncing with excitement. "Axion, did you hear? That Ragnar bastard is set to duel my teacher next week." He seemed convinced his teacher's failures were to blame for the kid's antics. "And after that fight, he's going to be crippled for sure," the trainee said, grinning. But before he could celebrate, a plate flew at his face at insane speed, knocking him backward across the room. "So what if some bastard gets crippled?" "Not my problem," Axion said irritably. He was the Black Tiger, Axion Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of the north. Beside him, a white-haired boy with a calm expression, also one of the 4 hounds. The Silver Tiger, Remington Narcio. Outside, likely drawn by the commotion, a blond man walked in. That bastard should have been crippled a long time ago. Carelessness isn't acceptable. This was none other than the Heavenly Dragon, Ed Troyven. Remington bowed respectfully as he entered. Axion stayed seated. I only fear real talent. You're worrying too much. Why bother with that bastard child? Ed said, eyes flashing dangerously. Even a small chance can spark something unpredictable. A single spark can turn into a blazing fire. Back to Axion. He thought the situation was fairly calm. Not bad overall. That instructor will handle this for us. Time flew. 1 week later, at training ground number 4, the arena was packed with spectators eager to watch the duel. Judging by their expressions, nobody really expected Theo to win. Back with Theo, sweat dripped down his face. Damn it, I only meant to humiliate him and get him fired. But now, this has gone way too far. Fine, he muttered. Since it's come to this. He gripped his sword tight. I'll get my revenge on Rendon. At the same time, this duel counted as his third mission, defeat Rendon and claim victory. To explain, we need to rewind 1 week. After Theo had verbally shredded Rendon, he told the old man he was fired and to get out of his sight. Of course, Rendon wasn't going to give up so easily. He kicked up a huge fuss. Young Master Theo, I don't accept it. There's still plenty of time left in my contract. Theo didn't waste words. What does that even mean? If I say you're fired, then you're fired. Theo had to bite back his anger to avoid stabbing Rendon on the spot. Thinking of his past life, he wanted to deal with him immediately. But first, he needed a plan, separate, gather intel, and strike. Back with Rendon, seeing Theo's resolute expression, his face tightened like ancient bark. No way. If I get fired like this, my mission fails. I have to convince him, by any means. Rendon swallowed hard, pride twisting in his chest, and called out, Please, young master, wait. But Theo didn't even glance back. He strode forward like the barking dog behind him didn't exist, completely unfazed. Then, a sudden notification popped up, breaking the tension. A third mission, guidance mission, third defeat Rendon and claim victory. Theo's steps faltered just for a heartbeat, caught off guard by the unexpected update. Evelyn, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, overheard the alert and hurried over, her gaze sharp and focused. Then let's settle this the Ragnar way, she said, brisk and decisive, leaving no room for argument. The Ragnar way? Theo tilted his head, confused, trying to make sense of her words. She didn't soften it. The strong decide with a sword duel. No courts, no debates. The winner rules. Rendon practically screamed inside his head. Heaven help me. He forced out, great idea, even as panic tightened his chest. Evelyn ignored his protest and kept going. The duel will take place 1 week from now. She smiled faintly, but Theo's face drained of color. That was definitely not okay. I still can't beat Rendon like this, he thought, eyes flicking to Rendon's smug grin. It was like the older man was already counting his victory. And, truth be told, that guess wasn't far off. Back in the stands, the trainees started whispering, eyes wide. From what I've heard, he can't even swing a sword properly, muttered the gray-haired trainee. The curly-haired kid next to him scoffed. No way, and he's still a Ragnar? If he were a normal Ragnar, maybe, the gray-haired one muttered. But he's the cripple of the Ragnar clan. How could he possibly beat even a mid-tier swordsman? The group shook their heads, disbelief written all over them. Below, Rendon's confident smile only widened. Young master, he called out. Apologize now, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Don't risk your life over pride, Rendon added casually. Theo's eyes darkened. I should be the one saying that. If you don't want to end up a one-armed swordsman, you'd better face reality, Rendon taunted, voice sharp. Theo's reply was icy, unwavering. Rendon's fury flared, lips curling as he ground his teeth. I let him slide once because he was pathetic. No. This time, I'll kill him, and make it look like an accident. The outcome seemed obvious to Rendon. Even better. The old man's face shifted just slightly. Then come at me first, he said evenly. As your teacher, you'll strike first. Theo didn't hesitate. Fine. I won't hold back. His hands gripped the sword tight, and he surged forward. Just like that, the duel was officially on. Steel rang against steel, the clash echoing through the stands. Eyes went wide in shock. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. Look at him. That idiot's about to lose, someone yelled. He has no clue how to swing a sword. The crowd's murmurs swelled into panic. They'd heard the rumors calling Theo trash, but watching it unfold, it was even worse. What's wrong, young master? Can't handle a mid-tier swordsman? Rendon taunted, swinging relentlessly. This is Theo Ragnar facing a real fight. Barely an apprentice. Sure, Theo's skills had improved a bit lately, but it wasn't enough. If he'd been on par with the North's 4 hounds, maybe it'd be different. But this Theo? No chance, Rendon thought, smirking with delight. Rewind a bit. Right after Evelyn suggested the duel, Theo had rushed to her, needing a private word. Evelyn, what were you thinking proposing that, he asked. She sipped her tea calmly. I'm helping you, she said. If you want him gone, you have to act decisively. He has backers, she added. Just firing him won't solve anything. Theo froze, mouth hanging open. How do you know that? Evelyn shrugged lightly. He teaches a bizarre sword style. I had someone quietly look into it. Theo remembered Rendon's instructions. Make a sharper right angle. That angle's a bit much. And muttered, where did this guy even come from? Evelyn, meanwhile, had been watching Rendon teach and couldn't hide her astonishment. Back to Theo. Did I catch her attention before? Was it the monochur incident? He wondered. Evelyn gently set down her teacup. From my investigation, all traces of Rendon lead straight back to Camellia Palace. Theo froze, shock washing over him. Then he gritted his teeth. Camellia Palace, all because of this brutal throne war. Those bastards. After a few tense seconds, Evelyn said, I'm surprised you uncovered this much. Theo, frustrated, asked, but with my current skills, I still can't beat Rendon. So what now? You can beat him, Evelyn said with quiet confidence. You're underestimating your own potential, young master. Back in the duel, Rendon pressed the attack, relentless, trying to crush not just Theo's body but his spirit. Kneel and beg, and maybe I'll spare you, he sneered. He poured all his strength into a powerful slash, cutting through the air. But when their blades collided, Rendon's expression flickered. Something was off. He's blocked all my attacks so far. What the hell is going on? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. How did he get this strong so fast? Panic started to creep in. It wasn't just Rendon. Everyone in the stands noticed. The fight dragged on, and Theo was actually holding his ground. Did you see that? He's actually defending properly, someone shouted, disbelief in their voice. Evelyn gave a small, knowing smile, hinting that this fight was only showing part of the story. Flashback to a week earlier. Evelyn leaned in close, her tone sharp but calm. Train with me for just 1 week, and you could easily take down someone like Rendon. She didn't hold back. Even if it breaks the rules to teach you personally, that bastard has no right being an instructor. Theo felt a thrill run through him. Finally, the odds were shifting in his favor. Having Evelyn on his side, it was worth every risk. Still, doubt lingered. Why is she helping me this much? Is it because of what happened last time? Anxiety crept in as he asked himself. Evelyn shrugged lightly. Partly, yeah, but also, there's someone watching you closely. Someone who really values talented recruits. Back to the present. The longer the duel dragged on, the more Rendon felt himself getting pushed back by Theo. No talent from the start. How is this possible? Or, maybe he's been pretending to be an idiot all along. Rendon's brow furrowed as he tried to process it, while Theo noticed the older man's face shifting constantly. During a brief lock of their blades, Theo spoke. Rendon, who's backing? Before he could finish, Rendon shoved him back, panicked. Backing what? You've been feeding me garbage lessons all this time, Theo said coldly. Rendon opened his mouth to argue. That's ridiculous. Do you know how much effort I've put into? Theo cut him off, dropping the name. Is it the Camellia Palace? The words hit Rendon like a dagger. His face froze, caught mid-motion. That stunned expression confirmed Theo's suspicions. Bingo. Good job, Rendon. Theo seized the moment, voice steady. Do you know what it feels like to lose an arm? He swung his sword upward, aiming straight for Rendon's left arm. One clean strike, and the arm was gone. Shock rippled through the arena. Everyone froze, staring at the sudden turn of events. It wasn't until Rendon's scream of pain echoed across the stands that people started reacting. My arm. You damn bastard. How dare you? Rendon yelled, teeth gritted, completely unaware of just how vulnerable he'd become. Theo stepped forward, calm and cold. I've definitely grown stronger, and I can still get stronger, he thought. His voice cut through the chaos. Remember what you said to me last time? It was my fault things ended up here. No, Theo continued. It's your fault that you die here today. Before Rendon could protest, Theo swung, sending him to the afterlife. At the same moment, the system chimed in. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the 3rd guidance mission. For exceeding the objective, you've received an additional reward. Would you like to receive the reward now? In the stands, disbelief ran rampant. Rendon dead? That idiot actually won. An apprentice swordsman just beat a mid-tier instructor. How is that even possible? The crowd murmured. Theo looked down at the fallen Rendon, shaking his head. So weak. How did I ever lose to someone like this before? Quietly, Theo told himself, everything's going to be different from now on. The system displayed the reward. Observation skill activated, plus a full year of magic power added. Theo's eyes flickered with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Oh, magic power. But what exactly is observation? He wondered. Before he could figure it out, a figure suddenly descended from above. The landing cracked the arena floor, sending debris scattering. A deep voice called out. Theo Ragnar. Theo spun around to see Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, commander of the white armored dragon knights, landing before him. A wide, excited grin spread across his face. But Theo felt nothing but dread. The demon dragon. Why is he here? How long has he been watching? Panic edged in. The crowd trembled under the aura of fear he radiated. That's the commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights? One of the 9 heavenly dragons. Evelyn, watching from above, rubbed her temples. Sir Commander, you've destroyed the arena floor. Couldn't you have landed normally? She said with weary exasperation. On the arena floor, Julius walked toward Theo, exuding a crushing presence. Panic clawed at Theo's chest. What did I do wrong? He wondered, recalling he'd just sent his teacher to the other world. Then, unexpectedly, Julius laughed, a booming, hearty laugh. He slapped Theo on the back with enough force to make him cough up blood. Haha, incredible. Very good, very good. I'm genuinely impressed, you pulled it off. The student has surpassed the master. Then Julius paused, reconsidering, pulling back his grin. Well, a little disrespectful, since you killed him, right? Anyway, from what I hear, that guy deserved it. Theo Ragnar. Join the White Armored Dragon Knights, he said, patting Theo on the shoulder and offering him the official invitation. Evelyn, watching from above, allowed herself a faint smile, just as she expected. The other students erupted in envy. No way. The Ragnar idiot just got recruited into the White Armored Dragon Knights. Even for someone strong, this was insane. Up in the stands, Remington, one of the 4 hounds of the North, turned to the guy next to him. Hey, think there's ever been an apprentice swordsman? Someone who hasn't even had their awakening ceremony get recruited? The curly-haired guy shrugged after a moment. I don't know. He didn't have to say more. Remington already knew the answer. Of course not. You can't judge true potential while someone's monochore is still sealed. Even if their swordsmanship is incredible, their magic could still be lacking. Even someone like Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, can't predict everything with absolute certainty. Could he really sense Theo's potential well enough to make a bet like this? Down below, everyone held their breath, waiting for Theo's reply. But instead of panicking, he just kept his face calm and steady. Sorry, I have to decline. The words made Uncle Julius's brow lift in surprise, and up in the stands, Remington froze completely. Even Evelyn had no clue what Theo was thinking. Time moved fast, and soon the tale of Theo defeating Rendon spread throughout the castle. Have you heard about that idiot? No, I mean young Master Theo? I heard he killed his own instructor. Is that even allowed? Well, that just proves the instructor was weak, someone shrugged. The guy was basically useless. Afterward, the demon dragon personally tried to recruit Theo into the White Armored Dragon Knights. Yet Theo refused, insisting he wasn't ready for that step. A humble Ragnar, people whispered in awe. That was rare. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Amel Ragnar, the lady of the palace, frowned as she gazed out the window. Things are getting complicated. I can't believe he actually defeated Rendon. From behind her, Ed spoke up. Please don't worry, madam. We didn't send Rendon for anything serious. His skills were pathetic anyway. Hearing that familiar voice, Amel turned toward him. That's right. Someone like him isn't worth our attention. Brother, this man is the heavenly dragon, Ed Troyven. But the demon dragon has approached him, Ed continued. And Evelyn arranged it. That means we can't even intervene by assigning him a new master. If he starts standing out, controlling the Rose Palace will get harder every day, she said through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Axion, just entering, shook his head in exasperation. Why worry so much, mother? The clan head wouldn't care. Our plan can move forward as usual. Amel shot back sharply. I know the best way to control the Rose Palace without angering the clan head. Keep Theo weak. That's what you're saying. That kid's still weak. Someone like him can't change much. Evelyn and the demon dragon always favor the underdogs. Axion waved her off. But Ed's eyes grew cold as he warned. You should have said, don't make hasty decisions. Axion went silent, the words landing hard. Fine, he muttered. Since mother and uncle are so worried, I'll play with him a little and remind him of his place. He pulled out a letter he had prepared. Back with Theo, he had just finished training with Evelyn. Good job today, young master, she said, sheathing her sword. Thanks, Evelyn. Learning from a proper teacher really makes a difference, Theo replied, a bright smile on his face. Evelyn recalled Julius's earlier offer. It'd be better if you joined the White Armored Dragon Knights. Why did you refuse? Theo felt a pang of regret. I can't lie. I do have regrets. That was my dream in my previous life. But he knew joining now wouldn't be wise. There's no reason to limit myself too early. Compared to the awakening ceremony, the White Armored Dragon Knights can't compete. Thinking it over, Theo relaxed and smiled. I don't want special privileges. I'm not ready yet. I'm happy training with you until the awakening ceremony, Evelyn. All right. Though the commander might be disappointed, Evelyn said, a faint smile on her lips. In his free time, Theo began using his new observation skill. He checked Evelyn Nareville's stats. 24 years old, former vice commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights, senior swordsman rank, admires Theo's humility, enjoys teaching again, and misses the Dragon Knights. Reading that, Theo couldn't help but grin. This observation skill is incredible. I'm definitely going to put it to good use. He also noticed a note in Evelyn's status, admiring him and missing the Dragon Knights. Before he could ponder more, a trainee stepped forward. Excuse me, young master. I'm from the southern checkpoint. My name is Sibaldry. I need to tell you something. Theo frowned, puzzled. She looks intense. Who is this? He activated observation to get a better look. Information came in fast. Sibaldry, southern checkpoint, apprentice swordsman rank, loyal and devoted to Theo, wants to spar immediately. Her eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. Evelyn, standing behind him, gripped her sword tightly. Theo, however, had no idea. Did the system really just say she wants to spar with me? Looking like that? The final guidance mission had begun. Fourth guidance mission. Abandon the title Idiot of the Ragnar. 28/100%. Sybil hurried to explain, as if worried Theo wouldn't understand. I want to follow you, young master. Actually, I've been ignoring you all this time because I thought the title Idiot of the Ragnar house suited you perfectly. She said it bluntly, unaware how close she'd come to an early grave. Theo gripped his sword tightly, ready to react if needed. Sybil, oblivious to his glare, kept speaking. But I've seen you train every morning, harder than anyone else. The result is the miraculous growth I've watched with my own eyes. You're my idol, young Master Theo. When I wanted to give up after being called the idiot of the southern checkpoint, you appeared. Please, let me spar with you, Sybil said earnestly. Theo felt his anger melt, replaced with a touch of sympathy. Normally, he would have suspected her motives. But the system confirmed she was speaking sincerely. That was genuinely surprising. After taking down Rendon and hearing whispers that Lord Julius had taken notice of me, I figured some people might rush forward out of jealousy or insecurity. But I didn't expect anyone to actually want to follow me. Guess there's still some pride left in the Ragnar name. Alright, eventually, I'll need my own team if I'm going to become head of the Ragnar clan. And this mission, it's the last guidance run. The title I've carried for so long. Finally, this is my shot at wiping it clean. Making my decision, I turned to Evelyn. Evelyn, can we take a moment? She nodded right away. Sure, go ahead, show them what you've got. Evelyn stepped aside, acting as referee, and the duel kicked off. They raised their swords and introduced themselves. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony. My master is Evelyn Nereville. Evelyn's smile was soft, warm, encouraging. Sybil stood tall. Sibaldry, apprentice swordsman of the southern checkpoint. I inherited my family's sword techniques, and I'm skilled with the blade. Let's fight. As soon as he shouted, Sybil launched forward, legs pumping with force, trying to seize the advantage. He swung his sword with everything he had, but Theo blocked it without effort. He's fast, Sybil thought, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. Even as the so-called idiot of the southern checkpoint, I pride myself on speed, but Theo's skill is something else entirely. As Sybil unleashed a flurry from every angle, Theo silently thought, is this guy really an idiot? In my past life, even blocking a few hits would have been a struggle. But now, this feels too easy. Theo swung back, and with one clean strike, Sybil was sent flying across the arena. The hit was brutal enough that Sybil ended up throwing up everything he'd eaten. As expected from young Master Theo. I lost. Thank you, he admitted. I learned a lot, Sybil added. The duel barely lasted a minute. Who knows how much Theo really absorbed in that time? He simply nodded, acknowledging the match. At the same time, his eyes drifted to the reflection on his sword blade. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. Wait, can I use observation on myself? Let's see. He activated the skill. It was just a random idea, but it worked. Observing Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar, 17, male. Title, Idiot of the Ragnar clan. Talent, Ragnar player. Observation access, denied, denied, denied. Status, eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony. Level, 1, stats, strength 13, agility 14, vitality 12, magic power 190, intelligence 11, luck, access denied. You've unlocked your stats. They will now be recorded numerically. Scanning the info panel, Theo couldn't hide his grin. Abilities fall under talent, complete missions, gain 4 more. And I can even check my own stats anytime. Looks like my high magic power comes from my past life and the dragon heart. But why the hell is my luck so low? Am I cursed or something? Is this why everything went wrong in my past life? I need to figure out a way to boost my luck fast, Theo told himself. With it this low, disaster could strike at any moment. He zoned out, lost in thought, until the realization hit. Countless eyes were on him. Reality snapped back. He turned to see the group that had come with Sybil. Evelyn watched from behind, already guessing their intentions. Even though Rendon was weak, he was still a mid-tier swordsman. Young Master Theo had defeated Rendon and even earned the commander's approval. In a clan that worships strength, people react in one of two ways: jealousy or respect. And as Evelyn had predicted, this crowd clearly fell into the respect category. They broke into grins, like they'd struck gold. The rumors were true. If I were in Sybil's shoes, could I have blocked him? They wondered. I want to spar with him too, they all thought at once, eyes fixed on Theo with anticipation. Theo noticed their hopeful gazes and let out a small sigh. Then he focused on one young man in the group, Ian Lawn. Hearing his name, Ian stepped forward. You know me? Step up and fight. It's an honor, Theo replied. Ian introduced himself. I'm Ian Nolan, third son of Viscount Nolan. I've learned the dragon sweeping sword style. Theo returned the greeting, Theo Ragnar of the Rose Palace. Let's have a great match. Without hesitation, they charged, swords aimed and clashing at the same time. But Ian struck first, swinging a dragon sweep straight at Theo's neck. The attack came dangerously close. Thanks to lightning-fast reflexes, Theo raised his sword just in time, pouring his strength into the block. Ian's sword flew from his hands. Basic sword mastery increased. Variable sword mastery increased. Ian froze, stunned at being disarmed in one move. Then he nodded in acknowledgement. I lost. You've earned Ian Nolan's approval. Luck increased, along with some experience points. The system notification rang, and Theo felt his fighting spirit spike. Approval raises my luck, and even tracks my reputation. If that's the case, all I have to do is keep fighting like this. After Ian finished, the others stepped up one by one. Each received their own approval points, B grade, a bump to luck, and Ramiro gave the nod of acknowledgement. Next was Eric Morin. Theo watched as his luck ticked up by one when the approval popped up. Then Manfred Nonbert stepped forward, giving his blessing and adding another point to Theo's luck. Manuel Noir followed, and Theo's luck crept up once more. Vero Perink gave his nod, another point added to his luck. Daniel Reman's approval came next, adding yet another point. Time blurred. The training ground was littered with exhausted fighters, bodies sprawled everywhere. Theo gasped, muscles trembling, but every luck point kept him going. The usual call for the next challenger rang out, but this time, no one moved. Theo glanced at the system screen. The moment he saw it, his face went quiet. I fought this much and it only went up 1%. His eyes scanned the mission progress, 28%, now 29%. He looked around, thinking maybe these approvals only came from people who already respected him. Or maybe he needed tougher opponents. Or perhaps he had to prove himself when others doubted him. He let the thought pass and heard another voice approaching. You look tired, you okay? I'll rest when I need to, but not yet, Theo replied. Then, almost like fate was listening, a chance appeared. One of the legendary four hounds of the North requested a sparring match. Everyone froze. Remington, one of the four hounds of the North. For context, the four hounds were the elite of their generation. Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar from Camellia Palace. They were the strongest among the young fighters who hadn't yet gone through the Ragnar clan's awakening ceremony. Remington stepped onto the training ground, exuding confidence. Remington Narcio. I came early to watch young Master Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. He smiled politely. Across from him, Theo quietly activated his skill, scanning Remington's details. Remington Narcio, 17, male. Vice head of the Narcio clan, Silver Lion, one of the four hounds of the North. Apprentice swordsman. Swordsmanship genius. Sharp senses. Extremely diligent. And completely surprised to face an unexpected opponent. Theo returned the greeting, lifting his sword. Theo Ragnar, son of Kyle Ragnar, Northern Grand Guardian. Apprentice swordsman, preparing for the awakening ceremony. Even Theo hadn't expected Remington to challenge him. I never thought I'd face a genius like Remington this way. Forget the mission, I just want to give it my all. Seeing Theo's serious stance, Remington nodded. It's an honor to cross blades with the vice head of the Narcio clan. I'm looking forward to a good match, Remington added with a confident nod. In Theo's mind, there was only one question. Could he actually beat Remington, one of the four hounds, right now? The battle began. But with the very first clash, everyone gasped. Theo's sword snapped in two, and Remington's blade pressed against his neck. Sybil's voice trembled. Young Master Theo, he lost. Behind her, another voice didn't sound surprised. Of course, no matter how much he's improved, that's the outcome. He still can't beat one of the four hounds, the strongest of this generation. Sybil shouted, trying to cover for him, gesturing to the fighting spirit Theo had shown. Then, unexpectedly, Remington spoke. I lost. Thank you for the match. The sword you're using is worn out. You're exhausted. This match is my defeat. Theo looked down at his broken sword, shaking his head. No one decides a match for me. I only lose when I truly lose my sword. With that, they shook hands, smiling. Let's have a proper match another time, Remington said. I'd like that, Theo replied. The crowd was stunned. One of the four hounds had recognized Theo. See? Young Master Theo is different. With Remington's approval, Theo's mission progress jumped to 35%. Evelyn stood beside him, a soft smile on her face. Theo wasn't disappointed. That guy was insanely strong. By gaining talents and secrets through these missions, I'm way stronger than before. But when our swords clashed, I could feel it. I'm still far behind. The match ended quickly, but he'd learned a lot. Luck rose 10 points, reputation skyrocketed. Mission progress, though, didn't climb much. I'll find other ways, Theo thought. Which stage will get me the approvals I need? Remington pulled out an invitation card. Actually, I didn't come just to spar, he said, offering it to Theo. I want to invite you to join the Serpent Dragon Society. Sybil's eyes went wide. The Serpent Dragon Society? That's an elite group. Only chosen ones could join. And here was Lord Remington, personally extending the invitation. Theo blinked, caught off guard for a moment. Then he asked aloud, can someone like me really join your group? It's so famous. Remington waved it off quickly. Nonsense. You're more than qualified. And it's not some ultra-serious group. It's just a social club for people our age, getting ready for the awakening ceremony. In Theo's mind, memories from his past life played like a secret map. He knew the Serpent Dragon Society inside out. Why Remington had personally invited him. That part was still a mystery. But one thing was crystal clear. This society revolved around Axion. The hall was packed with faces that sneered at him, people who thought he was weak, who underestimated him at every turn. Perfect. This was exactly the kind of crowd where he could quietly make his move. And bonus, he'd be front and center to watch Remington, and even the Camellia Palace. Really, there was no reason to say no. Theo thought it over, then reached out, took the invitation, and gave a calm, collected nod. Thank you. A voice from the crowd shot out, eyes wide. Wait, he's actually joining the Serpent Dragon Society. Remington clasped Theo's hand with a confident smile. Smart choice. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. The next meeting was set for 2 weeks later. Nearby, Evelyn exhaled a thin stream of smoke from her cigarette, her sharp gaze hinting she already suspected something. Time moved quickly, and soon Theo was back at the Rose Palace. In his private room, he hadn't even touched the chair before the door swung open. Cecilia appeared, her face lighting up the moment she saw him. My beloved son, she cried. Oh, mother, I was just about to tell you, Theo said, stepping forward. Wait, what's all this? He asked, blinking at the crowd of servants, each carrying something in their hands. Cecilia explained why she'd rushed over. I heard you were invited to the Serpent Dragon Society. That includes Remington's son, the clever Emil, and other talents like him. People like that even catch the council's attention, she added, her tone turning a touch serious. Everything you do, your clothes, your manners, will be watched closely. I know etiquette won't be a problem for you, but style and presence? That's a different story. Luckily, I can help, Cecilia said, smiling warmly as she pulled out a measuring tape. Remember, I used to be an actress. I'm so glad to help my beloved son. Theo stayed quiet, letting her words sink in. He thought for a moment. The son of a concubine, a commoner mother. Mother always carried guilt over my lowly title, even though it wasn't my fault. In the cold halls of the Ragnar clan, he could only imagine how hard it had been for her to raise a son like him. My beloved son, she said, pulling him into a tight embrace. I believe in you. You can do this, she whispered, her voice trembling just slightly. Theo hugged her back, a quiet comfort. You don't have to worry anymore. Your son is joining the Serpent Dragon Society, Cecilia said, her voice thick with feeling. Theo silently promised himself one thing. He would crush anyone in that society who dared mock him. Time flew again. 2 weeks later, it was finally the day of the Serpent Dragon Society's grand party. Remington stood by a carriage, impeccably dressed, scanning the arriving guests with quiet anticipation. Then Theo appeared, stepping out in luxurious clothes. Servants cheered behind him, calling, Farewell, young master. You can do it. The endless praise made him flush slightly. Remington blinked, taken aback at Theo's transformation. Is that really you, young Master Theo? You look completely different. Theo smirked. Even you're impressed, Remington? I'm serious. Come on in, young swordsman, Remington said, gesturing warmly. Over the past 2 weeks, Theo had clearly grown. Taller, stronger, muscles more defined. All that intense training had paid off. Remington had visited daily, and they developed an unexpected closeness. Not to mention the followers Theo had gathered, who were also training under Evelyn. I only planned to train the young master for a short while, Evelyn muttered. How did I end up with so much trouble? She added, making Theo chuckle quietly. It's been a grueling 2 weeks, he admitted with a sigh. Remington leaned closer. This is your first official party, right? Theo nodded, a little self-conscious. Yeah, that's right. Don't tense up. You'll be fine, Remington said, calm and reassuring. One thing, my friend Axion can be a little mischievous. But actually, Axion asked me to invite you. He wants to meet you. So don't judge him too harshly. He even planned this whole party for you. Remington explained, but Theo already suspected the truth. Of course it wasn't Remington. Axion was behind this. Look at that. Everything's going way too smoothly, he thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. I'll probably get humiliated badly, but I'm kind of looking forward to it, Theo muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Axion waited eagerly. The idiot of the Ragnar house, a new toy, he muttered, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. Time passed, and soon the carriage carrying Theo and Remington pulled up to the party. We've arrived, young Master Theo, Remington reminded him. The venue? The infamous Camellia Palace. Theo's eyes narrowed. He didn't feel welcome here. The Camellia Palace, where those who had obstructed his growth lived. The ones who had destroyed his mother's peace and tried to take over the Rose Palace itself. He frowned, lost in thought. Remington, oblivious, smiled. Let's head inside. Yeah, Theo said quickly, hiding his anger. Inside, Remington added, I hear Axion will personally greet you. He's probably waiting at the entrance. Theo barely registered it. His mind was on the bigger question. What kind of trap would Axion set? The answer was obvious. Axion, the Ragnar house's fool, wanted to crush him before he could rise. But Theo had a plan. I'll show him who's really stepping on whom, he thought, a small smile crossing his face. Then, from a nearby window, a green light flickered. Theo's eyes caught it instantly. A mission, inside the palace. Before Theo could even react, something came flying straight at him. Remington's panicked voice cut through the air. Young Master Theo. The warning barely registered before the sack hit, exploding in a cloud of white flour. Dust swirled all around, and for a moment, it looked like Axion had picked this as his grand entrance. Theo pushed through the haze, brushing himself off. I'm fine. It's just flour. His calm words made Axion relax slightly, but then, from somewhere above, a voice shouted, What the hell are you doing? Theo didn't even flinch. He'd seen pranks like this before. In another life, he might have taken the hit without moving. He glanced at Remington, assuming the scholar was in on it, but judging by his face, the young man was completely blindsided, frozen in confusion. Welcoming me with flour, Theo muttered, narrowing his eyes toward the window. Outside, a few trainees stifled their laughter, clearly proud of the chaos they'd helped create. Behind them, Axion stepped forward, satisfied with his hunting dog's work. Just a friendly greeting between friends, he called out. Isn't that proper etiquette? He added. Remington was too stunned to answer. Why so serious? Think of it as a brotherly welcome, Axion said, flashing a grin. Information about him popped up before Theo's eyes. Axion Ragnar, 17, male, title Black Tiger, rank, apprentice swordsman, talents, berserk madness, superior swordsmanship, status, excited. He'd found a new playground. Theo took a moment to process it, weighing his next move carefully. Then, sliding into counter mode, he returned a polite smile. Thank you. Axion blinked, stunned. This wasn't the reaction he expected. Of course. How could I not thank a little brother welcoming his big brother like this? I'm really looking forward to tonight's party. Axion froze at first, taken aback by Theo's calm. Then his eyes sparkled with curiosity. You've become way more interesting, he said. Moments later, Theo and Remington moved swiftly into the grand hall. As Theo stepped in, whispers ran through the crowd. Axion, why invite that idiot? Even from the main line, he seems decent. Another voice added, Did you see? He's playing with him like a toy. Remington overheard and turned to Theo, apologetic. Young Master Theo, I'm sorry. They're not usually like this. It's fine. Honestly, I'm even grateful. Theo waved him off casually. Theo's calm dismissal left Remington baffled. Theo didn't intend to explain further. Keep talking, he thought. Trash talk me just enough, and I'll crush you later. That green light I saw outside, it's this way. A mission, no natural way to reach it. Theo sipped his wine, mulling it over casually. And speaking of Axion, since the first prank flopped, the moment Theo entered, the little dog rushed him again, snapping and circling. So, how do you like the party? Theo felt a flicker of tension in his chest, but reminded himself, stick to the plan. He took a slow breath, steadying himself, and smiled. Of course. Thanks for inviting me. And, sorry about earlier. You went a bit overboard. Will big brother accept little brother's apology? Axion asked, slinging an arm around Theo, pretending familiarity, but with a subtly threatening edge. Remington sensed the tension immediately. Axion. Before he could speak further, Theo interrupted. Why apologize? I remember you said it was just a greeting, Theo added, his cold gaze locking on Axion. Once again, Axion was thrown off. What? He instinctively laughed and slapped Theo on the shoulder. Oh man, look at our Theo. So interesting. I never knew you were like this. You've changed a lot. I like you now, he admitted. Around them, other trainees snickered openly. Look at him, grinning like an idiot. No commoner can touch Troivan noble blood. Haha. Exactly. Even among the Ragnars, there are ranks. No contest between nobles and some random guy. But why's Remington sticking close to that idiot? Actually, if you watch closely, Remington's a bastard too. Hey, watch it, someone warned, noticing him nearby. Oh right, that's forbidden, they muttered, startled. Remington, of course, heard everything. He just lowered his head and stayed silent. Meanwhile, the CEO knew the words were aimed at him, but now Remington was drawn in too. He couldn't stay silent. I was going to observe a bit longer, but this won't do. Theo shrugged off Axion's arm. Axion, I should greet my friends properly too, right? Under puzzled stares, Theo calmly grabbed a bottle of wine and headed toward a blonde man. What did I say? Something wrong, the blonde sneered. Before he could react, Theo smashed the bottle over his head, shattering it instantly. The blonde hit the floor, clutching his head and screaming. You bastard. How dare you? He started to threaten. But Theo kicked him squarely in the jaw, sending him flying backward. Bastard, that was a proper greeting, Theo said, a teasing edge in his voice. A little over the top, maybe? The sudden brawl drew everyone's attention. What just happened? Is Theo really this reckless? Remington, shocked, worried aloud. Young Master Theo, you're not usually like this. Is this because of me? And for Theo, the punishment wasn't done yet. I've greeted him properly. Now, should I say goodbye properly too? Theo asked, gripping the blonde man's wrist and pressing his right foot firmly against the forearm. Just a little more force and the arm could snap. A dangerous position that left everyone watching frozen. Wait, the blonde shouted, but it was already too late. A sickening crack echoed through the hall, and the room went silent in shock. Theo's mission progress jumped to 59% as he brushed his hair back, exuding calm confidence. Anyone else want to say hello? He called, scanning the crowd with a casual glance. Then, out of nowhere, 4 knights appeared, surrounding him and pointing their swords straight at him. The crime of harming a young master must be paid with death, one of them declared. They acted as if this were normal, completely unaware that their bold move had put them in serious danger, just as Theo intended. This is exactly why I came to the Serpent Dragon Society, a place crawling with enemies, Theo thought. Then he asked aloud, and who is this guy? The third young master of the Hanavi clan. Young Master Ian Hanavi. Oh, one of the 6 clans backing the Ragnar family, the Hanavi clan. He mused, almost to himself. But Theo knew better. These men wouldn't stand by quietly when the fool they'd always looked down on suddenly acted up. The dogs of one of Ragnar's vassal clans dared to threaten me. Can you take responsibility for those words, you insolent lot? Theo's glare radiated authority, cutting through the hall. A massive wave of pressure exploded from him, draining the color from the knights' faces. Only then did they grasp their mistake. What is this pressure? Could that idiot actually be a Ragnar? Looking back, it made sense. He truly had the bloodline to claim the throne. He was direct Ragnar lineage, the rulers of the north, overseeing 6 snow clans. Declaring death to a Ragnar? That was a crime big enough to erase an entire clan. This is bad. We thought he was just a fool. But now it's too late. They knew they should apologize, but before they could, Theo's cold voice cut through. Kill them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several shadowed swords dropped from above at blinding speed. Before the 4 knights could even react, their heads were gone. No gasp, no chance. They met the Grim Reaper. The one behind it, Evelyn. The crowd gaped as she appeared, swiftly dispatching the insolent knights. Theo's mission progress jumped to 70%. With the task complete, she turned to him. When did you notice I was following you? Ah, that's obvious, he shrugged, thinking for a moment before answering. I don't know why, but knowing you were following me lets me turn the tables without worrying. To explain, let's rewind a bit. Earlier, Uncle Julius had met Evelyn and quietly popped open a bottle of wine. I thought you weren't taking disciples anymore. So, is your new swordsmanship student satisfactory? Evelyn, seeing him barge in uninvited, grumbled. Don't you have anywhere else to go? Before retiring, you were always out. Huh. My current joy is making life hard for you. So what's your answer? Julius said cheerfully. Evelyn's eyes stayed on the bottle. Hey, that one's expensive, she muttered. Ignoring her, Julius downed half the bottle in one gulp. So what's your answer? Watching him finish, Evelyn just sighed. Fine. If I don't answer, you'll camp here anyway. He's far exceeded my expectations. When it comes to attitude and talent, he's the best I've ever taught, she said. Julius's eyes widened. Huh. Axion went through your hands too, but this guy's the best. That's right. His potential even surpasses young Master Axion. This isn't empty talk, Evelyn added, deadly serious. As longtime friends, Julius knew she wasn't joking. She saw everything herself. Then why has he hidden his strength all this time? People can't change so suddenly, Julius said, belching loudly. Evelyn agreed. It seemed strange. But it was unusual for someone who'd kept power hidden for so long to suddenly reveal it. Hasty moves usually make people stumble, yet it looked like he was being pursued by something. That's why I'm worried about his participation in the Serpent Dragon Society event. If you're worried, it's probably because of that kid Axion. Then just follow him, Julius suggested. Evelyn replied. Maybe it's not what you think, but something's going to happen. When wolves hunt for blood, they gather and establish hierarchy. They might tempt Theo a little, try to lure him into the white-armored dragon knights. You think you can retire just because you can't ride a dragon anymore? Come back and take responsibility for the one you recommended. I'm off. This wine's really good. With that, Julius left, leaving behind a familiar white-armored dragon knight uniform. Evelyn muttered, because it's expensive, pausing to think. Back to the story. Evelyn realized she'd been outsmarted by Theo. He'd noticed her following and had deliberately orchestrated this situation. Joining the Serpent Dragon Society must have had this purpose from the start. I don't need to worry about him. But when did he notice me? Definitely not an ordinary person. Theo had sensed Evelyn the moment he stepped onto the carriage, because, as the owner of the dragon heart, he could heighten his senses, his so-called sixth sense. But either way, the stage was mostly set. Theo spoke up, thinking it through. Evelyn, nearly everyone here has disrespected an heir at some point. He scanned the room. So, what's the punishment for that kind of crime? The trainees were sweating bullets. Evelyn replied bluntly. According to clan law, immediate execution is possible. Since they're just kids who haven't had their awakening ceremony, taking one arm from each is enough, she said calmly. Then she charged straight into the group, ready to carry out the punishment. Wait a second, the crowd shouted, panic rising. But Evelyn didn't hesitate. She struck with precision, severing arms cleanly. The second son of the Purin clan, the eldest son of the Red-White Mercenary, Kor, the fourth daughter of the RS Caravan Guild. The third son of the Class clan, the eldest daughter of the Wok clan. She announced each name as she struck, and Theo's mission progress climbed steadily. One trainee fell to his knees before Axion, pleading, Axion, please save me. In response, Axion's expression stayed ice-cold. Why should I? That was just a greeting, after all. The trainee shouted in shock, but before he could react, his arm was gone. The last target was the eldest son of the Behenik clan. I didn't expect to meet like this, Evelyn, Axion said. Long time no see, young master. Evelyn nodded in reply. He glanced at the writhing victims and thought, she only targeted those who commented on bloodlines. Even I, as an heir candidate, couldn't interfere. He frowned, thinking, while Evelyn finished the punishment and reported, I severed the right arms of 14 people, as ordered. Good job. How are they now? Theo asked with a nod. If they reach a priest, their arms could be reattached. But whether they continue as swordsmen, that's another story, Evelyn said. Excellent, Sybil murmured quietly, seeing those paths to high-tier swordsmen effectively ended. Meanwhile, Remington rushed over. Young Master Theo, are you all right? From behind, Axion watched and laughed, filled with pure rage. Haha. Theo Ragnar, the idiot of Rose Palace, has really changed. I want to trample you, he thought silently. Meanwhile, after teaching the trash a lesson, Theo left that suffocating area. Let's go, Evelyn. Remington. As he passed Axion, Theo lightly brushed against him. Fun party, Axion, he said with a smile. With that, Theo completed the fourth guidance mission, shedding the title Idiot of the Ragnar, 100%. See you later, he added, his voice dripping with mockery. Congratulations. You've completed the fourth guidance mission, along with Evelyn. All guidance missions were now complete. No one would call him the Idiot of the Ragnar again. The mission was done, but Theo's real revenge was only just beginning. Receive the reward, Theo thought silently. The reward appeared, an experience growth potion that increased his level by 5, usable under level 30. Time passed. Cut to Camellia Palace, where Emil and Eid were hearing reports from subordinates about the events at the Serpent Dragon Society. Emil could hardly believe it. Say that again. Axion got taken down by that idiot Theo, she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Theo and his followers were celebrating elsewhere. Haha, let's celebrate young Master Theo's explosive debut at the Serpent Dragon Society. Cheers, Sybil shouted loudly. Watching the group, Theo smiled faintly, a feeling he'd never experienced in his previous life. Back at Camellia Palace, after hearing the reports, Emil summoned her useless son Axion and slapped him hard across the face. Not only did you give that idiot an excuse, you let your own subordinates have their arms chopped off. Yes, mother, Axion replied quietly, which only fueled her anger. Listen to yourself. I've warned you countless times not to underestimate him. Forget forcing him to submit. You gave him a perfect excuse to wreak havoc. Mother told you once that bastard Theo Ragnar is starting to stand out. Taking Rose Palace will become much harder, she added, furious. Mother, don't worry. Axion began, but Emil cut him off. I don't want to hear it. Go reflect on what you've done. You nearly ruined our plan, chasing shallow thrills. Axion could only mutter, yes. I'll remember that. He quietly left the room. Once he was gone, Emil turned to Eid, who had been hiding in the shadows. I don't know who he takes after, being so impulsive. Eid shrugged. Well, he takes after his younger self. Mad. You think that's funny? Emil frowned. Don't get so angry. This might not be as bad as it seems, Eid said with a smile, piquing her curiosity. Why? Eid explained calmly. Rose Palace originally belongs to the clan head's harem, so seizing it is tricky. Even though the clan head ignores it as a gathering spot for nobodies, it still has his backing. Therefore, what we need is an excuse. Luckily, Theo made a huge mess at the Serpent Dragon Society. He's slowly becoming the face of Rose Palace, so we can use this as leverage. Then we can crush him legally right here. Emil schemed rapidly after hearing Eid's plan. My worry about Theo growing stronger was that Rose Palace's influence might expand if the clan head paid attention. But using Theo, who's gaining power, we at Camellia Palace can take them down through legal channels. Rose Palace will have no choice but to submit to Troywan. We can manipulate them effortlessly. She gave a quiet, knowing smile and folded her fan with a soft click, as if sealing her thoughts away. So, how long until we're ready, Emil? She asked, a spark of anticipation in her voice. We'll be fully prepared by tomorrow morning, came the reply. When you wake, you'll hear something wonderful. Tonight, enjoy your bath and rest. I even prepared a scented candle from the Southern Argonne volcanic region. He opened a small wooden box, letting the aroma spill out. Emil wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug, feeling a surge of familial affection. As expected from my brother. That's why I can't help but love you, she said playfully, leaving a faint doubt whether even Theo's father could match this bond. And it made her wonder whether Axion truly deserved the Ragnar name. Back with Theo's group, while everyone was still toasting, Remington quietly slid in beside him. Honestly, I was pretty shocked. I didn't know you cared about me that much, young Master Theo. Theo blinked, puzzled. Huh? What are you talking about? I mean at the Serpent Dragon Society, Remington replied. Theo noticed he was already tipsy, despite only having orange juice, and just gave a small, knowing smile. Remington continued, ignoring Theo. While you endured insults aimed at yourself, the moment someone slandered me, you stood up without hesitation. Young Master Theo, I couldn't do anything. It's embarrassing. He turned to Theo, eyes wide with admiration. The more I watch you, the more amazed I am. He endured being looked down on as a worthless bastard, yet kept pushing forward, getting stronger every time. Even against opponents he couldn't beat, he never lost that unbreakable will. Facing the Camellia Palace, where no one dared oppose him, he drew his sword without hesitation. All for me. The weight of it hit Remington hard, and tears started to well in his eyes. A status notification popped up, showing Theo's current state. Remington couldn't help but feel convinced that Theo genuinely cared. Seeing that, Theo broke into a nervous sweat. Seems like he misunderstood something, he chuckled awkwardly to himself. Meanwhile, Remington made a firm decision. The clan wants me to build ties with Axion, but I have my own plans, he thought. He turned to Theo and said loudly, From now on, I want to follow you, young Master Theo. Cheers erupted around them. Naturally, the strong stick with the strong. It was inspiring to see. Theo quickly raised a hand. Wait, hold on. I think you're misunderstanding something. But before he could clarify, Evelyn's voice echoed in his mind. Just go along with what he thinks. This misunderstanding isn't necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps everyone just wants to get along with you, young master, she added. Theo raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. He sighed quietly. I'm not special. It's all thanks to this system window, whether it's going back in time, gaining the Ragnar clan's talents, or becoming this strong. At first, I thought it was just fragments of regret, but looking closer, I don't think that's the case anymore. I have this vague sense I've encountered it before, but whatever it is, it's helping me. That's what matters. The Serpent Dragon Society incident ended, and Theo leveled up. It seemed each level up granted points to boost stats, letting him freely enhance his abilities. Terrifying. I'm scared of the brilliant future this stronger me will bring, he thought, giggling softly, making Evelyn shiver slightly behind him. All right. First, I need to prepare for the Camellia Palace's counterattack, Theo reminded himself. He turned to Remington. By the way, can you help me with something? Of course, young Master Theo. Just tell me, Remington replied eagerly. But earlier, you called me Remy so intimately, the young swordsman exclaimed, clearly excited. Not wasting a moment, Theo pulled out a piece of paper he had prepared earlier. Listen carefully. The battle for the throne between me and Axion is about to intensify. To prepare, I need your help. Remington's carefree expression immediately faded at the sudden request. Theo had already calculated ahead. Remington would eventually become head of the Narcio clan. Their forces could rival the Ragnar clan. Now was the perfect chance to bring him over to Theo's side. Take it, Remington, Theo thought silently. After a brief moment of surprise, Remington eagerly took the paper. All right, I swear to follow you, young Master Theo. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Thanks, Theo replied softly. But you called me Remy so intimately earlier, Remington reminded him once more. Before Theo could respond, a loud shout rang out from outside. Theo Ragnar. Everyone turned toward the entrance. At the main door, several knights in golden armor marched in. They were lost swords, ignoring everyone else. The leader immediately locked eyes on Theo and pulled out an arrest warrant. Theo Ragnar, you're under arrest for threatening assault, Evelyn exclaimed, shocked, watching the aggressive group storm in. But Theo, as if expecting this, turned to the crowd. It's fine. Stay calm. He examined the warrant carefully, muttering, let's see. It was real, the ink barely dry. They had gone through the proper channels. Let's go, he said, extending both hands after confirming the warrant's authenticity. The leader quickly slapped cuffs on Theo's wrists and led him away. Young Master Theo, the group called, worried. Theo just turned back with a smile, leaving Remington and Evelyn startled. Remington looked down at the paper in his hand, suddenly realizing something. At Rose Manor, Lady Cecilia had just received word from the butler that Theo had been taken. What word did they take Theo? The courthouse, the butler replied. Hearing this, her legs gave way completely, and she sank to the floor, startling the old butler who called out in alarm. I'm fine, Cecilia said, steadying her voice as best she could. But what exactly are they accusing my son of? The butler hesitated, a shadow passing over his face. It's tied to the Serpent Dragon Society. They're saying he's inciting rebellion. The words barely left the old man's lips before Cecilia froze, her heart catching. You really think they'll put him on trial? I believe so, he replied quietly. Because he completely crushed the Serpent Dragon Society. There's no way this ends quietly, the old butler said, his brows drawn tight. Relief evaporated in an instant. After Theo took down those people, she had felt safe. Now that safety felt like a lie. Being invited to the Serpent Dragon Society, who could have guessed it would lead here? Still, she forced herself to hold on. No, Theo can handle this. He always does. My son, please come back safe. That was all Cecilia could whisper in her heart. Meanwhile, Theo was escorted by the lost swords toward the courthouse. He looked up at the towering building and felt a familiar twinge. It had been a long time since he set foot here. After wrecking the Serpent Dragon Society, he knew this wouldn't end with a simple sentence. This was going straight to trial. And dragging a Ragnar heir into court wasn't just about punishment. They wanted to challenge his claim to succession. They were aiming to crush him completely. Good. Exactly what I wanted. As that thought settled, a slow, satisfied smile spread across Theo's face. When they reached the massive doors, the lost swords called out. The prisoner, Theo Ragnar, has been brought in. A voice from inside replied. Bring him in. As the doors creaked open, Theo felt a spark of anticipation. This was the stage big enough for everything he had prepared. He stepped inside without hesitation. Up on the high platform, 9 grand chairs marked the seats of the 9 dragons, though only 4 were filled. Seeing them, Theo felt the weight in the room. Monsters of the Ragnar clan, all in one place. First, Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar, the captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Next, Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon, head of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Then Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Plunus, mistress of Plum Blossom Manor. Beside her, the old man with glasses, Wolfgang Ragnar, elder dragon and chairman of the Wolfgang Council, his expression like the world owed him something. For of the 9 dragons protecting the Ragnar family were here. Theo thought wryly, in my past life, I'd probably be choking just from the pressure. Then Wolfgang's sharp voice cut through the tension. Theo Ragnar. Yes, chairman, Theo said, nodding as the soldier beside him unclipped his cuffs. Didn't expect to see you here. Wolfgang valued bloodline above all else. To him, a bastard like Theo was intolerable. Theo caught the disgust plain on Wolfgang's face. True enough, he didn't even let Theo finish his greeting. That's enough of the pleasantries. You already know why you're here to answer for your crimes, don't you? The Byron clan, the Starret Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, even the Hanavi family, they're all screaming to sever ties with the main family because of your reckless actions. Can a bastard like you take responsibility for these losses? That's why I hold you accountable for dragging the Ragnar name through the mud. His face burned red with fury, like he might leap down and strike Theo himself. Theo just nodded. Yes, Everything you said is true. I was careless beyond measure. I should have cut off their heads instead of just their limbs, Theo said, his voice cold. The statement made everyone on the platform flinch. What? Theo didn't hesitate. They are our subordinates. The master grants land and honor. In return, those beneath him offer loyalty and their lives. That's the way of knights. And yet they dared threaten their own master. Had I known they were that insolent, I would have beheaded them on the spot. They deserve punishment, and the principles of knighthood must be restored. How could I just stand by and watch the Ragnar clan's honor, built over 1,000 years, get trampled? Theo's words hit with such force that even Ed Troyven and Wolfgang froze for a moment. Julius broke into a wide grin. Impressive. As expected, this wouldn't end with some ordinary punishment. Wolfgang, after a stunned pause, scowled. You dare mock me with that flowery nonsense, he barked. Before he could continue, OSA spoke up. I've heard your argument, and logically, you're not wrong. But no matter how strong the Ragnar clan is, it's not invincible. Ignoring the voices of our vassals and knights will only lead to collapse. This world can't be ruled through brute force alone, she said gently. Theo nodded. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. On the surface, he stayed calm, but inside, he let out a quiet breath. The clan head's chief wife. The strongest swordswoman in the north. The sword dragon. At least for now, she's not hostile. Still, a frown tugged at his brow. Why? A certain future flickered through his mind. Unaware of his thoughts, OSA continued. Understand that your punishment is justified. Theo looked up. And what exactly is that punishment? Wolfgang answered immediately. 3 months of house arrest. But the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Theo immediately pushed back. Wolfgang slammed the armrest in fury. How dare you speak? Ignoring the outburst, OSA explained. I've considered that. You will participate in next year's awakening ceremony instead. I've also decided that the 15 children you injured will join next year's ceremony as well. Though things didn't go perfectly, Ed still felt satisfied. Thanks to Julius stepping in, the punishment was far lighter than expected. But even so, delaying the awakening ceremony humiliated anyone in the Ragnar clan. And if Rose Palace's representative had to bear that humiliation, Camellia Palace would get their chance to rise. Once that plan moved forward, Theo couldn't do a thing. He'd have no choice but to swallow it. If he appealed, they'd handle it. Though Ed doubted he would be that foolish. Unfortunately, Theo was exactly that fool. I want to appeal. His words came cold and sharp, shocking all 4 of the 9 dragons in the room instantly. The moment he'd laid eyes on him, he couldn't hide it. He grinned so wide he had to cover his mouth with a hand. You've got to be kidding me. Your arrogance really knows no bounds. Honestly, this just makes our job a lot easier. Up above, Uncle Julius frowned, his voice tinged with worry. Do you even understand what appeal really means? Of course, Theo said, sounding casual, though his mind was already spinning with possibilities. 3 months of house arrest? That barely scratches the surface. He thought, the demon dragon must have pulled some strings. But I won't accept even that light sentence. I'm expecting more in return. He spoke with calm resolve. In a proud and powerful Ragnar clan, an appeal is nothing less than declaring war. Only the one who wins gets to speak, he added, just as a notification pinged in his ear, signaling the start of the main scenario. Explore the hidden truths of this closed-off world. Good luck. First scenario quest, the Path of the Air. Far to the north, at a secret branch of the Seers Merchant Guild, chaos erupted. The building consumed by flames after a sudden, violent attack. After the last guard fell to the cloaked figure, a voice called from behind. So you really were hiding here. It was Remington, confirming what Theo had already suspected. And the cloaked figure? Evelyn. Clearly, this was the mission Theo had assigned Remington earlier. He shook the box in his hands and muttered. Camellia Manor of the Troyvian branch, completely destroyed. Back at the courthouse, after hearing Theo's plan, Wolfgang blinked in disbelief. You're trying to turn something that could have been settled with 3 months of house arrest into a full-scale war. You're arrogant beyond belief. Do you really think one person can stand against 15 clans? Theo cut him off, blunt and unwavering. That's something I have to handle myself. Normally, he continued, when the power difference is this extreme, these disputes are settled through a representative battle. He glanced at the group. An appeal usually decides the winner and loser through war. But when full-scale war isn't possible, each side selects a representative. The winner of that one-on-one duel becomes the deciding factor. That's the representative battle. And that means the defendant's champion will be me, while the plaintiff's representative will almost certainly be Axion. Everyone's thoughts turned grim. He's likely to lose, so why choose this path? Is there a hidden plan? If he expects Evelyn or I to step in for him, he's mistaken. Julius furrowed his brow, baffled by Theo's audacity. Ignoring his uncle's doubts, Theo laid out the rules. Representatives will be chosen, and the duel happens in 1 week. What do you all think? He asked, scanning their faces for reactions. He'd stayed relaxed, watching from above. He assumed Theo might rely on the demon dragon or Evelyn, but he knew better. You'll have to fight alone, Theo Ragnar. He smirked at the thought. I'll send Axion to teach him a lesson, through death. Theo silently agreed. Fine then, for the representative. Before he could finish, a familiar voice echoed from outside, freezing everyone. I thought you were a quiet kid. But you've gotten really good at scheming. You've changed a lot since I last saw you, my son. The voice belonged to a broad-shouldered man with eyes like dragons, Kyle Ragnar, head of the Ragnar clan, stepping confidently into the courthouse. He added, commanding attention, stand up, my son. I heard about your situation on the way here. Seems like you're in quite a mess. And I hear you want to appeal through a representative battle. Yes, that's right, Theo replied, calm and collected. Let's see about that. It'll be a tough fight for you. Who do you plan to pick as your champion? Kyle asked, curiosity lacing his tone. At that moment, realization hit Theo. This was a test. And he'd above felt it too. Wait, could this be it? He thought, uneasy. Theo answered firmly from below. Who will represent me? No one. I've always planned to step up myself and handle this appeal. Then you'll lose, Kyle said matter-of-factly. You won't know until you try, Theo countered. He placed a hand over his chest and declared, even if I'm forced to bow, I will never lower myself. Kyle burst into hearty laughter. Huh, did everyone hear that? My son just said, even if forced, I will not lower myself. No words could better capture the spirit of the Ragnar clan. Theo bowed quickly, a smile flickering in his eyes. Your praise honors me, father. Inside, he felt a quiet triumph. The representative battle was just bait. I never planned to fight, so I can speak freely without holding back. The mission I gave Evelyn and Remington, the proof of Camellia Manor's treachery. With that in hand, victory comes without swinging a sword. Before Kyle could respond, Theo added, I will personally give you a chance, as head of the Ragnar clan. I, Kyle Ragnar, will test you with a single strike. Forget the trial. Survive just one blow from me, and I'll drop all charges against you. Without waiting for a word, he strode outside, energy radiating from every step, leaving Theo frozen, still trying to wrap his head around his father's sudden challenge. Right then, he jumped in without hesitation. Clan leader, this can't be allowed. He spoke fast, fully aware of what a single strike test meant. Kyle was acknowledging Theo as a legitimate opponent. If he survives, he becomes officially recognized by the clan leader. There's no way that brat Theo can handle it. But if he somehow does, he'd clenched his fists. No, I have to stop him from winning the clan leader's favor. Thinking that, he tried to step in. How dare the vassals and soldiers comment on your son's bloodline? By the rules, we should hold a representative battle. Kyle's expression turned ice cold. Heavenly Dragon, enough. Any vassal who dares speak out, eliminate him. He'd recoiled, swallowing hard. Understood, clan leader, he muttered, forced into compliance. Kyle's gaze then landed on Julius. You've been chuckling for a while. Care to share your thoughts, Demon Dragon? Julius shrugged. Oh, nothing much. Just been a long time since you showed this much interest in someone, clan leader. Kyle shook his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Grumbling, Kyle turned back to Theo. Enough chatter. So what do you say, son? Ready for this? Theo's mind raced, weighing every angle. A single strike from my father, everything's shifting. My whole plan just got turned upside down. But maybe this isn't entirely bad, he thought, and finally spoke up. That would be too much for me. How could I compare a single strike from you to a full, representative battle against vassals and soldiers? So you don't dare? Kyle pressed. No, I mean, this isn't a fair fight. Not fair. Kyle's interest sharpened. Well, if the trial's tougher, shouldn't the reward get bigger too? For example? Kyle asked, leaning in with curiosity. Theo glanced at Ede and calmly stated his terms. For example, the Camellia Manor. Ede's eyes bulged in fury, teeth gritting. That bastard. Wolfgang broke into a cold sweat. Bargaining with the clan leader like that, this is insane. This kid really doesn't know his place, he thought. A deal only works between equals. That kind of arrogance is going to get him killed. But Kyle, to everyone's surprise, nodded. Fine. If you aim to be heir, you need guts like that, at the very least. Turning to Ede, he asked, any objections, Heavenly Dragon? Ede bowed immediately. Everything in Ragnar belongs to you, clan leader. How could I possibly object? Kyle nodded, satisfied. Good. Prepare the arena immediately. I will test Theo Ragnar right here, he declared, then turned and left. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the training arena. Father and son stood facing each other, swords drawn, ready to clash. The 4-9 dragons watched quietly from the sidelines. Only Ede fumed, frustrated that his trap had become a stage highlighting Theo. Damn it, everything's going against my plan. He gritted his teeth, but forced himself to calm down. No, I don't need to panic. Even if that brat's gotten stronger, no one could survive a strike from the clan leader. Not even top-level swordsmen. Theo has to die here. He has to, Id thought fiercely. Turning his gaze to Theo, Id's intentions were obvious, but Theo caught on immediately and smiled quietly to himself. Thanks to the guidance reward, this won't happen. Kyle, ever sharp, noticed something unusual about his son. Did he slip an elixir while I wasn't looking? No. Even if he did, that kind of growth whatever. Doesn't matter. You're still my blood, he murmured. Theo broke into a cold sweat. He really trusts me, and even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Setting that aside, Kyle readied himself. So, are you ready? Yes, sir, Theo replied, steeling himself. Normally, I'd use the great sword, but since you don't know mana yet, I'll use this rusty sword instead. Any objections? Kyle asked, holding it casually. Theo, of course, didn't make things harder for himself. No, father. All right then, let's begin. Kyle's entire body erupted with raw, unmatched aura, radiating directly at Theo. Only when Theo felt it firsthand did he understand just how incredible his father truly was. Holy, he's projecting this kind of pressure just with battle intent? Across from him, Kyle blinked in surprise. Still standing after that? Impressive. Of course, Theo muttered. My strength stat has nearly tripled. The experience elixir from the guidance boosted me, and I poured all my attribute points into strength. Pushed my strength to 52, and right now, it feels like pure freedom. Stepping beyond the ordinary, Theo felt an electric surge of power flow through him, like he'd finally unlocked the next level of himself. I can handle one strike from father, he murmured, chest tight with confidence, ready for the test. His hands clenched the hilt, muscles coiled and ready, every sense alert for what was coming. Meanwhile, Kyle closed the distance with unrelenting speed, raising his sword high before swinging it down in a devastating arc. Theo's eyes widened, every nerve screaming to read the attack. I see it. I can see it, he whispered under his breath, tracking the flow of his father's strike. The swords collided with a massive crash. A shockwave ripped through the arena, splintering the floor into countless shards that scattered like rain. As the dust settled, Kyle turned, a rare smile breaking across his face as he looked at Theo. It's been a long time since I've met a son worth facing, he admitted, even as Theo's sword lay shattered at his feet from that single blow. Then, as promised, Kyle addressed the others. Theo Ragnar has shown his resolve. The trial is over. At that moment, Theo collapsed, still gripping the broken hilt. In his mind, the system chimed. Emergency quest completed. 1 strike from Kyle Ragnar. Inventory access granted. Green key received. Time passed, and suddenly he found himself somewhere inside the palace, though he had no idea how long he'd been out. Slowly stirring, he blinked around groggily. Where am I? Lady Camellia, hearing his voice, grabbed his hand, relief flooding her features. You're awake. My precious son, you passed out. Do you know how terrified I was, thinking the clan leader's sword had struck you? Is your arm okay? Move your shoulder. Do we need a healer if it's broken or dislocated? She asked, tears welling. Theo quickly reassured her. I'm fine, mother. Please calm down. But where exactly am I? Outside, Uncle Julius noticed Theo stirring and stepped forward. By the clan leader's orders. The former mistress of Camellia Manor, Axion, and the intelligence chief have all been expelled. Theo's eyes widened in surprise, and Julius smiled. That's right. This is Camellia Manor. Scenario updated. First scenario quest, Path of the Air. Take over Camellia Manor and uncover its secrets. Camellia Manor takeover 1-1. Secrets not 1-1. Elsewhere in the palace, Amel received the orders to relocate. She fumed, refusing to accept it. Why should I, the rightful owner, be forced out of my own property? She stomped her foot, sending guards scrambling to calm her. Lady Amel, please stay calm. We beg you. Watching from a distance, Id, the heavenly dragon, paused, then turned to Axion beside him. Axion. Yes, uncle, Axion replied. You must kill Theo Ragnar, Id said coldly. I planned to cut off his arm during the awakening ceremony, Axion said, but even that wasn't enough. His head. Take his head, Id said, his voice icy. Hatred had completely clouded the man's reason. Back at Camellia Manor, Theo wandered the halls, reflecting on everything that had happened. Things had gone far differently from his original plan, but better than expected. He'd claimed Camellia Manor without even using his trump card. And on top of that, he now had a second special privilege, the inventory. Almost instantly, a simulated inventory screen appeared before him. He reached in and pulled out an apple. I have no idea how this exists, he murmured, but it's definitely going to come in handy. And this green key, Theo said, holding it up with wide eyes. Green key, miscellaneous item effect, opens the gate to hell. Compatible with gate to hell. This key has to unlock something in this place, he added, Curiosity piqued. His gaze landed on a nearby door. A glowing lock symbol beneath the handle caught his attention. Unable to resist, Theo slid the green key into the lock. The door swung open, and a gust of wind blasted his face from within. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Beyond the door stretched a deep, bottomless cavern. Theo gasped. A system notification appeared as if to explain itself. Dungeon discovered. Experience gained inside doubled. Theo's eyes lit up. A cavern inside Camellia Manor? This had to be a special quest. No matter what, I'm clearing this, he thought, stepping into the cavern eagerly, already planning to double his experience. 2 steps in, he froze. Right? I shouldn't go in empty-handed. Time flew as he filled his inventory with a variety of swords. Finally ready, Theo gripped his sword and shield, excitement bubbling. All right, let's see what's in here. The cavern walls were lined with lamps burning green flames, casting an eerie glow along the path ahead. Not long after stepping inside, he ran into his first opponent, and couldn't help but blink in surprise. Right in front of him, a massive white wolf emerged, eyes blazing with feral intensity. A wolf, Theo muttered under his breath, taking a cautious step back. It was enormous, far bigger than any ordinary wolf, built more like a wild predator. He furrowed his brow, studying its every detail. Before he could react further, the wolf vanished, disappearing in a blink. Then, without warning, it reappeared right in front of him. Reflexively, Theo raised his shield just in time to block its snapping jaws, holding firm against the pressure. The wolf snarled, teeth clamped against his shield, refusing to give ground. Not bad, you stray mutt, Theo muttered, narrowing his eyes. I'm not losing a strength contest, he growled, swinging his sword straight at the wolf's thick hide. The strike made it release its grip and step back slightly, keeping its distance for now. Even pushed back, the wolf bared its fangs and let out a feral snarl, asserting dominance over the arena. A powerful roar echoed from the beast, a clear warning not to underestimate it. Ignoring the warning, Theo charged, sword in hand, determined to take control of the fight. The clash of his blade against the wolf's fangs sent sparks flying. Its thick hide shrugged off his strikes, each blow leaving barely a mark. This isn't an ordinary wolf, Theo realized. It could rival the beasts from the northern wilds beyond the wall. That explained why it was so resilient. The wolf lifted a massive paw and swiped at him in a deadly arc. Theo leapt back, narrowly dodging, then sprang forward again, preparing another strike. If only I could replicate that flash, the one I saw when facing Father's single strike. That perfect, pure white arc, he murmured, recalling the movement in his memory. But nostalgia alone wasn't enough to land the blow. The wolf sidestepped his slash effortlessly, unbothered by his attempt. Both circled each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Frustration bubbled in Theo. Of course it's not that easy to copy, he admitted quietly. The single strike, an ultimate blow meant to end a fight instantly, relied on putting everything into that one move. Theo focused on his sword techniques and the secret arts Evelyn had taught him. Challenging himself, he tossed his shield aside, lightening his body. In that instant, Theo blurred, vanishing from the wolf's sight, leaving it stunned. By the time the wolf snapped its head around, Theo's sword tip was already inches from its face. A howl of pain erupted as the blade pierced its left eye, blinding it. A grin spread across Theo's face. Nice. I can do this, he said, charging forward once more, sword ready. 2 months later, at the 4th training ground, Theo's subordinates trained as usual. Today, though, the group had grown larger. One glanced around. There are way more people here now, he noted. Sybil nodded. Yeah, we might need a bigger training area. Rumors that the clan leader personally taught the young master the single strike had spread. More and more challengers came to test Theo. Sybil watched, slightly annoyed, as new challengers kept arriving. Then, an arrogant voice rang out from behind. Hey, when's this so-called super elite young master showing up? 2 months gone, where is he? I thought he never missed training. I bet that coward ran off after his story got too exaggerated. Probably all lies, another sneered. He won the trial, but with no witnesses, it's all made up. They even mocked his defeat of the Serpent Dragon Society. But before the words finished, Sybil charged, punching Henry Modred from Plum Blossom Manor square in the face, caving it in. The force sent him flying like a rag doll, while his short black-haired companion panicked. Sybil, he shouted. How dare a lowlife like you? Henry started, fury in his voice. But dozens of icy stares from Theo's subordinates instantly silenced him. Sybil continued heatedly. You ugly-faced fools are nothing compared to the young master. The brown-haired companion rolled his eyes. Sybil, maybe don't comment on appearances. Whatever. I hate these jerks stirring trouble, and now they insult the young master too. Draw your swords. This is war. Sybil shouted, and everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Plum Blossom Manor's group drew their swords in response. These lowborn idiots really want to die, huh? The short black-haired one yelled. But before anyone could clash, a wave of cold air swept through, freezing the swords of both sides. A girl had silently drawn her sword, standing firm between the groups, the source of the freezing air. Ray Ragnar, the crowd shouted in unison. She was one of the 4 hounds, Ray Ragnar. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed from behind. Haha, leaving me out of the fun. The voice belonged to a burly, dark-skinned man with red hair, swinging a massive greatsword. Black Bear Hulkus Land, another of the 4 hounds of the north. The crowd gasped. Even Hulkus is here, 2 of the 4 hounds. Scanning the group, Hulkus looked around, surprised. Huh, just you guys. Where's the mysterious tiger? The short black-haired guy asked. You deaf or what? Hulchus's roar echoed across the training ground, booming like thunder. I said the mysterious tiger, the one running this place. I came here to fight Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, deep in the secret dungeon, Theo was lost in his training, completely absorbed in the motions. Notifications flickered through his mind. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've hunted 170 beasts. Beasts remaining, 171. Beneath his feet, the frozen bodies of countless white wolves spread out, a grim testament to his relentless grind. After 2 months of nonstop effort, his status was clear. Theo Ragnar, 17, male, level 15. Strength 91, Dexterity 25, Magic Power 198, Luck -6, Vitality 20, Intelligence 19. No attribute points left. Inventory. Locked. He grabbed a recovery potion from his stash, downing it in one gulp. A red glow washed over him, knitting together every wound. Came close a few times, this saved me, he murmured. Beginner recovery potion, restores 10 vitality points and heals wounds. He glanced over the wolf corpses again. It was brutal at first, but I got the hang of it. 2 months gone just like that. Only 1 beast remained. That usually meant the boss was about to show up. His gaze shifted to the staircase at the far end of the cavern. After a short pause to catch his breath, he stepped toward the stairs. As he reached the 5th floor, the system alert chimed, and he tossed his broken sword aside. Guess this one's finished. He dug into his inventory and pulled out his last remaining sword. This is all I've got left. A ceremonial sword Mother gave me for my birthday. In his past life, arguments with Mother before the awakening ceremony had left it gathering dust in his room. Now, looking at it closely, he saw the blade was finely forged, pure white snow steel. At the same moment, memories came rushing back. Lady Cecilia, smiling brightly, had paraded a line of servants carrying gifts. Happy birthday, my precious son. I stayed up until midnight just for this, she had said, beaming. Theo's reply had been blunt, almost cold. The awakening ceremony's coming soon. I don't have time for birthday gifts, Mother. Good equipment doesn't change your bloodline. You should know that better than anyone. Lady Cecilia froze at his words. The guards behind her shifted awkwardly, unsure how to react. Thinking back now, Theo felt a twinge of regret. I won't make the same mistakes again. With that thought, he moved toward the end of the cavern. A system alert popped up. This is the boss room. A powerful beast will appear. Please be careful. As the notification faded, his final opponent came into view. A massive dragon lay asleep ahead. No wings, yet still unmistakably a dragon. No, just a low-grade dragon, Theo murmured under his breath. Still, a dragon is a dragon. He couldn't just rush in. The Ragnar clan descended from dragons, and now, this quest's boss was one too. Coincidence? Theo wasn't sure anymore. One thing was clear. He had to beat it to complete the quest. But could he actually win? It was still a dragon. He assumed his thrusting stance. He wanted to test his strongest move, the flash strike he'd been practicing on the wolves. It wasn't Father's dragon flash yet, but close. With his dragon heart fully activated, he could deal serious damage. He entered his peak focus, every muscle ready. Then he launched himself forward, pouring every ounce of strength into a blinding dash straight at the dragon. The dragon's eyes snapped open, sensing danger too late. Theo's sword drove into its right eye before it could react. Hearing its agonized roar, he smirked quietly. All right. The dragon went berserk, whipping its tail and cracking the cavern floor with massive fissures. Theo dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Seeing the sheer force of the attack, regret flickered through him. I should have driven the sword all the way into its brain. The thrust hadn't reached far enough, but he had found his opening. I can win. Activating his secret technique, Jester's footwork, Theo became a blur of light, darting across the earth dragon, slashing relentlessly. He kept moving, thinking, if I can distract it with a normal hit first, then strike the weak point. The dragon wasn't an easy target. Blinded and unable to track him, it reared back, letting out a deafening roar that split the sky. A debuff struck Theo, Low-grade Dragon's Fear, Battlefield Dominance Effect. Fear applied. Movement speed reduced by 10%. The alert barely finished before his body slowed, forcing him to grit his teeth. Damn this body of mine, he muttered. Seeing him stagger, the dragon swung its massive arm. Theo had no choice but to block with his sword. The difference in weight was brutal. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball into the cavern wall, leaving a small crater. After that hit, Theo finally understood why this was the final boss. A long fight could be catastrophic. I need to hit its weak point and finish this fast. He gripped his sword tighter and charged, the dragon mirroring him. As its fangs snapped shut, Theo widened his eyes, ducked low, and drove his sword straight into a reverse scale on its chest. Exactly as he expected, the scale cracked, letting his blade pierce through effortlessly. The dragon let out a pained roar, surprised by the precision of the strike. Theo's eyes sparkled. The opening was his. The fight was finally tipping in his favor. Pain shot straight into the dragon's brain, and it let out a scream that shook the clearing, reverberating through the air. Got it, Theo muttered, a small spark of satisfaction lighting his voice. But just when it seemed the battle was finally over, the dragon drew in a sharp breath, its eyes flashing with deadly intent as they locked onto him. Back at the 4th training ground, Ray and Hulkus were in the middle of a heated clash of words, leaving everyone around completely baffled. What did you just say, Ray Ragnar? Theo Ragnar fights me first. Hulkus's roar shattered the air, so loud Ray had to cover her ears. The loser stays out of this. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve with time, and 3 years is more than enough to catch up. Hulkus bellowed, veins standing out on his neck. Ray just tilted her head, calm as ever. The loser. At that moment, even a saint couldn't hold back Hulkus's fury. Fine. One-on-one it is. Winner gets first shot at Theo Ragnar. He swung his massive greatsword in a wide arc, aiming straight for Ray. With a smooth flick of her wrist, she parried effortlessly, stopping the blow dead in its tracks. Metal rang against metal, the clashing echo freezing everyone from Rose Manor and Plum Blossom Manor in shock. What the hell is happening? I don't know, but I'm scared, Henry stammered. Right as tension reached its peak, young Remington dashed in, slipping between them. He blocked both their strikes with sword and scabbard. If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. This is Theo's territory. I won't let you two cause trouble while he's away, the Silver Tiger warned firmly. Sybil's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Oh, it's Remington. Perfect timing. I've been itching to spar with you too, she exclaimed. Hey, Hulkus, didn't you hear me? Remington grumbled. Then, all three froze at once, sensing a powerful aura closing in fast. What is that killing intent? Remington thought, his body stiffening. They all turned toward the source, a dark figure approaching slowly, deliberately, each step heavy with purpose. This pressure, what's happening? Remington muttered, eyes widening, while Hulkus broke into a grin stretching from ear to ear. Finally, the man himself, Theo Ragnar, he said, his voice a mix of awe and anticipation. At the exact same moment, Theo unleashed the low-grade dragon's fear skill, spreading an oppressive wave across the entire training ground. A few minutes earlier, thanks to a perfect strike on the reverse scale, the wounded dragon had finally collapsed, tongue lolling, utterly defeated. The system chimed one final congratulatory message. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted a low-grade dragon. Watching it fall, Theo exhaled slowly. It went berserk when I hit the reverse scale. Thought I was done for there. Luckily, the dragon had exhausted itself over time. Reverse scale, definitely the weak point. He collapsed onto the dragon's back, utterly spent. System notifications rolled in. You have obtained low-grade dragon fang. You have obtained low-grade dragon claw. Theo watched the items appear, leaping up to inspect them. Forging materials? Huh. I should use these to repair my sword. After all, it was a gift from Mother. Hunting that dragon really beat it up. He glanced down at the birthday present from Cecilia. Now, it was chipped and battered, but the rewards weren't done. You have obtained the skill, Low-Grade Dragon's Fear. Low-Grade Dragon's Fear, D+ rank, Mastery 1%. Emits a low-grade dragon's killing intent, overwhelming nearby targets and instilling fear in anyone weaker than the user. Theo's eyes went wide. A skill, Dragon's Killing Intent. I thought only the chosen ones could use this. Never expected to try it myself. He tossed his gear back into the inventory, shaking his head. Still, not sure how useful this will be in Ragnar. After all, that place is crawling with experts, he muttered, then quickly left the dungeon. Camellia Manor dungeon clear. Closing the door behind him, Theo let out another long, relieved sigh. And with that, I've completed the quest. Main Quest 1. The Path of the Air. Take over Camellia Manor and uncover its secrets. Camellia Manor Takeover 1-1, Secrets 1-1. Congratulations. First main quest complete. For completing the quest, you will receive rewards. A gem appeared before him, glowing like a living eye. Nest compass, multi-purpose item, guides the holder toward the nest. Theo leaned closer, curiosity sparking. Nest compass, Could this be tied to the next quest? Well, I'll hold on to it for now. He casually tossed the gem into his inventory. Then, staggering toward his room, he muttered, I should head back and rest. I'm dead tired, each word coming out as a wheeze. Before he could take more than a few steps, a maid came running up behind him. Young Master Theo, finally found you. There's an urgent situation. Theo groaned inwardly, completely exasperated. He turned to face her, and when she saw his bloodied state, she froze. Oh my God, look at you. Where have you been? Theo cut her off. It's nothing. So what's going on? The maid snapped back to business. There's a brawl happening at the 4th training ground. And that's how Theo ended up at the training ground, instantly spreading the low-grade dragon's fierce skill across the area. Back off. I need rest, Theo said irritably, eyes bloodshot and heavy from exhaustion. Under the weight of his overwhelming aura, several Plum Blossom Manor trainees couldn't handle it. They foamed at the mouth and collapsed one after another. Seeing them fall made Hulkus grin even wider. Such overwhelming killing intent. I knew it. I had a feeling you'd be interesting. You're mine, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you really are. With that, Hulkus hefted his massive greatsword and charged at Theo with full force. You might think that swing would actually give Theo some trouble, but it didn't. As Hulkus lunged with all his might, Theo just swung his sword casually, and before anyone could even blink, the massive man was sent flying. Everyone watching froze, eyes wide. Blocking something that strong? That shouldn't even be possible. Not just anyone could do it. Even Theo himself blinked in surprise at how effortlessly it worked. Across the field, Hulkus hit the ground hard, pride shattering along with his landing. But he wasn't done. Rage flared, and he charged again with a roar. Hulkus, the black bear of the Lank clan, was always considered the weakest of the North's 4 hounds, lacking versatility or cunning. But raw strength? That's always been his weapon. That pride, however, hit a wall when he faced Theo. Raising his sword high, he aimed for a crushing overhead strike. Try stopping this, Theo Ragnar. He bellowed, charging straight at him. Theo's eyes narrowed instantly. Rather than meet the blow head-on, Theo guided Hulkus's sword along his own, sliding the massive blade aside with a precise parry. And as Hulkus scrambled to regain control of his weapon, Theo didn't hesitate. He slashed, driving a lethal cut straight across Hulkus's midsection. Blocked it, and countered too. All that training really paid off, Theo thought, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. Hulkus, reeling from the gut strike, rolled and collapsed, completely out of commission. Seeing the black bear sprawled on the ground, Theo let out a deep breath. I swung full force without thinking. Luckily, he's tough. Otherwise, that could have gone worse. Sybil and her group stared, mouths slightly open, before Hulkus hit the ground. Then they erupted, shouting in disbelief. Wow. Young Master Theo took down the black bear. One strike, he took out one of the 4 hounds. Seeing the commotion, Theo quickly raised a hand. Wait, he's still alive. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of cracking rang out from his sword. In front of the excited crowd, the blade snapped cleanly in half. My sword, the one Mother gave me, Theo muttered, stunned. Meanwhile, everyone else cheered even louder, oblivious that their young master had just broken his blade. Wow, as expected of young Master Theo. He even broke his sword in a single strike. Hey, why are you all cheering this? Theo shouted, frustrated. Behind him, Ray watched the crowd, his expression drifting into thought. A memory stirred from far back, when a little boy had asked a girl, Who are you? Why are you wandering here? Are you cold? Here, let me put this on you. Still cold, huh? This won't do. You better come to my house first. When the snow finally stopped, she promised to take him home. Wrapping her scarf around Ray, she took his hand and led him back. The memory made Ray smile faintly, without even realizing it, and he turned to leave. In that instant, it seemed Remington noticed that tiny smile and froze. Did she just smile? Ray Ragnar thought, astonished, almost convinced he was imagining it. Soon after, Camellia Manor hosted a banquet to celebrate Theo. Congratulations, mysterious tiger. Young master, well done. Truly impressive. You've worked so hard. Keep it up through the awakening ceremony. You can do it. The servants cheered, proud of their young master's achievement. But the happiest of all was Lady Cecilia. To honor her son, she brought out a whole basin of abalone. Placing it in front of Theo, she fed him almost like a machine. My son, try this abalone, fresh, slow-roasted in butter from the Fuha Mountains. Now, this chicken, raised on the western Lazarian desert dates, stewed with imported Jushin ginseng. She didn't pause for a second, shoving food toward Theo faster than he could chew. Mother, please, slow down, he thought desperately. But recalling sad memories from his past life, Theo widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and said, "It's delicious, mother." Time passed quickly. With his stomach swollen like a drum, he finally brought out the broken sword and confessed to his mother. "My son, what happened to this?" she asked, seeing the birthday gift she'd given him snapped in two. "It broke during training," he said. "I'm sorry, it was your precious birthday sword, but now," Theo's voice faltered. Before he could continue, Lady Cecilia erupted in anger. "That blasted old thing." She swore it was unbreakable, the sword forged from white snow steel and moonsteel wood, meant to last forever. Theo's eyes widened as he turned to his mother, clearly taken aback. "Moonsteel wood from the southern thorn forest?" he echoed. Cecilia had always claimed she only used the rarest, most precious materials, but clearly, that wasn't the case. The sword shouldn't have snapped so easily. Cecilia's growl gave away her lingering frustration. Theo's mind raced. Moonsteel wood, a tree that absorbs iron, keeping the flexibility of wood but as strong as steel. Truly rare. I knew it was a good sword, but I didn't realize it was that valuable. Where on earth did Mother even get this? He wondered silently. Cecilia seemed to make up her mind. "This won't do. I need answers, and I'm going to make a perfect sword for you, my son." Theo blinked, bewildered. "Really, Mother? I can manage with another sword." Cecilia shook her head firmly. "No way. People are finally recognizing your true worth. We need to prepare carefully, especially now. And besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away. I can't let you go with an old sword." With that, she strode out the door, leaving Theo dumbfounded. "Mother, where are you going?" "To the best forge in Winterra." "Pasquare Forge," Cecilia added with a small smile. Back at Pasquare, one of Winterra's 3 major weapon workshops, the scale was massive, more like a factory than a traditional smithy. But that wasn't even the most remarkable thing. The forge's master held a rank designated special by the intelligence agency. A master craftsman, a title shared by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. Some even called her the goblin incarnate of capitalism. At that moment, Cecilia and Theo arrived to meet this legendary artisan. Curson, the demon blacksmith, froze in surprise. "Huh, look who's here," she exclaimed when she spotted Cecilia. Theo was stunned. He never expected to meet this person, silently wondering why Mother knew her. Cecilia, noticing Curson fiddling with her pipe, teased, "Still haven't quit smoking, huh?" Theo's jaw nearly dropped. Mother just called her Curson? He turned fully toward the blacksmith. Curson waved dismissively at Cecilia. "Mother? Sorry, dear customer. Our mother-daughter relationship ended the day you left without a care." Theo froze, stunned. He had always thought his mother was an orphan. Now he realized that high elf Curson was his grandmother. "Wait, so that means I have a quarter elven blood? Is that why I'm this handsome?" Theo thought, face heating with excitement. Curson, oblivious to her grandson's thoughts, wasted no time. "So what brings you here today?" Cecilia tossed the broken sword toward her. "Return this defective product." Curson caught it with an irritated frown. "Defective? How dare you call a sword I forged defective?" But when she drew the blade from its sheath, only the hilt remained. Curson froze in shock. Cecilia pressed, "If it's not defective, then what is it?" Curson studied it for a moment before asking, "Who used this sword?" "My son, of course. Who else?" Cecilia answered. Curson glanced at Theo. "That child behind you. The genius who will rule Ragnar from now on," Cecilia added. Theo straightened and greeted her politely. "Theo Ragnar of Camellia Manor. It's an honor to meet the renowned master of Pasquare 4. Curson nodded. "I've heard of you. You were raised well. But back to the point. Did you really use this sword?" Yes. That's right. Is there a problem?" Theo asked. Cecilia interjected. "I already told you. It's defective." Curson's expression shifted to thoughtfulness. "This will take a while. Follow me inside." Even though they weren't sure what she meant, both followed her into the forge. Theo finally asked, "Mother, what exactly is your connection to the demon blacksmith?" Cecilia smiled, no longer hiding the truth. "Just as you heard. So she really is your mother?" Theo asked, shocked. "I never knew because you rarely talk about the past." "Only for 6 months, but she was my foster mother," Cecilia explained. The revelation shattered Theo's assumptions about his elven bloodline. "Oh, so she's your foster mother," he thought, slightly disappointed. Cecilia continued, eyes fondly on Curson's back. "Mother had always loved everything beautiful, jewelry, music, theater, even people. That's why she took Cecilia in as her foster daughter. She must have really liked me," Cecilia thought. The elven aunt turned back, slightly embarrassed. "Humph, enough about the past. It's pointless." Cecilia chuckled, teasing, making Curson huff and turn away in irritation. Theo, curious, asked, "Then why did you leave?" Cecilia began to explain, but before she could finish, Curson answered. "She left on her own. She was going to marry the Ragnar clan leader. I never thought she'd willingly go there. Foolish. Yet somehow, she survived all that, Curson muttered. Cecilia, lost in thought, just adored Kyle. He's so handsome, so strong. He loves me so much. Curson was annoyed that Cecilia ran off to chase her love, yet even after all that, last year she returned asking me to forge a sword for her son. Thick-skinned, that one. Curson clicked her tongue, a reluctant admiration showing, leaving Cecilia slightly embarrassed. How could you say that in front of our son? What did I do wrong? Cecilia exclaimed. Curson shot back, and through it all, Theo couldn't help but smile faintly. I've never seen Mother like this before, he thought. I guess I never really understood her in my previous life. Was I too obsessed with the clan? Too controlled by her? Theo also noticed that the demon blacksmith clearly cared for Mother, and wondered why he hadn't realized that before. Time passed quickly. Aunt Curson led them to a door. We're here. This is my room, the master's office. Cecilia's eyes narrowed in confusion. Why are we going this deep inside? You should forge the boy the best sword to make up for it. Wait outside a bit, Curson instructed. Before Cecilia could react, she pulled Theo inside the workshop and shut the door behind them. Hey Theo, let me be blunt with you. You're holding a relic of the primordial dragon, aren't you? Theo froze, his mind going blank for a moment as the words sank in. Primordial dragon? You mean the ancestor of the guardian dragons, the one that protects our clan? I've heard the legend. Our ancestors scattered the treasures of the primordial dragons across Winterra for the Ragnar descendants, he said cautiously. Curson let out a teasing laugh. Legend? Huh. Don't act like you don't know. If you didn't have the relic, how else could my sword end up like this? I poured everything into forging this blade to match a child's spirit. Nothing else could have broken it. And a relic. Do you even know what you're holding? Tears glimmered in her eyes as she spoke. Seeing her emotion, Theo's eyes widened, and he silently offered an apology in his mind. But it only broke fighting a dragon. Why are we still talking about the relic? He wondered, glancing at Curson. After a pause, she snapped out of her thoughts. Enough talking. It'll be faster if I just show you. She led Theo to a coffin wrapped in thick chains. What do you see? She asked. Theo's eyes glowed red as he focused. A green light shimmered from within, the same eerie glow he'd seen at the gate to Camellia Manor's dungeon. He furrowed his brow, studying it carefully. Curson added, I can't see or sense anything from it, but judging by your reaction, you see something. I've tried countless times to open this box and take what's inside. It's useless. A relic from the primordial dragon, from the age of myths, she continued. One of its fangs was forged into a sword, the Moonblade. A monstrous weapon. Break the seal on this coffin and draw the sword, and it's yours, Moonblade. But you might lose your life in the process. Want to try? Curson challenged, her gaze locked on Theo. There was no way he could refuse. It's mine, Theo said with a confident grin. At the same time, he accepted his next quest. Main scenario, Quest Ragnar, the path of the heir chosen, tied to the primordial dragon's relic, Moonblade. Moonblade, the sword of the Black Snow leader, one of the 9 black dragons, yet few had glimpsed its true form. Almost everyone who had seen or heard of it had vanished or died. By chance, though, he had glimpsed its true form. But why had the black dragon spared him? The black dragon's Moonblade. It really is a relic of the primordial dragon. Curson's kept it all this time, Theo thought. If that's true, I have to claim it, no matter what. This feels just like Camellia Manor. With that thought, Theo pulled out the green key from his inventory. He used it to unlock the coffin. The moment the key turned, something strange happened. A beam of light shot from the coffin, and the chains loosened as if alive. Before they could react, black smoke began pouring from the coffin. Theo felt himself being pulled in. What's happening? He gasped. His vision shifted, revealing Rose Manor engulfed in flames. Rose Manor. Why am I here? Oh right, I was too weak before. I need even more power to defeat Rendon and crush Camellia Manor, Theo told himself. Even as his memories were hazy, a massive crow loomed behind him, claws and beak ready. But Theo noticed it in time. As it lunged, he spun and grabbed its beak, his face freezing in shock. He studied the crow, realizing it was trying to manipulate others through their lust for power. No wonder you're a monster sword. The crow's eyes flashed with anger. You insolent human, how dare you? Theo interrupted. I've already overcome the despair you tried to use on me. Do you think your mediocre power can tempt me when I have quests to complete? What are you saying? Let me go. The crow screamed, struggling. But Theo's grip on its beak was like a vice. Holding it, he inspected it closely. You're nothing like the griffin I remember. You used to be over 10 meters tall. Now, you're barely my height. Perhaps the seal shrank you, but that works in my favor. Your mind is mine now, Moonblade. He raised his fist, ready to apply pure force to subdue the griffin. The griffin panicked. Hey, let's talk this out, it cried desperately. Hearing Theo yell, Cecilia rushed inside. She found him lying still, motionless. Tears welled in her eyes. My son, Please wake up, she shook him, but he didn't move. Desperate, Cecilia looked at Curson. Mother, what is this? I told you to forge a sword for him. Not this, she shouted. Curson's eyes were full of worry. The monster energy has linked with his meridians. I've never seen anything like it before. Since he possessed a relic, I thought he'd be fine. If anything terrible happens to my son, I will never forgive you. Cecilia's voice shook with fury. But just then, Theo's hand twitched. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Suddenly, black energy bands, like twisting whirlwinds, erupted around him. The black energy swirled around Theo, twisting and coiling slowly as it made its way toward his chest. Then, without warning, it slipped inside him, sinking deep and vanishing into his very core. Once it was done, Cecilia's voice broke the silence, sharp with worry. Theo. Hearing her, Theo's eyes fluttered open, taking in the world slowly. Cecilia's face lit up instantly, and she pulled him into a tight embrace. My son. Tears streaked down her cheeks as she held him, while Aunt Curson, watching Theo safe and sound, let out a quiet, relieved sigh. I'm fine. No need to panic, Theo said, giving her a small smile. Meanwhile, the system chimed in with its final message. Congratulations. By defeating a griffin, you've successfully completed the second scenario quest. Reward obtained, Moonblade. Hearing that, Theo finally glanced down at the sword in his hands, thinking to himself. Lucky the griffin was easy, it had just been unsealed. And its mind tricks won't affect me anymore. He let out a small sigh at his negative luck stat, but even so, it was a huge advantage. The surprises didn't stop there. Almost immediately, he got more good news. The Moonblade's absorbed monster energy had boosted his mana significantly. Plus 30 mana. I'm over 200 now. A system notification appeared. Your mana has started to carry divine power. Divine type, special ability effect, body enhancement, mana recovery 1.5 per second. As the message ended, Theo felt a sudden, explosive surge of energy. His mana had reached the level of a high-rank swordsman. Too bad I can't tap all this power yet. I'll have to hold back until the awakening ceremony. Back with Curson, after the emotional reunion, the elven blacksmith puffed on her pipe. You really surprised me. Congratulations, you really pulled it off. Theo grinned. You'll keep your promise, right? Don't you know elves can't lie? Curson grumbled, a wry edge in her voice. Suddenly, the sword in Theo's hands began shaking violently. He frowned, and Curson explained, it's resisting. Theo's eyes narrowed. So it still doesn't see me as its master, huh? From behind, Curson added, not exactly. Maybe it's angry, sealed for hundreds of years. Now that it's free, it's letting out all that frustration. Try swinging it at that wall over there, as hard as you can, she suggested, nodding toward a metal testing wall marked with old sword strikes. Theo hesitated. Is that okay? Curson smirked. Relax. Even the Moonblade won't destroy my forge if a kid who hasn't had the awakening ceremony swings it. Theo muttered, Grandma doesn't trust my strength. Fine. I can hide my dragon heart anytime. Why not test the Moonblade now? With that, he walked calmly toward the wall. Gripping the sword with both hands, he muttered, sorry in advance. He assumed his stance, and an intense surge of energy burst from him, instantly wiping the confident smirk off Curson's face. Hey, wait a second, she shouted. But it was too late. Theo swung, releasing a slash so sharp it cleaved the wall in two. Not just the testing wall, the whole section of the workshop split apart. Cecilia's eyes went wide in disbelief, while Curson's glimmered with regret. My workshop, my money. Curson yelled. Fixing this would cost a fortune. Theo ignored her and stared at the sword, shocked. This thing might be too dangerous. It soaked up everything I had. Curson suddenly appeared in front of him, reaching to check his abdomen. Since when? Theo thought. After a quick check, she forced a wry smile. Good heavens, you really have zero magic control. You relied entirely on the blade's sharpness, didn't you? Curson looked at Theo and confirmed it in her mind. This kid is a genius. And that genius is my grandson. Calculations raced through her mind. I'll support Theo Ragnar from now on. I'll be your sponsor. All you need to do is show the world what you can do. You'll be Baskforge's living billboard. Her eyes glittered with dollar signs. The money in your eyes. I can literally see it, Theo teased. Curson flinched slightly at that remark. With his new sword in hand, Theo and Cecilia said goodbye to Curson and quickly boarded a carriage back to Camellia Manor. Before leaving, Theo handed over the fong and claw from the earth dragon he'd collected earlier to Curson. Consider this payment for the wall I destroyed. Use it to fix it, a dragon trophy, he said, thinking it tied into the relic he had obtained. Humph, my daughter really did raise a fine son, Curson said, puffing out a long cloud of smoke with a smile. But just as she turned, a voice echoed from above. Long time no see, demon blacksmith. The voice was familiar enough to make Kirsten narrow her eyes. "Why are you here?" she asked, spinning sharply. Her gaze lifted, and she realized the sound had come from atop a massive crow, looming above. Time had flown by. Only 5 days remained until the awakening ceremony. In the meantime, Theo had been pushing himself to the limit, training hard with Evelyn to refine every edge of his skill. The more they sparred, the more Evelyn's surprise grew. "Your swordsmanship, it's so much stronger now. And faster," she admitted, clearly impressed. Theo grinned. "Hearing that from you, Master Evelyn, means a lot." Meanwhile, the other trainees watched in stunned silence, barely able to believe what they were seeing as Theo held his own against her. Evelyn, however, couldn't hide the pride creeping into her expression. "Half a year since you started transforming, and now you can even push me back. In a few days, once your mana awakens, that will be the birth of a monster." Satisfied, Evelyn called the session to a close. "You've done extremely well. If you aim to top the awakening ceremony, young master, I'll be rooting for you." Theo turned toward her, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you. It's all because of you, Evelyn. If I take the top spot, I'll mention your name in my speech." But Evelyn's face fell. "Wait, what? Why would you?" she began, puzzled. Other trainees, catching the comment, shouted eagerly, "Oh, me too. Me too. Young master, mention me too." Their excitement left Theo both amused and a little exasperated. "Being loved by this many people, it's more trouble than I expected," he said with a smug grin. All right, I'm off," he said, waving as he headed out. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the clan's central headquarters. Today was the awakening ceremony. Theo was dressed sharply and arrived early, taking in the scene. At the gate, he announced himself, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Manor. The awakening ceremony was one of the Ragnar clan's most important annual events. Every participant was hoping for strong results. For the swordsmen, this was their first real chance to gain recognition and honor within the clan. The entire clan watched, from the leader and the 9 dragons to the former heads of the last 2 generations, including Lady Hilda Ragnar herself. Theo's gaze locked on the youthful woman seated on the chair. He could hardly believe she was 150 years old. She looked impossibly young, but it was reassuring that she had come to observe. On the high platform, once all the trainees were assembled, referee, swordsman Dragon Gate, Vahana Ragnar, slammed the gavel. "Attention! The preliminary test begins now." Each participant had to pick up a sword from the floor and leave a mark on the steel wall with their abdomen. The wall was forged from white snow steel. Ordinary steel couldn't even scratch it. But channel your mana into your attack, and everything changed. Soma would be distributed to you. Each Soma contained 10 years' worth of mana, a special elixir to help open your mana meridians. Swallow it, open your dantian, and only then could you cut into the white snow steel. The depth of your cut determined your result. From now on, participants whose names were called would take a Soma and step onto the platform. First up, Theo Ragnar stepped forward, voice ringing out confidently. He took the elixir offered by a soldier, thinking, "In my previous life, Axion was at the top. But this time, it won't be him," he reminded himself. At the same moment, the system issued the 3rd scenario quest. The winner of the awakening ceremony would take the top spot on the leaderboard. Theo casually grabbed a sword stuck in the floor and quietly approached the wall. Former clan leader Hilda, watching him, remarked with curiosity, "Ah, so that's the boy Kyle mentioned?" Kyle nodded. "He must have caught your attention." "Of course. I was curious since you said you were keeping an eye on him," Hilda replied. "Let's see just how talented this kid really is," she added with a small, knowing smile. Back with Theo, despite having done this before, nerves still crept in. The awakening ceremony, it's been so long. "I can't help feeling a bit anxious," he admitted, letting out a small sigh. Referee Vahana reminded him, "Now, swallow the elixir." "I understand," Theo nodded, quickly tossing the Soma into his mouth. "In my previous life, I swallowed Soma but couldn't control the mana, which damaged my dantian. But this time, that won't happen." As soon as he swallowed, a powerful surge of mana erupted through his body. Vahana watched, a flicker of worry crossing his face. That kid was generating a mana wave so massive, it was almost slipping beyond his control. Swallowing Soma required precision. Any mistake, and the mana channels in the dantian could go completely haywire. Even among Ragnar clan members, talent flowed in abundance, but power that's unchecked can easily backfire. Theo's uncle frowned, imagining the worst-case scenario. This could end badly, just like it had for others. But then, almost instantly, the worry vanished. The chaotic mana inside Theo began to obey him, forming a glowing membrane that wrapped around his entire body. "He's controlling it," Vahana exclaimed, stunned. Back with Theo, his eyes locked on the energy, and a small, smug smile appeared. "Finally, I've got both a dragon's heart and a reservoir of mana. A little disappointing, though. This isn't like my past life. I made it look way too easy this time. Still, from now on, mana is officially mine and in massive amounts. I can use it however I want. With that, he poured mana into the sword in his hands and swung it straight at the steel testing wall. For a brief moment, it looked as if the sky itself had summoned a roaring dragon. The sheer pressure from the strike hit so hard, the three Remingtons staggered, lightheaded. In their eyes, the dragon-headed phantom charged forward, slicing a massive gash through the wall. This was the ultimate move, the shadow-severing slash. Behind him, Axian's face twisted in displeasure, pride and irritation battling for dominance. When the shockwave settled, the wall bore a colossal slash, nearly its full height, and even Vahana paused for a moment before announcing the result. Theo Ragnar passes. The crowd erupted, murmuring in disbelief. Impossible. Young Master Thorkel, we've never seen anything like this. Is that really someone striking with mana for the first time? With the preliminary test cleared flawlessly, a system notification appeared. Your fame is now spreading across the world. Theo grinned as he read it. Finally, I can really start on equal footing. The crowd's buzzing with excitement over my performance. OSA Ragnar Plunus wants to take me as a disciple, and Julius seems annoyed that all this attention is on me. Turns out the robber Ragnar they mentioned, that was me. The crow who appeared at that strange alchemist's Basque workshop last night. Even Lady Hilda Ragnar was paying attention now. Theo thought to himself as he watched her. Most importantly, I've caught Hilda's eye. She has the heart of Garuda. If I can claim that heart. One by one, the participants stepped forward, each slicing at the steel wall. When it was Sybil's turn, the referee announced, Sybil passes. She felt a surge of emotion. Thinking quietly, Theo succeeded too. Next came the 4 members of the Northern Four Hounds, advancing one by one. Every strike left massive cracks, nothing like the apprentice swordsman. The crowd shivered watching them. The Northern Four Hounds were terrifying, but none of their slashes came close to the sheer scale of young Master Ragnar's. Only one person remained, walking forward steadily. It was Axian. The referee called him up. Axian's eyes burned with intensity as he approached. The crowd whispered among themselves. So it comes down to the mysterious tiger and the black tiger. No one expected this, not even Axian. Mysterious tigers on another level. Hearing that, Axian's fury flared even higher. He stepped forward, radiating confidence, ready to show exactly what he was capable of. Vahana called out, Please, swallow the soma. As soon as Axian did, he lunged at the steel wall at breakneck speed. Vahana shouted, furious at his reckless approach. Axian's body erupted with an intense, overwhelming aura. He swung his sword, instantly conjuring a massive dragon phantom with razor-sharp fangs. The strike slammed into the wall, sending violent tremors through it, rivaling Ragnar's earlier display. Vahana froze, muttering in disbelief. These guys just keep surprising me. Axian's slash cut right through Ragnar's strike, colliding in a display that left everyone speechless. The crowd could hardly believe what they were seeing. 2 attacks, almost identical. Who would come out on top? Precision would decide everything. Axian lingered, studying the aftermath, then slowly stepped back to his starting spot, waiting silently for the verdict. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the fighters, eager to see who would claim victory, Ragnar or Axian. Referee Vahana's voice rang out, firm and steady. The first stage of the awakening ceremony is complete. You've all done exceptionally well this year. I'm proud to see so many of you reaching remarkable scores. Those who passed, she continued, prepare for the second stage in 4 days' time. And now, she added, the moment everyone's been waiting for, the leaderboard. At the very top, standing above all the others, was Theo, claiming first place in this inaugural awakening ceremony. Theo froze, disbelief etched across his face. He had actually taken first place. Vahana announced his score, a perfect 10 out of 10. Every swing, every technique, every ounce of speed, flawless. Not a single mistake. The crowd erupted, voices shouting in shock. Axian's not first. He lost. Even the depth of the sword marks mirrored Lord Theo's exactly. It was uncanny, almost like Thorkel's signature. Theo Ragnar had now secured a spot among the top 5 candidates, officially seen as the closest to the heir position. Vahana then announced second place, Axian Ragnar. Another perfect 10, but Axian's slash fell just short in length compared to Theo's, landing him in second. Fury flashed across his face, barely restrained. Third went to Remington Nazio, fourth to Ray Ragnar, fifth to Halkus Lank, sixth to Erica, 32nd to Lizzie Ziegler, and 33rd to Rico Edit. And in 87th place, Sybil Dree. Every participant had given it their all in this first round. The second awakening ceremony would be held 3 days from now in the Eastern Mountain Range. All 87 standout participants were told to prepare thoroughly. That concludes today's ceremony. And so, everyone returned home. A celebration banquet was held to honor Theo Ragnar's victory, recognizing both first and second place. This, someone toasted, is the true strength of our training grounds. To Theo and Remington. Theo raised his glass, smiling. Thanks, everyone. But this isn't over. Our next goal is the second awakening ceremony, together. He draped an arm over Remington's shoulder. We'll claim both top spots. Evelyn joined the celebration too, smiling warmly at them. You two can definitely pull it off, she said, offering her congratulations. Congrats on first place, Theo Ragnar. I'm glad to see your hard work pay off. But at the same time, she added quietly, I feel a little ashamed for falling behind. Seeing Remington's disappointment, Theo chuckled softly. Hey, I just got lucky this time. Friends matter more than rankings, right? Remington felt a wave of relief. Thank you. My heavy heart feels lighter now, he admitted. They clinked glasses, sealing their friendship and vowing to give their all in the next ceremony. The scene shifted to the Eastern Mountain Range, snow stretching endlessly across jagged peaks. Theo Ragnar had arrived. Step by step, he moved forward. I took first in the first awakening ceremony, he muttered to himself. In my previous life, that would have been unimaginable. Even though it wasn't a real battle, beating Axion still felt unreal. Theo clenched his fist. This is only the beginning. Taking down Randan before, that was just a warm-up. My real opponents are Axion and the Heavenly Dragon. Every plan I've got, I'll use it to repay them tenfold for what they did to me in my previous life. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. It was the compass from the last quest nest, a multi-purpose tool capable of guiding the holder straight to the nest. The needle pointed directly toward the Eastern Mountain Range. In the second awakening ceremony, I'll finally discover what the nest truly is. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. In an instant, he vanished, leaving the person confused. Huh? Who's there? Before they could react, Theo Ragnar's sword tip was already at their throat. Who are you? The person stammered, panic rising. Wait. Calm down. I'm not a threat. I'm Getsby Jotun, from the Wind Sword Unit. My captain watched the awakening ceremony and sent me here. Theo exhaled, relief washing over him. A scout, huh? I expected as much, just didn't think they'd move this fast. Theo asked directly why he'd been sent. Getsby explained. Theo has been offered a chance to take part in the unit entrance exam. Theo spoke up, a little taken aback. Wait, not a scout. You want me to take a test? All right, I get it. I know the Wind Sword Unit's reputation. Just being invited is already an honor. Before he could say more, a voice rang out sharply from a distance. Honestly, the entire Wind Sword Unit is a bunch of fools. A girl appeared, a massive blade strapped to her back. But Prince Theo Ragnar? He's not like those idiots, she added, her tone cutting. Jotun's eyes narrowed. What did you just say? Who are you to speak like that? She ignored him entirely, looking straight at Theo. We're inviting you to join the Black Iron Cavalry. So what do you think? Her name was Ian Sasari, Vice Commander of Black Iron, widely known as the Fire Demon. Jotun muttered under his breath. Fire. Fire Demon. She smirked. Yes, that's me. Now step aside. Suddenly, a blur of figures streaked past her, all moving straight toward Theo at lightning speed. They spoke so quickly it was almost overwhelming. Honored to meet you. I'm from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee a captain spot within 3 years. The Legal Bureau, our captain sent us personally. The Security Bureau is here too. If you agree, we'll give full support. And there's more of us. Sasari froze, caught off guard, her irritation flaring. She shouted, trying to regain control. Hey, line up. Don't crowd. Wait, you step back. Whoever restrains him first wins, got it? Theo just stared, thinking to himself. This is ridiculous. Maybe I should leave before it gets even messier. At that moment, another figure appeared, clearly searching for Theo. Theo's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden arrival. She stepped forward and said, I know this might seem forward, but to obtain such talent, do I really need to stoop to that level? It was Osa Ragnar Plunus, mistress of Plum Blossom Manor, also known as Sword Dragon. Everyone nearby gasped. She had actually come herself. She looked directly at Theo. I came for the same reason as all of you. To meet Theo Ragnar. To see this child with my own eyes. Scene shifted to training ground number 4. Axion had left nothing alive. Every opponent was down, not a single one standing. Sensing someone approaching from behind, he spun, swinging his sword with full force. His blade shot forward like a speeding bullet. But with just 3 fingers, the newcomer caught it effortlessly. It was Heavenly Dragon Troivan. Pathetic, he sneered. Vent your anger in the wrong place, and it changes nothing. Axion's eyes widened. He recognized his uncle. He dropped his sword, turned his back, and spoke while walking away. In moments like this, you need calm and a plan. Axion, follow me. The second awakening ceremony loomed ahead. I'll show you how to make it Theo Ragnar's grave. His eyes burned with deadly intent as he strode off. Back at the scene, Sword Dragon OSA Ragnar Plunus approached Theo. Whispers erupted around them. The mistress of Plum Blossom Manor. She's actually here. Our side looks weak now. Fire Demon Ian Sasari shouted. Mistress, please wait. Before she could finish, a sphere of energy enveloped the two of them. Inside, the space was completely cut off from the outside world. Could she be planning to personally train him? Gradually, the sphere faded into the void. Theo had now stepped inside Sword Dragon's spatial imprint. They locked eyes. I've entered the imprint of Plum Blossom Manor's mistress, he thought. A space fully isolated from the outside. I never imagined I'd witness this. I've only heard the tales. Looks like my reputation is finally starting to take shape. Sword Dragon spoke calmly. The Dragon Lord will be furious, of course. But who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theo tilted his head, puzzled. A gift? She drew her sword. The Dragon Lord's sword, it's powerful, like dragon breath, she explained. Falling from the sky, incinerating everything in its path. The space transformed instantly into a forest full of blooming flowers. But I am different from him. I weave countless transformations into my sword. Theo watched her, stunned. The dragon I pursue is one that embodies every possible transformation. As she spoke, Plum Blossom Manor's mistress unleashed her techniques in a continuous flow, guiding Theo through each movement. Theo observed intently, trying to memorize every detail. All in a single breath, she said. Plum Blossom Swordsmanship, first reign of heavenly flowers. Theo felt a thrill of awe at the name. His hands and feet shook slightly. Unbelievable. 120 steps and sword techniques in one breath. Could even the Dragon Lord be forced to retreat before this? If I can combine everything I've just seen into a single slash, Theo thought, staring at her. I don't even know if I'm allowed to accept this. Sword Dragon nodded. You've seen enough. That's plenty. The moment she finished speaking, the space warped and shifted, returning them to the original area where they had started. She said, if you want to see more, come find me anytime after the second blooming ceremony. Everyone around froze, blinking in confusion, still trying to wrap their heads around what had just happened. Theo, meanwhile, felt a flicker of something stirring inside him. Maybe, I can really be a fresh wind in this place. And just like that, she vanished, leaving a slow cascade of cherry blossoms drifting down like gentle pink snow. Theo's mind raced. This feels like an incredible gift. Even if I accept it, it still feels like I haven't earned it fully. But to become a disciple of the Plum Blossom Lady and join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry at the same time, isn't that pushing it? He decided he'd really think it over after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days later, the scene shifts north, up in the mountains by the Great Wall, where the second blooming ceremony was about to take place. The winter peaks stretched endlessly, a frozen spine running from the Ragnar stronghold all the way to the cursed Demon Sea. For generations, the Ragnar family had stood guard here, protecting humanity from the horrors lurking beyond the wall. For over 1,000 years, monsters had roamed the other side, never once managing to cross this barrier. This responsibility will one day fall on each of you, said the voice of senior swordmaster Jackie Ragnar. That's why this spot has been chosen for the second blooming ceremony. But as apprentice swordsmen, none of you may cross into the Demon Sea. The trial area is strictly inside the Great Wall. Stay within the boundaries, don't go beyond them. The test itself is simple, he went on. Over the next 15 days, hunt the beasts that roam these winter mountains and collect the bells hanging from their necks. These bells come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The higher the color in the spectrum, the more points it's worth, and the stronger the beast carrying it. Especially the ones with violet bells. No one here can take them down. But if you manage to defeat one, the points you earn will be massive. You can use any method you want during the test, just make sure you come back with the bells before time runs out. Theo thought to himself, no rules on methods, so technically, I could snatch prey or even bells from others if I wanted. It was basically an open invitation for conflict, but that's just how survival worked in their world. Jackie Ragnar added, we've placed supply outposts across the mountains to keep monsters from breaking through. Supplies are hidden in these safe zones. Use them wisely. Now the test begins. At his command, everyone scattered into the mountains. Theo thought, 15 days for the test. I need to secure supplies first. Stock up now, and make sure young Master Theo is covered. A black bear barreled ahead, practically bouncing with excitement. This is going to be fun. Really fun. Axion reminded himself of his uncle's instructions. Stick to the plan, Axion. Sooner or later, this mountain will be Theo Ragnar's grave. Sword Dragon moved silently behind Axion, eyes sharp, tracking every step he took. Theo Ragnar started forward, sensing someone was following him. A familiar voice called out, "Young Master Theo." It was Remington, looking at Theo with earnest eyes. "You said we were friends once, right?" Theo tilted his head. "Yeah, what's on your mind?" Remington explained. "After thinking over the past 3 days, I realized something. I see you as both a friend and a rival, so I've gotten ambitious. I really want to surpass you, young Master Theo." Theo gave a small smile. "I get that," he thought. "I see Remington as both a friend and a rival too." Relieved, Remington laughed out loud. "Haha, that's such a relief. I thought I was the only one feeling that way. That's why I can't hold back during this second blooming ceremony," he said. "That's what I wanted to tell you." Theo nodded. "Then good luck." With that, Remington set off, disappearing into the snowy expanse. Theo thought, the fact that Remington made me his target. Could anything be more thrilling? My heart's pounding. I've grown a lot stronger since before. But for now, I need to focus. First, I have to find the dragon's nest. Theo pulled out the dragon compass, a rare artifact that points directly to a dragon's lair. The compass needle spun instantly, locking onto a direction. It pointed straight for the eastern mountain. Inside, a cave glowed faintly green, the unmistakable mark of a quest. This is exactly where I need to go. At the edge of the winter mountain range, he arrived, following the compass guidance. "This has to be the place," he muttered. "I didn't expect it to be buried under all this snow. Wait, do I really have to dig through this whole pile?" Theo muttered under his breath. "Yeah, I probably should have grabbed a shovel. Using a sword to dig just felt wrong." He gripped his blade tighter and muttered, "Well, no teeth? Then chew with your gums." With a swift swing, snow and ice exploded in every direction, sparks flying. When it settled, a small clearing appeared, framed by trees and revealing the cave entrance. Lowering his sword, he said, "All right, you can come out now." One figure stepped forward, chuckling. "When did you even notice us?" Another added, "We thought we were following you perfectly in secret." Theo blinked, surprised. "You guys, what are you doing here?" The fat one grinned. "See? I told you idiots you were too loud. We're screwed. This kid's way stronger than expected. Nice to meet you, number one." This was the infamous trio, the Buck Mountain Thugs, Hai Cow and Lun, legendary bandits of Buck Mountain. They had massacred civilians under the guise of accidents during missions, a dark mark left by Theo Ragnar's unstoppable rise in power. Theo could never forget the Buck Mountain village slaughter. Back then, he had worked with Hulkus to solve the case, witnessing the carnage firsthand. Officially, 761 were dead, with another 220 missing. The most horrifying part? Every victim's head had been crushed beyond recognition. Theo eyed them, thinking, I meant to deal with these scum eventually for their cruelty, but now I have to face them head on, and they've been trailing me this whole time. He spoke aloud. You're after Axion's fortune, aren't you? The three glared, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. One laughed harshly. You think we'd be pawns for a fellow disciple? Theo asked, no? Then what? They snapped. A lapdog like you wouldn't understand anyway. Theo immediately thought of the Elder Dragon. So, you were sent by the Merchant Council chairman? They flinched, stammering, what? How do you know? It's obvious from what you just said, Theo replied. And since the overseer isn't following, he must be on your side too. Realizing Theo had seen through them, they sneered. Look at you, pretty sharp for someone like that. Cow asked Hai. Are we in trouble? Hai replied, nah. He's as good as dead anyway. Hai grinned, smug and cruel. Nothing feels better than ruining pretty faces like yours, he shouted at Theo. Theo stared back, cold and unreadable. Before the thugs could even react, Theo's technique struck at lightning speed, freezing them in place. Their eyes widened in shock and terror. In an instant, one arm from each of them was severed. The slash shattered rocks and earth all around. Theo Ragnar said, his voice icy. I'm not going to be like you guys. Instead, he added, I'll leave your heads intact. With a second precise slash, Theo decapitated them before they even had time to blink. And just like that, in moments, the three arrogant thugs were gone. Theo muttered, I guess since they're still young, that's why they were easy to handle. He thought about the heavenly cherry blossom technique he had been practicing under the plum blossom lady. After 3 days of repetition, I can finally execute it 3 times in a row, tracing curves and arcs, adapting it on the fly. Of course, 120 consecutive moves like she does? Not yet. He picked up the severed heads. Time to clean up their mess and figure out how to reach the basement. With that, he tossed the heads down the mountain. As he turned, a strange noise came from below. Huh, what's that? Looking down, he spotted a hidden staircase. A system notification popped up. Hidden quest. Find the invisible staircase and explore the green markers to uncover the entrance. Theo leaped down, ready to uncover whatever secrets waited inside. At the same time, Axie and Ragnar watched silently from behind. Number 1, Axion, had already captured 41 demons with a team of 21. Number 2 was Remington Narcio. In the Demon Dragon meeting room, a soldier asked, "What about Theo Ragnar?" Another soldier reported, "He currently has 0 demons and no teammates." The Demon Dragon's eyes widened. "What? He's either hiding or setting an ambush." Sword Dragon murmured, "If it's just a guess, then there's no confirmation." "Ah, right," another replied softly. The Elder Dragon thought, just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll shine in the second. Maybe he'll hesitate in real combat. He laughed aloud. Haha, especially since he's just a bastard child. In his mind, he added, "Looks like those thugs did their job well." Heavenly Dragon transmitted, "Could the Upper Council be involved in this?" The Elder Dragon replied, "Yes. I couldn't give any advance warning." Heavenly Dragon answered, "Yeah. Everything's going smoothly, so no worries." Heavenly Dragon's eyes widened in shock. "Damn it, that crazy old man just acted without telling me." He thought, "After Camellia Hall was taken, I used the chance to check Crimson Flower Hall. But there were no records of the ancient dragon. The clue to Crimson Flower Hall has to be with that Theo kid. I'll have to take him out once I get it." The Heavenly Dragon spun above, sending a quick message to one of the soldiers. "Tell Axion to hurry." Sword Dragon's eyes narrowed as he picked up on their signals. He leaned toward Demon Dragon, speaking in a low voice. "I think the Upper Council and the Secretary might be plotting something. We should have a backup plan, just in case." Demon Dragon shook his head. "No. Theo isn't the type to fall for tricks," he said firmly. "He's got a plan. Messing with the test won't do anyone any good." Then Demon Dragon's gaze sharpened. "And you met with Theo without telling me. Sword Dragon, you think Theo's feelings are the most important thing here?" Sword Dragon chuckled softly, not missing a beat. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Theo Ragnar moved further into the shadows, cautious but steady. The ground ahead was littered with eerie piles of dried skeletons. Theo stepped carefully past each one, his voice calm. "These traps are meant to break the mind. Anyone else would be losing it by now. After the Blue Moon Sword trial, this barely phases me. Still, I didn't expect the compass to bring me here." He pressed his hand to the cave wall, and instantly, his vision expanded, enhanced by his divine power. That power sharpened his body, extended his senses, all fueled by mana. Right ahead, a cave entrance glowed faintly gold. "That's it. That's the path." Theo's lips curled into a faint smile. "This is a young dragon's lair. In 3 years, Huxiel will come here to hunt this young dragon," he murmured, "and claim the legendary item. I feel a little guilty toward Huxiel, but I have to get it first." He stopped at the threshold of the cave. Inside, a dragon waited. Theo Ragnar froze, taking in the sight before him. This isn't a young dragon's lair. This is the lair of an ancient dragon. Everywhere he looked, gold glittered faintly under the dim light. Atop the mountain of treasure, a dragon slept, utterly unaware of Theo Ragnar's presence. Theo's face drained of color. "If I have to fight this dragon, forget Axion's relic. I'm finished here. Why is this dragon here instead of a young one? Did Huxiel mislead me? Or did I just arrive 3 years too early? Either way, this isn't what I expected. I need to retreat." Turning, Theo said, "It's a shame, but I need to get back before Huxiel arrives." But before he could go far, the dragon stirred. Its eyes snapped open, fierce and unyielding, locking on him. Theo jerked back in shock, and realized the ancient dragon was already right in front of him. He hadn't even noticed it move. The dragon fixed him with a piercing gaze. "You are the first chosen one in a very long time. I am the ancient dragon Roadbroke. The one your Ragnar line calls the guardian dragon god," it said, eyes blazing, presence utterly terrifying. "The master of Winter Mountain." Theo's eyes widened, mind spinning with questions. He dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. "Greetings to my ancestor." Roadbroke tilted its head, puzzled. "Ancestor?" Theo quickly explained, "Isn't the guardian dragon god supposed to be the companion of our ancestor Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedrich?" The dragon nodded slowly. "Ah, it seems that little rascal Friedrich has been spreading nonsense. The truth is, Sigurd and I were companions, but only out of respect for the soul contract. There was never an emotional bond. How could a human ever truly be a dragon's partner?" Theo straightened, locking eyes with the dragon. "So all those stories about dragon blood in our family, that's just propaganda?" "Exactly," Roadbroke said. "The contract with Sigurd passed dragon blood down. Nothing more." Theo opened his mouth to ask more, but the words stumbled out. Roadbroke cut him off. "Enough greetings. I will now perform the guardian dragon god's duty with the chosen ones. I will uphold the original oath and put the chosen to the test. 3 questions only." Theo froze, heart hammering at the dragon's words. Then a thrill bubbled inside him. "It's not a fight. Thank goodness. My goal is to reach the peak of Ragnar, and to do that, I need to understand it fully. This is my chance to learn everything I can. Meanwhile, outside, Axion continued relentlessly hunting beasts, taking down one after another, aiming to collect the bells around their necks. With each swing of his blade, the creatures fell without a fight. The bell he retrieved this time shimmered green. He picked it up and muttered, "That makes 57. Then he tossed it to the soldiers following him. Any news on Theo Ragnar? They shook their heads. Still no sign of him. Bang, one of Axion's allies alongside Orion Gardner laughed. Maybe he's too scared to face the monsters. He glanced at Axion, thinking, he takes down monsters that easily. Axion really is something else. I need to stay close no matter what. Even if he keeps getting stronger, he still lives like an idiot. Suddenly, Axion grabbed him, lifting him off the ground. You wouldn't understand, he growled. You've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? With power, fear means nothing. Axion's eyes blazed with a deadly intent, his voice like steel. What are you scheming? One of Axion's soldiers stepped forward, bowing low. Excuse me, Lord Axion. There's a message from above. It says you should move forward with the plan, without any delay. Axion finally straightened, letting the soldier drop back to the ground. Got it. Tell my uncle he doesn't need to rush me. His gaze burned, sharp and unyielding. If anyone wants that bastard dead, it's me. The moment he steps in, I'll strike. Meanwhile, deeper in the hidden staircase, Theo Ragnar stood silently, turning over the ancient dragon's questions in his mind. All right, first question. He hesitated, and the dragon let out a low, almost annoyed sigh. I've been waiting a long time. So, what is it you want to know? Theo asked simply, why are you here? The dragon's eyes sparkled with a teasing light. Fishing for secrets with the simplest of questions. Clever, not bad at all. The reason I stay, it went on, is because there's a monster lurking at the edge of the world, past the sea, a being called the Nameless King. For 1,000 years, I've stood guard, keeping this world safe from it. Theo thought quietly, the Winter Mountain, just a rumor. My instincts were right. Roadbroke's expression earlier had been clear, sheer, unmasked fear. Even a dragon that's ruled for 1,000 years can feel dread when it comes to the Nameless King. I want to know more about that. But first, I have to focus on what really matters. Theo cleared his throat. Second question, what is the relic of the ancient dragon? From now on, it would be called the Ancient Dragon Relic. There appear to be 3 relics, Roadbroke said, though the details are hazy. You're lucky. Theo narrowed his eyes. 3. He went over what he knew. One was the Camellia Hall dungeon, another the Moon Sword. So what was the last one? That, Roadbroke said slowly, is the Ancient Dragon Relic. It's the product of splitting the ancient dragon's soul into 31 pieces, given to humans to protect them from the Nameless King. The relic has no single form. It can show up as an object, an event, or even something unexplainable. Theo's jaw dropped. Then, memories clicked into place. He realized the final relic he possessed was regression. It was him. If all of this ties back to Roadbroke, it makes perfect sense. But something felt off. Usually, a relic has a guardian, yet none appeared during my regression. Theo drew a deep breath. Final question, why me? He looked at the dragon, trying to understand why someone as ordinary as him was chosen to face the Nameless King. Roadbroke leaned closer. I'll answer with another question. Why do you think? You are the only one chosen. Theo froze, letting the words sink in. Cold sweat ran down his spine. I'm not the only one the relic chooses. His mind raced. Eid Kurson, the Black Dragon, they know about the relics. They want them too. If they were chosen as well, maybe they got the same messages and carry the same regrets. I'm one step closer to the truth. But everything just got more tangled. Even ancient dragons fear the Nameless King. And now, there are other regressors besides me. The dragon's voice echoed through the cavern. Your 3 questions are answered. The task is done. I will give you your reward. Theo nodded. Right? I came for Axion's relic. But he shook his head. I need something bigger now. Something no single item could ever match. At that moment, the system chimed. Congratulations. Hidden quest complete. Reward. The chance to claim the ancient dragon's treasure hoard. Theo looked around. This lair was packed with treasures from every corner of the world. Gleaming gems, powerful relics, rare elixirs, skill books, legendary weapons. Anything someone could dream of was here. Take whatever you want, Roadbroke said. It's all yours. So what do you really want? Theo grinned, his voice loud and clear. I want you, Roadbroke. The dragon blinked, taken aback. What? You want that? It let out a roar, flames flickering with disbelief. Huh. My reputation really is eternal, I see. A joke. Now, tell me again. What do you truly want? Theo's voice stayed firm, steady. I already told you. The dragon went quiet, clearly stunned, caught off guard by his answer. You seriously just said that? Are you joking? Or do you actually mean it? Theo didn't flinch. I mean it. Every word. I want you, Lodbrok, the dragon herself. The moment the words left his mouth, a roar exploded through the lair. The shockwave slammed outward, rattling the walls. The dragon's fury was palpable. Insolent brat. Its jagged teeth gleamed as it lunged. Are you really trying to claim all my treasures and wisdom with just a few words? It bellowed. The aura radiating from it was pure, unrestrained guardian dragon power, heavy and terrifying. Theo coughed up blood, but he planted his feet, unwavering, refusing to back down. He activated a low-level dragon fear skill, a feeble counter against Roadbroke's overwhelming presence. You fool, the dragon roared. You think a weak skill like that can stand against me? Through the blood in his mouth, Theo shouted back. You, the guardian dragon, said I could claim any treasure. You never said Lodbrok couldn't be one of them. This is a gamble, he thought. One misstep could end everything, but the reward, it's worth the risk. He stared at the dragon, remembering the past. The guardian dragon once stood with Sigurd, our ancestor, to build the Ragnar line. Nothing could prove my legitimacy better than becoming her companion. If I succeed, the mistakes of the past won't repeat, and the Ragnar clan won't fall. I can't let this chance slip by. Theo's voice rang out again, filled with determination. Please, grant me Lodbrok. You've already sworn your sacred oath. Then stand by. No, he added. Fight alongside me. The dragon's eyes locked onto Theo, sizing him up, searching for resolve. In that gaze, it saw the spirit of the Ragnar ancestor reflected back, a resonance across the ages. Finally, the great dragon exhaled, relaxing. Very well. I accept. The immense aura around its body shimmered, then slowly began to condense, taking human form right before Theo's eyes. Wind roared through the cavern as the dragon's massive shape shifted, shrinking, reshaping, until it became a woman, two horns the only reminder of her true dragon nature. Her voice was soft, calm. Theo Ragnar, you've caught my attention. I'll give you a chance. She moved toward him, each step fluid, graceful, wrapped in a subtle, unreadable charm. Theo couldn't look away. With quiet confidence, she said, already captivated by my looks? Keep in mind, I've lived over 2,000 years as the great guardian dragon. But Theo's gaze wasn't on her beauty. It was locked on the huge gash in her chest. He blurted out, Wait, you mean this wound? She answered steadily, My heart was lost 50 years ago. Since then, I've been waiting for death. At most, 3 years remain. That's why I've stayed in my lair. Even if I follow you, I cannot act directly to aid you. She tilted her head, studying him. All right, now that you've seen it, I'll ask once more. Do you still choose me as your reward? Theo met her gaze and smiled. Of course. My answer doesn't change. I choose Lodbrok. At that instant, the system confirmed. You have selected the Ragnar guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as your reward. She chuckled softly. You really are a fool. But maybe that's what makes the chosen one special. The system announced again. Title companion of the guardian dragon created. Title descendant of the ancestor created. Theo stared at Lodbrok, determination burning in his eyes. I'll become stronger than anyone, and claim even more ancient dragon relics. A soul link formed with Lodbrok. Experience surged through him, almost overwhelming, but he held on to it. He looked back at her, resolve firm. I'll find it for you, something to replace your lost heart. Among all the relics of the ancient gods, he knew there had to be something. I must rise to this challenge, to be worthy of the title companion of the guardian dragon. She smiled then, rare and warm. Please, take care of me, my new companion. But remember, she added, I cannot leave until you find a replacement for my heart. I will remain here, waiting in hibernation. Also, she said, there's one final step to seal our soul link. Take this book, read it, and awaken your mind gate. You have a month. There's simple food here. Use your time wisely. Theo opened the book. Another reward. The system announced, you have received the Grimoire of Axion. It was Axion's legendary tome, a hidden being, containing magical principles tied to the echoing sounds from the dawn of creation. Sacred sound holds the universe's truth. Incredible. I actually got this book, he thought. Theo nodded. Right, the second phase of the awakening trial is underway, but it only lasts 15 days. Less than half a month left. Her gaze sharpened, measuring him. Still, it might be possible. Theo blinked, caught off guard. But I won't allow it. She smirked. It wouldn't be fun if I let you go so easily. Awaken your mind gate before the second phase ends. And of course, she added, you won't leave until then. Theo checked the time. Just 13 days and a few hours remained until the second phase concluded. Flashback, just before the second phase intelligence report was released. A voice addressed the group. As you all know, the ancestral pillars create safe zones that protect against demons, thanks to the demon summoning gems sealed inside them. By amplifying the energy stored in these gems, the pillars keep other demons at bay. But if the gems are destroyed, the voice continued, we can summon demons whenever we want. At that moment, shadows flickered across the ground beneath him. Demons began to appear, and even from a distance, it was obvious these weren't ordinary creatures. His dragon leapt forward, sinking its teeth into one of the demons with lethal precision. The voice continued, the second goal of this test is to hunt these demonic beasts and collect points. This forces Theo out of his safe zone and into direct confrontation with the demons. One of the group replied, "Ah, I see. You want me to use the gem to lure Theo here." "Exactly," came the reply. "But that's not enough. You can't just lure him in and try to kill him outright. Doing so risks missing the clue to the Crimson Flower Hall relic." Another asked, "Then why not just torture him? He'd probably spill everything." He shook his head. "You already know why that won't work. The power gap between you and Theo isn't that wide. Could you even capture and interrogate him successfully? But he's very emotional. Take his subordinates as hostages." The group eliminated and gathered at training ground number 4. Using them as leverage will be much easier than forcing him to reveal relic information. The other nodded. "Understood." He clenched his fist, trembling with anger. That's because Theo isn't the same weakling he used to be. That's why this plan was set. But Theo didn't appear to hunt demons until the very last minutes of the test. Only 12 hours remained, and Axion was leading with 860 points. Someone muttered, "What a waste. We even planted your people carefully among the overseers, yet Theo hasn't shown, young master. Maybe those 3 worthless council fools already caught him. Otherwise, there's no reason he wouldn't have appeared." This was Phillips, a second-stage swordsman of Plum Blossom Hall, ranked 7th with 446 points. He sat for a moment, thinking, then glared at the others. "You're supposed to be one of Plum Blossom Hall's brightest talents, yet your perception is this poor. Now I understand why the master pays more attention to Theo than you." Philip scowled. "What did you just say?" "Damn it," he thought. "I'm out here trying to catch Theo, and he still mocks me, this bastard." His anger flared. Axion finally spoke. "Enough. I didn't expect much from you anyway. That damn Theo Ragnar. If you won't show yourself, I'll force you out." His face twisted into a cruel grin. "The Dragon Scale Society and Plum Blossom Hall members are all here. Everyone, follow me. Time to hunt. We'll eliminate every one of those losers at training ground number 4, one by one, and see if he shows up." From a distance, someone watched the scene unfold. It was Ray Ragnar, a second-stage swordsman ranked 3rd with 561 points. Elsewhere, a team was taking down demonic beasts. One of their targets was a low-grade ice lizard god. These were Theo's subordinates. One of them shouted, "Finally, we took it down. A demonic beast and a golden demon bell." Another added, "See? I told you teaming up works. I need to brag to Lord Theo about this." These were all people Theo cared about. One of them frowned. "Guys, only 12 hours left in the second phase. No sign of Lord Theo since the test began." Another tried to calm him. "We've gathered plenty of supplies for him. He's probably aiming for something bigger. Let's keep collecting and hand it over when we meet him." One nodded. "Yeah, rankings don't matter much if surviving gets you through." Another added, "Still, I want to see Lord Theo take first again. He promised he'd mention me too." Someone laughed. "He said the same to me." While they were chatting, a sharp sword suddenly pierced straight through Sybil's heart. "Ha ha, you guys are killing me," said the attacker. Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. The others shouted, "Sybil, that's the Dragon Scale Society. What's happening?" Orion laughed. "What do you think? You're just sacrificial lambs, meant to draw out your precious young master. We're dying to meet him too, so don't blame us for playing dirty." Back in Lodbrok's lair, she murmured, "This is quite a surprise. You actually managed to open your mind gate in under half a month." The system chimed. "You have partially grasped the magical principles in the Grimoire of Axion and created a new skill." Theo thought, "Good thing the info I remembered from my previous life was correct. The key to learning this magic is both the quantity and quality of mana. With my mana capacity and a dragon heart, it makes sense I'm learning twice as fast as a normal person." The system announced again, "Your current state is too low. A low-level skill has been revealed. C-rank skill, Minor Dragon Synchronization. Allows you to manipulate and read residual thoughts from objects through spiritual contact." Theo thought, Minor Dragon Synchronization, strange name, like syncing with a hatchling or something. Lodbrok said, "I expected you to reach this level before becoming my companion. This covers the basics. The rest you'll refine in real combat. When you advance further, you might even hear my voice from anywhere. You could even borrow my power, a power like our ancestors." Theo's excitement surged. She added, "Of course, my recovery must come first. Remember, I only have 3 years left." Theo nodded. "Don't worry. I'll finish it within 3 years." I'll find something to replace your heart. Lodbrok smiled warmly. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Then she reached toward Theo, ready to do something important. She spoke calmly. With this, the original contract between us is now sealed. I'll wait for our next meeting, my new companion, even if it takes 1,000 years. It turned out she had used her magic to safely send Theo Ragnar outside. Theo muttered under his breath, "This is unbelievable, forming a contract with the guardian dragon herself. And yet, I haven't even started progressing in the awakening ritual. Only 12 hours left, and starting to earn points after everyone else has had 10 days is brutal. If I try hunting demons the usual way, there's no way I can reach first place in such a short time. So there's only one choice, take it by force. In my past life, Axion always grabbed first place, and he'll likely do the same now. Fastest way to get ahead, beat Axion directly. Still, it won't be easy." Just then, a figure stepped quietly behind him. Slow, deliberate steps drew closer. Theo froze, hand on his sword, eyes narrowing. "I've finally found you," the voice said. Theo blinked, staring in disbelief. "You?" Blood stained their mouth. Alarm shot through Theo. "You are." It was Ray Ragnar. "What happened to you? Were you attacked by a monster?" Theo's shock deepened. What kind of monster could do this to you? He froze, noticing something strange. The wound was clean, precise, a sword slash. This wasn't a monster. She'd been attacked by a human. "Ray, what happened?" She collapsed weakly, gasping. "Go west first, hurry." As she spoke, she slumped fully into Theo's arms. "Careful." Theo gripped her sword tightly. He used his minor dragon synchronization skill to access the sword's most recent memories. Hidden thoughts within the blade poured into him directly. "You've accessed the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar." Horror washed over Theo. Cold sweat broke out. This is what he saw. Theo still hasn't appeared, but since we've come this far, he'll show up soon, right? I've left plenty of traces at training ground number 4, and monsters are set to lure him here. Everything's ready. A voice asked, "Hey, should I kill a few of them?" Another sounded puzzled. "Kill? Did I do something wrong?" "No. I mean, should we thin this group a bit? 9 hostages isn't necessary. 2 or 3 would be enough." Another voice replied, "You mean these guys? Go ahead, kill a few if you want." Ray couldn't stand by. She stepped forward. "What's going on here? Trying to stop me, Ray? This isn't right, you're crossing a line." Axion replied coldly, "Whether I cross a line is my business. Don't interfere. Go your own way and stay out of mine. Everyone here is Theo's friend. Let them go." Ray drew her weapon. Axion sneered. "So that's how it is, siding with him, are you?" His eyes hardened like ice. Ray charged, sword raised. Axion stood his ground, slowly drawing his blade as a crimson killing aura spread around him. Clang. Their blades met with a single clash, sparks lighting up the surrounding sky. Suddenly, everyone else vanished from view. Ray Ragnar was thrown back, coughing blood. Clearly, she was no match. Some memories were unreadable due to insufficient status. Theo watched in horror. What the hell is happening? Why is Axion holding 4 of my teammates hostage? Ray froze. Theo grabbed her shoulders. "Tell me right now what happened while I was gone." Ray gritted her teeth. "From the start of the test, Axion's been doing everything to capture you. When he couldn't find you, he went after your teammates to force you out." Theo's shock deepened. "What?" Ray continued. "And I didn't come looking for you just to say that." Theo roared in fury. "Even now, you won't leave me alone? You'll pay for this. I'm no longer the weakling you could push around." "Ray, where are they? Where's Axion? Tell me quickly." A voice rang out. "That's Theo, he's here." "He's appeared," another said. "Young Master Axion, he's here." Axion suddenly appeared on the northern cliff edge. "You sure?" "Positive. He's talking to Ray now. He should be heading this way soon." Axion grinned wickedly. "Haha, Theo Ragnar. I'll show you that you'll never surpass me." A voice carried from afar, behind the tall trees. "Don't forget, young Master Axion. You don't need to face him directly. Just get the relic information through the hostages. As for Theo Ragnar, we'll deal with him carefully and thoroughly. While we keep him occupied, use the summoning orb to pull the overseers away from this area." Axion nodded. "Understood." On the other side, Ray stopped him in his tracks. "No, you can't go to Axion. The Intelligence Bureau overseers are backing him too. You won't win like this. No matter how strong you are, you can't hold out against that many for long. They're everywhere." Ray's voice cracked with frustration. "This isn't even a fight. It's a massacre he planned from the start. A trap meant to kill you. You can't storm in alone. That's suicide. We need to find other overseers, persuade them, and move together." Theo clenched his teeth. "There's no time. I appreciate your help," he said. "But if we keep hesitating here, my teammates could already be in danger. So tell me where they are. Right now. I need to move." Ray shouted. "Have you lost your mind? Don't go. If you go, you'll die. And if you die, what's the point of any of this?" Even if a few people have to be sacrificed, you have to. Before she could finish, Theo cut her off, shouting in her face, I don't want to lose any more teammates. Do you understand? I won't. His words echoed the memory from before the second test began, when he'd said, our goal is to make it through this blooming ceremony together. But Ray still hesitated. Don't forget, this is the Ragnar family. Sacrifice is unavoidable. Then she added, didn't I step in and try to save them too? That's why I'm hurt this badly. Are you really just going to stand there and ignore it? Theo's voice was firm. I'm done enduring everything quietly. He looked straight at Ray, letting it all out. I can't make the same mistakes again. Then his expression hardened. Behind him, the faint silhouette of Guardian Dragon Lodbrok appeared. Now tell me where that bastard Axion is. The scene shifted elsewhere, to a place where belongings were scattered across the ground. Someone stepped forward and picked up a neatly tied box. These were the things Sybil's group had gathered. Mixed in among them were a golden bell and traces of blood. So, something happened to them, didn't it? He said this while glancing at the two surviving members of the Northern Four Hounds. For reference, the big one was Hulkus, one of the Northern Four Hounds, ranked 5th with 499 points. And Erica, with 521 points, held 8th place. Hulkus spoke up. I'm really sorry, but can you help me with something? He turned to Wellington, currently ranked 2nd with 688 points. Back to Theo Ragnar. He was in the middle of a fight with a massive snow ape. Our protagonist drew his weapon. I seriously don't have time for this. Move. With a single, precise slash, Theo cut it down instantly. The moment it fell, he rushed straight toward the location Ray had indicated. He was going alone to rescue his captured comrades. Sybil, Chow, and the others might still be alive. Since Ed was directing Axion, everything had likely been arranged to kill Theo cleanly, without letting the situation spiral. During the test, the path to Axion was packed with giant snow apes. Theo couldn't afford to detour, they'd waste too much time. And the fact that overseers stood with Axion proved one thing. They were Ed's people as well. With a single swing, Theo tore through the pack and kept moving without slowing. Regular monsters couldn't stop him anymore. Those overseers were planted by Ed to kill him. And after this, they'd cover for Axion's abnormal actions. Still, he needed to move faster. Axion was the one unpredictable variable. But that same variable was exactly what could lead him to Ed. Theo leapt into the air, twisted mid-flight, and drove his sharpened blade straight into the creature's skull. No matter how massive or tough, a strike like that ended it instantly. Ray Ragnar murmured, yeah, Theo, you've always been like this. Ever since we were kids. Let's go home first. She rose to her feet, memories from their childhood flashing through her mind. Then she started running after him. Back when we were kids, you saved me from freezing to death. This time, I'll help you. Blood trailed behind her. Her wounds still hadn't stopped bleeding. Back where Axion held the captives, he was mercilessly beating them down. Then Axion slammed his foot onto Sybil's head. He ground it into the dirt and snarled. I already told you. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Didn't you hear me? Or are you really not afraid of dying? At that moment, the overseers sent a message from afar. Young Master Axion, don't forget the Intelligence Bureau Chief's instructions. You may not alter the plan on your own. TCH. Axion clicked his tongue, but still obeyed. He sheathed his sword. Then he sat down right on top of Sybil. He stayed there, staring straight ahead, unmoving. From the overseer's lookout, for prosecutors had been sent in to take down Theo. Axion's eyes darkened. Does this mean my uncle thinks I can't handle that worthless Theo? Anger bubbled up, hot and sharp. How could that fool earn so much praise from my uncle? He clenched his fists, barely able to keep himself in check. Then a single foot stepped forward, and the sight of who it was made everything pause. The entire crowd froze, caught in shock. Axion's expression shifted immediately, tense and alert. You finally showed up, Theo Ragnar. Theo himself appeared, blood covering him in a way that made anyone watching flinch. Every step he took radiated menace. His gaze swept across his team, scanning their battered forms. It was obvious, they'd been beaten badly. Then his eyes shifted to the right, landing on Axion's followers. The ones who had slaughtered anyone who dared oppose them. A faint, deadly smile touched Theo's lips, eyes cold and unyielding. Ahead of him stood an entire gang of enemies, frozen under his stare. Axion spoke, calm but sharp. You kept me waiting far too long. Theo's gaze dropped to Sybil, lying unconscious, and his fists and feet shook with barely contained rage. Axion rose, hand brushing the hilt of his katana, ready to strike, until the overseer's warning froze him in place. He halted. You already know what's happening here, right, Theo Ragnar? So I'll get straight to it. If you want to save your friends, then you have to. He didn't get the chance. Theo cut him off. Afraid of me? Axion blinked, taken aback. What did you say? Theo pressed, leaning in with a smirk that stung. Scared of losing to me? Axion's roar echoed. What nonsense are you spouting? Theo stayed calm, almost teasing. Not nonsense. If you weren't afraid, you wouldn't have done all this. You brought an army, eyes full of resentment, all aimed at me. And then this humiliating hostage stunt you pulled. All because you're scared of losing to me. You, claiming to be the strongest in the north, just empty words. Axion ground his teeth. You bastard. Humph. Or better yet, duel me now. A real Ragnar duel, sword to sword, until the very end. But only if you still have any pride left. Axion's anger flared, his whole stance tightening. A true duel. If I lose, you take everything, including my life. But if I win. Before he could finish, Theo laughed. Haha, sword duel? The foolish Ragnar heir really thinks he can beat me with swords now. Theo Ragnar, do you even realize how far your arrogance has gone? Do you really think I'm scared of you? The aura around him thickened, deadly, almost crushing. The overseers warned again. Young Master Axion, he's just provoking you. Don't react. Don't fall into his trap. Stick to the plan, Axion barked. Shut up, all of you. Don't you trust me? Find Theo Ragnar. Let's fight. Theo had done it. He'd successfully provoked him, and Axion couldn't hide a small, tense grin. One of the overseers whispered, Things are getting complicated, what do we do? Another replied, Relax. Still within expectations. Just a bit more work. If the young master overplays, we follow the plan. Back on the battlefield, Axion called out, This is a proud Ragnar duel. No interference until it's done. And the hostages? Don't touch them. They're part of my wager. No sooner had he finished. Theo surged forward, charging straight at him. Clang. Sparks flew as Axion managed to block the strike, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The blades clashed again, showering sparks across the battlefield. Theo said, Thanks, but quit stalling. Let's go. He twisted, gaining momentum, swinging a fierce reverse slash from behind. Axion closed the distance instantly. Their swords slammed together again, screeching, grinding with raw force. Axion sneered, typical from a lowly son of a concubine. Each strike sent energy radiating outward, sparks flying with every collision. Axion shouted, You damned bastard. Watch closely. This is the true power of the Ragnar bloodline. With a single swing from Axion, a massive red dragon burst into the air, charging forward with jaws wide and roaring like the world was ending. Theo froze for a split second, eyes locked on the beast. How could he possibly face something like that? But he didn't hesitate. Drawing on the new strength coursing through him, Theo swung back, every strike precise and loaded with raw power. His sword ignited with bright blue energy, slicing straight into the charging dragon. The creature shattered piece by piece, vanishing into nothing. Axion blinked, clearly thrown off. Theo planted himself firmly, a teasing smirk curling his lips, holding the sword he had claimed earlier. Do you really think you can lecture me? From the sidelines, Orion Gardner's jaw nearly dropped. As president of the Dragon Scale Guild, he'd seen a lot, but this was something else entirely. At first, he had doubts about Theo, but now, that last strike left deep claw marks in the ground. Theo's skill was undeniable. Orion's mind raced. This is getting out of hand. Axion might actually lose. Should I switch sides? That arrogant Axion, he's always been insufferable. He shook his head, forcing himself to think. No. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau's judges are here. They'll handle this. I just need to keep the others distracted. He turned sharply, shouting, Dragon Scale Guild. Scatter. Get out of here. Don't get dragged into this mess. Move out individually. Let Axion handle it himself. The scene shifted back to Axion as a boy. An adult's voice rang out. Axion, you must claim the Ragnar throne. For your mother, your uncle, and the prosperity of the Troivan family. The name Ragnar is just a shell for you. You are a true Troivan. Do you understand? Axion's eyes widened, shock and determination mixing together. He leapt forward, shouting, Theo Ragnar. A powerful downward slash cut through the air. Theo raised his sword to block. Clang. Sparks flew. Axion ground his teeth in frustration, while Theo just smiled, calm as if this was nothing. Thanks for making this so easy for me. Reports came in. Theo Ragnar had revealed himself, now facing Axion head-on. Another voice laughed. Finally, you made your move, Theo Ragnar. Knew you were still around. Someone else muttered. Wait, he wasn't handled by the others? So he's still alive. Thank heavens. I don't know what he's been plotting all this time, but now my plan can finally move forward. Once Axion gets the performance data, the elite swordsman I chose will personally chop his head off. Another update arrived. Theo Ragnar and Axion are locked in a one-on-one duel. The news hit him like a punch to the gut. His eyes darted as his carefully laid plan crumbled. What the hell? On the battlefield, Theo and Axion collided with full force. Over 50 strikes passed, and still, no clear victor. Each blow was vicious, aimed to cut straight through the other. He's too strong. He's improved insanely fast. But no one should be this fast. Axion already bore a slash across his face, eyes locked on Theo with unrelenting killing intent. He tracked every movement Theo made. I've already read every move of this trash. He hurled his sword with full force straight at Theo, who was suddenly in deadly range. It was a sword-throwing technique. Theo's mind flashed back to his death in a previous life. This move, exactly like the one that had killed him back then. Axion sneered. Using a secret technique with such predictable motions? You just make it easier for your opponent. But after saying that, he froze. Blood dripped from the tip of the flying sword onto the snow. Theo had blocked it, caught it barehanded. It was you. You're the one who killed me in my previous life. The person Theo Ragnar had been hunting all this time? It was Axion. The very same man who had ended Theo's life. You're the bastard who did this. Theo's eyes narrowed, a simmering rage flickering across his face, twisting into a grin that was almost wicked. The moment I died, I was supposed to vanish without ever knowing who burned down the Crimson Flower Hall. Back then, I had no strength to fight back. But now, that scum just showed his face. Now I know exactly who he is. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation, I uncovered the connection to Camellia Hall. Everything points to one conclusion. The people who killed me were from the Troivan clan. And among them, one wielded a rare sword-throwing technique. That person was Axion Ragnar. Only someone ridiculously arrogant would try a move that could strip an opponent of their weapon so easily. I wasn't completely sure before, but now seeing it with my own eyes, there's no doubt. Theo's fury exploded as he crushed his sword in his hands. Back then, and even now, why the hell do all of you want me dead so badly? Axion froze, stunned that Theo had smashed the sword barehanded. What? This isn't anything like my previous life. This time, I'll protect myself, and everyone fighting alongside me. Theo gripped his sword tighter. His eyes sharpened, deadly and focused, more serious than ever. Without a word, he hurled Axion's own sword back at him, fast as an arrow. The blade shot straight toward Axion's face under Theo's furious throw. Axion barely tilted his head, dodging effortlessly, then sneered. Where are you aiming? Pathetic imitation. Theo's gaze drilled into him, burning with the desire to tear apart the man who destroyed House Ragnar and set the Crimson Flower Hall ablaze. Rage erupted, his killing intent so intense that Axion instinctively stepped back, even from a distance. This killing intent isn't messing around. Power surged, rings of deadly auras spinning around Theo, the shadow of a ferocious guardian dragon flickering with each movement. Axion broke into a cold sweat. Could it be he'd been hiding his true strength during the first selection? With a single strike, a thunderous boom echoed across the battlefield. In that instant, Theo closed the distance at blinding speed, almost like teleporting. Axion was caught completely off guard, unable to react in time. Boom, boom. Chunks of ice and snow erupted into the air from the sheer force of their clash. Axion blocked the slash, but Theo's raw strength shoved him back dozens of meters. Without missing a beat, Theo launched a second strike immediately. He gripped his sword with both hands and thrust it straight forward. Axion wasn't weak either. He barely dodged the stab aimed at his face. Hey Axion, when are you going to show me your real strength? Theo taunted, relentless. Snapping under the constant provocation, Axion growled. You bastard. He grabbed Theo's thrusting arm with his left hand, yanked him close, and swung his right hand to drive the sword tip at Theo's face. Theo's heart raced. How was he supposed to handle this? In less than a heartbeat, he tilted his head just enough. The blade scraped his neck and cheek, leaving a thin, sharp cut. Immediately after, Theo reversed the sword into an upward slash and leapt back, creating distance between them. Both were exchanging blows so fast and deadly that the other rookies couldn't even follow their movements. Theo dropped into a defensive stance, while Axion watched every subtle motion. Then, in an instant, Theo vanished right in front of him. How could anyone move this fast? Like a bolt of lightning, Theo Ragnar struck toward Axion, sword in hand, ready to finish the next move. With a single, lightning-fast strike, Theo disarmed him completely. Axion's weapon flew from his hands, clattering across the ice. His voice was cold, steady, cutting through the tension. Axion, do you even know what this feels like? The words hung in the air like steel, sharp and heavy. Theo's killing intent pressed down, almost suffocating. He planted his sword firmly, pointing it straight at Axion's chest, and drove it down with every ounce of force he had. Meanwhile, on the other side, Remington examined the ground, reading the traces left behind. These aren't claw marks from a beast. Someone dragged them away. He looked up sharply, the only one bold enough for this. Axion. Hulkus frowned, curiosity piqued. But he's ranked first, why do this? Trying to recruit more followers. Remington shook his head. No. He captured Theo's teammates to draw him out. Axion plans to finish Theo Ragnar right here, during the awakening ceremony. Hulkus exploded, roaring like the whole place was on fire. What the hell? Fight fair. What the hell are you doing? That coward Axion deserves to die. Erica, standing calmly beside him, didn't flinch. So what? She said coolly. This is the Ragnar clan's awakening ceremony. Situations like this aren't unusual. Wellington studied them quietly, thoughtful. This is exactly why I can't stand the Ragnar family. They glorify strength, but I can't accept this kind of chaos. Erica's expression shifted, her voice a soft warning. Hey, be careful what you say. If anyone hears, it won't end well. Are you serious? Wellington nodded firmly. Yes, I have to save my teammates. That's exactly what Theo would do. If you come with me, it'll help. For Hulkus, fighting was all the motivation he needed. Sure, I'm in. You coming too, sis? Erica groaned. Ugh, what a pain. I'm not going. I only followed you for fun. I wanted to see Theo Ragnar, but he's nowhere in sight. And honestly, I look down on weaklings. Saving anyone? Not interested. Hulkus teased. Damn, sis, you're ice cold. Erica snapped. What did you just say, punk? Wellington stepped in. All right, Erica, I get why you want to meet Theo. She paused, thoughtful, eyes narrowing. I promise, help me now, and he'll help you get what you want. With that, the three reached an agreement, and immediately raced off at full speed to rescue Theo's teammates. Wellington led the way, serious as ever. Everyone, push harder. We're almost there. Suddenly, someone stepped into their path. Stop right there. You can't go any further. It was the Dragonscale Guild, blocking the path. Hulkus' eyes widened. Dragonscale Guild? One of them smirked. Well, if it isn't Wellington. Long time no see. After you ditched us for that trap. Hulkus flared. What did you just call us? Brainless muscleheads. Dumb bears. The guild member laughed. What? No way. I didn't say that. Wellington stepped forward. Step aside, Orion. I don't want to fight old friends, if I can avoid it. Orion replied coolly. Is that so? I refuse. If you won't move, then I'll have to make you. With that, the three drew their weapons and charged forward. Cutting back to another scene. Sybil panted heavily, struggling to lift the broken sword, clamping it between his thighs to saw through the ropes binding him. It was the same sword Theo had thrown when he crushed Axion's weapon earlier. He hadn't missed. This wasn't an accident. It was all part of Theo Ragnar's plan. Sybil thought, this is Theo's chance. Now I have to act. He pushed every ounce of strength into sawing through the rope. From a distance, it was clear Theo's downward thrust had been blocked. And now, there were three people involved. What kind of new variable is this? While Axion was in danger, a stranger appeared, intercepting the sword strike. Probably one of the overseers Ed Troyven had planted. He said, You finally showed up, and Theo thought to himself. The newcomer? A high-ranking swordsman overseer, Liam Troyven. With a swift, precise swing, he sent Theo skidding backward across the frozen ground. Then he barked out a sharp order. Everyone, escort the young master immediately. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Stop fighting, young Master Axion. You've done enough. Leave the rest to us. They picked up the sword you dropped, someone added. Axion gripped his katana, ready to react. His gaze flicked to the two locked in combat. That swordsman was no joke, a true high-ranking fighter. Every strike he threw at Theo was lethal. One clean hit, and it could all be over. Theo Ragnar found himself pressed back, forced into pure defense, barely able to move. But then, in a flash, his eyes spotted an opening. Metal clashed with a sharp clang, sparks flying. Liam blocked effortlessly, countering immediately with a powerful downward chop. Theo raised his sword just in time to parry, narrowly avoiding disaster. He had to admit, young Master Axion was formidable, and the high-ranking swordsmen he brought weren't weak either. Liam's eyes fixed on Theo, calculating. He's no match for me. The only chance is now, while no other overseers are around. What a waste it would be to kill a genius like this. But it's all for the Troyven family. He gripped his sword with both hands and leapt into the air. Goodbye, Theo Ragnar. Theo couldn't react fast enough. Liam's speed was just insane. In that split-second moment of danger, Liam was suddenly pierced from behind, the blade cutting straight through. Blood gushed from his mouth. He never saw it coming. It's you, young Master Axion? What? Axion's eyes blazed. I already told you. No one interferes. Just like that, Liam was finished. A clean, precise strike through the chest. Even Theo Ragnar froze at the sight. Axion withdrew his sword coldly, while the fallen overseer crumpled to the ground. Those behind him were horrified. Young Master, what are you doing? Axion glared at them, fury burning in his eyes. You interfered. That means you think I'm no match. That I'd lose to some illegitimate brat like him. That's a huge insult. To me, the heir. Theo thought, this guy's insane. He's willing to kill his own people. Absolutely ruthless. Then Axian's gaze snapped back to Theo. I see you. You're strong. He remembered his uncle's words. The weak are useless, but you have real talent. Crush everything and claim the top. Only then can you take the Ragnar throne. Back in the present, veins bulging, he added, you're strong, but you must always stay weaker than me. That's the natural order. I'm destined to be the strongest. The throne will be mine, and I won't lose to anyone, especially not you. He gripped his sword tight, a terrifying aura radiating from the blade. Anyone in my way, I'll kill them. No exceptions. With that, he charged straight at Theo Ragnar, eyes blood red and locked on. Boom. One slash shattered the ground beneath them, sword energy ripping through the earth. He blinked and saw nothing but rubble in front of him. Theo Ragnar had vanished. High above, Theo landed silently, ready to strike again, weapon in hand. Using the momentum from his leap, he unleashed a devastating downward slash, cutting through Axian's sword and carving a long gash across his body, fresh blood spraying. The others rushed to where Liam had been impaled. Senior Liam, are you okay? Liam coughed violently. Damn it. I knew he was reckless, but not this far. Forget about me. Go help young Master Axian. Kill him. Kill Theo Ragnar now. One of them hesitated, but he's resisting so much. I'm afraid if we... Liam roared. What are you thinking? If young Master Axian dies, do you think we survive? Hurry. Kill Theo Ragnar. Back on the battlefield, Axian let out a furious yell. The sword arced upward in a fierce reverse slash, and Theo stumbled back, barely keeping his footing. Ha ha ha, this can't be real. No way this is happening. His eyes glazed over as flashes of the earlier fight played across his mind. Every plan, every hope against Ragnar had crumbled before his eyes. Even the tiniest spark can flare into a raging fire when the moment hits just right. Axian shook himself, a cold sweat breaking out along his spine. This isn't real. Why are you still hung up on that brat? He's nothing, just a talentless worm. You could squash him in an instant, remind him of his place. You know it's true. The gap between you and Theo, it's not what it used to be. Not anymore. He remembered his uncle's warning as fury coursed through him. Trash like Theo could be ripped apart in a heartbeat. I am Axian Ragnar, he spat through clenched teeth, and I am destined to rule the North. And I am the rightful heir to the Ragnar throne. With a roar, he lunged forward again, unrestrained, like a beast let loose, throwing himself at Theo with everything he had. Theo met him without flinching, calm and steady. You keep talking about the throne. Do you even see how many of my people have died chasing your ambition? If you won't let go of that obsession, then I'll end it myself. Right here, with my own hands. He gripped his sword tighter, pouring every ounce of strength, every lesson he'd learned, into a single, perfect strike. Along the blade, a faint shimmer traced the shape of a guardian dragon, its aura thick, swirling, and alive around him. He let out a fierce roar. Dragon Claw. Axian's face drained of color, his eyes wide with the raw force hitting him. Horror flashed across his expression, unguarded. I'll grow stronger, and anyone who threatens my clan will pay. But then, in an instant, his red dragon shattered into fragments, leaving everyone frozen, staring in shock. The slash sent shockwaves out so strong, even Wellington could feel them from a distance. Axian's jaw dropped. There was no counter, no way to stop it. They stood about 2 meters apart. Axian held his broken sword, unable to move, trapped in place. Then boom. The ground shook violently. His body split cleanly by Theo's sword aura, the head following right after. The shockwave rippled out for hundreds of meters, tossing clouds of snow and dust high into the air. Axian collapsed to his knees, blood spilling onto the snow around him. And with that, he breathed his last, the fall of an arrogant, overconfident fool, his severed head spinning through the air before thudding into the snow. Theo stepped forward, nudging Axian's head down into the snow with the tip of his boot. He stood there, tall and unshaken, like a war god. A soft wind stirred his long hair, letting it drift around his face. Liam froze, eyes wide, counting full 5 seconds before he could even move. Young Master Axian is dead. Theo's blade, still slick with blood from the decapitation, dripped steadily onto Axian's contorted face as the head rolled across the white snow. Even the overseers who watched could hardly believe what they were seeing. Liam's eyes widened in pure horror. He stared at Axian's mangled body, his voice shaking. Why, young master? He looked trapped, like a cornered dog with nowhere to run. Liam screamed, kill him for me. Now, finish that bastard. All 4 overseers charged forward without hesitation. But Theo stayed rooted, calm and unflinching, even as their blades aimed straight for him. A faint smile lingered on his face, though his eyes betrayed the worry underneath. Looks like I'm in deep trouble now. From here on, it was all a gamble. Even at full strength, Holding off 4 top-tier overseers would be tough, let alone like this, drained and outmatched. His stamina had bottomed out, and his mana was nearly gone after that last strike. His eyes locked onto the charging overseers, their blades aimed straight at his neck, alive with murderous intent. But shouldn't someone have shown up by now? Footsteps pounded from behind, growing faster with every second. It was Wellington's group, breaking through the Dragon Scale Guild just in time to turn the tide. Theo froze, his eyes widening as disbelief hit him like a wall. You guys. Right in front of him, 3 people held the overseers at bay, every strike, and parry fought with all their strength. One of them turned toward Theo, brow furrowed, clearly confused. How did you even get here? Wellington glanced back, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. We're saving a teammate in trouble. Isn't that obvious, young Master Theo? Erica leaned in beside him, grinning. Seriously, you're even stronger than I imagined. Damn it, Theo. I've never met anyone like you. There's no way you're going down today. Theo's freed subordinate pushed off the ground and dove into the fight. We've got your back, young Master Theo. After everything we stirred up, there's no running away now. Wellington's sword clashed sharply against an overseer, the ringing sound cutting through the chaos. He shouted, voice slicing through the battlefield. Direct interference from overseers is forbidden. You know stepping in during a candidate's fight is a serious crime, right? His gaze was steel, his tone icy, carrying absolute resolve. The overseer's face twisted in panic at the words. He fumbled, sending a hurried message to his leader. Lord Liam, what do we do? This has gone too far. Should we just eliminate them all? Please, give the order, Liam groaned, struggling to rise despite his injuries. Despair shadowed his face. We're finished. No leads on the Crimson Flower Palace relics. Not a single step closer to taking out Theo Ragnar. And young Master Axion has fallen here too. The situation, it's beyond repair. There's no saving this failure. So the only move left. His voice cut through, dark and final. Kill them all. We'll claim a monster wave and a mana surge caused the deaths of all candidates on site. That's the best cover we have right now. He pulled out a pouch brimming with monster seeds. If it looks like an accident, no one will trace it back to the Troyven family. Without hesitation, he emptied the pouch across the battlefield. 2 level 5 monsters should be enough, right? His subordinates, startled for a moment, snapped into action. Yes, my lord. Everything, for the Troyven family. He hurled the monster seeds toward the fight with deadly precision. But life doesn't follow the rules. From behind, a lethal strike ripped through Liam's back, forcing him to cough up blood. That kind of blow it had to hurt. The presence behind him radiated cold authority. Liam, what are you doing here? It was Dragon Armor Cavalry Overseer Selp, with Overseer Aaron close on his heels. They were joined by Overseer Natasha from Plum Blossom Hall and Sally from Waterwheel Hall. Liam's wound sprayed blood across the ground. Damn it. Why does someone keep blocking me at every turn? He collapsed, seething with frustration and rage. Selp warned the 3 remaining overseers. You, stay right where you are. Value your lives and surrender quietly. Or, he added coldly, if you want to end up like Liam, keep resisting. They glared at Theo with pure hatred, but at this point, none could reach him. Seeing the overseers arrive, Theo finally collapsed, utterly exhausted. But Ray caught him just in time. Wow, you really know how to make an entrance, huh? Theo gave a grateful nod, and Ray shot back. That was way too reckless. Why push it this far? His gaze drifted toward the 3 captured overseers and the headless body of Axion. Suddenly, Wellington rushed over. Young Master Theo, that was insanely dangerous. Why didn't you call for backup? Erica and her sister joined, a mix of pride and teasing in their smiles. Hey, don't forget we helped you out. You're not allowed to die until we get our rematch. Even the subordinates Theo had saved ran up, some with tears in their eyes. Young Master Theo, you risked everything to save us. Even if we die, we won't regret it. Theo leaned into Ray's embrace, whispering softly, catching her off guard. This is the kind of strength I'm chasing. Hearing that, Ray realized she hadn't misjudged him after all. Oh, by the way, mind grabbing those bells for me? Gotta snag first place, you know. She gave a quiet, secret smile, a small warmth in her chest. You really haven't changed a bit, have you? The scene shifted back to the main castle manor, where the higher-ups were glued to the latest battlefield reports. Each face was frozen in utter shock, as if what he'd just heard couldn't possibly be real. Even the soldier holding the report trembled, unable to believe it. Every face in the room reflected confusion and doubt, struggling to process the news. Axion is dead. Rage flared uncontrollably in Ede's eyes. Everything he had planned crumbled, and now he had even lost his prized grandson. Finally, the closing ceremony for the Second Awakening ritual had arrived. All the surviving candidates gathered, whispers spreading about the brutal trials they had endured. A leader stepped forward, voice firm. Everyone, You've done well. Based on your achievements, I hereby declare the second awakening ceremony concluded. It was Pharaoh Ragnar, the Nine-Dragon Ascendant, one of the 9 most powerful figures in the Ragnar clan. The candidates stared in awe. Is that really Lord Ascendant? The man who almost never appears. Why is he here? Out of 87 candidates, 45 had passed the awakening test. Not bad at all. The talent in this batch was exceptional, and the top scorer's points were impressive. Pharaoh Ragnar's gaze sharpened, landing on Theo. The young man flinched slightly under the intense scrutiny. All who have passed the second maturity ritual will be promoted from apprentice swordsman to beginner swordsman. Take pride in this. You are now officially qualified Ragnar swordsman. All of you have passed. Now, I will announce the scores for the second maturity ritual. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1,121 points. Silence fell. People were stunned. Theo had nearly 0 points until the final stretch. How did he pull this off? Hey, haven't you heard? He defeated Axion and took the top spot. Theo stayed calm, letting the whispers swirl around him. From above, the Nine-Dragon continued. Second place, Remington Narcio, 926 points. Third, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus Lank. 45th, Ian Layman, 28 points. That's all who passed. Well done. However, the ceremony isn't over. The final stage, the third awakening ritual, remains. His gaze turned icy. Those who have earned the right, raise your hands. Remington asked, did you collect enough? I see a lot, but I don't really get what they mean. One by one, Remington raised his hand, followed by Erica and Ray, who had gathered enough and deciphered the symbols. Finally, Theo raised his hand slowly, quietly confirming his top spot. Farrell explained, the hidden part of the second maturity ritual is the attribute-based breathing technique. Candidates must collect magic sprouts with random passages and truly understand them. Collecting them is hard, but understanding them is even harder. Only those who master them can assign an attribute to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ritual. In his past life, Theo had struggled with this. But now, with his cheat ability, everything changed. Synchronization with the young. It let him read the thoughts of objects. Vivid images of fierce battles flashed clearly in his mind. The core of the passages recounted ancient battles of his ancestors. Wars fought against dragons. Theo grasped it all instantly, even without reading every word. The Nine-Dragon laughed loudly. What a surprise. Even one success would be impressive, but here we have 4. Theo smiled quietly. In my previous life, neither Ray nor Remington achieved the attribute breathing technique. Could this be the butterfly effect? Interesting. Pharaoh Ragnar continued. All right, show the judges what you've collected. Starting with Theo Ragnar. With Axion gone, the dynamics were about to shift drastically. Theo stepped forward, calm and unshakable. His hair gleamed like strands of silk. No need to fear. This will lead to a future even better than before. Suddenly, a powerful magic circle ignited beneath his feet. I've achieved lightning. Bolts of electricity crackled around him. This was the first step in mastering the 5 stages of attribute mana control. First, channel the mana through the lightning attribute, then project it outward. Theo's eyes burned like pure lightning. Thunderbolts of immense power struck the ground where he stood, as if he had become a living thunder god. Step 2 complete. Theo's subordinates gaped, stunned. He didn't just channel it, he fully manifested it. For most, this would be the limit, but for Theo, it was just the beginning. His dragon heart thumped powerfully inside his chest. Theo had fully mastered his attribute mana, compressing it into a small energy orb at his chest. His face radiated confidence. Step 3, energy control complete. From the sidelines, Remington couldn't hide his excitement at Theo's growth. Ray was stunned, and even Erica couldn't help but marvel at his skill. That musclehead back there? Pretty sure he's already a hardcore fan, huh? That's seriously impressive. I never thought you'd reach the control stage exactly like the rumors said. Before she could even finish, Theo pushed further, leaving the Nine-Dragon blinking in surprise. His heartbeat thundered, a pulse of raw energy that seemed almost tangible, filling the air around him. The entire area lit up from the sheer force he radiated. Every inch of him looking impossibly intense. Theo's eyes narrowed, sharp and lethal, like a dragon locking onto its prey. Attribute breathing technique. Thunderlight. In an instant, he drew his sword, launching a single strike charged with every bit of his strength. It shot straight ahead. Its name? Thunder Dragon. A lightning-born dragon surged forward, tearing through everything, aimed directly at the judges. Gasps echoed through the crowd. He actually dared to strike at the overseers, facing down the unstoppable Thunder Dragon with deadly determination. The Nine-Dragon's expression didn't change. Haha, interesting. You've already reached the expansion stage. He lifted a hand lazily toward the incoming attack. Attribute breathing technique. Water-water pressure cross. With effortless precision, the counter sliced the dragon into 4 perfect pieces. Now you've really got my attention, Theo Ragnar. You wanted to test the judge? Here's my answer. The crowd below could only stare, mouths open. What kind of skill is this? The 9 dragon chuckled. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I'll add 1,000 points for you. Theo bowed slightly. Thank you, my lord. Murmurs spread. An ascendant never held back points from bold candidates. The scoreboard showed a huge gap now. Theo led second place by 1,000 points, 2,100 in total. Complete domination. At this level, is he really living up to ancestral standards? Farrell spoke again. All right, you 3, show me what you've got. Next up were Remington, Ray, and Erica. Remington earned 500 bonus points for his water attribute control. Ray Ragnar scored 300 points for her ice crystals mastery. Erica earned 300 points for her blazing flames display. The ascendant couldn't hide his amazement. Ha ha ha, what an extraordinary batch. Usually, surpassing 1,000 points is enough to dominate, but here, 4 top scorers. Truly remarkable. Final tally, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. Remington, 1,426. Erica, 1,143. Ray, 1,089. You've all done well. Except for those moving on to the 3rd awakening ritual, everyone else may leave. Prepare thoroughly for the designation ceremony in 1 week. Now, only the 4 who had passed the hidden challenge remained. Suddenly, the mountain behind them radiated an intense, strange aura, forcing the other 3 to stagger under its sheer pressure. The 9 dragon's eyes went cold. His voice was low, grave. Now then, shall we begin the 3rd awakening ritual? Theo's face twisted in anger. Why does this feel wrong? Why is Lodbrok's energy here? With the 2nd awakening ritual done, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray faced the most critical challenge yet. The 3rd awakening ritual. Not a ceremonial meeting. This was a brutal trial where every move counted. The outcome would determine if they earned a nomination to the clan head's manor, a milestone proving their potential as Ragnar heirs. Inside Theo, emotions churned. His eyes narrowed with fierce determination. Waiting was the Ragnar clan head himself. And he whispered, Why? Why do I sense Lodbrok's energy here? That's impossible. If the one who took Lodbrok's heart is the clan head, cold sweat ran down Theo's face, his skin paling, veins throbbing with anger. No, I have to see this for myself. At that moment, a commanding, icy voice rang out. Now, overcome the dragon's might and greet the clan head. The 9 dragons' voice thundered, breaking the silence. A crushing pressure slammed down on all 4 candidates. Knees hit the ground. Breaths came in short gasps. Damn it. Erica gritted her teeth, eyes blazing. How are we supposed to climb that mountain like this? Theo stayed silent, controlling his breathing despite the weight. Calmly, he said, I think I know how to handle this trial. Everyone, you need to sync with the mana wavelengths if you want to move forward. Erica's face went blank, brow furrowing. Wavelengths? What are you talking about? Remington didn't hesitate. He means we need to create counterphase waves to cancel out the pressure, right? Theo's eyes sharpened. Exactly. You're always quick on the uptake, Remington. But theory is one thing. Actually doing it is another story. This is how they separate the truly capable. Anyone who can't control their magic doesn't get to meet the clan head. Remington nodded, thoughtful. I get it. That makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, Erica just sat there, dazed. Counterphase, waves, interference? What exactly are they talking about? She bit her lip, confusion written all over her face. Remington shook his head, smiling wryly. Patiently, he explained. Magic flows in waves, just like sound or water. The clan head's aura produces specific mana wavelengths. To move forward, we generate opposing waves to neutralize his pressure. Makes sense. Erica's eyes lit up at the simpler explanation. So, I just need to counter the pressure with magic? Remington nodded. Pretty much. Instead of thanking him, Erica yelled in frustration. You muscle-bound, rule-obsessed nerd. Why didn't you just explain it like that from the start? Remington chuckled, shrugging lightly. I helped you figure it out, and now you're yelling at me. Ray, quietly observing, had already figured out what she needed to do. Erica kept going. Exactly. You're a walking rulebook. And seriously, only 17? You sound like an old man. Through it all, Theo remained focused, keeping his mana completely under control. Powerful, yet fluid streams of mana flowed from him, forming a stable energy field around his body. Both Erica and Remington stared in awe. He's already done it. Theo hadn't just neutralized the clan head's pressure, he'd mastered it with precision. Calm amid the swirling magical winds, he smiled confidently, radiating the presence of a true war god. His cold voice cut through the tension. I will become the next clan head. That's only natural. The audacity of his claim stunned everyone. Even the Nine Dragon, the epitome of stern authority, couldn't hide a flicker of interest. Truly intriguing. Without another word, Theo turned and left, leaving Erica and Remington frozen in place. They called after him, but he moved like a force of nature, unstoppable. The Nine Dragon's voice echoed after them, sharp and commanding. You two shouldn't just stand there gawking. Scores will be based on the order you reach the clan head. His words hit like a jolt. Erica, Remington, and Ray realized any hesitation could cost them everything. All three dashed forward at full speed, disappearing from the Nine Dragon's sight in an instant. Truly interesting, the Nine Dragon murmured, a rare smile flickering. At my age, I never expected to still be impressed by such talent. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace, where the ghost artisan's booming laughter echoed through the halls. Haha, my beloved youngest daughter, where are you? Come out, my precious lucky charm. She flung open doors with excitement, beaming. The servants trailing behind shook their heads, whispering, Oh dear, she's at it again. The usually serene Camellia Palace had been filled with chaos ever since Theo began rising among the nobility. Inside one room, Cecilia was giving instructions to a designer about a new outfit. Suddenly, the ghost artisan burst in, nearly bouncing with excitement. So this is where you are, my dear Cecilia. Cecilia sighed. Mother, please try to maintain some decorum in the palace. The old woman laughed loudly. Decorum? Who cares? I'm about to get filthy rich. Cecilia shook her head, gently countering. But aren't you already wealthy enough, mother? Yes, but not enough to make the walls crack. Now I'm at the peak of my career. Thanks to Theo shining brightly, my workshop is flooded with non-stop orders. Finally, I'm getting the fame I deserve. Cecilia smiled at her mother's joy. But deep down, worry gnawed at her. I always believed he'd succeed, but seeing him like this makes me uneasy. What if he gets hurt? What if the pressure and attention are too much? Cecilia clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. I can't just stand by. I have to support him with everything I've got. But I wish I could help him in a more practical way. Behind her, her mother rambled on about her past achievements, back when she focused only on crafting weapons to survive. Now she announced she was switching to making and selling accessories, opening a new chapter entirely. Her carefree words sparked an idea in Cecilia's mind. And then my revenue will multiply tenfold, She laughed confidently. Cecilia abruptly cut in, shattering her smugness. Mother, have you ever tried making a prosthetic arm? The room froze for a moment, an eerie sense of foreshadowing hanging in the air. Could Theo be stepping into a role like Yangyu? The story cut to the clan head, waiting. He laughed heartily as his loyal crow relayed Theo's bold declaration. Haha, he said he'll be the next clan head. What an arrogantly interesting kid. The clan head turned to the crow, eyes warm but amused. I know your concerns, but even parents can't stand in the way of their child's dreams. Young ambition is unstoppable. Back in our day, we were the same. He gestured toward the sword graveyard, a place filled with thousands of swords embedded in the ground, a vivid reminder of countless life-or-death battles. Despite his reassurance, the crow still looked irritated, clearly disliking Theo and showing it openly. The clan head smiled, voice steady, like an underground river. I told you not to worry. My goal is the prosperity and growth of Ragnar. Anything that stands in the way of that, I'll handle it, just like this. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, then softened like a passing breeze. Nothing's happened yet. We still have time to observe the boy. Even if my son, Theo Ragnar, is a regressor. After the second awakening ritual, the clan head spoke quietly with his crow. Sitting in the sword graveyard, he had waited for the worthy children to overcome the final trial. When Theo finally arrived, the clan head's face lit up. You've finally made it, my son. His eyes narrowed, caution flickering within. On the opposite side, Theo was visibly exhausted after pushing himself to reach this point. Standing before him was a presence that made everything else fade away. The clan head's aura pressed down like a storm, each breath feeling heavier than the last. His strength wasn't just formidable, it was untouchable, in a league all its own. For anyone still in the awakening phase, just being near him was enough to make your knees tremble. The pressure was that intense. Then, without warning, the clan head spoke. First things first, do you know what these are? Theo's gaze swept the area, instantly recognizing the scene. This is the sword graveyard. Every sword here belongs to someone the clan head has defeated. The clan head closed his eyes, his voice echoing Theo's realization. Exactly. To sit in my position, you face threats and challenges alone. You can't lean on anyone here. This is a role ruled by the law of strength. To lead this clan, you must rise above everything, on your own. His eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing. Tell me, do you really think you have the right to claim this position? Theo kept his expression steady, his voice calm and certain. Yes, I do. The clan head's face hardened. Don't say that lightly. I had to slaughter thousands to reach this spot. Can you still claim that after feeling their hatred firsthand? At his words, the grudges in the sword graveyard surged to life, rushing toward Theo like a tidal wave of resentment. I'll curse you forever. How dare you? I'll tear you to pieces. But even as the hatred crashed over him, Theo didn't flinch. He planted his feet, unwavering. Why? What drives you? The clan head's simple question carried weight. Theo's mind raced. Avenge his past life, claim the clan head's seat, end this cursed battle for the throne. He was ready for whatever trial came next. Slowly, he drew his sword, unsure if this was the answer the clan had expected. If that's the case, then there's only one way. He tightened his grip, eyes burning. I'll answer with my sword. The words landed hard. The clan head's lips curved into a wide, approving smile. Cold, yet full of satisfaction, enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. Good. From now on, I won't see you as my son. You're an arrogant challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings. Theo froze. Shock spread across his face. Did he just say her? Before he could react, a single slash cut through the air, effortlessly cleaving him in half. Even his sword shattered, splintering like twigs. His eyes went wide. Had he really been taken down without even noticing? The clan head's voice was calm, almost casual. A single, ordinary slash is enough to fell this immature child. Truly overambitious. Theo's last thought flickered through his mind. Am I dead? Consciousness began to slip, fading into a hazy, indistinct void. This is the Heart Sword, a realm only absolute masters can command. For an awakening trial, it was more than enough. Still, the crow objected. Worried our little protagonist might actually die? Exactly. It's a brutal trial for someone still awakening. Only a will of iron can survive the Heart Sword. And if his resolve is half-hearted, better he dies here, empty and useless. That way, we won't have to deal with a regressor who could only harm the clan. Inside the Heart Sword, Theo's soul drifted through a void with no shape or form. I'm dead, right? Fair enough, I guess. He's the clan head, after all. This time, there was no regret. He had done all he could. Camellia Palace was secured. He had avenged Randin and Axion, those who betrayed him in his past life. Everything had fallen into place, guided by fate's hand. And yet, this life felt far lighter, far happier than the last. Maybe this really was the end. Hands clawed at his drifting soul, trying to drag him down, snuffing out hope. Time to rest, huh? Pieces of his soul faded into nothingness, until a bird appeared, speaking sharp and clear. Hey kid, that's enough. Get up already. If this was too much, you might as well have let me swallow you back then. Theo's eyes snapped open. Determination returned. You're right, thanks. He gripped his sword again, but this time, everything felt different. He couldn't let it end like this. After everything he had fought for, how could he give up now? He had made a promise. Even if his body broke, even if his soul cracked, his will would never bend. This second chance at life was for revenge. A single slash, carrying every ounce of power and unshakable faith from 2 lifetimes, shot forward. It felt like a key, carving a path out of the darkness. The Heart Sword's barrier finally shattered. And just like that, Theo stepped back into the world he had fought so hard to reach. His sword cut through the air in a perfect arc, sharp and unwavering, a mark of the path he had chosen, full of trials and thorny challenges. Across from him, the clan head moved forward slowly, each step deliberate, his gaze fixed on Theo. A small, satisfied smile curved his lips, his eyes glinting with approval. It was as if he was saying without words, well done. You've made it this far. With that, the grueling awakening ritual finally came to an end. The scene shifted to the day of the nomination ceremony at the clan headquarters. After a brief rest, Theo arrived alongside his sister. Wow, it's packed. I'm getting a little nervous, he muttered. Erica raised an eyebrow, smirking. What? You're all grown up and still acting like a shy kid. I'm not shy. It's just, look at all the top-tier fighters here. Unit commanders, the Nine Dragon, the former clan head, even the current one, he shot back. Erica chuckled. Yep, total kid. Relax, she teased. No one's gonna care about someone who hasn't even mastered a tribute breathing yet. Huh? What did you just say? Theo gritted his teeth, annoyed, but he knew there was no taking on this fiery woman. Can you at least tell me, what did you get from the clan head in the third awakening ritual? Erica stayed cool, unfazed. That's a secret. You don't need to know. You're so stingy. If it were my Theo, he'd have told me already. Erica's face twitched slightly at that. My Theo? Are you imagining things? What are you even talking about? You know what being a soldier means, becoming a sword for the Ragnar clan. We stake our lives on Ragnar. In that case, I want to serve a lord who's strong, ambitious, capable. Only Theo Ragnar fits that. I'm betting my life on him. That's why I call him my Theo. Huh, so he already agreed to that. Halkus answered deadpan. He has to agree. So I'm joining the same unit as him. I don't know why, but the clan head said he won't take Theo to the manor, so I can just follow him into a unit instead. From the stands above, the drum sounded. The ceremony was beginning. Attention everyone. The nomination ceremony will now begin. The top performer of the awakening ceremony, Theo Ragnar, please step forward. Cheers and shouts erupted around him, the crowd fully behind him. He stood in the open plaza under a clear blue sky, a place his past self could hardly have imagined reaching. Theo's face brightened with joy, his eyes shining with confidence. This time, I won't let it end in regret, he thought. Up in the stands, Evelyn watched with pride. Everyone's eyes are on you, young Master Theo. Where will you go from here? Secretly, she hoped he'd join the White Dragon Cavalry, though she knew it might just be her own wish. Congratulations on achieving the highest overall rank, Theo Ragnar. Your skills in every area have set the standard for all other candidates. Now, the choice is yours. Before the sentence finished, E. Troyven stood up. The announcer froze. He was one of the Heavenly Dragons, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, E. Troyven. His sudden move left every candidate stunned. Was this revenge for Axion? No, that couldn't be it. Even the clan head's gaze locked on Eid, tracking every motion. The unit commanders didn't dare look away. Central Director, I don't know your intentions, but please, take a seat. Ignoring them all, Eid spoke calmly, with authority. Theo Ragnar, the Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo's eyes flickered with suspicion. A heavenly dragon, still unsettled by Axion's death, but surely he wouldn't disrupt the ceremony. Yet Eid's gentle smile and soft tone defied everyone's expectations. I'd like to offer you the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. What do you say? In his past life, Theo had been seen as a failure, so topping the awakening ceremony was extraordinary. Even within the Ragnar family, he'd always been at the bottom. Now, it was as if a new dragon had awakened, showing its hidden strength. His rise shook the apprentices across the clan, a story so many envied and secretly dreamed of repeating. Even as he grew stronger, who could have guessed he'd defeat Axion? Rumors said he even took down an overseer. Could anyone believe he had that power? Theo had dominated Axion completely. Stories of his feats spread like wildfire. More and more people wanted to follow his lead. The whole atmosphere had shifted. No one looked down on him anymore. Their eyes were full of envy and respect. Theo was no longer the clan's failure. He had claimed first place in the awakening ceremony. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You've completed the main storyline mission, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. Reward, 1 ether core. The reward has been stored in your inventory. Theo glanced down at the system panel, curiosity flickering across his face. Right? I had a mission. An ether core, huh? Since it's a long-term mission, it must be something pretty valuable. Before he could dwell on it, Eid's voice cut through, sharp and clear, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was enough to snap him fully back into focus. The Central Intelligence Bureau wishes to appoint Theo Ragnar as Deputy Director. The fake smile was obvious, thin and unreadable, like it was meant to mask something deeper. Theo froze for a moment, mind racing. What's he really planning? Without hesitation, he activated his observation skill, locking straight onto Eid Troyven. The system instantly displayed Eid's profile. 46 years old, Heavenly Dragon, Master Strategist and Schemer, ambition sharp as a blade. His aim? To use Theo as a pawn, a hunting dog to track the secrets of the ancient dragon relic. Of course, Theo muttered under his breath. He's after the ancient dragon relic. Somehow he knows I have it. But from now on, things won't go his way, Heavenly Dragon. Fists clenched, rage simmering, Theo thought, the Troyven family. I'll take them down myself. Every grudge from my past life, multiplied tenfold. Just wait. Nearby, the ghost dragon couldn't hold back. What's that supposed to mean, Central Intelligence Director? I'm just here recruiting talent for the nomination. What's the problem? His voice sharpened, clearly irritated. Do you think everyone here is blind? Even a child could see you're plotting revenge for your grandson. Eid's expression stayed calm. Haha, understandable. But you're wrong, Ghost Dragon. Yes, as an uncle I'm furious, but as director, I just want to bring in exceptional talent. What's wrong with that? The Ghost Dragon's jaw tightened. This snake only cares about himself, even after his grandson's death. They paused as the judge intervened from below. I understand your motives, but please wait until the process officially begins. The judge turned back to Theo. Now, Theo, have you made your decision? I haven't fully decided yet, Theo said evenly. I want to hear all the offers first. Anyone willing to step forward? A sly grin spread across his face as he scanned the 9 dragons, calculating carefully. From the high seats, a hand finally rose, signaling the first offer. It was OSA Ragnar Plunus. Theo, I want you as my disciple. I'll make you the young lord of Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd below buzzed with excitement. Young lord of Plum Blossom? The palace head has no heirs. Does this mean they'll adopt Theo Ragnar? If so, he'd inherit the legacy of the sword dragon, mastering elite sword techniques. Even Remington's eyes widened in surprise. 2 of the 9 dragons have already made offers? That's impressive, young Master Theo. Erica chimed in, smirking. With this, no other captains will dare step forward. Suddenly, a giant bird shadowed the area above, its voice booming. I want in too. It landed with a shockwave, rattling the ground and kicking up dust. A man wrapped in black bandages emerged slowly. None other than the Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Robert Ragnar. Even the Black Dragon joins the recruitment. His voice was calm, yet firm. I've been watching you through the awakening ceremony. Seems the clan head was right. You have a quality that draws people in. Join Black Snow. I'll secure you a spot in Snowland. It was tempting. Snowless rank in Black Snow meant top-tier access, freedom to operate, and prestige. In his past life, only 8 people ever reached Snowless. He had never made it. Now it was offered almost casually. Next to speak was the Ascendant Dragon. Master of Ascendant Dragon Hall, Pharaoh Ragnar, spoke gently. Theo, your performance in the Third Awakening was remarkable. The Ascendant Dragon Hall is always open to you. Other candidates were stunned. What? Even Ascendant Dragon Hall? That's 4 of the 9 dragons offering recruitment. Wait, there's one more. It was the Ghost Dragon, captain of the White Armor Dragon unit, Julius Ragnar. Despite all the tempting offers, he remained cold and serious. The White Armor Dragon unit offers you a position, Theo Ragnar. No special perks. Why so stubborn? Yet as expected of him, he valued proving yourself over meaningless rewards. I want you in the White Armor Dragon unit, but no special treatment. That wouldn't be fair to others. All I can give is my full support to help you grow stronger, to earn the honor of a Dragon Knight. That's it. Theo allowed himself a satisfied smile. I see. In that case, my choice will be. Before he could finish, a mysterious smile from the stands cut off his thought. You're a regressor, aren't you? The words hit him like a shockwave. What? He spun toward the voice echoing through his mind. Majestic waves of power radiated from a single figure in the stands. It was none other than the former clan head, Hilda Ragnar. Shaken, but forcing composure, Theo said, I don't know what you mean. Hilda's smile never faltered. This kid. I don't know how you survived your last loop, but your acting skills aren't half bad. Theo's eyes went wide, shock hitting him like a thunderclap. Loop? What does that even mean? Could there really be multiple regression cycles? The judge's voice pulled him back to the moment. Theo, is something wrong? You look anxious. He cleared his throat. May I have a moment to think? Of course, the judge replied. It's a big decision, but don't take too long. In his mind, Hilda's voice lingered. No need to hide it. I'm a regressor too, but my designated loops are finished. Theo's thoughts spun, trying to catch up. So she's regressed multiple times before. How is that even possible? And if that's true, how many regressors exist out there? My opponent now, a former clan head. Better to be honest and get the answers I need. Carefully, he asked, does a loop mean you can regress multiple times? Hilda's voice carried a teasing amusement. Humph. You really don't know much, do you? The clan head didn't tell you, did he? Theo nodded slowly. Makes sense. He despises regressors. Surprising, he even let you live. All those brutal trials I went through. It's because he hates regressors. Hilda's face remained calm, a smug smile tugging at her lips. Looks like you have a lot of questions. But there's no time now. If you want the secrets of this world, and the clan, come find me after the ceremony. We'll settle it then. Theo stayed silent, lost in thought, saying nothing. During the Third Awakening, the clan head had given no answers, only showing him the heart sword. He hated regressors. Combined with the Theo he'd sensed in Lodbrok's stolen heart, one realization became clear. The clan head had taken Lodbrok's heart. She was an ancient dragon who had accepted an ordinary regressor. No human could ever hope to defeat an ancient dragon. It was simply impossible. And yet, the clan head had done it. Only someone of unimaginable power could achieve such a feat. His name echoed across the world, earning the title of demigod, a testament to his overwhelming strength and authority. Theo forced a wry smile. If that's the case, there's no other way to uncover the clan's secrets about regressors. A voice called out, snapping him back. Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you'll go? Theo straightened. Yes, I've made my decision. I will join. After weighing all the offers from the 9 dragons, Theo finally knew where he belonged. His voice rang out, firm and unwavering. I will join. The scene cut briefly, leaving the reveal hanging for effect. Frustration bubbled from the crowd. They got to hear the second-place finisher, Remington. I will join the Ascendant Dragon Hall. Farrell's face lit with genuine pleasure. Finally, someone worthy of his recognition. From that moment, Remington became a disciple of one of the 9 dragons. The reason was simple. They shared the same water attribute, clear and straightforward. In his previous life, Remington had left the Ragnar clan, returned to the Narcio family, and built his strength independently. After gaining power, he led a rebellion against the Troivan family. Though the uprising failed, his name spread far and wide. No one underestimated Remington's skill with a sword. This time, though, he chose to stay with the Ragnar clan. Clearly, Theo's presence had changed everything. The two stepped forward, exchanging a firm handshake. Looks like we won't see each other for a while. Do your absolute best. Let's meet again when we're both stronger. Of course, young Master Theo. I'll look forward to that day. Remington's eyes burned with determination, a happy smile spreading across his face. Across from him, Theo mirrored the same expression, bidding farewell to a friend who shared his goals. Next was Ray's turn. As expected, she returned to Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. Theo had guessed it long before she spoke. Daffodil Palace was the perfect place for her to reach her full potential. Back in the training hall, everyone wanted to follow Theo, but their scores weren't high enough. He felt a twinge of regret leaving loyal subordinates behind, but as long as they stayed in the Ragnar clan, paths would cross again. That wrapped up the main events of the nomination ceremony. Everyone, good work. Return to your chosen units. From now on, give everything for your dreams and a brighter future. While Theo was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, snapping him to attention. Hey Theo. I didn't expect we'd end up in the same unit. It was Hulkus and Erica. Both had joined the same unit as Theo. Hulkus approached with an awkward grin, while Erica sighed at her little brother. At least now, Theo had some familiar faces by his side. Theo stepped forward, excitement lighting his face. Great to see you both, Hulkus, Erica. I'm really grateful for your help in the second round. You came through big time. Yeah, don't forget that, Erica said, blushing slightly. Strong people were undeniably attractive. I like you too, young Master Theo, Hulkus quickly added. You like strong people too, right? They all burst into laughter at Theo's stunned expression. These siblings were strange, and suddenly so into him. Just then, a soldier called out. Attention everyone, the captain is coming. No matter what, Theo would make the same choice again. He knew this was the most honorable unit in the Ragnar clan, the perfect place to start his path toward clan head. No other place compared to the White Dragon Corps. From afar, the Ghost Dragon approached, pride in his voice. Welcome to the White Armor Dragon. Here, you'll reach the peak of your strength. Theo thought quietly, guess I'll go find Hilda later. Theo stepped forward, each movement measured, deliberate, as if he owned every step he took. His sharp gaze swept over the recruits, a sly, confident smile tugging at his lips. All right, let's hear it. What drives each of you? What's the fire in your heart? Hulkus was the first to speak. I want to be the coolest knight, someone everyone looks up to. I want my name to echo across the lands, he added, determination clear in his voice. Erica stepped forward next, her voice firm. I want to be the strongest of our generation. She locked eyes with Theo. I want the captain to truly recognize my strength. After everyone shared their ambitions, the room's attention shifted, all eyes turning toward one figure. Theo remained calm, relaxed, like nothing could shake him. His expression was cool, almost unyielding, as he finally spoke, voice low but clear. I want to become the captain of the White Dragon Corps. He refused to let the past repeat itself. He was determined to prevent former tragedies and prepare for the looming war ahead. He knew he had to be truly powerful. Hearing such bold words, the recruits couldn't help but admire him. Declaring that right in front of the captain? That took guts. The Ghost Dragon, sensing their potential, let out a hearty laugh. Huh, excellent. You all have big dreams. Then you've come to the right place. No matter why each of you joined the White Dragon Corps, remember one thing. Clenching his fists, his voice firm, unwavering, he continued. Every drop of blood, every bead of sweat you shed will write Ragnar's history. Today's struggles become tomorrow's honor. Never let your shield break or your sword bend. Watch over your comrades. Guard them as you would yourself. Our strength comes from unity and resilience. So never give up. Along the path paved with sweat, tears, and blood, you'll find the honor of a true swordsman of the Ragnar clan. The speech ignited the recruits, filling them with energy and determination. Welcome to the White Dragon Corps family. From today, I will guide you on the path to strength. As he finished, a massive dragon descended from above, landing behind the Ghost Dragon, sending tremors through the ground. A cinematic, awe-inspiring sight. The recruits froze, staring wide-eyed at the dragon. Is that real? The captain's partner. The Ghost Dragon's voice rang with pride. This is my partner, Gullah, leader dragon of the White Dragon Corps. From the sky, more dragons began to appear, approaching steadily. They were the other members of the White Dragon team, ready to greet the new recruits. One by one, they landed with heavy thuds. Now, climb onto the backs of your seniors' dragons, the ghost dragon instructed. The recruits froze, faces blank. Riding dragons now? Without hesitation, the ghost dragon leapt onto Gulla's back. The official initiation begins now. It's time to find your own partners. Gather at the dragon's lair. I'll teach you the first lesson of the Dragon Knight core there. With a powerful stomp, Gulla launched into the sky, wings spreading wide, soaring toward the lair and leaving the recruits and seniors in stunned awe. Theo and his friends stared, curiosity and excitement shining in their eyes. This is what being a Dragon Knight is. I'm going to have my own dragon. A familiar voice spoke beside him, catching him off guard. Let's go too, young master. So you finally chose to join the White Dragon Corps, the voice continued. Theo stammered, disbelief written all over his face. Evelyn, you're here too? Evelyn smiled warmly, her tone gentle. Yes, that's right. Theo's eyes widened as he noticed something new. Her arm, it had healed. Before him stood Evelyn with a perfectly crafted prosthetic arm, likely a gift from Theo's mother, made for the woman who had always cared for him. Flashback a few days, Theo's mother met Evelyn. Hello, Evelyn. I wanted to thank you for everything you've done. Evelyn was taken aback. The Lady of Camellia Palace. You came here yourself? She planted her sword upright, speaking seriously. If it's for young Master Theo, you needn't have come. Even without my help, his talent would shine just as brightly. The lady quickly interjected. Yes, perhaps. But knowing someone genuinely supports and acknowledges him can be a huge motivation. And you are exactly that kind of person to Theo, she added. The trainees nearby were stunned, overhearing this. Even Evelyn, experienced as she was, felt flustered. No, I'm just a retired swordsman. I lost an arm. How could I possibly help the young master? The lady gently interrupted. Don't belittle yourself. Sometimes the light that guides someone out of darkness doesn't realize how brightly it shines. You are that light. Instead of just offering thanks, I'll help you shine even brighter in this vast world. Back in the present, Evelyn had received a priceless gift she never expected. Thank you, young master. I heard you were especially concerned about this, right? Thanks to your help, I was able to return to the White Dragon Corps. Truly, I'm grateful. Theo looked a bit confused, piecing it together. I should have handled this sooner. Looks like Mom took all the credit for herself. She really hasn't changed at all. Thanks, Mom. I, Evelyn, swordsman of the White Dragon Corps, swear eternal loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I will be your sword forever. Theo's face lit up, a wide, joyful smile spreading across his lips. Thank you, Evelyn. It's nothing. Please guide me well. Without hesitation, the two headed straight toward the mountains, the dragon's lair of the White Dragon Corps. Clouds swirled around them, dragons flying from all directions, heralding the start of their journey. This was it, the White Dragon's lair. A massive, open sanctuary where wyverns roamed freely. The White Dragon Corps worked alongside these dragons, so naturally, every initiation ceremony was held right here. Theo's eyes widened as he took in the space, his heart pounding. If I don't find a partner here, does that mean I can't join? Yes, Evelyn said quietly. It's rare, but it's happened before. His mind spun with thoughts. Erica and Hulkus. I'm not sure this suits them, but somehow they'll manage. Evelyn gestured ahead. Take a look around. Usually, you'll feel it right away. Your wyvern will make itself known. They started walking side by side, scanning the wide, open grounds, looking for a dragon that would answer Theo's call. The first dragons they came across were the Optrex, storm-chasing predators. Massive, up to 15 meters, their scales a deep, earthy brown, eyes sharp and calculating. Next were the Aviali, snake-like, deadly, spewing purple mist, and their tails, like built-in stingers, could take down almost anything. Then came the Sigisaur, a gentle earth dragon, mostly herbivorous, hiding underground, but ready to strike if danger came too close. Finally, the Velociraptor dragons. Small, fast, clever pack hunters, their fire-breathing skills impressive, and their movements lightning quick. At one point, Theo and Evelyn found themselves running for their lives after stumbling into a Velociraptor nest. We almost got roasted, he muttered, catching his breath. These are the wyverns the White Dragon Corps manages, Evelyn explained, mostly split into these 4 types. Any sense of which one is yours yet? Theo shook his head, frowning. Not yet. There was a dragon he had in mind before coming, but it wasn't anywhere to be seen. He remembered from his past life. After the devastating dragon war, a mutated wyvern had broken into the White Dragon Corps sanctuary, slaughtering hundreds of carefully raised dragons. Its name? Shadow Black Dragon. That day, 8 villages went up in flames, and dozens of swordsmen didn't make it. Nobody could take it down quickly. The Ragnar clan called it a second-tier disaster and ordered immediate extermination. It was only defeated when the Black Dragon and Sword Dragon intervened in time. Its death was a tragedy, but unavoidable. They called it Shadow Black Dragon because it could vanish into darkness without a trace. If I could have a partner like that, it would be unbelievable. Everything I saw in that dragon back then, there's no denying it. Suddenly, Theo's eyes went wide. Far off, he spotted 4 or 5 dragons moving together. That has to be it, the one I'm looking for. The scene cut to a cliffside. The ghost dragon and his partner lounged there, watching recruits scramble across the lair below. A shadowy figure appeared suddenly, voice teasing. Looking pretty pleased with yourself, captain of the White Dragon Corps. The ghost dragon turned, a smug smile spreading. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have a single dragon under my command, one that everyone envies. That's convenient, she said. I was just about to bring that up. The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace approached slowly. Captain, you're planning to put Theo Ragnar at the center of your unit, aren't you? The ghost dragon's eyes narrowed. Suspicion flickered across his face. As I suspected, he said, voice careful. You pick your words with care, my lady. Of course, she replied. Words are where trouble starts. One wrong move and things spiral. You're aiming for something bigger, aren't you? I don't recall saying anything like that, he answered, cool and measured. She stepped closer. Don't worry. I'm making an offer for that boy. What exactly are you scheming? Theo Ragnar already chose the White Dragon Corps, he said. He isn't going to the Plum Blossom Palace. What kind of offer could you have for him? She ignored his doubt and pressed on. Let him come with me. What do you say to that, Ghost Dragon? His eyes went wide. What is she talking about? Back at the cliff, for dragons circled a lone white one at the center. Theo and Evelyn dashed forward. It's starting again, he said urgently. You know about this wyvern? Yes. It's been alone for a long time. I tried helping, but it didn't work. It's not a standard wyvern, so the others just rejected it. Wait, not a wyvern. That's right, Evelyn explained. It's the offspring of a female wyvern and a male biffer. Theo froze, eyes wide. A biffer? That's a first-tier sea-bottom monster. How is that even possible? Evelyn turned to explain. That's the mystery. It really shouldn't happen. First-tier monsters are strong enough to rival storms or tsunamis. Just one breaking through human defenses can cause devastation. Biffers are shadowy creatures that dwell deep in forests. They rarely appear, but their strength is no joke. If what we suspect is true, the Shadow Black Dragon inherited its father's powers. From birth, it became a problem for the White Dragon Corps. At first, we just observed it in the lair. But the other wyverns refused to accept it, isolating it from the herd. That wasn't a solution, so we've been worried ever since. Feeling a connection with the dragon's struggle, Theo's chest tightened. It's being rejected just for being different. What's the little one's name? Umbra, Evelyn said. It means shadow in an ancient tongue. Theo's face lit up, determination sparking in his eyes. Shadow, that's exactly who I want as my partner. Theo spun on his heel and dove without a second thought, catching Evelyn completely off guard. Young master, what are you doing? She shouted, her voice trembling. He didn't pause. Looks like I've found my partner. Evelyn's protests hung in the air as he leapt. What do you mean? She called after him, confusion written all over her face. No turning back now. Theo plummeted, muscles tensed, every motion deliberate. The decision had already been made. Above him, Evelyn strained to follow his path, calling out, Young Master Theo. As he fell, his mind was sharp, focused. Umbra, this time, I'll give you a life that's different. A life different from the one it's been trapped in, like the one I'm living now. Theo struck the cliffside with a thunderous crash, landing with perfect precision and saving his future partner in a move that left no doubt about his skill. He reached into his inventory, pulling out weapons as naturally as breathing. With a single, fluid motion, he sent several short swords flying forward. His eyes snapped open wide as he activated his synchronization skill. Psychokinesis. I can control these now. The swords glimmered instantly, wrapped in a pulse of raw energy. He stomped down on the air, launching himself forward like a master cultivator taking flight with a blade. Every movement flowed with precision, grace, like he was dancing through the wind itself. Each step carried not just accuracy, but sheer, terrifying force. At his age, few could ever match this. From behind, Evelyn watched in stunned silence. My God, when did he even learn psychokinesis? The way he's using it. I've never seen anything like this. His growth, it's unreal. Meanwhile, Umbra remained pinned on the cliff, tense, for dragons circling like predators. It let out a furious roar, a warning sharp as a blade. Get away. The roar triggered something deep in Theo, memories from his past flashing across his mind. In his previous life, he had been mocked relentlessly. Is he really a Ragnar? Pathetic. Just the son of some ordinary woman. The words had echoed over and over. Those echoes lingered, a constant reminder to never repeat old mistakes. Theo gathered his swords, electricity crackling along their edges, his power radiating in a visible arc. Breath ragged, eyes ablaze, he unleashed everything he had. Breath of the Thunder Dragon. The swords transformed, lightning crackling, turning into lethal bolts of energy. They surged forward at impossible speed, unstoppable and relentless. As they converged, their force multiplied, forming a crackling, dragon-shaped seal in midair. The energy scattered the circling dragons, forcing them to retreat in panic. Even after the dragons fled, the swords embedded in the ground hummed with residual electricity, proof of the raw force unleashed. Theo landed lightly, voice calm as he surveyed the scene. They ran off at the slightest provocation. Cowards, all of them. He hurried over to Umbra, concern softening his expression. Are you okay? Umbra didn't relax. Instead, it fixed him with a wary, suspicious gaze. Before he could respond, Umbra flapped its wings and took off, leaving Theo frozen. Ah, wait. He braced himself, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Behind him, Evelyn landed quietly. It's under a lot of stress. Approaching it won't be easy. Maybe give it some time. Theo turned sharply. No, this is the moment. Why do you think it lingers near its nest even after being pushed away? The answer's simple. It's lonely. Mental wounds cut deeper than any physical ones. It's hurt and can't go far. Help me chase it. Evelyn blinked, hesitant, clearly still unsure. Just as he expected, Umbra returned to the nest nearby. Its breaths came fast and shallow. The injuries from the previous dragon attack still caused it pain. Theo and Evelyn closed in quickly. She warned him, many knights have tried taming it. None succeeded. Umbra is cautious to the extreme. Right now, that makes it even more unpredictable. Theo ignored her, turning away. Get me some food. I'll try to understand it. After all, this is my initiation test. A silent battle of wills began. Theo knew one thing clearly. A wyvern fears less than a drake. This was a fight he could win. His eyes locked on Umbra, sharp and unwavering, full of intent. Across from him, Umbra seemed to sense its equal, yet it still refused to submit. Seeing that, Theo pressed harder, pushing the advantage. Umbra struggled, caught in despair, but it refused to give up. It would have been easy to force submission, but Theo didn't. Instead, he poured a healing potion carefully onto the wound on Umbra's neck, tending it with steady, deliberate hands. As Theo's hands worked, the injuries seemed to vanish almost instantly, the warmth of his voice spreading like it could reach straight to Umbra's core. How's that feel now? Pain eased a bit. Umbra's eyes blinked, wide and confused, letting out a few soft, questioning cries, as if silently asking why he was helping. Theo's hand rested gently on its neck, and for a moment, it felt like the dragon's thoughts stirred, reacting to him in some silent, instinctive way. I can feel what you're feeling, Umbra, he murmured softly. Underneath it all, there was still anger at the herd that had rejected it, sorrow that lingered, and a yearning for a place to belong. Even tangled up in its loneliness, that desire for connection was still alive. And right now, those feelings about me are all over the place, too. Suspicion mixed with curiosity, this stranger offering care was confusing. But part of Umbra didn't want him to go. Not at all. Theo's hand moved up, stroking gently along the top of its head. It's okay. I won't betray you or leave. You don't need to worry. And there's this, too. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a gem that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. I know you like shiny things, right? Umbra's eyes lit up immediately, pure delight shining through. Theo had hit the mark perfectly. He held the gem closer, teasing, want it. Even though it clearly adored the gem, Umbra turned its head shyly, pretending to refuse a gift it couldn't resist. But when it glanced again, something unexpected caught its attention. Theo had already fastened the sparkling gem around Umbra's neck. The dragon froze, eyes wide, stunned beyond words. Just a little gift from me. And if you come with me, there'll be even more. So what do you say? Will you come? Umbra froze, clearly unsure how to respond to the tempting offer. Theo didn't miss a beat, flashing his usual charm. I heard you don't like reins or saddles, right? I can make one for you, covered in gems like this. You'll shine so bright, everyone will notice. Umbra's mind raced, imagining it already. Theo grinned to himself, thinking, now, how do I sneak some gems from Grandma? Truly a devoted grandson. At the workshop, the ghostly artisan shivered as if she could sense the moment herself. Are you all right, ma'am? You look unwell. I feel like I might lose another fortune at any second. Umbra suddenly rose, stance tall and commanding. It let out a thunderous roar, officially acknowledging Theo as its master. You've acquired a new skill. Dragon Taming, Grade C, Level 1. Higher proficiency boosts trust with tamed dragons, and when mounted, both rider and dragon gain a 10% strength boost. After taming Umbra, Evelyn returned, carrying her spoils. Each hand held a wild boar effortlessly, while her partner behind her panted heavily. Arriving, Evelyn realized she'd missed the most exciting part. There, before her, Theo and Umbra were snuggling, close and affectionate. She was stunned. How did this happen? That dragon had never let anyone in before. Theo turned to her with a bright smile. Oh, you're back, Evelyn. They shared a brief exchange. Watching Umbra eat happily, Theo said, looks like it really likes that. Thanks for bringing the boars, Evelyn. Still in shock, she asked, how on earth did you tame Umbra? Humph, simple, Theo replied. I just healed its heart a little. Once Umbra's heart softened, the gift sealed everything. Heal the wounds, and anything could happen. Even hearing that, Evelyn couldn't wrap her head around it. She was speechless, staring at him in awe. You want me to eat that? No, I've had enough. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. Don't save any for me. Evelyn closed her eyes, smiling. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he win hearts, but even wyverns fall for him. Always surprising me, young master. She clapped in congratulations. Umbra had accepted him as a partner. When a flying dragon lowers its head willingly, that's total trust. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice turned urgent. Wait, what are you doing all of a sudden? Across from her, Theo replied calmly, Umbra told me to climb on. No way. Even if it accepts you, you haven't trained in flying yet. Riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is extremely dangerous. If you take off now, that's the fastest way to die. Theo just flashed a confident smile. It's fine. I've got my own way. With that, he activated the dragon taming skill to make up for his lack of riding experience. Umbra's wings flared powerfully, and it soared straight into the sky, leaving Evelyn watching from below. Haha, all right. I see. You want to show me something cool, huh? Let's go. Perched on Umbra's back, Theo's face shone with pure joy, but memories from his past life crept back. Something didn't feel right. How could a pure dragon like Umbra become the terrifying shadow black dragon? There's definitely more to this story, and it's on me to uncover it. The scene shifts to a waterfall. Dark mana leaks slowly from its edges, carrying an eerie, foreboding energy. Above, Theo and Umbra glide through the sky, laughter and joy filling the air as they head toward a spot Umbra is clearly excited to show him. They approach a massive waterfall, and tucked just beside it, partially hidden, is a small cave. Easy to miss if you're not paying attention. Theo steps forward, voice soft. Wow, I thought I knew these eastern mountains back in Huxiel pretty well. Never thought I'd stumble on a crystal cave right by a waterfall. You really love shiny things, don't you? Umbra's delighted cries echo, almost agreeing with him. Theo steps inside, eyes scanning the glittering walls. Something on the ground catches his attention, a cluster of unusual flowers. Huh, what are these? He kneels, gently picking up a strange purple bloom. Ah, now I get it. This is why you became the shadow black dragon. You've been eating these all along, haven't you? This is unexpected. Demonic shadow flowers, saturated with dark energy, here, of all places. They're called evil spirit flowers, usually only in the demon sea. They absorb pure demonic chi and thrive under moonlight. Monsters and demons value them immensely. But dragons and demons are natural enemies. How could you even absorb this? Maybe it's because you have two bloodlines. Still, this stuff is extremely dangerous. Theo channels lightning, incinerating the flowers into ash. Umbra panics, letting out distressed cries. Theo chuckles lightly. Relax, I'm not touching your crystal pile. Then his gaze shifts forward. Pinned against the far wall is a corpse. It radiates danger, an unsettling, almost suffocating presence. Theo steps closer, eyes widening. A human? No, more like a corpse. It's been here a long time. Thoughts rush as he approaches. The body is perfectly preserved. The cold helps, but not this much. Whoever this was had immense mana in life. What happened here? Why leave someone this powerful to die? Something's seriously wrong. I'll need to check this later. He turns calmly. First, let's get rid of these evil spirit flowers. Before he can act, the corpse flares with rage. Its mouth opens wide, empty eye sockets boiling with anger. Theo freezes, eyes wide. Damn it. I let my guard down. From behind, Umbra charges, striking the corpse away and saving Theo. Theo exhales in relief. Umbra roars, declaring its loyalty. Finally, it's found a master worth protecting. The corpse, pinned across from them, writhes with fury. It snaps its jaw toward Umbra, aiming to bite and spread a deadly poison. Theo's eyes flash. This is bad. He lunges forward, using his arm to block the bite. The impact is brutal, blood sprays, pain shooting through his limb. The corpse roars, venom in its voice. Kyle, you robber. You two bastards. I'll never forgive you, damn dogs. Theo freezes, stunned. Did I just hear that? Those names, the clan head and the black dragon? What happened between them? Amid the chaos, a familiar figure appears. The white armored dragon's sword technique, a precise, piercing thrust. It's Evelyn. She charges, unleashing a flurry of stabs that shatters the corpse's head and frees Theo. Young Master Theo, are you okay? Answer me. Theo collapses, hands soaked in blood. Evelyn, it's you. Sorry for the trouble. Pain courses through him. Teeth gritted, he mutters. It hurts like hell. The poison from that corpse, it's loaded with demonic energy. It's draining me fast. Without an ether core antidote soon, I'm in real danger. Evelyn's worry spikes. I'll take you back to headquarters for treatment. It'll hurt a bit. Umbra steps forward, defiant. It positions itself in front of Evelyn, wings spread. I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm protecting the young master. Evelyn warns sharply. Stop it, Umbra. Keep this up. And even as the young master's partner, I won't hold back. Theo pales, sweat dripping. Wait, Evelyn, hold on a sec. He looks at Umbra. Do you know how to save me? It roars in agreement. Despite weakening by the second, Theo forces a small smile. All right, I'll trust you. Evelyn panics. Young Master Theo, if we don't get back now, your life is at risk. The poison. Calm down, Evelyn. Demonic poison has less than a 30% survival rate, even with treatment. This time, I'm trusting Umbra. Umbra once evolved into a second-tier demonic dragon by eating evil spirit flowers. It's dealt with corpses like this before and knows how to absorb demonic energy and poison. So, trust Umbra. With that, Theo faints. Evelyn's worry spikes as Umbra immediately sets off to find a cure. It bites some evil spirit flowers and collects crystals from the cave. Then it brings everything directly to Evelyn. You want me to mix these and give them to him? Umbra nods vigorously. Evelyn studies the ingredients, still unsure. Evelyn hesitated, unsure if she had the courage to follow through. Time was slipping away, and Theo's life hung by a thread. There was no other option left. She closed her eyes and drew in a deep, steadying breath. All right, I'll take the risk. She held the ingredients carefully, letting her mana flow into them as she blended them together. From her palm, a dark purple liquid slowly poured into Theo's mouth. Everything she could do, she had done. Now it was up to fate. Evelyn and Umbra both held their breath, sweat beading on their faces. The air seemed to freeze, caught between life and death. Then, Theo's dragon heart began to pound violently. Something was about to happen. This can't be real. Mana surged through his body. Could he actually be recovering? Lightning crackled wildly around him. Yet the energy inside seemed to shift, transforming in ways he'd never felt before. The lightning darkened, turning black. I've never seen anything like this. What is happening? His body lifted off the ground, and inside, a chaotic battle for dominance raged. A system notification rang out, beginning body purification process. The individual will absorb the essence of Shadow Black Dragon. A new power is about to emerge. The scene cuts to Julia's command post. After a report from a subordinate, the ghost dragon's face darkened. Has Huxiel approved this report yet? They have, sir. Verification shows 89% accuracy. The ghost dragon slammed the table in fury, roaring. Damn it. What is going on? I already expected bad news. But this is beyond anything I imagined. The 5th squad captain of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry and 15 others had all fallen in battle. Meanwhile, inside Theo, the antidote Evelyn had prepared with Umbra's guidance kicked off a process of purification and rebirth. An ancient technique swept impurities from his body, restructuring it to store mana more efficiently. This rare method demanded immense mana and intense pain. Even when done perfectly, it had only ever succeeded on children under 5. For it to be happening to Theo now was the result of countless coincidences aligning just right. In other words, nearly impossible. Extreme Yang monster essence gradually built up in his muscles, making them stronger. Extreme Corpse poison infiltrated his body, expanding his mana capacity. Condensed mana formed from digesting the shadow demonic poison. With Umbra's help, Theo had learned to neutralize the deadly toxin. It all felt like fate had aligned, everything perfectly balanced. Instead of expelling or destroying the poison, his body absorbed it, transforming the demon's power into his own. Finally, with purification complete, Theo's eyes snapped open. Evelyn and Umbra hovered nearby, worry etched across their faces. Are you okay, young master? Theo struggled to sit, still weak. Evelyn, Umbra, sorry for making you both worry. Exhaustion marked his face. The purification had taken a heavy toll. Evelyn and Umbra exhaled in relief. We almost lost you back there. Theo glanced at his status panel. Theo Ragnar, 17, greatest prodigy in a millennium, Ragnar talent, observer player, inventory, guardian dragon, purification rebirth, phantom dragon status, drowsy from an unexpected encounter, absorbed demonic poison, creating the first phantom dragon. If uncontrolled, may become the second phantom dragon. Reading this, his eyes narrowed at the mention of phantom dragon power. 85 stat points added. This is insane. These crystals are pure condensed energy. Their power diluted the shadow demonic poison, almost acting like a healing medicine. Theo looked at Umbra, silently grateful. I'm lucky I trusted you. His Ragnar body was already near perfect, and now with purification and phantom dragon traits, it doesn't get much better than this. He clenched his fists, determination burning. From here on, my growth speed is going to be unreal. But first, a few more pressing matters remain. He stood, slowly approaching the corpse that had bitten him. The question now, who exactly is this old monster? Evelyn hurried closer, examining it carefully. Her eyes caught something. What is it, Evelyn? Young master, there's something carved into the wall. Are these diary entries? Carving such intricate words into stone isn't easy. Whoever did this had to be a true master. I was defeated by Kyle and the Black Dragon. Now I must hide here to prepare for revenge, but my body is now. As he kept reading, memories he hadn't touched in years started crashing back, slowly revealing the truth Theo had only ever caught in fragments. My body, it's breaking down faster than I thought. Is this because Robber attacked my mana core? And that shadow demonic poison I took in, it's eating me away, bit by bit, every single day. My mind is slipping, my demonic side rising. Damn it, I haven't even begun my revenge. How did it get this far? Every second, I lose more of who I am. Looks like the choice is mine alone. There's no hope left. I'll leave everything behind. Even melt my beloved jade serpent blade to lock myself in here. I hope someone finds this place one day. I hope they take up my cause, carry out the vengeance I couldn't. I pray my successor can beat them. I leave my entire legacy here, waiting for someone worthy. By the time they reached this part, both Evelyn and Umbra were frozen, completely taken aback. Wait, this next part, isn't that the illusion shadow sword technique? And thunderstorm godwind. Those moves, that means he wasn't just strong. He was a legend, commanding the wind in battle, a tragic hero who once clashed with the current clan head over the throne. Exactly. He's the Wind King, Hector Ragnar. I heard he died in that fight, but he's been sealed in this cave all along. Suddenly, realization hit Evelyn like a bolt. Her eyes widened instantly. Without a second thought, she sank to one knee and bowed deeply before Theo, leaving him completely stunned. Theo stayed calm. Evelyn, what are you doing? Why the formal bow out of nowhere? She spoke slowly, each word weighed with respect. Even though he was defeated by the clan head and exiled here, he is still the Wind King, a true heir of Ragnar blood. For a clan member to harm a rightful heir, that's a grave crime. Immediate execution is warranted. Before she could go further, Theo cut her off. Stop. That's nonsense. The one you just killed, he's no longer a Ragnar. Just a deranged corpse. And you did it to save me. Was there really a better choice than following the rule? It's fine. Everything that happened here, it stays secret, forever. He turned back, voice firm. If you're worried, take the Wind King's secret techniques, Evelyn. You're the one who can truly inherit them. Evelyn froze in place. You mean seriously? The Wind King's secret arts, on the same level as the Nine Dragons' ultimate moves? Why give them to me? Isn't it obvious? Become the Wind King's successor, and get even stronger. And you have to carry on his legacy. Do that, and the Wind King can finally rest. As his heir, no one can call it a crime anymore. Theo locked eyes with her, nudging the courage she'd always hidden. You said you'd become my sword, didn't you? Those words sparked something deep inside. Evelyn's thoughts began racing. I, Evelyn Narraville, senior swordsman of the Ragnar clan, swear eternal loyalty to you as your permanent subordinate. I humbly ask the great and noble lord to accept this oath of allegiance. Theo let out a small smile. Some things never change. Still as by the book as ever. He stood, drew his sword, and readied himself. I, Theo Ragnar, accept the oath of loyalty from Evelyn Narraville. I'll engrave it in my heart and soul, and on the long road ahead, I swear to make you my vanguard sword. They shared a quiet, satisfied smile, feeling an unbreakable bond forming between them. Umbra, probably not grasping everything, still seemed pleased, tilting his head in approval. Back at White Armor Dragon headquarters, recruits had returned after reuniting with their partners. Halkus puffed up with pride. Theo Ragnar still hasn't come back. Looks like I'm the most skilled here now. But before he could finish boasting, footsteps echoed from afar. The smug look on Halkus and his partner vanished, replaced by sheer shock. Theo Ragnar, what is he bringing back? Right in the open, the majestic Umbra stood tall. Theo's arrival killed every whisper. Even the instructors froze. Wait, is that Umbra? How could anyone tame a dragon like that? This is why Theo's called the greatest prodigy in a millennium. Seriously, even this? How? Halkus sank to the ground, realizing the gap was impossible to bridge. Evelyn stepped forward. Senior Knight Evelyn and Apprentice Swordsman Theo Ragnar. We've completed the aptitude test and are returning. But where's the captain? Why isn't he here? He got an urgent letter and went back to his office. Another swordsman answered. Humph, an urgent letter? What's going on? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, kicking up clouds of dust as he ran. It was the captain of the White Armor Dragon. He arrived with his partner, panting slightly. I know you just finished the initiation ceremony, but this is urgent. I have orders for all of you. The entire unit is being sent to Jackie Fortress for a live combat mission. Whispers rippled through the crowd. What? Right after joining, we're going into battle? What's happening? Amid the confusion, Theo stayed calm. He already expected this. So it begins. The Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Jackie Fortress. A plan was unfolding. Someone was after the dragon-slaying sword, Bamong, hoping to ignite a full-scale rebellion. And of course, Theo didn't have to guess who was behind it. Only one name made sense. Ed Troyven. The captain of the White Armor Dragon Corps appeared, his expression taut with controlled anger. His voice cut through the tension, sharp and steady. Everyone here is being dispatched to Blanqui Fortress. The swordsmen exchanged uneasy glances. Anxiety rippled across the ranks, quiet murmurs spreading like wildfire. Commander, what's happening? Why are even recruits being sent on this mission before finishing basic training? The ghost dragon clenched his fists, voice tight with bitterness. 5th Squad Captain Triner Ispen and 14 of his subordinates have disappeared without a trace. Each word hit Theo like a stone, sinking immediately. Theo knew exactly who Triner Ispen was, the eldest knight in the White Armor Dragon Corps, a man even the ghost dragon often turned to for advice. He wasn't on the level of a Nine Dragons powerhouse, but defeating him? That was no simple feat, not by a long shot. Theo's mind raced. Could this be another ripple caused by my own presence? The ghost dragon pressed on. Huxiel's report estimates an 89% chance they're dead. Even if anyone survived, they can't continue their mission. The current forces will form a temporary 5th squad to take over their duties. The temporary 5th squad captain will be Evelyn Nereville. Since this mission is immediate, finish your basic training without delay. He ground his teeth. I refuse to accept they're gone. But if they are, we'll make sure justice is served. Fury twisted the ghost dragon's features, veins standing out on his forehead and around his eyes. Then he vanished, leaving Theo alone, mind spinning. One thing was clear, this was about to get brutal. Memories of past crises surged back. The Black Skull Bandits' kidnapping of the Merchant Guild had once been resolved cleanly by the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. That had been the pattern, but now, everything had changed. Yes, this time it was different. The real target wasn't just the guild, it was the dragon-slaying sword, Bamong, stolen and being transported elsewhere. Ed Troyven intended to use Bamong in a coup to overthrow the Ragnar clan. And now, everything was out of step with what Theo remembered from his previous life. If all this was because of me, there's only one way to fix it. He had to see it with his own eyes. A hidden mission panel flickered open. Collect the dragon-slaying sword, Bamong. The scene cut to a watchtower in the frigid mountains. A guard shivered, muttering, with this weather, it's unbearable. I can't get used to it. His eyes roamed the horizon. Humph, why does the moon look so strange tonight? Then, like a storm, the White Armor Dragon Cavalry surged forward, Evelyn leading the charge as temporary captain of the 5th squad. The guard leaned forward, alarm in his voice. It's the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Sound the alarm now. Before he could finish, a crushing blow hit his face, sending him flying. No scream, no warning. Dust and debris filled the air as Evelyn shouted commands. Drop the bombs fast. Don't give them a second to react. Explosions tore through the fortress, bombs raining relentlessly. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Earth and stone ripped apart, smoke and dust choking the scene. The enemy leader barked orders. Everyone, fall back inside the walls. Don't die for nothing. But before the words even left his mouth, a streak of light cut across the sky. It was Evelyn and the Night Corps. She slammed an enemy down with precision, effortless power. Now is the moment of purification, she said. Pointing her sword ahead, her voice rang with command. Take them all down, for me. Every swordsman surged forward instantly, eyes blazing, swords gripped tight. Show them the price of challenging the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Let every fool learn the hard way. The fortress was swallowed by smoke and flames. Even from a distance, the destruction was clear. Elsewhere, a soldier clutching Bamong escaped. Damn it, they said they'd handle the cavalry. If I'd been a second slower, I'd be dead. He glanced at the sword in his hands, a sly grin spreading. All I have to do is deliver this, then vanish somewhere far and live in luxury. But before he could even finish thinking, A blade silently cut across his throat, ending him instantly. A black-cloaked swordsman stood over him, clearly the mastermind behind the entire operation. Calmly wiping blood from his sword, eyes cold and ruthless, he asked, "How's the goods?" A subordinate knelt, presenting Bamong. "Here it is, my lord." He took the blade, satisfaction written across his face. "Excellent. Exactly what we needed." Turning to his men, he said, "Objective secured. Prepare for the next phase." "Yes, sir," they answered in unison. Only one step remained. Glancing toward the burning castle, he muttered, "I'll wipe out every last insect." Behind him, soldiers slowly maneuvered massive cannons into place. It was clear now. This had been a trap from the very start. Back at the fortress, the white armored dragon cavalry had already taken full control. The battlefield was completely theirs. Every resisting soldier had been bound and secured. Too easy, Theo thought. Things had gone suspiciously smoothly. His eyes narrowed. A squad led by a veteran like Trainer Ispin eliminated this quickly? Something was off. He knelt down, lifting the fallen commander's head, and synced with his memories to see what had happened. He already knew Bamong had been taken, but witnessing it firsthand was different. What exactly had unfolded here? The low-ranking soldiers didn't matter, but the fortress commander? How could he be oblivious? Had Theo missed a key piece of the puzzle? A senior officer stepped up behind him. "What's wrong, Theo? Something on your mind?" Nothing," Theo replied casually. "Just thinking. Even if they call you lightning speed, a rookie's still a rookie. Admit it. You're tense because this is your first real mission. Hostages are safe. Let's regroup with the others." Yeah, I'm coming. Just want to get out of here. The smell of gunpowder is sticking to me." That casual comment snapped something in Theo's mind. His eyes widened instantly. Without a word, he shoved the senior aside and dashed toward the cargo pile. What's his problem? Maybe he hates the smell. Seriously? Who knows? Theo swung his sword in a clean, precise arc across the nearest cargo crates. There it was. Confirmation. Just as he suspected. The senior officer scrambled over. "Theo? What are you doing? What's going on?" Both of them froze in disbelief at what lay before them. Every crate was packed with explosives. Theo's stomach sank. They were planning to blow everyone to hell. He spun sharply and shouted, "No time. Everyone, get moving. Evacuate now." Before he could finish, a cannonball whistled through the air, forcing him to whip around. He roared, cutting through the chaos. "Everyone run." Explosions erupted in rapid succession, tearing across the fortress. The mysterious swordsman's bombardment had begun. On the far side, following his orders, subordinates reloaded the cannons quickly. A relentless barrage swept the battlefield, leaving only rubble and smoke in its wake. His face held that smug satisfaction. "I'll wipe them all out. Not a single ant survives. All for him." Meanwhile, back at the Ragnar clan castle, the scene shifted. Inside a lavish chamber, a woman clutched something close under the moonlight. It was the clan head's wife, Axion's mother. Madness had overtaken her after her son's death. There, my sweet Axion, does it hurt?" "It's okay. Mommy will bring that filthy worm's head to you soon." Her eyes were bloodshot, her expression wild. Before the fortress bombardment, the white armored dragon cavalry had already swept through the guards effortlessly. Evelyn cut across the battlefield alone, her blade unstoppable. "Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all." Every swordsman surged forward at her command. Amid the chaos, Evelyn thought to herself, a squad led by veteran Ispin already wiped out? Something didn't add up. While she sought answers, a cannonball suddenly came hurtling straight at her. With lightning reflexes, she barely dodged it. "Captain, are you okay?" Though unharmed, her cloak was singed by the blast. Sweat ran down her face, jaw tight with tension. "This is insane." She spun, sword pointed back. "Heavy artillery. Everyone, take defensive positions." At her command, not only the dragon cavalry but the fortress guards descended into chaos. Panic drove them to flee instinctively. One guard didn't make it. A cannonball hit him square in the face before he could even cry out. A stark reminder of how brutal the battlefield could be for side characters. At that moment, Theo's swordsman charged up to regroup. "Captain, how's it looking over there?" Evelyn turned to him. "Perfect timing. This is heavy bombardment. We need to move fast. Otherwise, everyone dies." Theo nodded. "Understood. Head for the outer wall, away from artillery fire." Before he could move, a system panel appeared, mind gate unlocked. Activating full brain processing function. Theo froze as the new skill triggered. His thinking accelerated, doubt erased, a lifesaver amid the chaos. Instantly, maps and fortress schematics filled his vision, showing the optimal path forward. Now it was crunch time. Every detail mattered as he calculated the safest route. While he analyzed, Evelyn grabbed his shoulder. "Why are you standing there, young Master Theo? We have to move now. Snap out of it, or everyone's in danger." Reacting instantly, Theo grabbed Evelyn's hand, pulling her forward without a second thought. She froze, startled. What are you doing? Theo, we don't have time for this. Theo's expression hardened, worry flashing in his eyes. No, we have to go deeper inside. Evelyn hesitated, uncertain if she'd heard him correctly. Debris rained down around them as they navigated the fortress, ducking under beams and weaving through shattered walls. The swordsman trailing behind muttered in disbelief. He wants us to go further into the place that nearly killed us? 21 lives, all on his call. Shouldn't we just run for the exit? Theo carried the weight of his comrades' lives as he explained. If we rush outside now, we'll walk straight into another bombardment or an ambush. That's exactly what they're waiting for. As they ran, Theo tapped into synchronization, sensing the lingering thoughts and energy around them. They think we can't survive inside during a full-scale bombardment. But with what I can do, we actually have a chance. With the mind gate fully open, synchronization spread like wildfire through his senses. Every corner, every position, came into sharp focus. The left side was rigged with explosives. The right side was under heavy artillery fire. Then we take the stairs downward, he decided. They sprinted as explosions tore the air behind them. 1 second of hesitation could be fatal. Evelyn stayed at the rear, making sure no one was left behind. They hoped the path would lead out, but it ended at a solid wall. Dead end. Theo, you told us to follow. You have a plan, right? No turning back now. Time slipped away as the ceiling above began to crack and fall. Evelyn shouted, "Brace yourselves. Everyone, hold on." Panic painted every face. This was life or death. Theo gritted his teeth, eyes blazing. I won't let anyone die here. Power surged through him as he committed fully to his decision. The fortress around them burned, collapsing under the relentless bombardment of the mysterious swordsman. From afar, he stood coldly, surveying the chaos. Report, Commander. Artillery has widened its range. He drew his sword slowly. Remember this. This is revenge for young Master Axion. We must move with caution. Mistakes are not allowed. Crushed or not, bring me their heads. Beneath the rubble, something stirred. It was the white-armored dragon cavalry. They had survived. Relief washed over them. Theo, you really had a plan. Destroying the floor at the last second saved us. As they celebrated, enemy guards suddenly appeared from somewhere unseen. What? Who are you? How did you get here? Theo stood, still dazed. Black skull remnants. Why are they here? We checked this place before. Found nothing. Before he could process, the sight ahead froze him in place. Coming through the ranks of guards was none other than 5th Squad Captain, Reiner Ispin. Bound tightly, bruised, and battered. They moved quickly to rescue him. I'm glad you're alive, Reiner. But the revelation stunned them. The mastermind behind all this was the Ragnar Intelligence Bureau. Evelyn spoke, calm but firm. The 5th Squad Captain blinked. You say that, but you don't seem surprised. Some had lost legs, others arms, brutal injuries. Evelyn stood slowly, voice low. I had my suspicions. Chaos like this always hides insiders. But I never imagined betrayal would come from our own comrades. Behind her, Senior Swordsman protested. This is betrayal. We can't ignore this. Exactly. We need revenge. The 5th Squad Captain stayed calm. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Rash actions now would be fatal. They were prepared for us from the start. A direct fight? We can't win. The best move is to report to Huxiel outside. No. Impossible. Theo cut in. We had no support from Huxiel earlier. Their ambush team is gone. That's why we went deeper instead of rushing out blindly. But that doesn't mean we're done. There's still a way to win. Both Evelyn and Reiner looked at him, waiting. He pointed to the guards. They buried their comrades during the initial bombardment. They want to end this quickly. They won't drag it out. That means they'll return soon, checking the bodies, thinking they've won. The moment they let their guard down. If we strike from the rubble, victory is ours. The white-armored dragon cavalry will take it. That will end this battle. Hearing Theo's confident words, Reiner's eyes narrowed just slightly, a spark of trust and curiosity flickering through. He paused for a moment, reflecting. At such a young age, Theo had already unlocked the mind gate, a feat most could only dream of. A small, knowing smile crept across his face. Maybe I'm getting old, he thought, imagining giving up everything in a place like this. Looks like we've got some fresh talent in the mix, he muttered, his hand reaching for a staff lying nearby. With a sudden motion, he slammed it hard into the ground, the impact echoing through the area. You're right, he said. The white armor dragon cavalry won't just stand by and watch this unfold. We stick to the plan, he added, his voice firm, leaving no room for doubt. As ordered, the white armor dragon cavalry assembled, poised and ready for the battle that was about to erupt. After a quick review of the strategy, they moved into position. Across the battlefield, enemy soldiers combed through the rubble, searching desperately, finding only debris. Every corner was overturned, every stone flipped, as they hunted for the bodies of Theo and the white armor dragon swordsman. One fortress guard, trapped in the earlier attack, groaned weakly on the ground. His voice barely audible. He begged, "Save me. Please, just this once." But the enemy commander responded with cold, unflinching brutality. He stepped forward and crushed the man's head underfoot. Blood spattered across his face, dripping down like a warning. He spun sharply, barking, "Subordinates. Found anything yet?" "Not yet, sir. We're still searching." Cleared the west side, moving east. A flicker of suspicion crossed his face. No word from the outer ambush team either. They hadn't escaped yet, that much was certain. He strode through the scattered corpses, brow furrowed. Something wasn't right. Not a single body from the white armor dragon corps had been found. "Wait. Everyone, stop. Has anyone spotted even a trace of them?" Before he could finish, swordsmen sprang from the rubble, striking with deadly precision. Heads rolled, stomachs were pierced, and bodies fell before anyone could react. Even the commander wasn't safe. A sword shot up from the ground beneath him, aimed straight at his throat. "Evelyn." She struck without hesitation. He reacted just in time, barely dodging, but a scar now marked his eye, a minor wound compared to what could have been a fatal strike. He drew his sword instantly, raising it to block her next move. Even caught off guard, the honed reflexes of a high-ranking swordsman held firm. Evelyn kicked off his body, creating distance as she flipped back gracefully. A straight thrust came toward her, but she twisted and flipped through the air with effortless agility, dodging every attack. Every turn, every twist, she moved like a dancer midair. Graceful, unpredictable, lethal. She landed lightly, just a few steps from the commander, ready for her next move. He bellowed, "It's an ambush. The enemy is the white armor dragon corps. Everyone, prepare for battle." Behind him, though, the battle had already spiraled out of control. Thanks to the terrain and their preset ambush, the white armor dragon swordsmen tore through their opponents with ease. Enemies fell one by one, often without ever seeing the attack coming. Theo moved across the field alone, and unless something unexpected happened, this victory would go entirely to the white armor dragon corps. Evelyn tightened her grip on her sword, voice low and fierce. "I had hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau, but I was wrong. According to Ragnar law, traitors are executed on the spot." She raised her blade, eyes cold and focused. Now is the time for judgment. She charged, and their swords clashed with blinding speed, sparks flying in every direction. Strike after strike met with perfect precision, the battlefield lighting up with flashes of steel. Though the duel raged fiercely, the commander's composure cracked. How had they survived the explosions? How was this even possible? Veins stood out in his eyes. His carefully planned ambush had collapsed, and cleaning up the aftermath would be anything but easy. In that split second of distraction, Evelyn seized the opening and knocked his sword aside. Her left arm flicked outward, revealing a hidden dagger springing free. She swung it toward him, but he stepped back just in time. Still, he had lost balance and couldn't recover. A perfect opening. Evelyn's blade cut through him with devastating precision. The commander skidded backward several meters, completely thrown off. Evelyn rose to her full height, voice ringing out. "Members of the Intelligence Bureau, further resistance is pointless. The moment this ambush succeeded, you lost any chance of winning. Surrender wisely, and your lives will be spared." But the defeated commander refused to yield. Death awaited if he ran, yet he roared, "Everyone listen up. Activate the forbidden technique." His command echoed across the battlefield. Even the 5th Squad captain froze in shock. Forbidden technique. What does that even mean? Behind him, enemy soldiers twisted and mutated grotesquely. They charged forward like frenzied beasts, eyes blazing with madness and bloodlust, completely beyond reason. This is reverse flow annihilation," the commander bellowed, his voice trembling with raw menace. "A forbidden move that burns every ounce of life just for a sudden burst of power." He slammed a punishing punch straight into Theo's side, the impact unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Theo stumbled back, crashing hard to the ground. The blow hit far harder than he'd anticipated. He'd calculated the strike, yet there was no time to recover. All around him, enemies surged forward, eyes wild and burning with unhinged intent, like moths drawn to a deadly flame. Then, without warning, a senior member of the White Armor Dragon Corps stepped up, sliding between Theo and the attackers. Blades tore through him as he held the line. With his final breath, he gasped out, "Rookies, run." Those words sank deep into Theo's chest. A stranger had sacrificed everything to protect the next generation. Pure courage, pure nobility. Theo's jaw clenched. His eyes flared, lethal intent burning inside them. "You bastard. How dare you?" He unleashed Dragon Claw, 3rd form. A massive slash swept across the field, full of raw power. Enemies flew back like autumn leaves, disintegrating into smoke and dust. Without hesitation, Theo turned to his allies and activated Thundergate, honing every strike with surgical precision. Every enemy was under his gaze. Their positions, their strength, everything exposed before him. He lowered his stance, energy coursing through him. No one else dies here. Dragon Claw, third form. Hundreds of sword strikes ripped through the battlefield with deadly accuracy, creating walls of destruction that spared nothing. Wherever the strikes passed, only broken bodies and smoke remained. Limbs were scattered across the ground, painting a grim, devastated landscape, shrouded in smoke and dust. When the haze lifted, the patterns etched on the earth were strangely precise, almost beautiful in their symmetry. The commander, still alive, stared in disbelief. How could reverse flow annihilation be countered so effortlessly? My entire force gone. No, this can't be. I won't let that bastard survive. He charged at Theo without a second thought. The senior swordsman who had seen the earlier strike couldn't hide their shock. Theo, when did he learn that? I don't know, another whispered. But we'd better be ready. After that sweeping strike, Theo's body ached all over. I pushed Thundergate too far. It's still a bit much for me, he thought. From behind, the commander activated reverse flow annihilation as well, charging forward with reckless abandon. Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you to hell with me, no matter what. Theo spun around, eyes wide with alarm. His mana core, it's destabilizing. Impossible. The commander's face had lost all reason. He was going to self-destruct. But help arrived instantly. Evelyn appeared, placing herself between Theo and the blast. Wind Thunder Divine Art. Furious Storm Fury. The commander's arms were sliced off like dead leaves. His body lifted into the air, helpless. Evelyn slammed her foot into the ground, then shot upward, streams of mana fusing into her strike. Wind Thunder Divine Art. Chaos Storm Fury. She poured the full force of the secret art into his destabilized mana core, forcing all that raw energy to erupt outward. Theo's eyes widened in shock. The explosion from his core halted instantly. In a blink, Evelyn's strike hit with crushing precision. The commander slammed into the rubble, blood pooling around him. The long fight was finally over. Theo exhaled, relief washing over him. That was way too close. Voices called from behind. You did well. Theo, you really lived up to my expectations. Don't even think about taking the top sword spot. That's mine. Thanks to you, we made it through. Truly, thank you. The senior reached out toward him. Theo turned, still catching his breath, a little dazed. Then his expression softened into a satisfied smile. Maybe this is what I missed in my past life. This camaraderie. The group turned to the 5th squad captain and the remaining members. By the way, when did you learn those techniques? That's something you don't need to know, might get you in trouble. The group pulled each other into a tight embrace, a warm sense of unity filling the air. It felt like the beginning of a truly strong team. Watching them, the 5th squad captain felt a flicker of warmth in his chest. Maybe this really is the new generation that will carry the White Armor Dragon Corps forward. The long night had finally passed. The first light of dawn spilled across the land, casting everything in a warm, golden glow. Inside Crimson Flower Palace, tension hung thick in the air after the failed attempt to take out Theo. You could almost feel it pressing down on everyone. Axian's mother was lifted by the throat, suspended in midair, her face twisting in sheer terror as tears streamed down uncontrollably. And behind it all, Ed Troyven. His rage radiated off him like fire. You wretch, he roared. He slammed her to the floor, low growl in his voice. How dare you act without telling me? From the shadows, a subordinate stammered, Master. Ed's eyes landed on the paper on the table, ice cold. Where did you get the nerve to steal my seal? Kill that bastard Theo Ragnar and the white-armored dragon cavalry. Do you even realize what you're asking? He flung the scroll to her feet. Mess with the grand plan of the Troyven family? How dare you? Before he could finish, she clutched her ears and screamed. I just wanted the head of the scum who hurt my Axian. Is that too much? Her voice shook, tears flowing freely. That bastard, everything tied to him. I'll tear it all apart, burn it to ashes just to calm my rage. Only then, maybe Axian can rest. Maybe then I can feel a bit of peace. Ed's face twisted, but he didn't answer. One brat dies, and you've already forgotten your place. In a heartbeat, Ed stomped down, crushing Axian's rotting corpse right in front of his mother. You worthless trash. All of you mean nothing. He spun toward his sister, eyes cold and scornful. You lost the dragon-slaying sword, the key to everything. From now on, you're no longer part of the Troyven family. That look, it was painfully familiar. The same icy disdain their father had shown her once. That same dismissal of anything unworthy. Ed turned on his heel, leaving without a backward glance. She's useless. Lock her away. Erase every trace of this mess. Not a word must leak. Yes, master. His face twisted with fury. Why does everything I plan crumble because of worthless trash? Please, just this once, show mercy. I'll do anything if you spare me. Her desperate pleas echoed behind him, but now they were just noise. Ed strode past halls filled with screams. Please, spare me. His carefully laid rebellion had turned to dust. And all of this, it's because of Theo Ragnar. I swear, I will finish you myself. Back in his room, Theo studied his status panel, calm, focused. The dragon-slaying sword he claimed after the great battle wasn't ordinary. Dragon-slaying Bamon. Heavy, mysterious, a great sword. Level 82. Requirements unknown. Effects unknown. Currently sealed. He had to unlock it first. Holding it, he couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship. Edges razor-sharp, aura legendary. The sword lived up to its fearsome name. Then suddenly, it pulsed with raw power. It slashed him instantly, forcing him to drop it. No wonder it's called the dragon-slaying sword. Every cut, every strike has purpose. Even holding it briefly shredded his hand. Clearly, it was made to counter the Ragnar bloodline. If that's true, my past life's knowledge is right. I can't wield it until I uncover its secret. It's a relic from the mythical age, as mysterious as a legend, far beyond what any ordinary mortal could handle. But anyone who unlocks its secrets gains power beyond imagination, a treasure of unmatched might. In his previous life, Ed Troyven must have figured out Bamon, which explains how he pulled off the coup. Remembering what that man did, one place immediately came to Theo's mind. For now, it stays in my inventory. Until I know its secrets, it's just a heavy lump of iron. A sudden knock at the door. Who could that be? Theo opened it. Evelyn stood there, bowing respectfully. Sorry to bother you, young master. Do you have a moment? The commander wishes to see you. Meanwhile, in the commander's office, the White Armor Dragon Corps leader spoke with the rescued 5th Squad captain. Good to see you back alive. His expression darkened. But is that really true? You really want to retire? It's embarrassing to admit, sir, but as you can see, I've lost my legs, and Rocinante, my closest comrade in that battle. Besides, with this old body, I won't last long on the battlefield anyway. I'd rather spend my remaining days at home, honoring the fallen. The commander sighed. Who can argue with a stubborn old man? Do as you please. Thank you, Commander. I know it's not perfect, but I have to say something about the rookie, Theo Ragnar. Go ahead. At his age, he's already opened the Thunder Gate. The ghost dragon's eyes widened. What? The Thunder Gate? That boundary between ordinary and transcendent beings. I was shocked when I first saw it. There's no way he was born with that. It looked like he forced open a door that should have stayed shut. The motion, violent, unmistakable. No matter how it happened, the space inside him has expanded tremendously. Even now, compared to what he holds, an absurd amount of hidden potential is still waiting to be unlocked. Haha, if that's true, isn't this great news? We need to fill that space. He could become a pillar of the White Dragon Corps someday. Yes, that's all an old senior like me can give. The rest depends entirely on him. At the White Dragon Corps training arena, the commander waited as Theo arrived, summoned for their meeting. From now on, you need to learn everything you can and grow in your own way. Theo shifted slightly, uneasy. He still didn't fully understand what the ghost dragon was trying to say. The two stood across from each other in the quiet arena. Above them, the high moon shone, and a cool breeze drifted past. No one else was around to interrupt. Hey Theo, I hear you played a key role in this mission? Theo bowed lightly. Not really. It was all thanks to my comrade's support. Is that so? Don't sell yourself short. Then tell me, how far along are you in your martial path? Theo thought for a moment. Martial arts, you mean my combat ability? Fighting feels easier now, much easier than before. No, not technique. What I want to know is, what world does your sword try to express? Theo froze, unsure, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. If that's what you mean honestly, I'm not sure yet. I've only trained with one goal, to copy the clan head's swordsmanship. The ghost dragon nodded, a quiet approval in his eyes as he drew his sword from his back. That's how everyone starts. In an instant, the ghost dragon unleashed his domain. Waves of raw aura exploded outward, oppressive and almost impossible to resist. The space around them turned deep crimson, like the world itself had soaked in blood. The river below became a literal sea of enemy blood. This is the ghost dragon's domain. Theo remembered the second awakening. This was completely different from the domain Sword Dragon had shown him. Could it be? Each person's world reflects their own martial path? Every word the ghost dragon spoke carried weight. My sword represents the demon. A massive column of power shot into the sky. If it were an attack, nothing could stop it. Theo studied it carefully, trying to absorb every detail. So this is the ghost dragon's true strength. Without pausing, the ghost dragon began a series of attacks. Each slash carried enough force to obliterate anything in its path. They were flawless, precise, and stunningly skilled. Every move spoke of countless life-or-death battles, honed through relentless trials, even at the cost of life itself. Theo's eyes widened. He couldn't look away. This was a rare chance. A massive wall of blood rose before him. It twisted inward, splitting and spreading across everything in its path. The ghost dragon sheathed his sword and walked slowly toward Theo, calm but expectant. What do you make of what you just saw? What did you perceive from my martial path? Theo paused, images burning in his mind. Power, destruction, he said instinctively. The ghost dragon smiled. Exactly. That's the essence of the demon, direct, instinctive, head-on. Even if it shatters in the end, it remains a straight line, cutting through everything in its path. Violence, destruction, raw power, all focused on death itself. And what about the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's domain? Their domain is elegant, refined, and beautiful. The ghost dragon crossed his arms, thoughtful. Beautiful, huh? Makes sense. The Plum Blossom Lord's sword represents life itself. A seed sprouts, grows, and blooms into a flower. That is life. Slow, gentle, ever-changing, always growing. That is martial arts. Theo tried to organize his thoughts. So this is the path she mentioned. Even among the 9 dragons, their approaches to swordsmanship are completely different. Life and death, existence and extinction. Are these swords' meanings truly opposites? Oh, aren't they? Haha. If I told you now, what fun would that be? With that, he dispelled his domain. Immediately after, the ghost dragon tossed Theo a strange book. It looked like some kind of secret manual. What's this? Theo muttered. It's a record of my conversations with the Plum Blossom Palace Lord on the truths of swordsmanship. Theo's eyes went wide. You're serious? This is incredibly rare. Theo Ragnar, you've now become a disciple of both the ghost dragon and the sword dragon. Demon dragon and sword dragon sat together on a cliff, speaking quietly. During the previous exam, Demon Dragon had recorded their entire conversation in a notebook and given it to Theo. Holding it now, Demon Dragon's expression darkened, weighed down with unspoken concerns. After a pause, he muttered, Seriously, that kid's already mine, and now you want him to be a joint disciple? Sword Dragon laughed heartily. Don't be so stingy. The point is for Theo's benefit, right? You're not going to turn down my offer. You've probably noticed, people are starting to place serious expectations on him. The boy stood tall, ready to take on anyone who dared challenge him, all to prove he had what it took to become the next leader of the Ragnar family. Just look at him. His talent is insane, and the speed at which he's improving? It's something you almost never see. But growth like that has its risks. He's heading straight for that wall every prodigy hits eventually, and when he crashes, it's going to hurt more than most. Sword Dragon gripped the notebook tight, her confidence unwavering. This book was the key to helping Theo push past that wall, and she knew this could change everything. Then, suddenly, Demon Dragon's voice cut through the air, sharp and deliberate, stopping her mid-thought. But what exactly did he say? If Theo becomes head of the Ragnar family, wouldn't that put him against the family itself? Who's going to take responsibility for that? Sword Dragon froze, her expression shifting into shock, as if the idea had never even crossed her mind. It wasn't an unreasonable worry. History kept showing the same pattern. Those who rise too fast often end up facing disaster. If Theo follows that same path, everything we're teaching him could turn back on him, becoming a force that tears the Ragnar family apart. Sword Dragon let a small, amused smile slip. You actually surprised me there, Demon Dragon. I thought all you did was praise the boy. But hearing that concern in your voice, it only makes me more certain. Her words carried absolute trust. Julius, for now, there's no one better to keep this safe. Watch him closely, and when the time is right, when you know it's right, give it to him. Make sure he doesn't let greed twist him. He needs to grow into a true sage, someone who can shoulder the whole family. Those instructions hung in Demon Dragon's mind as he hesitated, weighing the choice of passing the book to Theo. Meanwhile, Theo's face lit up as he finally held the precious book. You too, the strongest in the 9 dragons, and you made this together? Am I dreaming? Am I really going to train under both Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon? He looked at them, awe and disbelief mixing in his eyes. Do I even deserve this? It's fine. No need to be so modest, came the calm reply. I'm telling you this because I believe you're worthy, that's all. Theo bowed his head, a soft smile creeping onto his lips. Thinking quietly to himself, my progress is all thanks to them. And I haven't even begun to repay them, but they keep helping anyway, without asking for anything. Theo bowed deeply, his respect clear. Ever since the Rendon incident, you've guided me countless times. I swear, one day I'll repay your kindness. No one could read Demon Dragon and Evelyn's conversation, but Evelyn's face showed she was exhausted from it all. Demon Dragon slammed his foot on the ground, a heavy, oppressive aura spreading around him, making the air itself tense. Huh. There's a way for the boy to repay that favor right now. He strode over to Theo. Come here, Theo Ragnar. Let's spar. It's been too long since I had a true challenge. No, a remarkable disciple like you. I can't just sit idle as a commander, can I? Ha ha ha. The real lesson begins now. Theo froze. Do I really have to fight him? Then he lunged forward, pouring everything he had into the fight. Every strike crashed like thunder. Faster, harder, push through. Behind them, Evelyn quietly slipped away. She sealed the gate quickly, cutting the arena off from the outside world. Looks like the commander convinced her. Help me, Evelyn. I'm sorry, young master, but this is the commander's order. I can't go against it. And just like that, Theo was trapped in the arena all night, fighting the commander until he could barely stand. The next morning, Evelyn returned, unlocking the heavy chains on the door. She stepped inside, guilt written all over her face. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she saw. There he was, Theo, battered and exhausted, after that grueling match with Demon Dragon. He slumped against the wall, completely drained. Young Master Theo, are you all right? She stepped closer, her voice soft, trying to soothe. I think the commander went a bit overboard this time. Way overboard, huh? Don't worry, just like you said, I already locked that ringleader in the underground prison. Finally, some news that made him crack a tiny smile. But is it really safe to leave him there? He's loyal to his master, but leaving him untouched isn't smart either. Don't worry, it's all part of my plan. Theo leaned close, whispering into Evelyn's ear. He clearly knew exactly how to handle this pawn. Though she didn't fully understand, Evelyn's face showed genuine surprise. The scene shifts to the Rose Palace. Theo stepped slowly into the training area. Welcome, Theo, a graceful voice called out. He bowed deeply. It's an honor to meet you, Lady of the Crimson Rose Palace. Sword Dragon descended with flawless poise. I've been waiting for you. Did you receive the gift Demon Dragon, and I prepared? Theo answered calmly, his voice steady. Thank you. The book has helped me more than I can say. Hearing what she wanted, the lady gathered her inner energy and drew a sword resting in the training area. In the blink of an eye, she leaped to where Theo knelt, petals swirling around them like a scene straight out of Flower Mountain. Sword Dragon landed gracefully, her voice warm and gentle. I'm truly glad to hear you say that. Sword Dragon stepped toward Theo with a steady, measured pace. I want to teach you the sword techniques most people overlook. These are the very roots of the original swordsmanship. This is where everything begins. From here, we'll carry it through every step that comes next. She lifted her blade and pointed it at him. This is how you make the flower bloom through your sword. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Theo Ragnar, do you truly want to become my disciple, Sword Dragon? Theo hesitated. Before I answer, can I ask you something? Right now, are you asking me this as the Heavenly Dragon Sword Master? Her eyes flicked in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect you to know a secret that so few even hear of. She planted her sword firmly in the ground and began to speak. Yes, I won't deny it. The Heavenly Dragon Sword is a secret tradition passed down to only one disciple. I am the only one who inherited it, and I am its master. You want to know why I would take you as my disciple, right? If it makes you uneasy, that's okay. I won't fault you for thinking that. Honestly, there's no hidden agenda. From the techniques that make plum blossoms shine to the elegance of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, I always intended to pass all of it on to you. Theo's jaw dropped. He couldn't even form words. Was she serious? A little later, Theo walked slowly away from the Crimson Rose Palace. The path was lined with delicate pink cherry blossoms, each step more breathtaking than the last. Then, a voice called out, making him freeze. There you are. In the distance, someone stood boldly, shouting with a sharp arrogance. You're the new recruit of the white-armored Dragon Knights, Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned calmly, his voice steady. That's me. What's the matter? The captain's eyes narrowed. That's your reaction? You can't even greet me properly. Now that you're part of the Crimson Rose Palace, a disciple under Sword Dragon, the least you could do is show respect to your seniors. Theo smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. I thought this would be serious, but it's just a childish act to protect your fragile pride. Seniors? You're not even my direct superior. What rank are we talking about here? The captain roared in fury. What did you just say? We're not your superiors. You're already a disciple of the Lady of the Crimson Rose Palace. If you're not a junior, then what are you? Theo paused, his patience clearly thinning. Sounds like you've got a serious misunderstanding. I already turned down Sword Dragon's offer to become her disciple. The so-called seniors went pale, shock written clearly across their faces. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt at the center of the arena floor, the weight of Sword Dragon's offer pressing down on him. She wanted him to inherit the entire legacy of the Plum Blossom and the legendary Heavenly Dragon Sword. Her gaze was sharp, piercing. Are these things tempting enough? Theo stammered. Of course they're tempting, but I still don't understand why you value me so much. Theo had never really done anything remarkable for her. The lady simply gestured for him to stand. She reached out, gently lifting his chin with a soft touch, and explained, "It's not for any grand reason. It's just, you remind me of the current Ragnar family head, back when he was young." Theo froze, wondering if he really did resemble the family head. Sword Dragon nodded. Exactly like him in his youth, not just in looks. He chased his dreams relentlessly, never letting obstacles hold him back. Her eyes drifted, distant, almost dreamy. Maybe even now, he's still chasing those dreams. That relentless drive kept him from giving in to despair. He faced every challenge head-on. Every day was a brutal fight against massive enemies in harsh lands. But no matter what, he never sacrificed his core principles. She smiled warmly. "When I look at you, Theo, I see that same fierce idealism, the part one admired in him. Seeing that spirit in you, I couldn't just stand by." After answering Theo's question, Sword Dragon told him it was time to give his answer. Theo took a deep breath. "I admit, this is an incredibly tempting offer. More tempting than an all-you-can-eat luxury buffet. But I have to turn it down. Can you tell me why?" He explained simply. He already had far too many mentors at this point. There was Commander Julius of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. High-level swordswomen like Evelyn and Ian Cesari, plus his friends and teammates, Wellington, Hulky's rank, and Erica. He had even learned from his rivals, Axion, Sky Dragon, and especially Ed Troyven. Sword Dragon raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "You consider Ed Troyven a mentor? I didn't expect that. I thought you clashed with him." Theo nodded firmly. "Exactly. The challenges my enemies created shaped the stronger me standing here today." Every word seemed to stir something deep within her. He continued, explaining that his sword style pulls from so many sources, evolving constantly, making it impossible to preserve the pure tradition of any single school. Sword Dragon paused, then smiled. "You can't maintain tradition because your path keeps changing. Admirable, and a little bittersweet." Theo met her gaze seriously. "Even if I can't be your disciple, it would be my greatest honor to be your son." He bowed deeply, respect radiating from every movement. The lady's eyes widened in surprise, then brightened, glowing with pure joy, like the first light of dawn. The scene shifted again, this time under soft moonlight in a garden full of blooming plum trees. The lady of the Crimson Rose Palace sat gracefully, sipping wine as her attendant quietly refilled the glass. She sipped her wine slowly, letting the taste linger as if each drop carried a memory she wanted to hold on to. The attendant's voice broke the quiet. "The lady really seems to care for him, doesn't she?" Sword Dragon didn't hesitate. Of course. She explained that fate, or maybe destiny, had never allowed her to have a child of her own. But now, here was one, a young man who reminded her so much of the one she had loved, who had just promised to become her son. The joy was almost overwhelming. The attendant smiled softly, clearly happy to see her lady so elated. "Seeing you like this, it makes me happy too, Lady OSA. You should thank Theo," Sword Dragon said gently. "Because in the end, he made you a mother." Then she turned to the attendant. "Prepare a letter for my husband. I need to inform him of a few things." "What should I write?" "It's about Theo's promotion exam," she explained. The attendant's eyes went wide. "Excuse me, but Theo is still a fresh recruit, barely past his initiation ceremony. If he draws too much attention at this stage, he could face hidden dangers. Surely the lady understands that." Sword Dragon set her glass down, her face hardening with resolve. "Exactly. That's why I need to act fast. Before the storms hit the Ragnar family and swallow everything, I want to give Theo all the strength, knowledge, and support I can. Because he will be the key to this family's future." Deep beneath the White Armored Dragon headquarters, in a cold underground prison cell, the captured commander Sigurd slumped against the wall, heavy chains binding his neck and limbs. One arm had already been severed. His remaining eye widened as footsteps echoed closer, louder with each step. Outside the bars, a cloaked assassin appeared, mask cold and claws glinting. Sigurd's gaze sharpened. "Finally, you're here." The assassin spoke calmly, saying Sigurd shouldn't harbor resentment. Everything unfolding was his will, and questioning it was pointless. Sigurd raised his chin, voice sharp. "Then kill me now." Without hesitation, the assassin launched daggers straight at him. It looked like the end, but just as the daggers neared his throat, streams of green energy shot out, forming a solid barrier around Sigurd, blocking the attack completely. The assassin staggered back, eyes wide. What is this?" From above, Evelyn crashed through the ceiling, moving with blinding speed. She dashed toward him, her voice cutting through the chaos. "I've been waiting for you, little rat." The assassin hissed, recognizing her, but it was already too late. The entire situation was a trap. He tried to defend himself, but Evelyn's strikes came faster than he could react. His chest tightened as her skill became clear. Curse his luck. Is she always this strong? Just a few sword strikes, and he was completely overpowered. He regretted not finishing off Sigurd to avoid loose ends, but now he knew capture would bring far worse consequences later. He had to escape, to plan ahead, carefully reading her intentions. But Evelyn wasn't letting him slip away. A surge of wind energy blocked his path. He won't get away that easily. She unleashed another secret technique from Halkus Ragnar, the Tempest God's art. A whirlwind erupted, emerald energy spiraling outward. The storm slammed the assassin into the stone wall with brutal force. He struggled, choking, blood seeping from beneath his mask. Desperation took over. He began gathering energy in his palm, preparing to self-destruct and erase all evidence. Evelyn had anticipated it, moving with razor-sharp reflexes. She grabbed his cloak and slammed him in the stomach, dispersing the energy. Why do you always try this whenever your plan fails? Then she flung him down the corridor. That trick won't work twice. Scene shifted to a different location. In a secure cabin, deep in a snow-covered forest, far from the Ragnar complex. An important meeting was underway. Evelyn Narraville had captured the assassin who had infiltrated the prison. A masked swordswoman pointed at a map, detailing her findings. This assassin belongs to an organization called Serpent Demon, operating under the Troyven family's orders. This is clear proof the Troyven clan is involved, likely directly linked to Troy. Demon Dragon Julius, sitting at the head of the table, interrupted gravely. This nearly confirms our suspicions of a mole inside the Ragnar ranks. Cleve nodded, stressing that holding the meeting in a remote location was critical to prevent further leaks. According to our intel, Serpent Demon's base sits in an ancient castle in a harsh region. If the assassin doesn't return in hours, the Sigurd assassination mission will be considered a failure. They'll destroy all evidence and escape. So the mission is clear. Ambush the enemy base before they can flee and secure every piece of intel. This is the core of our joint assignment. After reporting, Cleve introduced herself formally. I am Cleve, a Snowless. Theo couldn't hide his shock. Meeting a spy of this caliber here was unexpected. Demon Dragon cleared his throat and added one final point. This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. Cleve and Evelyn looked surprised. Theo wondered if he was truly ready. Julius sighed, confirming, Theo meets the criteria, but be warned. This is no path of roses or glory. Every challenge carries blood and real danger. The difficulty of your promotion exam has been significantly increased. Even though promotion tests are usually scaled to rank, assigning a mission that risks internal conflict for a mid-level swordsman is extremely rare. Demon Dragon leaned forward. I know Theo had Evelyn monitor the prison because he suspected an assassin would target the prisoner. Evelyn coughed lightly, uneasy. Since Theo triggered this chain of events, Demon Dragon insisted he follow it through. Theo apologized for acting on his own. He accepted the apology but warned. Even as heir, acting without consulting your superiors is unacceptable. Now, there was no turning back. Theo had to see this mission through perfectly. Any mistake could cost everything. Demon Dragon leaned in, gripping Theo by the collar and tapping his forehead. Pass this exam. Get promoted to a mid-level swordsman. Then you'll earn the right to take on solo missions. Got it? Yes, sir. Theo straightened, composure returning. His voice was steady, determination shining through. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He realized just how much the mission centered on him. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen flickered before his eyes. Quest number 4, Dark Ties from the Previous Life. Objective, sever those old connections and stop their sinister plan. Theo paused, thinking. Was some invisible thread tying him to these people across lifetimes, pulling him into all this chaos? Cleve noticed his distraction. Something wrong, Theo Ragnar? No, he replied, voice firm. His gaze sharpened. I won't just do this mission. I'll finish it, no matter what it takes. Good. Then let's move. It's time to end this. The hunt for the serpent had officially begun. Deep in the forest, the palace looming faintly in the distance. Crouched low in the shadows, Evelyn and Theo moved silently, blending with the forest floor. Cleve turned toward them, voice serious. There could be a snake in our team. This mission is just the three of us. You two, and me. She narrowed her eyes, resolve sharp. Our target is an assassin organization. We have the advantage as swordsmen, but we're outnumbered. She pointed toward the distant hideout, tension in her tone. No matter what, never drop your guard. Theo nodded, determination etched across his face. Understood. Inside the assassin's hideout, two figures hunched over a table, studying papers intently. One squinted, urgency in his voice. All the papers are sorted. Let's leave once he's back. But how long has he been gone? About 2 hours. He should return soon. A small orb rolled silently across the floor, unnoticed by them. Before they could react, the orb exploded, releasing thick smoke that filled the room in seconds. One assassin's eyes went wide, hand covering his mouth. It's an ambush. Before he could react further, a figure emerged from the shadows, moving unnaturally fast. She struck like lightning, each movement fluid, cutting down the assassins with precision. Two others fell gravely wounded before they could even raise their weapons. That was Cleve. The masked assassin froze, eyes wide in disbelief, blood dripping from a neck wound. How were we discovered? He muttered through pain. Damn it. How is this possible? Cleve's gaze swept the room, cold and unyielding. Her eyes landed on the table in front of her. With a sharp kick, she sent it flying and charged toward the escaping assassin. She snatched the floating documents effortlessly, scanning the room. This area is clear. Evelyn and I will handle it here. Theo, take the basement. Theo nodded immediately, admiration evident. Cleve had taken down 3 assassins in a blink. He dashed to the basement, ready to face any lurking threats. His mind raced, recalling the briefing. According to the blueprint, the stairs led straight down. Determination fueled his steps. But as he neared the entrance, his foot caught a tripwire he hadn't noticed. Before he could react, an arrow shot at him, missing his face by mere centimeters. He ducked instinctively, teeth gritted, narrowly avoiding it. Before he could recover, arrows rained from every direction, aiming straight for him. Theo's expression hardened, frustration and urgency mixing as he assessed the danger. Without hesitation, he activated his synchronization skill, mapping the room in his mind. Traps revealed, enemies exposed. He opened his inventory, drawing multiple swords and controlling them flawlessly through his object transfer skill. Then he activated Dragon Thunder Breath, charging the blades with crackling lightning energy. Finally, he unleashed Dragon Seal, striking in a flash. All traps neutralized, all waiting enemies incapacitated. It was over in an instant. One stunned assassin muttered weakly. How is this possible? Theo pressed on, leaving the fallen behind. Every step down tightened his focus. If security was this intense, the basement had to hold something critical. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, his eyes widened at the sight before him. The floor was drenched in blood. A figure in red stood motionless in the distance. The moment he sensed Theo, he spoke, voice twisted with dark delight. Oh my, I can smell the stench of corruption all the way over here. I can't believe a massacre is happening in the middle of this sacred prayer. The man's had concealed most of his face. He turned to Theo, radiating a terrifying aura, like some dark priest. Behind him, skulls were stacked, a grotesque symbol smeared in blood on the wall. Quite the impatient believer, aren't you? Theo gritted his teeth, heart hammering. One name echoed in his mind, the Demon Holy Church. Memories of the Demon Holy Church rushed back, sending a chill down his spine. The Demon Holy Church, an apocalyptic cult, preaching the end of the world and the rise of a savior, a manipulative religious group that thrived by deceiving anyone desperate enough to believe. Theo's mind darkened. These were the same people behind the war that had decimated an entire empire. The blood priest grinned, eyes glinting with twisted excitement. So you recognize me, he said, spreading his arms as if that recognition itself thrilled him. Theo's jaw tightened, sweat beading on his forehead. He activated synchronization again, trying to read the mana flows around him, to make sense of the chaotic energy surging from the priest. What he saw made his heart race. This wasn't just mana, it was a warped, impossible stream, spilling from the priest's shattered mind like a gateway straight from hell. Divine grace, is it? The blood priest sneered, contempt dripping from his words. Pathetic, you have no faith in the Savior. He clasped his hands, voice darkening further. But that's fine. A suffocating pressure filled the room, his aura pressing down like a vice. I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice to the one true God. Theo planted his feet, hand gripping his sword, ready to fight. In a blink, the priest lunged at him, moving faster than any human should. I hope you won't refuse the Lord's grace. Theo's face hardened. He raised his sword to block, but the priest's power was inhuman. Could one man truly wield something like this? The clash erupted with unrelenting intensity. Every strike Theo made was blocked or countered perfectly. No matter his speed or skill, the priest always seemed one step ahead. The blood priest pulled back, gathering all his strength into a lethal strike. Theo tried to dodge, but he spotted a tiny opening and refused to let it go. He swung, pouring every ounce of energy into the blade for a counterattack. Theo threw everything into it, but the priest caught the strike barehanded. Sparks flew, and the basement trembled under the impact. No matter what Theo tried, the attack was absorbed. The priest's hand was like an iron wall. His mind went blank. He just blocked my full power strike with his bare hand. Before Theo could react, the priest slammed him into the wall with bone-shattering force. A deafening crash echoed, blood spattering from Theo's mouth, pain shooting through him. Even a mid-level priest from the demon holy church could hit this hard. The priest advanced slowly, each step heavy with malice. Dragonclaw's third form was too risky here, and a simple strike wouldn't be enough. So what now? Theo loosened his grip on the sword, eyes fixed on it, searching for a solution. What can I do with this sword right now? Voices of Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon echoed in his mind, cutting through the fog. Explosive, destructive power is the foundation of swordsmanship. It is death. The root of swordsmanship is death, the essence of sword aura, the techniques they had passed on, the balance between life and death, between violence and vitality. Are these principles really opposed? Theo realized the answer had been there all along. Life and death are two sides of the same coin, perfectly balanced. The priest sneered, mockingly. "Oh Lord, this little lamb bleeds so nicely." His grin widened, eyes glowing red. "Accept this pitiful lamb as a sacrifice. Surely it will please you." He slammed his fist down, cracking the ground, shockwaves ripping through the basement. At the last second, Theo leapt aside, narrowly dodging the strike. He rolled, regained his stance, eyes locked on the priest. The priest's eyes narrowed, voice dripping with irritation. "Persistent little lamb, aren't you?" Energy swirled around Theo's sword. Now he understood. The two swords weren't opposed at all. Life and death formed a cycle. Death ends life, and life rises from death. They weren't separate. They were a single, unified whole. If I apply this principle, focus all wasted energy into one strike, I can win. The priest raised a mocking hand. "Foolish, haven't you realized your sword does nothing to me?" Before he could finish, Theo slashed straight into the priest's palm. Dragon Flash. That was the lightning-fast strike he unleashed. The basement exploded with energy, shockwaves rippling outward, electricity crackling in the air. The priest raised his hand to block, smirking. Interesting, a new sword technique. But the smirk vanished as his hand took damage. The raw power of Theo's strike was unlike anything he'd ever blocked. Shock crossed his face. Blood dripped down his hand, burned by the energy. It felt like the strike had ripped at life itself, hurling the priest backward into the wall with incredible force. The wall cracked under the pressure, blood poured from the priest's body. His voice trembled, a mix of rage and disbelief. "I never thought I'd reach enlightenment before death. You truly are a seed of evil. I cannot let you defile the Lord's world any longer." Ignoring him, Theo surged forward, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it into the wall behind him. He activated synchronization immediately, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memories. I need to find the source of the demon holy church's twisted power. But the moment his hand touched the priest, something strange happened. The priest seemed to dissolve, pulled from this dimension entirely. And Theo was dragged with him. In an instant, reality disappeared, and he was hurled into an entirely new space. Everything around Theo lurched and twisted, as if the world itself had flipped upside down. He blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of it, but nothing looked familiar. His mind spun, desperate to find a foothold in logic. Nothing he remembered could explain this. It was like he'd been torn from reality and dropped into a place completely alien. Then, almost out of nowhere, a system screen flickered into view right in front of him. The notifications danced erratically, distorted by some heavy, oppressive energy. Theo squinted, trying to focus, but before he could even take it in, warning after warning blazed across the screen. One in bright red practically screamed at him, "Warning! You have encountered an enemy far beyond your level. Retreat immediately." Theo froze in place. A cold shiver ran down his spine. What the hell is this? Before he could think further, the air itself seemed to press down on him, heavy and unrelenting. He hunched instinctively under its weight. A voice boomed from everywhere at once, shaking the space around him. "Who are you? What are you?" Theo's vision blurred under the force, but he forced himself to focus. Then he saw it. A massive eye opening wide, staring straight at him with pure malice. He felt tiny, insignificant, like an ant caught under that gaze. The voice grew louder, roaring with rage that rattled his bones. "How dare you disturb my slumber?" Slowly, a colossal creature emerged, its form shifting endlessly, countless eyes fixed on him. Theo's mind reeled. He was trapped in some twisted, alien world, staring up at a horror unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Could this be what the demon holy fanatics were hiding? His heart thumped painfully in his chest. "Answer me. What are you?" the voice demanded, shaking the air around him. His thoughts raced. Those fanatics always spoke of their god, their so-called grace. Could it really exist? The creature's eyes swept across the void like a storm, its voice booming with fury. "So it's you. You are Theo Ragnar." Shock froze him in place. "It knows who I am." Before he could even react, the creature's massive tentacles shot out, wrapping around his legs. "I have found you." Theo, the protagonist of this world, was reduced to a tiny speck, helpless as the tentacles coiled tighter. Overwhelmed, he struggled to grasp what was happening. His eyes darted frantically, searching for a way out, but the grip was too fast, too strong. His body sank deeper into the crushing hold, completely powerless. Fear surged, threatening to consume him. Then, just when it seemed like all hope was lost, something extraordinary happened. A blinding golden light burst from the tentacles, filling the void with brilliant radiance. Theo's eyes widened. Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, had arrived. With a deafening roar that shook the skies, Lodbrok shattered the creature's grip and soared upward. Still dazed, Theo whispered, "Lodbrok." The dragon lifted him out of the crushing tentacles. "How did you get here?" Theo asked, still stunned. Lodbrok's gaze never wavered from the monstrous entity. "My companion, that thing is beyond what you can face. Even together, we pale in comparison." Her voice was steady, grave. "Even if you had Sigurd's power, victory wouldn't be guaranteed." Shock spread across Theo's face. What the hell is going on? Lodbrok's tail whipped with tremendous force, yanking him away from the battlefield. He was thrown back violently. "You need to leave this place, Theo Ragnar. This fight isn't yours. Trust me." Reality snapped violently as the world pulled him away. He crashed into the assassin's hideout. He hit the ground hard, trembling, eyes wide, heart racing. One hand went to his head, trying to process it all. Lodbrok is facing that thing alone. Then his gaze fell on the blood priest in front of him, and reality hit him like a hammer. The priest sank to his knees, clutching his head, twisted in disbelief. How? How could an atheist meet the Lord?" he groaned. His hands clawed at his face as his mind broke. "I gave everything to the Lord, and yet an atheist meets him." Before he could speak again, a swift, clean slash ended the priest's life. Theo's expression hardened, eyes icy. "Even I would reject a god like that," he muttered under his breath, still shaken. Was that really the god those demon-holy fanatics worshipped? Could it be the nameless King Lodbrok he'd heard about? He remembered Lodbrok explaining during the exam that for 1,000 years, she had guarded the world against the beings sealed in the solitary cave. But now, having lost her dragon heart, Lodbrok had only 3 years left to live. Memories of his past life surged back. 5 years until the demon-holy fanatics would ignite their war. The guardian dragon's death, the cult's rise, Troivin's rebellion, all connected, impossible to ignore. A sharp pain stabbed his head, and he gripped it tight. Everything is connected. His legs shook under the mental strain, but before he could collapse, Evelyn appeared, catching him. "You did great, young master," she said, her voice steady with pride. Soon after, Cleve descended into the basement, eyes narrowing as she scanned the area. Her gaze settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I came down for a hidden priest, but it seems that's unnecessary now." Her eyes drifted over the scene, lingering on the priest's body. He took down a priest on his own. Evelyn and Theo looked at Cleve as she spoke, admiration in her voice. "You're incredible, Theo Ragnar." Her eyes sparkled. "Defeating a priest alone, you've truly proven yourself." The scene shifted to the three of them gathered around a table, examining the documents. Cleve's tone grew serious as she sifted through them. "This seems to be everything they had, just reports. Nothing solid as evidence." Theo stepped forward, holding a small box in his hands, his gaze fixed on it as if trying to read the weight of what it held. "I found this in the basement," he said, tilting it slightly toward them. "Take a look for yourself." Evelyn's eyes sharpened instantly, memories flickering back to when she and Remington had retrieved this under Theo's orders before the awakening ceremony. That's it, the secret ledger of Ceres and Troivin. She wondered silently, why hasn't he used it yet? Did he know this moment would come? Theo kept a careful watch on Cleve as she opened the box, flipping through the pages with furrowed brows and focused attention. She paused on one page, scanning the entries. "This is the ledger of the Ceres merchant conglomerate, recording all transactions to Troivin, each one stamped with their official seal." Closing the book, Cleve turned to Theo and nodded. "Good work, Theo Ragnar. With this, we have enough evidence to expose Troivin's betrayal and their ties to the evil cult." Theo and Evelyn exchanged a look, letting the weight of the revelation sink in. The proof was right there, undeniable. Cleve continued, "This is more than enough to bring them down." As they left the hideout, Cleve's words lingered in Theo's mind. "I'll confront the Ceres merchant guild myself." His thoughts snapped to Troivin. Clenching his fists, narrowing his eyes, he muttered under his breath, "Just wait, Ed Troivin. This time, it's your turn to fall." The scene shifted to the white-armored Dragon Knight's headquarters. Julius slammed a document onto his desk, face twisting with anger, teeth gritted. "I knew it, Ed Troivin. I knew that bastard would betray me one day." Across from him, Robert sipped tea calmly, expression unreadable. "It's not confirmed yet. There's suspicious activity, but he's still just a suspect." Julius crumpled the paper in frustration. Do you think I'm an idiot? Robert didn't flinch, his calm unwavering. The Black Dragon has shown me this. It goes beyond suspicion. This isn't a guess. Stop wasting time. Julius' face darkened further. From the way you're acting, you knew all along and just ignored it, didn't you? Robert lifted his teacup, sipped slowly, then shifted his tone. Theo Ragnar. Cleve reports he took down a priest all on his own, without help, right? Julius' eyes widened in shock. Now is not the time for that. Robert leaned back slightly, a faint smile crossing his face. That kid fits my Black Snow far better than I expected. Let him come to me. Julius frowned. Why are you always like this? Robert's expression grew serious. His reasoning, his analysis, his strategy flawless. From a single clue, he uncovered the main issue. It's as if he's already trained in Black Snow's methods, as if he's done this before. Julius waved him off. I've already chosen him, so hands off. You and Lady Osa Ragnar act like thieves sometimes. Robert set down his teacup, his expression softening into thought. It's been a long time since I've heard that name. He paused, reflecting, then added. Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. Feels like we were brothers just yesterday. Julius snapped irritably. Your sentimental stories won't sway me. Try to take Theo, and I won't forgive you. Robert's eyes darkened, voice low and mysterious. You still don't understand, do you? In a blur, Robert appeared behind Julius. It's normal for a big brother to steal from his little brother, right? With a playful laugh, he turned to leave, casually snagging a few bottles of liquor from Julius' shelf. Next time, bring something better, little brother. Before Julius could react, Robert dashed off, leaving his frustrated shout echoing through the hallway. Luckily, the white-armored dragon knights had no spies around. No one had escaped the heavenly dragon's watchful eye. Robert's figure faded from view as he thought, it's better to leave this plan to Julius. Today is the day we strike the Ceres Merchant Guild. There's much to prepare. Things were only getting more interesting. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Ceres Merchant Guild. The room hummed with anticipation as a man approached the ceremonial platform where several figures were waiting. He bowed deeply. I am Naven Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus family. A bald man with a long beard stroked it thoughtfully. I am Quadric Sears, leader of the Ceres conglomerate. He nodded. I formally propose a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Quadric gestured toward his daughter. She bowed gracefully, voice calm. I am Lily Ceres, fourth daughter of the Ceres family. The atmosphere turned solemn as Quadric continued. From this day forward, the Bacchus and Ceres families shall be joined by marriage. You two will form a lasting union. A subtle smile flickered across Quadric's face. Finally, it's done. He glanced at the emblem on Naven's chest, nodding at the mark of a noble family. This is just the beginning, House Ragnar. You who always look down on us. His smile widened, eyes narrowing with satisfaction and a hint of malice. Soon, we'll have our revenge. Behind him, a bald man stood silently, fists clenched, face flushed with rage. His eyes were cold as he watched the ceremony. How dare that merchant speak of my family in front of House Bacchus? He hissed under his breath. One of the 6 great noble families, and yet treated like this. His body shook, but he forced calm. I have to endure. This dowry could save the family. Bitterness crept in, darkening his expression. Who even cares about that bastard child anyway? Meanwhile, Naven Bacchus stood confidently before Quadric Ceres, a smirk tugging at his lips as he read the old man's intentions. So predictable. Eyes narrowing, he surveyed the situation. These merchants really think they're helping us. He scanned the other members, each face brimming with scheming. They think they're gaining control, but they can't see the bigger picture. They don't even realize their own guild is collateral in this game. I don't have much time, he thought, a dark smile spreading as he considered the gradual downfall of the Ceres Merchant Guild. He extended his hand to Lily, voice calm and gentle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lily. I'll treat you well, both as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband. Lily stood before him, arms crossed, her eyes sharp, every line of her face tight with distrust. How can you prove it? She asked, voice steady, gaze locked on Naven. He hesitated for a beat, then a sly smile spread across his face. He chuckled softly, reading her intent, then his expression softened. Seems you already have a plan. My family is bankrupt, and now they're offering me in marriage. But if you, my bride, wish it, he continued, I can offer you the daughter of House Bacchus. The bald man watching nearly exploded, eyes flashing with fury. Damn bastard child, what is he thinking? Slowly, Lily rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a scar etched into her arm. Her voice trembled with controlled rage as she shouted. Bring me the head of Theo Ragnar. The one who did this to my arm. Bring it here. Naven's smile widened, eyes narrowing with intrigue. She's ordering the heir of another family killed, and in public. The crowd murmured, disbelief rippling through them like waves. Lily's father stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. Lily, I told you not to say things like that in public. She bowed her head in acknowledgement, then suddenly turned back, her face lighting up with a flash of excitement. Seeing Naven standing there, confident and composed, she spoke with authority. My young bride wants it, so I'll bring his head to her. Outside, the sky burned as dragons circled above the city. People looked up in astonishment. What is that? A wyvern, right? Before they could even grasp it, the dragons descended, and 3 figures leapt from their backs. What? People are jumping down? Shouts of surprise cut through the square. With a thunderous boom, the 3 landed perfectly, striking heroic poses. The crowd froze, eyes widening as they caught the emblem on the flag. The Ragnar crest. Realization sent shivers through them. That flag wasn't just a banner, it was a declaration of war. Cleve, face set and stern, planted the Ragnar flag firmly into the ground. Her voice cut low but carried across the square. From this moment, we deliver justice in the name of Ragnar. She paused, sweeping her gaze across the crowd. We've traced the attackers targeting Ragnar directly to the Ceres Merchant Guild. Investigations begin now. Anyone interfering will be treated as complicit and executed on the spot. Gasps ran through the crowd, breaths caught, faces tense. Execute on the spot. A nervous whisper broke out. Then Cleve's voice rang again, louder this time, piercing the guild hall itself. If you claim innocence, let Ragnar forces investigate. Inside, the words froze Quadrax in place. Blood ran cold, jaw tight. Damn it, they've uncovered everything. Impossible. I have to stay strong, show no weakness. Quadrax struggled for control as the bald man stepped forward, voice heavy. Treason, what is this about? From outside, a sharp voice cut relentlessly through the tension. Quadrax, come out now. Sweat poured down Quadrax's forehead. The pressure felt suffocating. He clawed at his thoughts before forcing focus. Clan leader, what now? Fists clenched, face twisted in fury, he roared. Don't joke. A single paper can be forged easily. Eyes blazing, he shouted loud enough for the outside to hear. Someone is framing us. No trick can hide the truth. How will we prove loyalty to Ragnar? Your lies will be exposed soon, he added, voice tight with tension. Eliminate anyone who dares disrespect Ragnar. Anyone who raises a blade against Ragnar and the loyal. Tension thickened in the air. The bald man's face tightened, hand gripping Quadrac's shoulder. Lord Ceres, you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation? Quadrac jerked his hand away, face darkening. This wedding is off. Pointing at the bald man, frustration clear. You're foolish. Do you think we'll let you leave after all this? These are treason charges, understand? Quadrac leaned in, inches from the bald man's face, teeth grinding. You, one of the 6 pillars, should know what treason means. Did you think I'd face this alone? He glanced out the window at Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below. His eyes darkened. If they had solid proof, it wouldn't just be 3 people. They'd have an army blotting out the sky. Confidence returning, Quadrac turned to the bald man and his entourage. Got it. They're not even certain of their evidence. Hold them off, and we come out clean. Before the bald man could respond, a sharp voice cut in. Naven stepped forward, cutting between them with overwhelming presence. What are you saying to an old man who can barely walk to the bathroom? He mocked them, voice dripping with sarcasm yet firm, hand on the bald man's shoulder with a sly smile. The bald man's eyes narrowed, teeth grinding in rage. You brat, how dare you? Unfazed, Naven turned and walked away, smile unwavering, waving casually. Isn't this better? His teasing continued. Striding to the window with smooth grace, he muttered to himself, such a quick chance to bring a wedding gift to the bride. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide. Damn it, that bastard child. What is he thinking? Without hesitation, Naven leapt through the window, landing lightly and racing across the rooftop straight toward Theo and the team. Meanwhile, the bald man stood frozen, panic spreading across his face. Damn it. The moment he draws his sword, we're all accomplices. Turning to his subordinates, voice sharp as a whip. Support House Ceres. The soldiers moved instantly, armor clanging as they assembled. Outside, Ceres soldiers formed a tight ring around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn. Spears leveled, precise and ready, while the 3 stood their ground, swords drawn, prepared to fight back. Cleve, stern-faced, pointed her sword at the soldiers. This is your final warning. Stand down, or you'll be executed on the spot for treason. Every word carried the weight of death. The soldiers froze, tense, sweat dripping, teeth clenched, unsure how to respond. Above, Naven closed in, eyes scanning the formation. With a precise leap, he landed directly in the tense line, leaving the 3 Ragnar members stunned. Confident, a mocking smile playing on his lips, he called out, Ragnar folks really love executing people, huh? Evelyn and Cleve's eyes widened. How did this swordsman slip through their line and place himself right in the middle of their formation? Before anyone could react, Naven struck. With one smooth, fluid motion, his sword traced a perfect 360-degree arc, forcing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn to skid backward, their feet scraping against the ground. His voice carried a teasing lilt, eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, what a pleasure to finally meet Ragnar's entourage. Especially you, Theo, he added, grin widening. Theo's eyes went wide, heart skipping a beat. No, it can't be him. Memory slammed into him like a freight train. The chaos of the Great War, the devastation inflicted on Ragnar alongside Ceres and Troivan, and that infamous sword demon, Naven Bacchus, second son of House Bacchus. Naven smirked, sword leveled at Theo, mockery dripping from every word. I'll take your head. Theo's heart pounded, mind scrambling to process the impossible. Naven moved with blinding speed, each strike precise, devastating, beyond anything Theo had ever faced. The sword demon flowed like liquid steel, a phantom streak of death. I have to think, use what I know from my past life. Theo's mind raced as he raised his sword to block another strike. This is it, the moment to act. He called out to Evelyn and Cleve, voice firm despite the chaos. I'll handle him. Evelyn's eyes went wide. Young master, that guy is. Before she could finish, Cleve interjected, calm but resolute. It's fine. Trust him. The others are probably destroying evidence right now. We can't wait. We have to finish this fast. Theo's body screamed with each clash as he parried another blow. I'll catch up with you later. Naven's laugh cut through the air, dark and provocative. Interference? I don't mind, but are you sure? Even now, I'm still stronger. Theo allowed a faint smile, calm amidst the storm. I could say the same. Eyes narrowing, he muttered to Naven. Can I ask you something? Naven's eyes twinkled, posture relaxed. Go ahead. Theo's smile widened, pointing a sword at Ragnar. That's treason. Are you the traitor, or trying to destroy House Bacchus? Or is this revenge for your mother? Naven's expression darkened at the mention of her. His grip tightened on the sword. Oh, that's rich, young Master Ragnar. You're digging up the memory I wanted buried most. Eyes flashing with rage and pain, his voice cold, venomous. Now I have even more reason to take your head, Theo. Don't worry, I'll make it clean. Sweat streamed down Theo's face, breath ragged, yet his voice stayed steady. Hear me out for a second. With warmth and determination, he lowered his sword, extending a hand toward Naven. Let me help you get your revenge. I can help you bring down House Bacchus. Standing before Theo was Naven Bacchus, the man known as House Bacchus' unofficial strongest swordsman, the wolf emblem of his family blazing across his armor. He wasn't just a prodigy. Every strike carried the weight of tragedy, pain etched deep into the blade. Theo knew Naven's story too well. A bastard son born in a brothel, brilliant yet denied recognition by his clan, forever marked as an outcast. Instead of nurturing him, his family saw his power as a threat. His mother, who had sacrificed everything for him, had died young. Naven had knelt over her cold body, tears mixing with the dirt. That resentment had ignited a fire in Naven's heart, one that could consume all of House Bacchus, even himself. Theo knew that with the right approach, he could turn Naven into an ally. Let me help you get your revenge. Bring down House Bacchus, he repeated silently, voice steady, eyes unwavering. Naven stood across from him, brushing back disheveled hair, weary and suspicious. A soft, mocking chuckle escaped him. I don't know where you got your intel about my mother, but one thing's certain. Theo tensed, coiled like a drawn bow, ready for a strike that could pierce anything. Without warning, Naven swung his sword in a long-range slash, slicing through the air toward Theo with deadly precision. The blade's intent froze the space around it. Theo relied on instincts honed from countless battles, raising his sword just in time, pouring every ounce of strength into the block. The impact sent a shockwave across the ground, cracking stone beneath their feet, sending shards flying. Theo skidded back, leaving deep grooves in the fractured earth. Naven stood still, face icy, voice low. I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without your help, House Bacchus will fall to treason anyway. Theo's eyes narrowed as the truth sank in. That's right. Even without me, House Bacchus will destroy itself, and you, Naven, will vanish with them. Naven sighed, rolling his eyes with casual indifference. Pointless worry. I have nothing left to regret. I don't mind disappearing with that cursed family. Before he could respond further, Theo cut in sharply. That's dragon vein fever, right? A disease triggered when a young body can't handle overwhelming talent. If caught early, it's manageable. Miss the golden window, and it becomes fatal, ruthlessly shortening life. Naven's head dipped slightly, jaw tightening. Theo's words pierced his deepest wound. House Bacchus didn't treat him in time. His remaining years are. Theo trailed off, and Naven interjected sharply. 5 years. Exactly what I'd expect from a noble young master. You dug up every dirty detail of my past, didn't you? Without another word, he surged forward, rage fueling every strike, lethal intent in each blow. But knowing my illness changes nothing. Today, right here, House Bacchus will fall, and I'll die as Naven. Their swords collided with thunderous force, sparks flying brilliantly into the air. The blow slammed Theo back, but he regained his stance quickly, a faint smile on his face. What if I can cure your illness? Naven froze, eyes flashing in disbelief. Nonsense. Dragon vein fever has no cure. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each slash tearing through the air, forcing Theo into desperate defense. Theo blocked them all, yet Naven's sheer strength continued to press him back. Still, Theo's eyes burned with resolve, memories from his past life racing. In my previous life, the cure for dragon vein fever was discovered. After his death, an arc reactor-like device had been the key to solving it. Now, only he knew the secret. He planted his feet firmly, voice brimming with certainty. No, it can be cured. A confident smirk spread across Theo's face, his eyes narrowing as a faint red glint caught the battlefield's dim light. I'm absolutely certain. Naven froze, jaw tightening, trying to process what Theo had just said. Theo pressed the advantage, driving the truth home. Just like you said, House Bacchus will collapse, even without your help. He leaned in slightly, voice calm, unwavering. But if you take my hand, even as House Bacchus disappears, you can survive as a hero, standing with House Ragnar against the rebellion. Would you trust me just this once? Theo asked, eyes locked on the outstretched hand. Naven's mind whirled with doubt, and a faint spark of hope. Could this really be possible? Could dragon vein fever actually be cured? The thought flickered, a tiny ember of belief in the shadows of his despair. Elsewhere, Ciri's soldiers readied massive siege crossbows, loading enormous, spear-like arrows aimed directly at Evelyn and Cleve. The ground trembled as the volley was unleashed, arrows slicing through the air with lethal speed. Cleve darted forward, catching one mid-flight with her hand, tossing it aside like a twig. Evelyn deflected another with her sword, steel ringing sharply, every movement precise, every strike decisive. She let out a quiet sigh. This is getting irritating. Cleve's eyes narrowed, irritation clear. Yeah, really irritating. Then she glanced toward Theo, frowning. Is he still not done? Evelyn scanned the dusty battlefield, searching for Theo, spotting movement amid the chaos. Cleve, losing patience, slammed a captured arrow into the ground, eyes darkening as she surveyed the scene. Humph, can I just take them all out? She thought. But Demon Dragon's warning lingered, memories of past guidance flashing in her mind. Robber Ragnar had sat across from her, casually opening a bottle of wine. Don't act unless you can handle the consequences. Our priority is to evaluate his potential. Recruit him early. Cleve faced him, serious. So I just observe? Robber nodded. Exactly. He took down a blood priest, but you didn't witness it firsthand. That's why we need confirmation. Our mission is to accurately assess those who will lead Ragnar's future. Remember, gathering more evidence is Theo's role in this operation. She still hesitated. What exactly is the limit you mentioned? It involves dark magic, right? I'll allow intervention at the level of oversight and above, came the reply. Back in the present, Cleve exhaled softly. She knew Robber would complain if she interfered at this level of threat. But the thought of delay, of missing her chance, made her grit her teeth. With incredible precision, Cleve blocked the volley of arrows, shockwaves rippling across the square, debris scattering in all directions. Evelyn jumped at Cleve's sudden movement, and saw Naven raising his sword, poised to strike. Is the young master losing to him? She wondered. But Theo acted first, charging after Naven with a bright, almost joyful expression. They blurred past Evelyn, leaving her momentarily stunned. Naven had joined their side, moving to intercept Bacchus' subordinates attacking Cleve and Evelyn. His swordsmanship was a deadly dance, blade flashing through dust and smoke with lethal precision. He gave a slight bow, voice carrying a subtle apology. Sorry for my earlier rudeness to you two. Does that earn forgiveness for my initial discourtesy? Naven grinned, eyes brightening. Now we're on the same side. A system notification appeared, crisp and exciting. Hidden quest completed. You have successfully recruited the sword demon Naven as an ally. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Naven became a whirlwind, cutting through Bacchus soldiers, leaving them screaming as they scrambled to defend themselves. He leaped onto a massive siege crossbow, and the soldiers panicked, shouting instinctively. But it was already too late. With precise, brutal slashes, Naven destroyed the siege weapon, ropes snapping, with splintering, explosions rolling like thunder. The Bacchus subordinate leader glared at Naven, silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky, rage boiling inside him. Naven, You betray the family that raised you. How dare you turn your sword against your own clan? Naven landed lightly, voice dripping with mockery. Is there really a family that would accept a filthy bastard child? He surged forward, blade gleaming, finishing his enemy with a clean, decisive strike. Evelyn watched closely, admiration shining in her eyes. He really can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient god young master, she said, turning to Theo. Theo replied calmly, I just promised him what he wanted. Don't stand still. We need to follow. Now, it's time to capture Quadric's series. Inside the chapel, Quadric stood by the window, watching his forces being pushed back, step by step. A subordinate burst in, panic in his voice as he spilled the news. Quadric's eyes flared red, his roar cutting through the room. You think I don't already know? Time's running out, he snapped. Everyone else, destroy anything that could come back to haunt us. Especially anything tied to Troyven. But before anyone could move, Quadric's voice shot out again, sharp and furious. No, leave those papers where they are. The subordinate froze, stammering, clearly thrown off. But, my lord, shouldn't we burn them now to prevent more casualties? Quadric yanked him forward by the collar, greed twisting his features. If we destroy those documents, how are we supposed to recover all the money we poured into House Troyven? You want me to throw that fortune away just for a bunch of Ragnar scum? From the shadows, a figure in a black cloak appeared silently, almost ghost-like. A low, mocking voice cut through the tension. You'd toss all that cash just for a handful of bastards? Quadric spun around, sweat drenching his brow. Finally, just when I needed someone. Perfect timing, he muttered, relief threading through his voice. Outside, Theo led his team, charging into the chapel, sensing the fight was reaching its climax. He pushed them forward, unstoppable momentum driving each step. But the instant the chapel doors swung open, he froze. A cold dread shot through him, creeping from his chest to every limb. There, filling the doorway, stood a figure in the bishop's robes of the Holy Demon Church, imposing and silent. Grotesque homunculi crawled around him like living nightmares. His voice boomed across the room. Rejoice, faithful ones. The time has come to act on all you've been taught. Flashback, just moments before, two shadowy figures slipped from the darkness. The first, a tall, muscular man. Behind him, a bishop in a commanding black robe radiating authority. As they drew closer, Quadric's eyes lit up, relief breaking through. You made it right on time. I could really use backup right now. Quadric turned fully to them, voice forced with confidence. Nothing in this world can touch you, right? They even sent a bishop from the Holy Demon Church. You're not with Troyven anymore, huh? So you're on my side. Please, help me out. The two advanced steadily, each step deliberate, unhurried, yet unstoppable. The bishop's voice rumbled, low and menacing. I'll help, but only for Judgment Day. Start with those Troyven documents. Quadric's eyes narrowed, suspicion flashing. Why him? Those papers are my gold mine. Didn't I hide him well enough? If you want my money, just do your job. Before he could argue, the bishop's goon struck like lightning, seizing Quadric's face in a brutal grip. Quadric's face twisted, his breath caught. The bishop leaned in, eyes glinting with malice. You arrogant fool. Really gonna defy the great lord's plan, you pathetic heretic? Bored, the bishop turned away, tone flat but deadly. Enough. Kill him. He tossed over his shoulder. Plenty of others lined up to cough up the cash. The goon's grip slammed down on Quadric's throat, crushing the air from his lungs. Vision blurred, body trembling. Blood dribbled from his mouth. In his final gasps, Quadric croaked, I'm sorry. The bishop paused, catching the desperation. Wait, hold on. I was way too harsh, bishop. If you kill me now, Troyven will only get suspicious. You can't let that happen. With a casual wave, the bishop signaled the goon. The chokehold loosened. Quadric crumpled to the floor, gasping and wheezing. The bishop spun back, voice flat, lethal. Burn every document on Troyven. Right now. Don't even think about running. The Lord sees everything. Quadric went ghostly pale, the threat sinking deep into his bones. Every instinct screamed at him to flee. Outside, Theo's eyes locked onto the chaos unfolding. He's finally here, gaze fixed on the distant bishop of the Holy Demon Church, lips curling into a wicked grin. He shouted, From our blood, the Lord descends on this place. The air thickened, alive with bloodlust, as the bishop's fanatics roared in unison, their voices shaking the battlefield. Worship our Lord! Worship our Lord! Theo's heart raced as the full army surged forward, eyes wild and empty, closing in on him and his team. He dove into the fray, sword flashing like lightning, slicing through followers with deadly precision. I knew the Holy Demon Church was pulling strings, but sending a bishop front and center? Insane. One slick move, and an entire squad went down. Barely pausing, he pivoted as replacements kept pouring in, unending waves pressing forward. Their only goal, take him down. One by one, they fell to his blade. But still, the horde never thinned. Meanwhile, Evelyn was right in the heart of it, voice sharp with irritation. You absolute lunatics. Naven strained to hold back the zealots, his voice tight and tense. They just keep coming. We're not gonna last if this drags on. Cleve hung back, just behind Theo, Evelyn, and Naven, her eyes cold and calculating as she watched the fight unfold. She studied them battling head-on, their determination shining as they faced the army alone. Her glare snapped toward the bishop standing inside the building. So he's actually here. This just got way messier than I thought. Her hand hovered over her sword hilt. Then a thought hit her. Maybe this could actually play in her favor. In one smooth motion, she drew her blade, the dim light catching on the steel, ready to strike. Her eyes swept over Theo and the others. Now I've got a real reason to cut down anyone in our way. A blink later, she was gone. Cleve blurred into motion, too fast for anyone to track. Boom. Enemies right in front of Theo, Evelyn, and Naven were torn apart. Cultists flew through the air, some shredded completely. Without missing a beat, she launched herself skyward, dual blades flashing as explosions ripped through the formation, shredding the cult's ranks. She landed lightly, radiating power. I'm taking the lead now. Eyes narrowing at the swarm, face hard, she muttered. We're not just standing here letting these trash slow us down. I'm tearing this place apart. Theo shouted, cutting through her momentum. Whoa, hold up. Remember why we're here. We've got to secure those docks before they torch him. Cleve froze for a beat, letting out a bored sigh. Theo, I think I overestimated you. She twirled her sword effortlessly, sending a flurry of slashes through the enemies. The Holy Demon Church was revealing everything it had. No need for Jack to prove himself now. Theo moved up beside her, expression like steel. Actually, it's the opposite. Their frantic rush? That tells us there's something they don't want us touching. Whatever's behind it, they won't let it go easily. Cleve's eyes narrowed. Got it, so what's your move? The enemy pressed harder, but Theo's team held firm, swinging down more zealots. Cleve pressed forward. Whatever, first we break through. Yeah, but by then, the evidence will be exposed. Theo cut through several foes in one fluid arc. Jaw set, eyes sharp, he muttered. I've got a plan. He activated Mind Gate and synced with Blood Dragon, pushing both powers to the max. His eyes flared bright blue as the effect kicked in. Suddenly, Theo could see the battlefield in crystal clarity. Every enemy, every building in range, was laid bare. Cleve kept slashing, but her mind wandered. No smoking gun yet. Black Dragon tipped us off, so stay sharp. From nowhere, a shadow appeared behind her. A blood priest charged, fist cocked, yelling, dare to zone out. Cleve reacted instantly. In a blink, hundreds of slashes shredded him before he could strike. He collapsed, mangled. Cleve's eyes burned icy as she faced her team. All right, Theo, I'll trust you this once. Grab that proof, whatever it takes. Theo didn't hesitate. He vaulted, stomping an enemy in the face. Using that momentum, he launched himself higher. But midair, something caught his attention. Holy Demon Church zealots had formed a human wall, eyes glowing unnaturally as they surged forward. The situation hit critical, but Naven and Evelyn cut through the frenzy to shield Theo. Naven's skills flared with blue fire, while Evelyn unleashed Storm God, a crackling green vortex. Their combo tore through the lines, opening a clear path for Theo. Naven grinned, yelling, path's clear, master, go get him. Evelyn shot back, icy and sharp. Since when do you get to call him that? Blood Dragon's hum still resonating. Theo opened his inventory, summoning a swarm of swords remotely. He hovered midair, hopping blade to blade with deadly precision. Glancing back at Naven and Evelyn, he flashed a grin. Thanks, you two. No time for chatter. He triggered Thunder Dragon's speed, weaving through attacks like a shadow toward the building. Mission locked in, he thought. They're not handing the top secret docks to just anyone. Whoever's behind this is high-ranking. His enhanced skin swept the building. Something pinged. Eyes locked on a lone silhouette. A grin spread across his face. Gotcha, Quadra. A system window flashed before him. Clues from a past life. A chance to settle old grudges and stop their scheme. Back on the battlefield, both landed with lethal grace. Feet hit the dirt, enemies fell, blood splattering across the ground. Naven tilted his head, a smug grin spreading. Name's Naven Bacchus, the first sword of my master. Evelyn clenched her teeth, glaring. First sword? You've taken your jokes too far. Unfazed, Naven shot back with a playful smirk. Judging by your reaction, you must be the first sword. Guess I don't have to worry then. His gaze shifted to Cleve, slicing through enemies with lethal precision. Voice softer, he added. If she's the first sword, I'll happily be second. Evelyn flinched at the sting, eyes narrowing as a flash of anger ignited. You think you're better than me? Naven didn't hesitate. He charged, sword tight in his grip, eyes glowing red with thrill. Damn right, he muttered, cutting down a handful of cultists like they were nothing. Evelyn froze, just inches away from his blade, perfect control evident in every movement. Naven smirked, clearly pleased. Lucky we're on the same side, huh? Let's make it interesting. Whoever drops more cultists is top sword. Evelyn rolled her eyes, annoyed. I'm on a mission, not playing your dumb game. Naven laughed, a thrill in his voice. Scared you'll lose? That was enough to ignite Evelyn's temper. In an instant, she parried his attack with precise skill, eyes blazing with focus and determination. Naven froze, caught completely off guard by her sudden shift. Before he could recover, Evelyn cut down dozens of cultists sneaking up behind him, every strike precise and deadly. She didn't stop, spinning past Naven like a whirlwind. Lightning fast, she unleashed Storm God, a spinning green vortex that swept enemies aside. Let me show you why I'm the young master's top sword. Don't forget that. Naven snapped back into focus, confident, tightening his grip on his sword. Can't wait. Both launched into the cultists, rivalry fueling each move, refusing to lose. The scene shifted to a quiet city corner, empty streets a stark contrast to the chaos at the docks. A lone tavern stood there, dim torchlight casting long shadows across its walls. Inside, a hidden passage led down to a basement. Quadraxers approached, sweat dripping, heart hammering in his chest. He took a deep breath, unlocking the hidden door. The lock clicked in the heavy silence. The torch flickered, revealing a small room. A wooden chest sat in the center, shelves stacked with overflowing books surrounding it. He moved toward the chest, hands trembling as he opened it. Inside, doxied slaves and collected proof against Troyven. His mind raced. Just torch this and I'm done. That'll cover my tracks. But doubt gripped him. The torch shook in his hand as he stared at the massive hall. Do I really have to burn all of this? It's insanely valuable, irreplaceable. Especially the deals I cut with the Heavenly Dragon. I need to reclaim every last bit, no matter what. Yet the bishop's warning echoed in his mind. Destroy these docks and death is unavoidable. He exhaled bitterly. Better this than dying. He dropped the torch, watching the flames drift toward the docks. But just before it could ignite, a black lightning bolt flashed, filling the room with crackling energy. A shadow streaked past Theo, snatching the torch midair before it could set everything ablaze. Quadrax's eyes went wide, horror etched across his face. Theo Ragnar, how the hell did you get here? Theo's eyes burned with cold fury, voice low and commanding. Looks like your fourth daughter's arm wasn't enough, huh? Quadrax paled, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. He forced a shaky smile. I'm sorry. I'll do anything, just spare me. Mid-sentence, Theo's sword swung. Black lightning arced along the blade, and in an instant, Quadrax's head hit the floor with a gruesome thud, body collapsing behind it. Theo's face twisted in fury, voice icy and ruthless. Traitors to Ragnar get one outcome, execution. Task complete. Theo quickly scanned the docks. A system chimed. Congratulations. Quest complete. Past life's evil karma settled. Flipping through the documents, Theo thought, was all this really worth mobilizing the entire Holy Demon Church? The secret ledger Cleve retrieved gave enough leverage to nab Troyven, but that wasn't everything. Even with Heavenly Dragon connections, Troyven House could bail him out if needed. Full proof was required to take down not just Ed Troyven, but the entire clan. With these docs, I can drag them all down. Eyeing the massive bookshelf, Theo felt drained. Everyone's key evidence. Where to start? His gaze landed on a book titled Rose Palace Investigation Report. Theo opened it. The first line made his blood run cold. This is it. Watch out for Black Dragon surveillance, hunting relics. Handwritten by the Troyvens. So far, 2 relics had been found. He suspected the rest were hidden in Rose Palace. Fists clenched, rage burning. Relics in Rose Palace, what the hell? All that discrimination, false charges, my past life's bullshit ends here. According to their plan, Theo Ragnar had to be eliminated. Fury blazed in his eyes. All for some relic, maybe stashed somewhere. He roared, crumpling the page. Ed Troyven, you bastard. But Theo didn't waste a second. He unleashed a rapid, lethal storm of strikes, judgment raining down. Snapping the book shut, Theo muttered under his breath. Putting these reports out now, this could change Jack forever. Revenge. Slow, careful, precise. That's how I'll get it. His gaze drifted to 2 glowing cubes on the shelf, pulsing with ancient energy. Might as well shake things up. I'll take the relics you fought so hard for. He reached out, and the system confirmed. You've discovered 2 ancient dragon relics. Cut to Merchant Guild HQ, chaos everywhere. Swords clashed, air thick with tension. The Holy Demon Church forces dominated, but Naven and Evelyn stood their ground, backs pressed together. They'd taken down countless cultists, Yet the fight dragged on. Naven panted, bruised and bleeding from the relentless brawl. Evelyn caught her breath, breaking the tense silence. I remember you now, Naven Bacchus. The cultist didn't falter, eyes full of murderous intent, pressing forward with no pause. Evelyn swung, cutting another down, voice cold and serious. Last year, second in awakening, then poof, gone. Naven, exhausted but still striking fast, smirked. Glad you remember, Evelyn. Charging another enemy, he shouted, determination blazing. No time for chit-chat. Keep this up, and I'll be top swordsman. Suddenly, green energy erupted in the middle of the field. Naven froze as it spiraled into a massive vortex, obliterating everything in its path. His eyes landed on Evelyn, jaw dropping. She met his gaze, stern and fierce, green energy flickering around her. This move, we're tied. Naven gasped, nodding in respect. Yeah, agreed. But as he let his guard down, a massive shadow blitzed in at insane speed. The bishop's burly goon swung a war mace, winding up for a crushing strike. Naven's eyes widened at the sheer force radiating off the attacker. He dodged just in time. The mace slammed into the ground, cracking it wide, fissures spreading out like lightning. The giant rose knight's eyes burned with fury. Don't celebrate yet. You punks think you can wreck the great spirit god's plan. Naven smirked, turning to Evelyn. Finish this guy, Evelyn. Cleve narrowed her eyes, nodding. Good call. We'll settle him. No more talk. Both charged the giant, auras flaring. Evelyn glowed with brilliant green determination. Naven's aura blazed blue, focus sharp, while unbreakable. But as the giant swung back, a new shadow descended. A high-ranking white-armored dragon knight landed atop his dragon. The dragon dove, claws raking and slamming the giant to the ground. Naven and Evelyn stepped back, watching as shockwaves rippled across the field. Dust cleared, revealing the giant crushed and immobile beneath the dragon. A white-armored dragon knight stepped forward, blonde and grinning. How's that, Lieutenant Evelyn? Perfect timing, right? Naven and Evelyn were stunned and furious. They yelled in unison. How dare you steal our kill? Eyes blazing, both fuming. The knight paled, flustered. Thought I was helping. Suddenly, the sky darkened as dragon swarms appeared. Full squads of white-armored dragon knights descended from the rooftops, crushing cultists on impact. Another high-ranking officer bellowed crisp orders. All squad, 5th Company, white-armored dragon knights. Engage. Wipe out every merchant guild and holy demon church member. The white-armored troops surged forward, obliterating everything. Dragon fire roasted foes, poison clouds suffocated others, claws shredded the rest. The battlefield drowned in fire and screams. Inside Merchant Guild HQ, the air was eerily calmer. The bishop sprawled on the floor, dozens of weapons piercing him, blood pooling beneath his body. Despite mortal wounds, he smirked, satisfied. I hope the new sun rises on a blood-red sky, that the true end comes. Help them resist temptation and embrace our worship. God's blood guides us. May survivors find peace. Cleve stood nearby, drained but indifferent. She rolled her eyes, sighing sarcastically. That scheming crap isn't my style, not after all that frenzy. She glanced at the bishop, body shredded, limbs hacked, but that maniacal grin lingered, like some weight had finally lifted from his soul. Outside, the scene had shifted. Post-battle, the streets were eerily quiet. White-armored dragon knights set up temporary claim booths. Crowds lined up to report damages. Evelyn stood on the chaotic fringe, bombarded by questions. A man stepped forward with a report. Can I bounce now? Evelyn, visibly pissed, snapped. Yeah. Flash your merchant guild card, and you're good. Damage claims, desks far left. Chaos only ramped up. White-armored members hustled back and forth, shouting orders. Captain, we need that report. Another voice boomed. Hurry, bring it here now. Someone tossed a report at Evelyn. Bold scrawled words read. Someone ate the flying dragon's cargo. Who the heck? She grabbed another from a soldier. Captain, overtime for this crap. Evelyn gritted her teeth, eyes clenched tight, rage flaring. She ground her teeth, fists tightening, fury simmering beneath the surface. Suddenly, she snapped, eyes narrowing to fiery slits, veins popping on her forehead. Why the hell do you keep yelling for me, you idiot? She yanked the nearest table and hurled it into the air. Members scattered in every direction. Then she let out a roar, bloodthirsty. Handle it yourselves. I suck at paperwork anyway, got it? Her gaze swept the area, searching. Huxiel, where are you? You ditch us right after leaving this mess. Scene shifted to a quiet city corner, a simple tent. Theo and Evelyn huddled, serious. Theo's eyes never left the docks. This is exactly what the Merchant Guild boss had planned. Traces of relics had leaked intel, details of betrayal and schemes, down to the smallest shred. Cleve skimmed over the docks and laid everything out on the table for him. A proud grin spread across her face. Damn good work, mid-tier swordsman Theo Ragnar. Theo's eyes went wide, pupils practically bugging out. Thanks, Cleve, he said. She laughed at his reaction, then turned serious. You move like a Huxiel vet. So, what do you think of Black Dragon's invitation? Theo scratched his head, rolling his eyes awkwardly. About that. Cleve sighed, chuckling softly. No need to squirm. I'm just messing. Theo laughed sheepishly, unsure if she was serious or teasing. Cleve shifted gears. One more thing, good news. Heavenly Dragon arrest ops are rolling. The last ledger nails his treason. You bagged him. Theo's eyes lit up, grin spreading. So that means... Cleve cut him off. Yeah, the Huxiel elite squad's on it. They're probably hauling him to the capital as we speak. At that moment, the tent flap burst open. A Huxiel member stumbled in, panting, eyes wide. Major issue, sir. Theo and Cleve spun, faces tight with worry. Cut sharply to the battlefield. A soldier steadied himself. He had been hiding his true power. Ed Troyven swung his sword, slicing through the air with freakish speed and precision. The Huxiel elite arrest team fell instantly, decapitated. Their bodies dropped as Ed remained cold and calculating. Only fools reveal their hand. He scanned the field. All high-ranking Huxiel, dead, head severed. A wicked grin spread across his face. Congrats, Theo Ragnar. Tyro's Palace, Axion. Dragon Slayer Swordsman, Ceres Guild, everything I worked for. His voice low, seething with rage, twisted into a mad cackle. You really fucked it all up, Theo Ragnar. Nothing left. Eyes narrowed, resolve hardening. Fine, party hard. Go wild if you want. Troyven's plan marches on, gripping his sword tightly, muttering to himself. Lost the Dragon Slayer sword, but I snagged this. Good enough. He trudged through thick snow, leaving heavy footprints, whispering to the wind. Almost time. Scene shifted to Tyro's Palace. Usual hustle, cranked up for a major event. The courtyard jammed, everyone moving with purpose, air buzzing with excitement. Inside the hall, nobles clustered, chatting lively, tailors measuring precisely for new gowns. The vibe was electric, anticipation everywhere as luxurious outfits prepped for top VIPs. One lady squealed, "Oh man, this design's exquisite." Another beamed, "You've waited forever, right?" Amid the crowd, a lone figure stood silent in the corner, stark against the lavish frenzy. A demon smith calmly puffed on a pipe, watching the nobles with detached eyes. He overheard a remark, "When those spell seals are ready, just fresh, got a QC." His eyes narrowed as the scene grew busier. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through. "Mom, you finally here." Cecilia chirped, radiant as she approached. "What's up with those tailors?" Cecilia beamed. "New store opening soon, high-end brand, luxe fabrics, dazzling jewels." Her face froze, staring blankly at her mother. After a beat, Cecilia spilled the details, excitement surging. A smile crept across the demon smith's face, eyes brimming with love and pride. "Haven't seen this smile in forever, huh? Prettier than any gem or jewel." Suddenly, Cecilia grabbed her mom's hand, beaming. "Don't sweat the price, huh?" Cecilia, surprised, said, "You didn't come for that." Smith gave a light smile. "You catch on quick. But not just that. I've got big news about Rose Palace." Hearing Rose Palace, Cecilia's eyes went wide with terror, sweat beading her forehead. She gripped her mom's hand tightly. "Nothing bad with my son, right? That bastard didn't strike again." Looking at her daughter, her eyes softened with pity. "What have you endured all this time?" Gently placing a hand on Cecilia's head, she soothed her. "Easy, don't freak out. Actually, it's the total opposite." Pipe smoke curled around them as she continued. "Brace yourself, sweetie. That woman." Cecilia's face went pure shock, eyes wide in horror. They looked toward Rose Palace, and a horrific tableau unfolded. The air was thick with the stench of death. Blood smeared across walls and floors. Corpses lay strewn across the courtyard, witnesses frozen, wide-eyed in terror. The gate loomed ahead, lined with a grim display, severed heads hanging as stark warnings, each one branded a traitor to the Ragnar clan. Cecilia dropped to her knees the moment she laid eyes on it. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, empty of comfort. Through her tears, she whispered, barely audible, "I'm sorry, Mom. But at least it's finally over." Demon Smith sank to the ground beside her, his chest tight with pain. He pulled her close. "Sweetheart, now more than ever, I need you." Cecilia clung to him, letting out years of pent-up grief and shuddering sobs. "It really happened, didn't it, Mom?" He met her gaze, eyes soft yet heavy with quiet sorrow. "Ever seen a fairy lie?" Her sobs began to fade, words caught in her throat, held back all this time. Every day had felt like stepping on blades, the pain buried deep. Framed, accused, even beaten, she had never told a soul, surviving brush after brush with death, always pleading with him to protect her boy. Cecilia lifted her tear-streaked face, letting the weight fall away. It's really over now, right, Mom? Even Demon Smith's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He looked at her, pride and tender pity mixed in his gaze. I never fully understood the burden you bore alone, Cecilia, but yes. It's done, my love. You've carried far too much on your own. You made it through, my girl. Cut to Theo's mansion. He and Naven returned from battle, muscles sore, but spirits surprisingly light. Naven broke the quiet first, lounging casually. So, I hear you're big time now, huh? Theo poured himself some tea, a cheerful grin lighting his face. Later than I planned, but everything's finally settled. Naven stretched across the sofa, utterly relaxed. Huxiel told me to shut up, but you know me. Exactly. House Bacchus, crumbling. Starting from the top, signers lose their titles at a minimum. They got what they deserved. House Bacchus is done, but is that really enough? Theo's gaze sharpened. Naven blinked, thrown off. What do you mean? Theo held his eyes, unwavering. Naven, I'm putting you forward as the new head of House Bacchus. Naven froze. Wait me. Theo slammed his hand on the table, resolve clear as day. Everyone else loses their titles. You're taking over. Be my muscle for the war coming in Troyven. Naven's shock lingered for a moment. Then he smirked, shrugging it off like it was nothing. He'd been watching the Troyven war from the start anyway. Theo sipped his tea, a confident smile settling on his face. The power play was out in the open. The Troyven war, unavoidable. Now that we know the Troyven cult and the Demon Church are linked to the Heavenly Dragon Revolt, what's your move in the north? The room tensed. It was basically a declaration of war. Naven considered it carefully. Yeah, once the Troyven cult is exposed, they won't back down. He leaned back, a grin crossing his face effortlessly. But for a guy doomed like me, this is just small potatoes. I need some real action. Theo matched his grin. Then, in a blink, Theo produced something from nowhere and dropped it in front of Naven. Shock registered instantly. What's this? I said I could fix you. It was a sheet of paper with the Ethercore fever cure formula, plus the key ingredient for Ethercore itself. Not public yet, for fevers caused by internal mana chaos. This neutralizes yours, Theo said. Naven's mind spun. Unbelievable. He'd expected Theo to hand over half a cure, just enough to control him. Naven blinked. Wait, what? Dead serious, Naven said. Give me everything, then we split it. Theo didn't flinch. Fine if you run. Obsession with power gets you into trouble. We're both victims of that, Theo added. His eyes burned, voice steady but soft. I don't want to rule by force. He was building trust, not breaking it. Naven couldn't hide his surprise at the depth of it. What I want isn't domination. It's trust. A short laugh, a slow sigh. I'm not lowballing you just because you're young. But man, you really are a naive romantic. Theo grinned. No team up then. Naven stared into the reflection of his tea, weighing it. Finally, he took a slow sip. He set the cup down with care. Then he rose quickly. Drawing his sword, he knelt, presenting it with solemnity. In that moment, Naven Bacchus, the last heir of House Bacchus, was officially honored. I swear, I'll be your sword, Theo Ragnar. Theo couldn't hide a grin as he glanced over at his new ally, a rush of pride bubbling up. Naven leaned back casually, shrugging like it was no big deal. That's it. Theo lifted his cup, a cocky smirk on his face. Oh, we can do way more than that. After Naven made his move, Theo lingered, letting the moment settle, savoring it. Alone in the quiet hall, he allowed himself a moment, the calm right before the storm. His thoughts drifted to the Troyven War, the stakes spinning in his mind. He felt sharper, faster, like he'd leveled up miles beyond his last life. His eyes scanned the table of relics, and he relaxed. Everything was exactly where it should be. Hand hovering briefly, he made a decision and snatched up the treasure chest. A notification blinked. Side quest progress. 2 relics claimed, status 02. Theo decided it was time to use the Mima ring he'd earned, recalling the powers he'd already absorbed. The little dragon, the griffin, the sheer force they'd given him came rushing back. He pictured the new relic's potential, and a thrill ran down his spine. Quickly, he slid the Mima ring onto his finger. A system notification flickered, signaling the next event. The world around him shimmered, and in an instant, Theo was teleported into a brand new dungeon. He blinked, taking in a barren landscape, sand and jagged rocks stretching as far as the eye could see. It hit him. This was a desert, a place he'd only read about until now. The heat slammed into him immediately, dry and scorching, making him wonder how anything could survive here. A blue screen appeared, Guardian's territory. Objective, survive 72 hours. Theo froze for a second, imagining enduring 3 full days in this blazing inferno. Could he even last that long? Then the ground beneath him started trembling violently. Something enormous erupted from the dunes, sending sand flying in every direction. Theo could only think, this is completely insane. The system announced the boss, a desert worm. Its body was colossal, like some nightmare dragon brought to life. The worm hissed, locking its gaze on him, marking him as an intruder. With a deafening roar, it lunged, mouth wide, teeth gleaming. Theo bolted. He spun, unleashing Dragon Gate Thunder Guardian straight at the beast. Black lightning arced toward its head, but it barely left a mark, not even a scratch. Shock flashed across Theo's face. Dragon Gate barely dented it. Before he could react, golden lightning streaked across the worm. He gritted his teeth, feeling the force crash against him, realizing the problem. This monster shared his lightning attribute, making every strike almost useless. It was like trying to put out fire with more fire. The worm's cold, emotionless voice echoed, "Intruder, die." A beam of lightning shot straight at him. Theo barely dove out of the way in time. He watched the beam carve a trench into the sand, and his stomach sank. Damn, it just wrecked my escape route. The worm burrowed underground again, then shot up beneath Theo's feet, jaws snapping. It slammed down where he had just stood, obliterating the sand around him. Theo kept leaping back, dodging strike after strike with barely a second to spare. He landed hard, sliding across the sand. Every muscle screamed, breaths ragged and heavy. He glanced at the mission timer. Only 5 minutes in, and it was already this brutal. There was no way he could survive 72 hours like this. That sandworm was nearly impossible to hit while it burrowed, and his lightning attacks weren't doing a thing. The desert terrain was clearly tipping the scales in the enemy's favor. But then, an idea sparked in Theo's mind. Maybe he could turn the environment against them instead. He rifled through his inventory and pulled out a relic from a previous mission. The ice flower butterfly relic. He hesitated for a moment, questioning if now was really the time to use it. It was risky, but he decided the gamble was worth it. Theo activated the relic, aiming to enter its dungeon. A system panel chimed. Ancient Dragon Clan Relic Ice Flower Butterfly equipped. He was just about to teleport to the third dungeon when a red warning flashed before him. The system blocked him, stating he couldn't start a new dungeon while one was already active. As expected, nothing was going to be smooth sailing. Suddenly, the world around him began to fracture. Frosty cracks snaked across the desert sky. A violent, unnatural blizzard tore through the area, ripping open a rift between dimensions. The system issued a warning. 2 dungeons were colliding through the icy rift. Then a massive golden eye emerged from the storm. The boss of the Ice Flower Butterfly dungeon revealing itself. A dragon with delicate, shimmering white butterfly wings glided out from the chaos. Its body wasn't huge, but its grace and presence dwarfed the sandworm entirely. Its icy gaze cut through the air, breath freezing everything around it. When it spoke, its voice carried an ancient, dangerous weight, edged with frost. "It's been a while, chosen one." That was a reckless move. This was the relic guardian dragon fairy, and its aura alone filled the air with power. Glittering ice shards hovered around it like sharp stars, eyes locked on Theo. Coldly, it warned, "You'll pay for your arrogance." A storm of ice shards shot toward Theo. They moved impossibly fast, curving through the air as if guided by some deadly intelligence. Theo swung his sword, managing to block most of them, luckily avoiding any injuries. He muttered a curse under his breath, never expecting things to escalate this far. Now he was stuck between 2 powerful guardians at once. It was the inevitable consequence of his gamble. He sighed, thinking maybe he should have just endured the full 72 hours. It might have been safer. Endurance might have been smarter, but now that everything was spiraling, survival became his only focus. Then, against Theo's expectations, the sandworm's attack suddenly veered straight toward the dragon fairy guardian. It let out a baffled, piercing screech. "What are you doing?" The sandworm responded dryly. "Intruder. Kill all." The dragon fairy seemed to process this. Agreed. 2 guardians cannot coexist in the same place. Theo blinked, completely lost, unsure what was happening. The 2 guardians were attacking each other, both charging in pure, unbridled fury. "Die, sandworm. Intruder, I'll kill you." A system notification popped up, 2 ancient relics clashing for dominance. The battlefield shifted. The massive desert worm roared as it lunged at the dragon fairy. The ground shook violently. The sandworm barreled forward, jaws wide, teeth aimed for the dragon, but the shimmering shield held strong, absorbing the blow. Theo watched from the sidelines, awestruck by the chaos. Lightning crackled, the earth trembled, and he whispered to himself, "Just watching this is terrifying enough." He glanced at his sword. A strange black energy pulsed along the blade. The energy coalesced into the shape of a griffin, coiled and ready for battle. Theo grinned, eyes gleaming. "Looks like you're itching to fight, huh, Moonblade?" The battlefield became a maelstrom. The sandworm and dragon fairy crashed into each other repeatedly. Sandstorms whipped the air, Ice and lightning tore across the sky, shaking the earth with every strike. Theo stayed calm, observing. Hang in there, looks like they're almost done. As the fight dragged on, the sandworm's attacks began to overpower the dragon fairy's defenses. Lightning struck, shattering its protective shield. One massive bolt hit the dragon's wing, slicing through the delicate structure. The dragon let out a painful roar, blood streaming from its mouth as it hovered in the air. Unable to maintain its balance after the injury, the dragon guardian crashed to the ground with a thunderous explosion. Dust and debris swirled around the dragon guardian as it struggled to push itself upright, growls rumbling low and labored. But the desert worm wasn't giving it a single moment to recover. It surged forward, teeth bared, moving with pure, lethal intent. The dragon guardian's eyes narrowed, a flash of irritation crossing its face as it felt the worm closing in relentlessly. Then, in one decisive motion, it unleashed its full power. A brilliant aura flared, and a massive snowflake-shaped energy spread across the battlefield. Towering ice spikes erupted from the ground almost instantly, shooting up with terrifying speed. They came so thick and fast the desert worm couldn't dodge a single one. The ice spears tore through the air, hammering into the colossal creature with bone-crushing force. One spike slammed directly into its open mouth, shattering teeth on impact. Blood gushed as the worm let out a deafening roar, thrashing violently in pain. Even wounded, the massive beast refused to back down. With sheer strength, it crushed the ice spear in its jaws, pulverizing it like it was nothing. Both guardians, battered and bloodied, faced each other, neither willing to yield an inch. Hatred and determination burned between them. With a guttural roar, the desert worm lunged again, jaws clamping down on the dragon guardian. The dragon guardian gritted its teeth, summoning another volley of ice spears, stabbing relentlessly into the worm's body. But the desert worm tightened its grip, letting out a roar that was half pain, half fury. Its jaws didn't release. If anything, the pressure increased. Watching the brutal clash, Theo spotted his chance. He didn't hesitate, charging forward, sword gripped tight. Determination was etched across his face. The dragon guardian noticed him moving in. With sword raised high, Theo could hardly believe what he was about to do. His voice rang sharp and commanding. You're first. He swung, green energy surging from the blade, cutting through the air and piercing straight through the desert worm. The strike tore clean, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The worm screamed, massive body convulsing under Theo's devastating blow. But Theo wasn't done. He charged again, shouting, Go wild, Griffin! The griffin erupted from the moonlight blade, diving at the desert worm with lethal precision. The worm, still dazed from the prior strike, roared in defiance, but it was too late. The griffin's claws sliced through the sandworm's head in one fluid, unstoppable motion. The dragon guardian stepped back, wide-eyed, stunned at the sudden defeat of the massive beast. What the hell is this? The worm's massive body collapsed, a deafening crash echoing as blood poured into the sand. Theo landed calmly, sword gripped with quiet control. His attention shifted to the system window flashing before him. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted the desert worm. You have conquered one of the 2 restored relics. A slow smile spread across Theo's face, eyes gleaming. Just as I thought. Hunting the worm basically counts as claiming the relic. One eye glowed deep crimson, brimming with sudden, intense bloodlust. Only you're left now. Before he could move, the dragon guardian interrupted urgently. Wait, let's talk for a second. Theo turned, expression relaxed. What's left to say now? The guardian tried reasoning. Theo, this isn't the way to conquer the relics of the ancient dragon. Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly confused. The guardian closed its eyes, voice solemn. I am the wisest of all guardians. I exist to test your intellect. Before it could finish, Theo's dark aura flared. His eyes glinted, voice cold, perfect timing. He took slow, deliberate steps toward the guardian. I've already proven my intellect. The dragon guardian's eyes widened, realizing time to argue had run out. Wait, I have. Theo cut it off. I'm the one who made you 2 fight each other, right? He swung his sword back, eyes blazing red, channeling the griffin's full power once more. If you really are the wisest guardian, then accept what's coming. As Theo unleashed everything, the guardian's final words came in desperation. Hold on, let me give you a riddle. The strike exploded, shockwaves radiating for miles across the battlefield. A system window flashed. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted the dragon guardian. Before Theo could react, the world shifted. In an instant, he was back in his room, hands slamming onto the table, still clutching the ring. The remaining relic, snowflake-shaped, clearly visible on his ear. Theo could feel the weight of both relics, raw power surging inside him. A slow smile spread across his face as relief washed over him. gazing at the relics in his hands. Finally, I've completed them both. Another system window confirmed. You have completed the side quest by conquering both relics. But before he could celebrate, a strange sensation hit. Black mana began spreading, dark tendrils creeping out, filling the room. Theo's gaze snapped to the moonlight blade in his hand. Its energy was darker than ever. Confused, he brought the sword closer, trying to make sense of what was happening. A shadow flickered at the edge of his vision. His heart sank. The shadow took the shape of a griffin, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Its voice cut through the silence. Theo Ragnar. I want to devour you alive. Theo's eyes widened as the griffin's aura twisted and warped around it. Theo gritted his teeth, struggling to pull back the black substance creeping across his hand. It felt like the darkness had a life of its own, snaking around the moonlight blade and crawling over Theo, wrapping him in a suffocating grip. His eyes widened as the realization hit. Damn it, I've suppressed this before, but I completely forgot. The moonlight blade had always hungered for blood. And if he was right, it must have absorbed the power of both guardians while they were returning. The black substance twisted like living threads, coiling up his arm, then slithered across his torso, pulling him deeper into the shadowy mass. Theo struggled, but the energy moved too fast, tightening its grip with every attempt. His body tensed under the pressure. The darkness was stronger than ever. I have to act, or it'll swallow me whole. From the shadows, the griffin fully emerged, eyes blazing as they locked onto Theo. Its form expanded, black energy swirling around it, and for the first time, he felt true danger. Its voice rumbled, low and mocking. Theo Ragnar, I'm going to devour you right here. And then, I'll chase the moonlight once again. The room seemed to shrink as the black energy consumed everything. In an instant, Theo was encased in a sphere of dark power. The room went silent and pitch black, leaving no escape. He gasped, chest tight, clinging desperately to any shred of clarity. When he opened his eyes, he was in a colorless void, faint ripples drifting like a dream. The hell am I? Echoed in his mind, unanswered. Shadows began to stir, forming ghostly figures that reeked of death. The guardians he had defeated now surrounded him, eyes cold, ready to consume his soul. A chill ran down his spine as the horrifying truth sank in. He was trapped inside a colossal monster's belly, where darkness reigned like a merciless king. The dragon guardian appeared, eyes blazing like hellfire, its cold voice declaring the griffin had swallowed him whole. Its words cut like a blade, warning the beast would soon tear out his heart. Fate weighed on Theo, yet he seemed ready. The other guardians laughed, dripping with contempt. They mocked him as a foolish chosen one, ridiculing his attempt to claim their power while failing to tame even a single griffin. Yet Theo remained astonishingly calm, standing firm. He met their gaze and said, low but steady, if my heart gets devoured, then what? The dragon guardian's reply was icy enough to freeze hope itself. You will die. The desert worm's deep, arrogant voice rumbled. We are immortal. We never die. Only you face oblivion. The dragon guardian nodded, adding that they would return to the sacred relic, waiting for the next chosen one, even if immortals found it tedious. Silence fell like a curse, their words cutting at Theo's pride. But he didn't flinch. His voice suddenly cut through the stillness, sharp as a blade. Have you all forgotten the duty given by the ancient dragon? The guardians froze, eyes flickering with uncertainty. He reminded them of their sacred duty, to support the chosen one in confronting the nameless king, the threat that could destroy the world. Failure would plunge everything into chaos, and negligence would be theirs to bear. His words struck like wildfire, scorching the arrogance of the dragon guardians, leaving them speechless. With a smirk that dared them, he stared down. You only care about yourselves, don't you? Or will you actually fulfill your duty? The dragon guardian erupted in fury, wings trembling, roaring that he had dared insult their master. Its voice dripped with lethal intent. It seems you really want to die. But Theo didn't flinch. He met its blazing eyes head-on, voice low and powerful. Then kill me. Stop threatening. Just do it. If you want to watch the world collapse because of your own failure. The void fell silent, only Theo's heavy breathing echoing. The guardian's eyes shifted, seeing him for the first time, not as a weak chosen one, but as an unyielding warrior. Not as a weak chosen one, but as an unyielding warrior. The desert worm spoke first, voice rumbling like cracking earth. The crystal prison that once held it shattered, dissolving into dust within the void. Both guardians, reluctantly, acknowledged his courage. The worm called him brave, while the dragon guardian admitted, with hesitation, that it was impressed by his confidence. You're pretty good, it said, no longer arrogant. It declared it would open the gate to let him out. The worm agreed. The worm nodded as well. A gate slowly formed before Theo, shimmering faintly, a promise of freedom. They told him opening the gate was all they could do. The rest was up to him. Without hesitation, Theo dashed toward it, heart blazing with determination to teach the monster a lesson it would never forget. He plunged through the swirling void, feeling pulled through an endless vortex. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in another corner of the strange space where darkness and light intertwined. There, the griffin's soul had centered its consciousness. It was preparing to swallow the sphere of light, convinced Theo's body would soon be its own. But then, a roar of pain ripped through the space. Theo burst out like a flash of light, piercing the monster's soul with his very essence. The beast writhed, screaming in agony. Theo straightened up, chest rising and falling, eyes bright with that mix of relief and quiet triumph. The griffin's massive body sagged, panic flickering across its eyes as it realized Theo had somehow crawled free from inside it. It let out a roar of pure fury, spinning its gaze toward the other guardians like it was accusing them of betrayal. But Theo didn't flinch. He reached up and gripped its beak, forcing it into silence. "You remember," he said calmly. "The first time we met, it wasn't with words. It was through submission." The griffin shuddered, stammering as it tried to plead, desperate to be let go so it could speak. Theo held his ground, warning that if they kept fighting over dominance, they'd just drain themselves completely. Slowly, the tension faded. The guardians quieted, and the fire in the griffin's eyes softened as it realized resisting Theo was pointless. It gave a small nod, an unspoken acknowledgement that surrender held its own wisdom. Then, his attention snapped to Drake, his first sacred relic, appearing almost like he'd known the exact moment to show up. Drake materialized, a faint, knowing smile on his face, greeting Theo, the chosen one, and teasing that the other guardians seemed to have forgotten him. When Theo asked about the others, Drake explained that letting souls battle for control was how past chosen ones had handled this power. But when it came to the details, he dodged, insisting Theo didn't need to know just yet. "All I can promise," Drake said, "is that we'll help you grow, and we're excited to see what you'll do next." Back in the room, a notification chimed, confirming that the new powers were fully his. The Dragon Guardian's energy strengthened his immunity, while the Desert Worm's force made him nearly untouchable and gave him devastating offensive strength. The dark energy that had gnawed at him vanished completely, replaced by a deep, calming relief. Theo swayed a little, his body trembling under the weight of the battle he'd just survived. But finally, the last trial was over. He realized with mild surprise that the Guardians hadn't died. They were still alive inside him, like shadows lingering. His gaze sharpened as it fell on the moonlight blade, resting quietly on the table. The dark, heavy aura that had clung to it was gone. A fragile peace had returned. He stepped closer to the dragon relic, lost in thought. Understanding the ancient dragon's power more deeply now, it felt like everything had turned out even better than he'd hoped. He lifted the relic box, feeling the weight of destiny settle into his hands. Whether he liked it or not, he knew he was still bound to them. Far away, in a snow-covered graveyard, where swords jutted from the frozen ground like silent monuments, two massive figures faced each other. Robber Ragnar, the Black Dragon, eyes cold and unyielding, asked Julius if he truly recognized Theo as a successor candidate. Julius nodded, though doubt lingered. "Right now," he said, "Theo clearly has the skill to stand among the 5 candidates. But are you worried because he's a regressor?" Robber admitted it in a low, haunting tone, heavy with echoes of past bloodshed. Julius noticed the burning hatred in his eyes. Hatred for the regressors, those he'd hunted and killed, one by one. With a cold, steady voice, Robber confirmed it, adding that's exactly why he wanted to test Theo himself. Julius froze for a moment, but Robber pressed on. To become an official candidate, Theo has to face the proper, unyielding trial. Julius' eyes drifted to the sword in Robber's hand, sensing the lethal energy radiating from it, as if the blade itself were alive, craving blood. Robber nodded. "This sword belonged to the former Ragnar clan head, the Mad Dragon King. I ended him in battle, and now his blade carries his legacy." Back with Theo, the demon dragon stepped forward, speaking. "Theo Ragnar, you need to leave immediately. The family head has summoned you to the sword graveyard." The wind bit sharply across the sword cemetery, each snowflake whispering as it drifted down. Theo's boots crunched against the frozen ground, sending crisp echoes over the field of swords driven deep into the earth. Every step felt heavier than the last. Carrying a grim purpose, he passed the memorial stones of fallen warriors, the weight pressing down harder than any time he had stood here before. Now, he could feel the lingering resentment in this place thickening, heavier because of the burdens he now carried. His family head's last words echoed in his mind, and a bitter smile tugged at his lips as he finally understood their meaning. Then, a sharp, icy voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo dropped to one knee, bowing deeply to the great clan head standing tall before him. The elder waved him off with a hand. Enough, Theo Ragnar. No need for formalities. With a sharp, measured tone, Julius began listing Theo's recent feats, each one landing like a judgment. From the treacherous instructor to his older brother Axion, and even the Rose Palace master who had been executed for treason. And that was only the beginning. The Merchant Guild had been wiped out, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was nearly obliterated. Then came a line that hit like a hammer. In their final moments, every single one of them screamed your name. The words cut deep, leaving Theo frozen, his throat tight, unable to respond. Julius' voice snapped again, cold and sharp as a blade. No more excuses. He explained that the head of the family must carry such unbearable weight alone, silently. Then, his icy gaze fixed on Theo as he handed over a massive greatsword, the Mad Dragon Sword. Theo's eyes went wide. He knew that name. It belonged to a former clan head, ruthless and merciless, a man who had slaughtered thousands, and whom the current family head had personally defeated. Seeing Theo's reaction, Julius knew he'd realized the truth. Theo bowed quickly, careful with his words. This is the previous family head's sword. That's all I know. He had to tread lightly. Details about the Mad Dragon were classified. Julius stayed silent, eyes calculating, then spoke in a voice like distant thunder. Don't you already know enough about your previous family head from your past life? The words struck like a knife, shattering Theo's composure. His secret had been exposed. Julius' eyes burned with lethal intensity, pressing down on Theo like a physical weight, making each breath a struggle. I despise regressors more than anything, he said. They twist the world to suit their whims, greedy, foolish creatures. They treat this world like a chessboard, flipping it however they please. That's why I vowed to personally eliminate every regressor I find. His killing intent surged, filling the space with an almost suffocating pressure. Theo's face tightened. This wasn't a test, his father meant it. He could feel the overwhelming power radiating from Julius, a force far beyond any regressor, godlike in its intensity. Then came the command, take up the Mad Dragon Sword. If Theo could master it, he would earn his recognition. But Julius made it clear, he would only accept Theo Ragnar as a human. The regressor inside him had to be erased completely. Theo hesitated. What does that mean, he asked. Coldly, the family had explained. Everything you've gained, saved, or accomplished through regression will be erased, as if it never happened. Images flashed through Theo's mind, familiar yet distant. Faces he hadn't met in this life. People fated to die, those unknown to him. All of them would vanish. He clenched his fist, shadows of past failures pressing down on him. He turned to Leif. Then I refuse. But Julius' voice echoed, unyielding. No, you don't get to refuse. I said I would kill all regressors, didn't I? You have two choices. Refuse, and die here. Or survive as the sixth heir, after purging your past as a regressor. Theo stood on the edge, mind torn in a storm of conflict. He admitted he wanted his father's recognition, but if it meant earning it this way, he would have to give up all the power he'd gained. Before he could even react, Julius struck, severing his arm in a blink. Did you think it would be that easy? Theo's eyes went wide, disbelief frozen on his face. Did you think you could claim this without sacrifice, without loss? Julius slammed the sword into the ground, amplifying his oppressive force until Theo could barely stay upright. An immortal like me cannot be stopped. Shock painted Theo's face. The gap in their power was staggering. Do you think you'll get another chance to regress? Theo shot back, voice fierce. Don't misunderstand, father. The reason I regressed and came this far, it was to protect and take responsibility for everything destroyed because of me. If your intent is to stop me, if I must cast aside everything just for your approval, then right here, right now, I will surpass you. He poured every ounce of power into the surrounding swords, commanding them to surge forward. Then, with his remaining left arm, Theo lunged. The family head stayed still, hands moving with ease, almost effortlessly, like he could counter anything. In an instant, Julius' domain expanded, and every sword around him snapped into obedience, leaving Theo struggling just to keep pace. With a simple downward motion, the blade spun toward Theo like a storm of steel. He had no choice but to meet them head-on, pouring every bit of strength into his defense. Theo unleashed his most devastating strike, a dragon-shaped slash aimed straight at the family head. But Julius didn't flinch, standing perfectly still, calm as if nothing had happened. As expected, the dragon sword plunged into the ground, and then shot back up with a terrifying speed. It struck Theo squarely in the chest, halting his assault instantly and sending him crashing to the frozen ground. Around him, swords rained down in a deadly scatter. Theo stayed pinned, the blade still embedded deep within him. The fight was over. The family head looked down calmly, completely unshaken. From the shadows, the black dragon stepped forward slowly. I didn't expect him to charge straight at me, the dragon murmured. It's been a long time since anyone dared face me like that. He's different. Every other regressor we've encountered used people as tools, discarding them when they were done. Yeah, this kid is something else. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he recalled the scene. A regressor swinging his sword to protect, taking responsibility for everything that had fallen apart because of him. That's remarkable. Things I never imagined could exist beyond my reach. He stepped closer, placing a hand on the sword still lodged in Theo. Regressor Theo Ragnar, I officially recognize you as the sixth heir. As a reward, I give you the Mad Dragon Sword, once wielded by my father, a regressor like you. Both of you were regressors, yet you walked completely opposite paths. I'm curious to see what you'll do next. The sword embedded in Theo began to glow, pumping energy into him. I'll be watching closely from now on. His body lifted into the sky, shining like a brilliant star, a signal that the trial had come to an end. Inside his mind, Theo awoke somewhere unfamiliar. Outside the window, skyscrapers stretched toward the sky, and people in strange, futuristic clothing moved below, the humans of a future world. Theo walked to the glass, pressing his hand against it, staring at the scene in disbelief. Everything reflected back. It wasn't real. And in that reflection, an old, frail face stared back. So, it's all over, he thought. Then, with a jolt, Theo woke up, back in reality. He clutched his head, wincing. What did I just see? Suddenly, his mother's voice called out. You're awake, my son. Theo turned, startled. Mom, haha, I must have really overslept. Guess I was completely exhausted. He looked at her with concern. Are you okay, Mom? You didn't get hurt, right? I should be the one worrying about you. Last night, the family had brought you here, totally drained and unconscious. I was so worried. Seeing you care about me like this, it shows you're feeling better now. Theo thought quietly. Could everything he experienced have just been part of the test? Just then, the door opened, and two figures stepped in. You're awake, young master. It was Evelyn and Demon Dragon Julius. He smiled warmly. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I heard you passed the family head's trial. The trial? Really? Theo asked, still catching his breath. Seems like everyone's talking about it now. News had spread fast. The Ragnar family's sixth heir had been officially announced. Elsewhere, two heirs of the family held newspapers, reading intently. One of them muttered excitedly. Well, this is interesting. Looks like we've got a new rookie, another heir. Each previous heir reacted differently to the news. On a frozen battlefield, a figure stood alone amid falling snow, lost in thought. Captain, a girl ran up, breathless. That kid. He's become the next heir after you. She clenched her fists, frustrated. Ugh, this is so annoying. I should have dragged him into the Black Cavalry back then. Even the master of Rose Castle failed. Don't blame yourself for this. He held the newspaper and smiled. Theo Ragnar. I think it's time I paid you a visit. He was the captain of the Black Cavalry, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Hall, the Rank's siblings appeared, blending into the lively party crowd. Halkus tugged at his tight tie, scowling. This suit, it's way too tight. I just want to rip it off. Erica immediately scolded him. Just deal with it. It's exactly behavior like this that makes people think the Rank clan are barbarians. From behind them, a voice cut through. Looks like everyone's here now, huh? The moment the Rank siblings spotted Remington, their faces lit up with excitement. He returned the gesture with a warm smile. Hey, how's everyone doing? Halkus turned toward him, impressed. You've really made a name for yourself out west. I heard you're on par with Heavenly Dragon Peak. Remington chuckled modestly. Haha, people always exaggerate things too much. He scanned the bustling banquet hall casually. By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I need to ask him a few things about the white-armored cavalry. Just then, Ray appeared from behind, her voice calm but firm. You're looking for Theo. Remington froze, cheeks tinged with red. Oh, I shouldn't be looking for someone else right in front of the star of the party. Ray gave a small, knowing smile. It's okay. I understand exactly what kind of event this is. She noticed the slight tremble in the wine glass she held, a subtle reflection of the tension in the room. All eyes turned to the showdown unfolding between Theo and Thorkel. Amid the silence and intensity, Halkus whispered in disbelief. Is that Theo? Remington nodded confidently. Who else would pull a stunt like that here? The clash continued, their powers compressing the air around them, the energy of their duel filling the banquet hall. Finally, Thorkel raised his hands in surrender, laughing. I concede. Theo grinned. What are you talking about? You were clearly holding back from me. Thorkel didn't argue. I won't deny it, he admitted. But being too modest can sometimes feel like mocking your opponent. Still, everything I said was true. If we went back to when I was your age, I would have lost without question. Theo shook his head softly. You're giving me too much credit. Thorkel turned to the crowd, projecting his voice. Seeing such an impressive little brother makes me genuinely happy. He raised his glass high and shouted, "To the new era of Ragnar." The guests all raised their glasses in unison, echoing, "To Ragnar." Thorkel turned back to Theo, a perfect debut for the new succession candidate. Theo smiled inwardly, thinking, he really knows how to play this. He displayed his strength to secure his position, while publicly acknowledging his rival to win the crowd's favor. The atmosphere Naven and I had built now completely swung in his favor. Thorkel Ragnar. Never underestimate him just because he seems mild-mannered. Soon after, his friends approached. Halkus turned to Theo. "You haven't forgotten your oath to become my sword, right?" Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the crowd. How can someone reach that level at such a young age? Another voice added, "He's not even engaged yet, right?" Upstairs, an elder seethed, plotting how to condemn Theo's actions and push him out of the Ragnar family. The elder growled, "And yet, fools keep interfering. A mere bastard dares to stir up the clan like it's his playground. It makes my blood boil." He glanced toward the banquet hall and spotted Evelyn, eyes blazing with fury. How dare that trash show her face here? A maid approached Evelyn respectfully. "Captain, you look absolutely stunning today." Evelyn blinked, surprised and blushing. "Really?" The maid nodded firmly. "I've never flattered you falsely. You truly are beautiful and adorable." Evelyn's face turned red, flustered by the compliment. She tried to rush off to change into her uniform, but a subordinate stopped her. "You can't wear a uniform to a party like this." Then, suddenly, a wine glass flew straight at Evelyn's face. A voice, thick with contempt, spat, "Just seeing that brat is enough to make my blood boil." Evelyn shivered as she recognized the voice. The door creaked open, and the old man stepped in slowly. He bellowed, "How dare you drag yourself here?" Aaron shot back fiercely. "Even if you're one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat the captain like this." Evelyn quickly held Aaron back, whispering softly, "I'm fine, really." But dark red blood trickled from the top of her head. "I'm okay, truly. For my sake, please don't do anything." Aaron thought silently, "I've never seen the captain this scared. What could that elder have done to put her in this state?" The old man stepped closer, exuding lethal intent. "I told you, never show your face here again." He sneered at Evelyn's mechanical arm. "And what is this now?" In an instant, he ripped the mechanical arm clean off. Aaron's voice thundered across the hall. "Captain." He slammed the object down with a sharp, echoing crash. "You actually think this pathetic toy will undo everything?" His voice cut icy through the room. "If you're trash, then live like trash. Crawl on the ground and let everyone step over you. And if I ever see you again, I'll tear you to pieces." Panicked, Evelyn bolted, heart hammering in her chest. The elder laughed behind her, loud and cruel. "Haha, finally, that stench is gone." Aaron spun around, fists clenched, ready to take the elder to the disciplinary council. But the elder sneered, daring him. "Go ahead, do whatever you want. You're about to see what true survival of the fittest in Ragnar looks like." Aaron bit her lip in frustration, but there was nothing she could do right now. Evelyn fled the palace, chest tight. "I never should have come here," she thought. She had tried to endure one more time. "If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again, I'll rip you apart. Leave, and never show your face here again." Understand, she had done everything she could to move past the pain of her past. But in the end, nothing had changed. Suddenly, she collided with someone in front of her. The demon dragon appeared unexpectedly, calm but warm. "Why the rush?" "The party's that way," he added gently. Looking up at him, Evelyn saw in his presence the father she had never had. For the first time in a long while, a flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. Back in the banquet hall, chatter filled the air, until a sudden shout cut through, freezing everyone in place. Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the white armored cavalry, had just snapped the elder's arm in a single motion. The elder screamed in pain. "Do you know what you've done?" "Captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar." The demon dragon released his grip, fury boiling in his voice. "I warned you. Touch that child again, and you'll regret your foolishness." The elder bellowed. "You dare turn your back on Ragnar? Seize this dangerous criminal at once." Immediately, the disciplinary council closed in on the demon dragon. Their swords glinted sharply, pointed directly at him. The law enforcers had intervened without mercy. The lead officer declared, "Captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar, you are under arrest for injuring a council elder." The demon dragon's voice cut cold. "Do you want my cooperation if I refuse?" The leader trembled under the sheer force of his killing intent. Julius continued, "Ragnar's laws are clear. An oath sworn on a sword must be upheld with your life. 4 years ago, I swore on my sword, right in front of those old foxes, that if anyone dared touch that child again, I would make their lives a living hell." A wave of sheer killing intent erupted from him, forcing the entire disciplinary council to stumble back. unable to withstand the pressure. Theo appeared, hearing that the demon dragon had broken the elder's arm. Can an inspector really handle this? Should we run? He thought. None of this had happened in my previous life, so why now? Glancing at Evelyn, everything suddenly clicked. Finally, it all started to make sense. Evelyn Nareville was the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. To him, pure bloodlines were everything. Evelyn's existence was a stain he wanted buried at all costs. He had once plotted to exile her, but the demon dragon recognized her talent and brought her into the white-armored cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plan. When Evelyn became vice commander and excelled beyond expectation, Wolfgang, fearing his secret might be revealed, seized a chance to try and kill his own daughter. He made it look like an accident. Evelyn survived by sheer luck, but lost her left arm, ending her active duty. She was reassigned to manage training ground number 4 and had no idea such banquets even existed. Wolfgang never expected her to show up here. All this chaos was a direct result of the changes Theo brought after returning to the past. Theo feels this heavy weight on his shoulders, like every bit of chaos he's caused is his to fix, and he's determined to set it right. The elder's voice boomed across the hall. Everyone, look at this. The demon dragon is openly challenging the guardian elders of Ragnar. Threatening your own family under the authority of one of the 9 dragons. Isn't this pure rebellion? He shouted. The demon dragon's roar shot back, shaking the room. You dare accuse me of abusing power, coming from you? Theo stepped in quickly. Hey, everyone calm down. This is getting way out of hand. Because of this grudge, my friend's birthday, a day for happiness, is turning into fear. The tension around the demon dragon loosened a bit, while the elder froze, clearly stunned that a boy would step up like this. Theo kept his voice calm but firm. Why don't we handle this the old Ragnar way? One-on-one duels, he added. The elder's face went pale. This is insane. The demon dragon already hurt me. Why would we duel? This is my fault. Theo pressed on. You're right, but we can't let this spiral any further. He turned respectfully to Lady Daffodil. Do you agree, my lady? Neil Ragnarton, the ice dragon lady, stepped into the hall. Her presence alone made the elder shiver. Her voice cut sharp through the tension. This is my daughter's birthday party. She repeated, louder, eyes blazing. This is my daughter's birthday party. What do you think you're doing? The elder tried to speak, but she cut him off. I don't want to hear any more excuses. These petty fights don't concern me. Let's just end this quickly, like the boy suggested. That's as far as my patience stretches, she added. One-on-one duels, whispers spread. The crowd assumed the elder's team had the edge. They were all elite swordsmen. Only the demon dragon could match them, the elder thought. Exactly, just the demon dragon. The rules were simple, best of 3. 2 wins take it all. The final fight would be the accused against the accuser, while the first 2 matches were handled by chosen representatives. The elder figured the demon dragon only had Evelyn, hurt and weak, and a rookie like Theo to rely on. Easy rounds for his side, in his mind. He nodded and declared, fine, let the sword decide who's right. Thorkel watched from the sidelines, thinking Theo had just blown past every expectation. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, he figured it was only a matter of time before something like this blew up. Without Theo stepping in, everything could have spiraled completely out of control. The elder might have seized the chance to take the demon dragon down. In just the short time it took to find a compromise, this had already turned into a spectacle. Outside the Daffodil Palace arena, the Enforcement Council commander announced, from this moment, under council supervision, the duel officially begins. To keep it fair, no mana is allowed. Every move must follow the rules of honorable combat. And after it's over, both sides swear no revenge or grudges. Both the demon dragon and the elder voiced their oaths together. The commander called the first fighters forward. Theo Ragnar stepped up from the demon dragon's side as their first representative. The rank's siblings leaned in, whispering nervously. Do you think Theo will be okay? Remington muttered with doubt. Yeah. His opponent doesn't look easy. Why is he so strong? That's Beta, the Stormblade madman. Right-hand man to the elder, one of their top swordsmen. At least it's better than facing the elders themselves. The elder barked a command. Beta, no holding back. Go for lethal strikes. You mean kill him? His face twisted with fury. But he's a succession candidate. Don't worry. In a formal duel, there's no liability. Just bring me one of his arms if you can. The demon dragon's eyes followed Theo, filled with worry. Theo, are you really going to be okay? You've been dragged into this because of my reckless actions, she whispered. Theo responded, steady and sure. Trust me. This fight, I'll make sure it ends the resentment between you two. He dropped into his combat stance, eyes locked, ready to cut down anyone in his way. The arena held its breath, heavy with tension. The first round was about to ignite. Beta, the elder's right-hand man, raised his sword, radiating confidence. A sharp whistle from the commander shattered the silence. Without a second thought, Theo launched forward, his feet pounding the ground and kicking up clouds of dust as he surged with frightening speed. Beta didn't flinch. He gripped his sword with both hands, meeting Theo head-on. The clash of steel echoed like thunder across the arena, each strike sending tremors through the dirt beneath their feet. Dust spiraled into the air and stones cracked under the force of their blows. Every step carved deep furrows in the ground. Beta moved like a shadow, disappearing and reappearing faster than the eye could follow. In a heartbeat, he swung from Theo's side. A vicious arc aimed to cleave him in two. Theo's blade shot up just in time, sparks flying in a brief, fiery explosion that lit up the arena. Beta's eyes narrowed. Didn't expect him to stand his ground like this. Even in these basic exchanges, he's solid. Could this kid really be a true successor? The air thickened with dust from their repeated clashes. Beta flicked a pebble, sharp and precise, sending it hurtling straight for Theo's eye. Instinctively, Theo raised a hand to block, leaving a slight opening in his guard. Through the haze, Beta lunged, eyes glowing red, sword aimed at the gap. Still green. He's inexperienced, Beta thought. This ends here. Steel grazed Theo's coat, dangerously close to his neck. Beta sneered. For the honor of a successor, I'll make this quick. Consider it mercy. Theo refused to falter. A smirk lifted his lips as he tilted his head back, narrowly dodging, then crouched, ready to turn Beta's momentum against him. Beta's teeth clenched. Did he leave himself open on purpose? But no counter came. Theo stayed low, sword poised, waiting. The pause threw Beta off balance, confusion flashing in his eyes. He leapt back, trying to regain distance. If I had pressed, I could have died. Why did he stop? Theo clutched his head, his body trembling. Dark, cold energy pulsed from him, shaking the arena. Inside, whispers clawed at his mind. Kill everyone who mocked you. Those who abandoned us, stole everything, burn it all. Beta watched, narrowing his eyes. Another opening. The same trick. Dare you underestimate me that much? The successor roared and charged. Think I'll fall for that again. I'll cut right through. His sword aimed for Theo's neck, but this time, it didn't land. Theo's blade shot up, meeting the strike perfectly. Beta froze, shocked. He blocked it. Theo's eyes glowed crimson, aura thick with killing intent, confronting the voices in his mind. Kill. Enough. I'll handle this fight myself. Shut up. Beta, sweating and bewildered, yelled. You bastard. What are you saying? Before he could react, in an instant, Beta's arms and legs were severed, blood spraying across the arena. He couldn't comprehend what happened. Only the sword descending, and panic, no limbs left to defend. A scream tore from his lips. Theo's blade slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave ripping through the arena. Dust and stone exploded outward. Spectators ducked, nobles shielded their faces, cloaks whipped violently in the gusts. Neil Ragnar Tun, the Ice Dragon Lady, stepped in to contain the force. Her expression was serious. So this is Theo Ragnar, truly remarkable. The ground lay shattered beneath her. To channel this much power without mana, at his age, unheard of. He'd already surpassed what most succession candidates could even dream of. When the dust cleared, Beta's broken body sprawled on the arena floor, limbs severed, consciousness fading. The enforcement commander raised a hand, voice cutting through the stunned silence. First round victor, Theo Ragnar. Gasps filled the hall. Nobles whispered, eyes wide with shock. In Theo's mind, the strike played over and over. This wasn't just anger or resentment. It was different, guiding him, pushing him to strike. He remembered the moment the arena split. When I surrendered to that feeling, I reached a whole new level of power. A quiet, bitter laugh escaped him. Dangerous, so dangerous, but if I can control it. Fist clenched, excitement sparking in his eyes. If I master this, I could be twice as strong. The silence broke as the commander's voice rang out. Prepare for round 2. Fighters, step forward. Theo didn't hesitate, his footsteps echoing as he signaled he was ready to continue. Across from him, the elder gritted his teeth, voice sharp in the tense air. Theo Ragnar, round 2, arrogant bastard. Fine. If you want to die, I'll kill you myself. A new fighter stepped up from the elder's side. Authority radiated from him. I'm counting on you, young heir of Ragnar. Page Grasson, the enigmatic sword master, once a dragon-tier swordsman. The rank's sibling's jaws dropped. Erika's eyes widened. That sword, can he really wield it without mana? Hulkus grinned, ear to ear. That sword's no joke, I like it. Remington's face darkened. Wait, why am I nervous? He might not win, but he won't die, right? Maybe the impossible is about to happen. Unlike round 1, where a judge stepped in to save face. This time, the elder himself was entering the arena. That meant they were determined. This fight was meant to kill Lord Theo. The arena seemed to hold its breath. Then, With a simple lift of his hand, Theo signaled for everyone to pause. He shifted into a relaxed stance, a playful glint in his eyes, almost like he was saying, "I give up, for now." The effect was immediate. Shock rippled through the crowd. Paige Grasson's calm facade shattered, fury bursting out like a dam breaking. What the hell? Theo just grinned, a confident smirk that seemed to flip the rules on their head. Here he was, a mid-level swordsman, standing before an elder. Why even fight when the outcome is obvious? Even from the stands, it was clear. Paige Grasson's jaw tightened, and with a furious slam, his sword struck the ground, sparks flying from the impact. The commander's voice cut through the tension. Round 2 winner, Paige Grasson. Whispers buzzed through the crowd. This was a slap to the council's pride. Lord Theo was playing chess while they were stuck in checkers. Beating the demon dragon had been a challenge, but round 3? That would be over in moments. Paige Grasson's face drained of color. The realization hit hard. That air. He had planned this all along. Every move turned against him. The focus shifted to Evelyn Nareville. Her eyes were wide, a mix of shock and relief. I've never seen him like this. Guilt knotted in her stomach. Captain, I'm sorry. This is my fault. Theo stepped closer, calm. Don't apologize. Teammates help each other. That's just how it works. Julius flashed a confident grin. Exactly, Evelyn. Watch closely. We're about to finish this. Evelyn's lips curved into a small, hesitant smile. Memories stirred. Julius' voice came back to her, like a lifeline long ago. Evelyn Nareville joined the White Armor Cavalry. Your talent can't go to waste here. Another memory flashed. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Retirement isn't the answer. Come back, and make those who abandoned you pay. Theo's voice cut through, gentle but firm. You promised you'd be my sword, right? Evelyn, I'll help make your long-held wish a reality. Past and present collided, sparking determination inside her. She gripped her cloak tightly. Both of them, they care this much. And yet, I've been hung up on meaningless things. Why have I been trapped in the past for so long? She opened her eyes, locking them on Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn shed her cloak, the weight lifting from her shoulders. Sword in hand, she stepped forward, every line of her face set with resolve. This role of the villain? I'll end it myself. The commander's voice rose above the murmurs. Round 3, the decisive duel. Both fighters stepped into the arena, ready for the clash. From the far end, the elder advanced, one hand gripping his sword, the other wrapped in thick bandages. He muttered through clenched teeth, pride and anger tangled together. Damn it, round 3 already. That brat's ruined my reputation. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm with me. Then, suddenly, a verdict echoed through the arena. The court accepts the defendant's request. The fighter for round 3 is changed. Silence fell. All eyes turned to Evelyn as she stepped forward, sword tight in hand, determination radiating from every move. The elder laughed, harsh and bitter. Ridiculous. Even recklessness has limits. What now? You gonna kneel and beg? Evelyn moved smoothly, every motion precise, eyes locked on the elder. Unshaken, she said, Don't be foolish, old man. You're the one who should be kneeling, father. Wolfgang's face twisted with rage, jaw tight, veins standing out on his neck. The arena held its breath, tension stretching like a bowstring. Elder Wolfgang sneered, his voice rough, slicing through the air. Reckless courage has limits. What now? Kneel and beg. His eyes burned with fury. But Evelyn didn't flinch. She lifted her sword, stance flowing like water. Eyes locked on Wolfgang, she said coldly, Don't be foolish, old man. You're the one who should kneel, father. The word father struck like lightning. Wolfgang's face contorted, veins bulging, teeth grinding. The daughter he had scorned now stood before him, a storm ready to break. The crowd erupted in whispers. Father? Someone murmured. Evelyn from the White Dragon team is Wolfgang's daughter? Another voice questioned. No way, they don't even look alike. Could she be illegitimate? One spectator remembered Wolfgang's official wife. Then what she's saying must be true. Each whisper cut at the elder's pride like a blade. Wolfgang's face flushed red. He roared, You wretch. You dare call me father? How laughable. Evelyn's smile was cold, her gaze sharp as her blade. If you liked it so much, I should have called you father sooner. Love old stories, huh? Want me to keep going? You nearly beat me to death as a kid. All because I dared call you father. Just because I was your illegitimate child. That's not all. You tried to kill me in the White Dragon team to hide the shame of your illegitimate daughter. The arena fell silent. Wolfgang roared, face twisted, trying to silence her. As a Ragnar, what's wrong with what I did? But the murmurs of the crowd drowned him out. Is she telling the truth? An elder of his age, preaching pure bloodlines. What has he really done? What a joke. Even the other elders squinted, muttering. You act without restraint. Now see the consequences. Another elder glared. I warned you. Knew this day would come. Why didn't you finish her off from the start? Rage twisted into despair. Damn it. At the edge of the arena, Julius and Theo watched, hearts pounding with every tense second. Julius called out, concerned. Evelyn, don't push yourself too hard. Let me handle it. Theo's voice cut in, steady. Don't worry, Captain. We just need to trust her. Watch closely. Evelyn's got this. Then, suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them. Evelyn and Wolfgang charged, swords colliding with a deafening clash. Sparks flew across the arena floor. Every strike carried the weight of blood and old grudges. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, each movement driven by pure fury. Evelyn's fight wasn't just skill, it was the kind of will forged in years of pain. A subtle swirl of energy curled around her, twisting the air like it had a life of its own. Julius's eyes widened, barely a whisper escaping his lips. No way. It was the divine wind dance. A violent vortex of air spun around her, coiling like a storm she had summoned herself. Wolfgang staggered, each step pushed back by the force of the wind. The elder faction in the stands gaped. Divine wind dance. That's the storm's sword technique. How had she mastered a lost storm technique? Evelyn planted her feet, eyes blazing, every strike unervingly precise. The crowd couldn't believe it. She wasn't just defending, she was pushing Wolfgang backward. How? By defeating a top Ragnar swordsman, she had learned the storm's lost technique. Theo watched from the stands, a faint smile tugging at his lips. No surprises here. This fight forbade mana, pure swordsmanship. Magic doesn't matter. Without his magical advantage, Wolfgang's true limits were exposed. Without the strength of a pure blood foundation, he could never reach this level. Wolfgang's face twisted in disbelief as his own daughter pushed him back. Damn it. I'll kill you. How dare you, you bastard. Evelyn tightened her grip, eyes ice cold. Wolfgang lunged, murderous intent in every swing of his blade. Evelyn met him head-on. Sparks burst as steel collided, lighting the arena like miniature stars. Wolfgang snarled. You wretch, you think you can escape me? I'll make you beg for mercy. But Evelyn countered, slamming her strike down with thunderous force. Wolfgang froze, stunned, as she locked eyes with him and said, Go ahead, try me. For a moment, his arrogance faltered. How is this possible? Evelyn's voice burned, eyes blazing. When I was a kid, you were my whole world. I was terrified of you. But now, I have people I can trust. People who care and won't abandon me. I'm not that weak little girl you once knew anymore. Wolfgang stumbled under her words. He hadn't expected the daughter he'd discarded to stand so strong. In that moment of hesitation, Evelyn surged forward, blade piercing with deadly precision. Blood sprayed as he crashed to the ground with a bone-rattling thud. The arena fell silent, shock on every face. Evelyn's voice rang clear and unwavering. I'm not that weak little girl anymore. Wolfgang's sword flew from his hand, embedding deep in the earth. The crowd gasped, frozen in disbelief. Julius and Theo exchanged proud, satisfied grins. Victory was undeniable. Wolfgang lay sprawled, clutching his severed arm, blood pooling beneath him. Breaths hissed through clenched teeth, rage still burning. Damn it. Don't be ridiculous. This fight isn't over. Then, suddenly, the elder's arm froze, encased in glacial ice, completely still. He looked down, shivering as bone-deep cold gripped him. Neil Ragnarton, the ice dragon lady, stepped forward, her presence pressing down on the arena. She spoke, sharp and commanding. If you're truly one of the 9 dragons, don't disgrace yourself further. Accept your defeat. Wolfgang's defiance crumbled. The commander's voice boomed. Winner of the 3rd match. Evelyn Nareville. The verdict was final. No contest. Evelyn turned, stepping toward Julius with a warm smile. Evelyn Nareville, reporting. Mission accomplished. Julius's pride shone. Well done, Evelyn. She closed her eyes, cheeks tinged pink, a soft, grateful smile spreading. It's all thanks to everyone. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the elder faction. One man helped Wolfgang up. Are you all right, Grand Elder? Another lifted his sword. Here, your blade. You're badly injured. Get treatment first. Wolfgang shoved them aside, murderous intent radiating from him. He advanced, eyes burning. Evelyn Nareville. Julius and Theo turned, expressions hardening. Wolfgang charged, rage blinding reason. You wretched brat. I'll kill you right here. But before his sword could strike, a massive hand clamped down on his wrist. Julius, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, held firm, blocking him. His eyes burned red, fury like a storm. Want me to take your other arm too? Wolfgang clenched his jaw, knowing he couldn't match Julius now. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, halting the arena for a heartbeat. A messenger burst in, panic in his voice. Invasion. The Troyven family has launched their attack. Everyone, return to your positions immediately. Julius frowned, clearly annoyed, but he quickly shifted focus. Theo, Evelyn, War, head back to the White Dragon unit. Now, both responded in perfect unison. Yes, sir. Wolfgang's roar tore through the air, his face twisted with fury. These fools, daring to disrespect me. Stop. I said stop right now. This fight isn't over. But Neil Ragnarton stepped forward, her presence freezing the air around them. Hundreds of thin ice blades hovered around Wolfgang. Her voice was sharp, calm, unyielding. Elder, listen carefully. Don't disgrace the 9 dragons any further. Wolfgang trembled, his voice cracking. You dare disrespect me, the Council of Elders? Neil's tone didn't waver. Perhaps your views aren't so different from mine. Meanwhile, the other council elders had already turned and walked away. One muttered, even if the council's honor is shattered, we can't let a defeated fighter keep swinging his sword as our representative. Those words struck Wolfgang like a hammer, crushing his arrogance. Humiliated, he sank to his knees beneath the banner that had once flown for him. Julius watched the old man collapse and allowed himself a satisfied sigh. Finally, this mess is over. What a pathetic end for a greedy old fool. The scene shifted to Troivin's main headquarters. Troivin sat on the commander's throne, face cold as ice. A general reported, we've captured the central highlands of TH, 1B0-1EDD and G1EA3I. Harmon Castle is about to fall as well. Troivin asked, what about Ragnar's forces? The general replied, the Lord's cavalry and the 6 Pillars troops are all concentrated in the central highlands. Ed smirked, not with joy, but satisfaction that his plan was unfolding perfectly. Those fools, moving exactly as I predicted. He clenched his fist. They're about to see this war is only a piece of a much bigger scheme. He rose from his seat, stepping closer to the map, pointing with a dark sort of delight. While they pour all their forces into the highlands, the real prize is right here. In the Bacchus family territory, the 6 great noble houses hung in a tense, heavy silence. Outside the walls, a soldier whispered to his comrade about the new lord. Ever since he became lord, he's locked in the castle, drinking day and night. Does he even know he's supposed to lead? The soldier sighed. His companion shook his head. Anyone who could leave already did. A lord in a debt-ridden territory, what can he do? Even the longtime knights and vassals have abandoned the Bacchus family. So what can the new lord even accomplish now? He snorted. Maybe he should just be glad there's still money for drinks. The other chuckled. True enough. By the way, isn't Ragnar sending reinforcements? The first soldier scoffed at the thought. He jumped back, mocking laugh escaping. Reinforcements? You mean that bunch of freeloaders? At that moment, Ragnar's support team arrived, including Odnerin and their captain, Sibildre. Another soldier complained the team claimed to be on night patrol, but were always drunk near the walls. Whispers spread, maybe Ragnar sent them just to push Bacchus out of the war entirely. One soldier laughed at the tales of the Lord and the so-called reinforcements. Ah, so that's how it is. Makes sense. Far outside Bacchus Castle, deep in the forest, a reconnaissance soldier knelt before the Troivin forces, reporting everything he overheard. The Troivin commander, cold and calculating, asked if the reports were accurate. The spy nodded confidently. Yes, morale in Bacchus territory is at rock bottom. Troivin smirked. The campaign is already half done. After the report, he let out a chilling laugh, loud enough for the entire force to hear. Did you hear that? The enemy is already collapsing. The soldiers cheered. They're down. Let's finish this fast and head home. The Troivin army began moving toward Bacchus Castle under the darkening sky. On the castle walls, Sibildre, captain of Ragnar's support team, yawned and stretched, still half asleep from earlier drinking. A sudden gust of wind swept across the wall. From the shadows, a Troivin soldier silently climbed the stone wall. His dagger glinted in the moonlight. Seeing Sybil lounging lazily, he smirked. Jackpot, a drunk guard on duty. Perfect. He raised his dagger. Finish that booze in your next life. He prepared to strike at her chest. The scene cut to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, sharp eyes on Theo. You want independent command authority as a mid-tier swordsman? Denied. In wartime, combat campaigns come first. No special privileges. Theo calmly handed over a sealed envelope. This concerns the war. Please read it. The demon dragon opened it. As he read, his expression shifted. Eyebrows furrowed, he muttered. Is all of this true? Theo nodded. Yes. Troivin's main targets are Harmon Castle and the Central Highlands. But those are just bait. Their real objective is the floating archipelago in their territory. The demon dragon fell silent, thinking deeply. Logical, makes sense. Theo continued, explaining the Assassin Guild hostage incidents. It's clear they're cooperating with Troivin. And the predecessor of Black Tower was the Archipelago Sea Transport Union, the organization controlling all Empire finances. The demon dragon narrowed his eyes. That explains Troivin's massive war funds. Theo agreed. Exactly. With the island's strategic position, They'll become an even bigger threat as this war drags on. That's why reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory has to be our top priority. But Troyven has concentrated enough forces at the Central Highlands and Harmon Castle to make it look like a full-scale assault. The Ragnar forces are deployed to counter them. We have no soldiers to spare, Theo said firmly. We can't just abandon those strategic points. Theo laid it all out. Why he needed independent command for this operation, from shoring up Bacchus territory to digging into the archipelago, possibly funding Troyven. He didn't hesitate. I can handle every bit of it myself, he said, calm and assured. The demon dragon's eyes went wide. He'd planned this far ahead from the very first word. A short chuckle escaped him before he nodded slowly. Fine. It's about the war, so no problem. Permission granted, but don't get reckless. Theo gave a small bow. Understood, he replied. As Theo turned to leave, the demon dragon lingered on the documents. Each page meticulously compiled, every detail sharp and precise. Yet Theo had chosen to report to him directly, bypassing someone like Black Dragon, the intelligence expert. It was clear, he intended to act on his own. The demon dragon muttered under his breath. This permission is more formality than necessity. This permission is just a formality. If it's Theo, everything's already in place. And back to the present, just as the Troyven soldier raised his weapon at Sybil. The captain who'd seemed drunk suddenly snapped into motion. Sybil's reflexes were lightning fast. He tossed a bottle straight at the attacker's face. The liquid splashed, blinding him momentarily. The Troyven soldier flailed, rubbing his eyes, then froze. Not alcohol, just orange juice. Sybil let out a quiet chuckle, a grin spreading across his face. Never really cared for drinking much anyway. Before the soldier could recover, Sybil moved again, swift, precise, and decisive. One strike, and he was down. Dead. Another member of the support team rushed forward. Vanguard neutralized. They won't get through. Sybil gave a firm nod. Good. Get the signal lit, fast. The team exchanged confident, even playful glances. One joked that their swords would slice through Troyven's forces. Hard to imagine that back at the Flower Festival. Another laughed, saying they weren't slacking. Sybil bent down to light the signal, glancing at them with a sly smile. None of these guys ever actually listened to me anyway. Just as he bent to strike the match, a Troyven soldier pretending to be dead twitched suddenly. The soldier lunged, dagger raised, eyes wild. Too late. They realized it only in the instant he struck. But before the blade landed, a flash of steel cut through the air. The soldier's head rolled cleanly to the ground. Standing there with calm confidence was Naven Bacchus, the head of the Bacchus family, a faint smile on his lips. Slowly, he lowered his sword. Be careful. If anyone gets hurt, how am I supposed to face our lord? Flustered, Sybil dropped into a quick bow. I'll fix my mistake immediately. Naven waved a hand, smiling warmly. Relax. I'm kidding. But then his tone sharpened. I see now. If you want to relax, though, some things are for the Lord. Sybil casually handed him the torch. Hold the fire for me. I need a word with my team, he added. Naven's sword went up instantly, face serious, almost threatening. Sybil got a playful punch from Naven for joking. I'm kidding. Heading right now. The screams echoed along the wall. One by one, the signal fires along the castle walls flared to life. The dark night lit up, soldiers rushing to their stations. Shields up, bows ready, poised for the assault. Naven stepped onto the wall, scanning below. Sharp eyes caught Troyven forces scaling the stone. He wondered quietly, what exactly did our lord see? How far ahead could he predict? How could he see through every move? Below, Troyven soldiers froze as the fires flared. Fear spread through their ranks. The ambush had failed. They were trapped instead. Sybil shouted over the chaos, voice cutting through the noise. Troyven vermin. Attack Bacchus Castle. Hold the walls. Wipe them out. The slaughter began. Arrows and magic rained down, tearing through the invaders. Above the battlefield, Theo finally entered Bacchus territory. He looked out over the smoke curling from the fight. The war's already started. Looks like I made it just in time. Determination settled over him. He gripped the reins tighter and charged toward the castle. Moments later, silence fell, the last Troyven soldier hitting the ground. Naven, Sybil, and the Bacchus soldiers stood among the smoke and ruins, breathing hard, weapons still slick with dark blood. Theo's orders to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out perfectly. Theo glanced around, chuckling softly. You didn't really have to yell like that, geez. He placed a hand on Sybil's shoulder. You did really well. Those words hit Sybil harder than any blade. Tears welled up. He actually noticed me. Sybil froze, soaking in the recognition, while teammates crowded around, teasing. So jealous, lucky bastard. Theo moved over to Naven. Didn't expect to see you in person. Just stopped by as a precaution. Looks like you didn't need my help after all. Naven glanced at Sybil and the others by the signal fire, a curious smile playing on his lips. Where did he find people like this? Theo's chest swelled quietly with pride. These are the ones I trained with when I was just starting out. They wanted to follow me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard. He looked at Naven again. Seems they've earned your respect too, huh? Naven bowed slightly, his smile softening. Honestly, at first, I didn't expect much. Just mid-tier swordsmen, no real combat experience or notable achievements. But after spending just a few days training with them, I could see it. Something had shifted. Their moves were still rough around the edges, sure, but I could trust them now. Theo closed his eyes for a beat, letting the praise sink in. Hearing that from him, yeah, I felt proud too. He muttered quietly, then met Naven's gaze. I have a request for you, Naven. He gestured to the line of soldiers standing ready after the signal fire. With the vassals and knights gone, the Bacchus Knights Order is empty. What would you think about training these friends of mine to become the new Bacchus Knights Order? Naven drew a slow breath, a spark of excitement flickering across his face. A Knights Order. It had been years since he'd felt that anticipation. He could feel it deeply. Their growth, the weight of responsibility naturally settling onto his shoulders. Theo straightened, decision made, and started walking away, waving casually. I'm counting on you, Naven. Naven blinked, caught off guard. You're leaving already, young master? Yeah, Theo replied, simple and calm. I've seen what I needed. I was just passing through anyway. Naven asked, another mission? Theo turned back with a bright grin. An investigation, floating archipelago. Naven bowed slightly, letting out a soft laugh. I should be used to it by now, but your boldness still catches me off guard, young lord. Theo's smile widened as Naven went on. That place, notoriously hostile to outsiders. Hard to get in. Don't worry, Theo said. I steady. I have my ways. Leaving Bacchus behind, the coast stretched out, windswept, alive with the bustling port city of Dion, moving to its own rhythm. In the lower district, a rowdy tavern buzzed. A hooded figure pushed the door open and stepped inside. He didn't notice the massive man in his path and bumped straight into him. The big man's rough hand shot out, grabbing the hooded newcomer's shoulder. Hey, shorty, you look down at your feet, or what? The hooded man looked up, calm. Oh, my bad. Didn't see you there. The thug's lips curled in irritation. Oh yeah? Then maybe I should bend down to your level. For a moment, the tavern held its breath. Then in a flash, the hooded man snatched a beer mug and smashed it across the thug's forehead. The rowdy tavern went silent, tension hanging in the air, then erupted into cheers and excitement. People leaned forward, eyes glued. Oh, fight on, someone shouted, half thrill, half warning. Others laughed, enjoying the chaos. Barmaids rushed over. Hey, wait, I'm coming. Here's your drink, sir. Behind the tavern, in a dim candlelit room, a woman's voice carried as she read a report to the man across from her. Summary of the demands. The floating archipelago will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troyven, as agreed. All costs will count as rental fees for the Azure Dragon Sword. The man slammed his hand on the table, face twisted in anger. Demands? Dream on. That's a clear threat. Intumpa Spinola, heir to the Spinella family's maritime empire, seethed. His rage filled the room as he snorted. Rental fees? They steal the sword and then charge us to rent it back? A farce. I won't fall for it. But sir, we have no other choice, right? Antonio's reflection glimmered on the polished orb beside him. Without the Azure Dragon Sword, the floating archipelago would collapse fast. He rubbed his forehead, disappointment sliding into despair. Damn it. If we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb. His eyes darkened. Is there truly no hope left for the archipelago? Before he could answer, a loud crash rattled the room. Shouts, curses, splintering wood. The chaos of a tavern brawl spilled inside. Antonio stormed to the door, kicking it open. You idiots. My head's about to explode. And now this. Fighting again. The room froze. Faces turned, some guilty, some defiant. How many times have I told you? No more drunken fights. Drink quietly, got it? From across the room, a calm, familiar voice rang out. Finally, he shows himself. The speaker lowered his hood, sharp eyes and a confident smile revealed, Theo Ragnar. Intumpa Spinola recognized him instantly. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back, fingers drumming impatiently. So, you want to go to the floating archipelago and join my ship as a fighter? Theo nodded, unfazed. Exactly. Sea monsters are showing up near that floating land. And as for my skills, that was just a taste. Your crew could use the help anyway. Win-win. Antonio stroked his chin, skeptical. True, we could use a few good fighters. Then his eyes narrowed, posture stiffening. But you're not getting on my ship. For a mercenary, your gear's too clean. Not a scratch, not a speck of dirt. And that brawl just happened right where I am. Pure coincidence? I don't think so. Plus, you know too much about my route to the floating archipelago. Definitely not normal. He leaned forward, fingers steepled. If you were me, would you let someone like this on board? Theo let out a short, amused laugh. Good. I'd be disappointed if you didn't see through that. All right, let's cut to the chase. He reached into his cloak, pulling out a small metal badge, setting it on the table. Armed Resistance Organization, fighting for the floating archipelago's liberation. Black Tower leader, Antonio Spinola. The name hit the room like thunder. Antonio's eyes widened. Before he could speak, Theo leaned in, voice steady. So, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal. Antonio's jaw clenched. How? How do you know I'm the Black Tower leader? Theo smirked. Come on, that's not what matters. It's not how I know, it's what I know. For instance, the Azure Dragon sword you're desperate to find. Hearing the sword's name, Antonio's calm shattered completely. He shot to his feet, chair tipping back behind him. You're just Troiven's lapdog, aren't you? Theo's voice stayed calm, measured. Take it easy, Antonio. Every deal works better with a clear head. Don't lose yours now. Antampa's eyes narrowed, disbelief etched deep. It didn't make sense. If Theo wasn't working with Troiven, how could he know about the Azure Dragon sword? Before Theo could respond, the door burst open. One of Antampa's guards rushed in. Lord Antampa, is everything all right? Antampa waved him off. The guard hesitated, bowed, and slipped out quietly. A small, confident smile tugged at Theo's lips. What if I told you? I'm the one holding the Azure Dragon sword? Sounds crazy, right? But here's the truth. Troiven stole it, and you're acting like you've got it. Doesn't that strike you as absurd? Why absurd? Theo asked smoothly. Because they're just like me. Probably just claiming to have it, without ever actually showing it. Antampa's thoughts tumbled. They never actually showed the real sword. How could I have been so blind? Even with the fate of the archipelago on the line. Theo leaned forward slightly, a calm smile lingering. You've got nothing left to lose, right? So why not hear me out? Antampa exhaled, sinking back into his chair. Suspicion lingered, but his voice softened. Fine. I'm listening. Theo's expression shifted, serious now. The legends of the floating archipelago all start with the hero Kriemhild, right? A resigned sigh escaped him. Antampa opened a drawer and pulled out a worn journal. Looks like you already know the story. Yes. He drove his sword into the sea dragon that was ravaging the ocean. The floating archipelago hovers above the sea, held by mysterious currents, Theo continued. But that's not quite right. The sea dragon Kriemhild sealed rests deep below the ocean. Its massive mana creates the currents that lift the islands. The Azure Dragon sword? It's the tool keeping that seal stable, regulating the mana flow. But since Troiven stole it, the mana's unstable. If the sword isn't back soon, the archipelago will sink. Waves will rise from the depths, smashing everything. Buildings, docks, homes, everyone's lives, swallowed by the sea. He fixed Antampa with a sharp gaze. I'm not exaggerating. Every person on the archipelago is in danger. If you truly have the Azure Dragon sword and return it, anything you want could be yours. Theo's expression darkened. Returning it? That's not a solution. Anyone could just steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon's sword flashed in his mind. Dark gleam burned into memory. Giving it up entirely wasn't an option. Antampa's voice hardened. Then let's continue. What do you want? Money? Name it, we'll pay. Theo lifted his eyes, calm but resolute. No, I don't want money. His eyes glowed faintly red. I've prepared a way to keep the Azure Dragon sword and still save the archipelago. You just need to take me there. Sweat rolled down Antampa's face. Disbelief froze him in place. The view shifted to the endless ocean, silver and restless under the glaring sun. A sailing ship cut across the waves, bow dipping and rising as it carried Antonio and Theo toward a horizon dotted with islands. Theo stood at the railing, wind tossing his hair. As the islands appeared, his smile widened. There it is, finally. The floating archipelago hovered above the sea, a patchwork of towns and harbors. Ships of all sizes moved through the ports, sails and drifting smoke blending together. Once a legendary trade hub, its customs so unique the emperor had granted it autonomy. Now scarred by occupation. Since the Great War, Troiven turned it into a military production zone, stripping its wealth. Watching forges spitting sparks like fireflies, Theo shivered. By the war's end, smaller islands had already slipped beneath the waves, erased from maps. He fixed his gaze on the islands, a sharp thought forming. For Rugna and the archipelago, every trace of Troiven had to be wiped clean. Antonio's voice cut across the deck. You're serious, right? You promised to save these islands. And earlier you said you could prevent them from sinking by moving the islands themselves. Theo's smile didn't falter. Don't worry, it's possible. The sea dragon beneath the archipelago, deep at the ocean floor, an ancient guardian, one of the old dragons. Theo drew the Azure Dragon sword from its sheath, placing it before the guardians. What do you make of this sword? Drake's voice was blunt. Whoa, authentic relic. Hunt added. Sacred artifact from an old dragon. As Theo reached toward it, faint trails of energy shimmered. He frowned. Just as I thought. But why isn't it compatible with Ragnarok? The fairy dragon tilted its head. Hard to say. Seems the guardian tied to the Azure Dragon sword abandoned its duty, ran from the artifact. Theo's eyes widened. Ran from it. The fairy dragon glanced at Griffin. It's happened before. Back when a guardian forgot its own mission, Theo studied Griffin's tense stance. You guys could do the same, if you accepted the price. Griffin's reply was sharp. Only a madman would. Only one could escape and survive. Not simple at all. Not every dragon can do it. Makes sense. The mana leaking from him is enough to keep the archipelago afloat. Theo's mind raced. Wait, so if I overpower him, I could move the islands myself? Drake's tone was grave. In theory, yes. But you'd have to seal him first. Can you manage that? Before Theo could answer, the fairy dragon added the warning everyone feared. Even weakened, after abandoning the ancient relic, he's still one of the strongest. Griffin tilted his head, curiosity flickering across his face. Can you even reach the ocean floor? His lips curved into a faint, confident smile. Calm, unshaken, he met Griffin's gaze without hesitation. I've got a plan, he said smoothly, voice steady. Don't worry about how I'll get down there, or contain him. I've thought it through. Back on the ship, the present tense snapped sharply into focus. Antonio broke the quiet, voice cutting through the night. So that statue, it really can save the islands. A power even the locals barely understand. Intumpa's eyes flicked toward him, calm but skeptical. Even after seeing the Azure Dragon sword, doubt lingered. He clenched his jaw, lowering his gaze. Guilt and worry crossed his features. I'm not doubting, just worried. Our homeland's fate hangs on this. I hope you get that. Theo softened his eyes and let out a slow breath, a small smile forming. I get it. Just get me there first. I'll make sure it's safe. A faint glow appeared before his eyes, a system notification. Side quest, Azure Dragon Sword. 30 objectives. Return the sword, find the site, defeat the guardian, claim it. Night settled over the floating archipelago, quiet and eerie. Moonlight poured over the docks and harbors, turning everything into a silvery, ghostly glow. Beneath that calm surface, deep in a dim wine cellar, Antonio gathered his most trusted men, soldiers ready to risk everything for their home. He gestured at Theo as they stood at attention. Our mission is simple. Escort this man to the Crimhild Monument. Once he's there, he takes it from here. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances as Antonio continued. You know Troyven bribed the main family heads. That's why security's so tight. We'll use the secret path, like always. It'll get you close enough. Every soldier straightened, determination burning in their eyes. Yes, sir. Long live the floating archipelago. Intumpa turned to Thursday, then it's all yours. Thursday gave a single nod, eyes sharp and unreadable. Got it. One soldier lingered at the back, a sly smile tugging at his lips. His eyes glimmered with something that wasn't loyalty. The scene shifted to the heart of the archipelago. The colossal Crimhild statue loomed above, a dragon-shaped memorial carved straight into the cliff. High walls and moonlit watchtowers circled it, soldiers gripping spears tightly, completely unaware of the shadows slipping beneath their feet. Deep below, they and his team crept through a secret passage. The air smelled of salt and damp stone as their footsteps echoed softly. His hand brushed along the wall. So they really do have a hidden path, he murmured. One of Antonio's men whispered, We're inside. The waterfall hides our noise, but stay sharp. The nodded and opened his pack, drawing the Azure Dragon sword. The blade caught the faint light, humming with power. He turned to the soldiers. Thanks for getting me this far. From here, I go alone. The soldiers stared, or written across their faces. One whispered, wide-eyed. Is that really the Azure Dragon sword? His gaze lifted to the towering Crimhild statue. The sword vibrated in his hand, the energy growing stronger with every step closer. Following the contours up to the massive dragon head, he realized, the origin, it has to be up there. He inhaled deeply and leapt, moving through the moonlight like a shadow cast over the stone. Below, a soldier watched him ascend. He really has the Azure Dragon sword, he whispered, breath catching. There's finally hope for our archipelago. Relief flickered across his face before it vanished entirely. Before he could react, a hand clamped over his mouth. A dagger sliced across his throat in one clean motion. His eyes went wide in shock as blood pooled silently on the stones. The assassin stepped back, cold expression, dagger glinting in the moonlight. Now, we reclaim the stolen Azure Dragon sword, he whispered. Atop the Crimhild statue, Theo reached the dragon's crown. He stared up at the towering figure. The energy was strongest here. Now the question, what comes next? Without a second thought, Theo drove the sword 30 inches into the ground. Pain shot through his hand as the sword flared with power. Another strike didn't work. He pulled out a recovery potion, drank it, muttering, Let's see. Maybe there's a hidden message. But before he could finish, The air shifted sharply around him. The assassin stepped from the shadows, red eyes glowing with bloodlust. Without a word, he lunged, sword slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. But where Theo had been, the blade cut nothing. The assassin froze, eyes widening. What? Before he could react, sharp pain exploded in his gut. Theo reappeared behind him, driving a foot into his ribs. The assassin flew, twisting midair with a harsh crack. He coughed up blood, clutching his side, shock and dizziness crossing his face. How did he get behind me? The landed lightly, stance perfect, eyes flicking like lightning. The assassin planted his sword for balance, breathing ragged. Two more figures stepped out from behind. Lord Grey, you okay? I'm fine. Grey growled, eyes locked on Theo. He's strong. They charged, rushing straight at him. Theo still held the recovery potion in one hand, a slow, almost teasing smile playing across his face. Outside the Crimhild monument walls, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The guards jumped. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Another soldier pointed upward, voice trembling. Look, the monument. The Crimhild monument. All eyes turned to the massive statue. What they saw froze them in disbelief. How could this be happening? Stone blocks peeled away, crashing down like meteors. The roar of falling rock drowned everything else out. Moments earlier, beneath the statue's giant staircase, Intumpa paced, brow furrowed, staring up the tunnel. Why is it taking so long? What are they doing up there? Suddenly, footsteps echoed. A female soldier stumbled in, gasping, pale in the flickering torchlight. Lord Intumpa, big trouble. Grow and his crew. They suddenly attacked our guest. Antonio's eyes went wide. What? Damn it. Troyvan spies made it this far. Meanwhile, at the top of the colossal statue, Theo clashed swords with three assassins at once. He spun on his heel, parrying with fluid precision, then countered. Muscles burning, he pressed forward as their relentless attacks pushed him back, testing every move. Damn it, these guys aren't holding back. His eyes flicked sharply between them, analyzing every shift. Even when he left a gap, they didn't rush in. They were buying time, measuring him. They'd already secured 3 C zones, clearly waiting for reinforcements to slip past unseen. Theo tightened his grip on the sword. No way that's happening. His sudden move made the enemy leader flinch. What's he planning? In a blur, Theo swung wide, releasing a surge of energy that shattered the stone beneath them. The ground shuddered, jagged cracks ripping through the rock like the sky itself had split. When the dust settled, the earth had split open, revealing something ancient glowing deep below. Gray's eyes went wide. How did he even know? Theo's expression shifted from tension to excitement. It's been right under my feet all along. He surged forward as Gray shouted frantic orders. Stop him, at all costs. But Theo moved faster, the Azure Dragon, sword humming in his hand. A faint chime sounded as another system notification flickered before his eyes. Side quest, Dragon Slaying Sword Bumong. It wants to return to its original resting place. Locate its position, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. Everything clicked for Theo. I was overthinking it. It wants to return. The sword reacts strongest here. This has to be the original spot. He lifted Bumong high, green flames flickering along the blade, and with a precise thrust drove it into the heart of the ruin before him. This is where it belongs. The moment the blade sank in, the ground convulsed. Energy exploded like a tidal wave of light, shaking the colossal statue to its very core. Gray and his men were thrown backward, tumbling across cracked stone, their screams swallowed by the roar of raw power. Theo planted his feet, hands locked on the hilt, body trembling as the ruin's energy coursed through him. Blinding light swallowed everything around. Outside, guards along the Crimhild walls spun as a deafening crack tore through the night. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Then a cry froze them. Look, the monument. The Crimhild monument. All eyes snapped upward, horror spreading like wildfire through the fortress. The colossal statue at the archipelago's heart began to crumble. Damn it, how is this possible? Theo's body twitched as he slowly came to, vision blurry, a dull ache pulsing behind his eyes. What happened? Did I pass out? He blinked, trying to focus, and froze. The battlefield was gone. No ruins, no monument. Instead, an ancient forest stretched around him, roots twisting across the ground. So I survived as expected. This has to be inside the ruined dungeon. A familiar voice spoke beside him. So this is that guy's domain. Theo turned to see his guardian in miniature versions of their true forms. He raised an eyebrow. What's with those weird shapes? The fairy dragon sighed, crossing tiny arms. I'm manifesting through your mana. Your lack of magic makes us look ridiculous. Still, for a ruined guardian to hold such deep longing and compassion for a human, that's no small thing. Theo's eyes widened. A human? Wait, could that human be Creamhild? Griffin shook his head. We're not sure. We only read fragments of their thoughts. Theo paused. Given the situation, that's probably it. With no ruined guardian left, we'll need to explore this place slowly. Perched high in the branches, a skeletal archer nocked an arrow. Its hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light. The arrow shot forward instantly, slicing through the wind straight at Theo. Theo's instincts kicked in, spotting it immediately. He spun, snatching the arrow out of the air without missing a beat. An abandoned house, right? That's what you said. So how do you explain this? He spun again, noticing movement everywhere. From behind the trees, skeletal soldiers began crawling out. Bones clacked and creaked as dozens, then hundreds, scrambled over roots and boulders. Intruder! Intruder! Bumung belongs to Creamhild. Rot filled the air as their numbers swelled. In moments, Theo was surrounded, a jagged ring of rusted blades forming a skeletal army. For Creamhild, we will annihilate the intruder. Griffin's feathers bristled. So that's how it is. I never thought he'd go this far to guard ruins for a human named Creamhild. Another arrow shot straight at them. Theo raised his hand, caught it mid-flight, spun it, and fired it back. The arrow whistled past Griffin, piercing the skull of a charging skeleton. Theo exhaled slowly, face cold as steel. There are plenty, but nothing special. I just cut through all of them. Done. Simple. The ancient dragon floated closer, shaking its head. It won't be that easy. Theo frowned. What do you mean? Look closer. His eyes scanned and froze. The shattered skeleton, its skull pierced moments ago, twitched. Fingers moved, bones grinding as it slowly lifted its sword again. Pieces of the broken skull fused back together, faintly glowing. These weren't normal soldiers. They were immortal warriors, dragonbone guardians built to wipe out intruders. And like a tide, the others followed, swords raised, hollow sockets blazing with vengeful light. Theo's eyes widened at the reassembling skeletons, then that familiar smirk returned. Yeah, this isn't going to be easy. Without a second thought, the skeletal horde surged from every side, and the forest exploded into chaos, branches snapping under the weight of their numbers. Theo's blade cut through the air with precision. Metal clashed on bone, skulls shattered, and rib cages splintered with each swing. The sound echoed through the trees. Griffin hovered nearby, feathers bristling with irritation. We can't keep whittling down this endless wave forever. Got a better plan. His eyes narrowed. That Creamhild guy, you said he's human? Then tell him to just give up ownership. Problem solved. Theo deflected another arrow mid-flight, spinning it in his hand. Griffin's frustration flared. He's a legendary hero, still alive after all this time. Can you even call him human? Dumbass. The dragon puffed up, glaring down. Insolent mortal. Wasting advice on an idiot is pointless. Theo snatched Griffin's beak midair. What did you just call me, oversized feather duster? Before he could finish, a brilliant blue light flashed in front of his eyes. A system notification appeared. This dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left for Creamhild. Reclaim ownership of the gift from Creamhild. Theo froze. Reclaim ownership of the gift. Wait, maybe this big idiot was right after all. But before he could think further, the skeleton soldiers surged again, a tidal wave of bone and death from every angle. In an instant, Theo leapt into the air. He stretched out his hand, summoning multiple swords to float beneath him. Using them as stepping stones, he rocketed upward, grabbing a thick branch above the chaos. Hanging there, he scanned the mob below. This can't be just endless revival. Activating Uchlung synchronization, the mind gate. His eyes flared bright blue, perception rippling outward like water across a pond, sensing every movement and aura in the skeletal army. All right, if my gut's right, something's off here. Then he saw it. One skeleton stood apart. Its aura burned deep crimson, unlike the murky blue of the rest. Theo's lips curved into a confident grin. Found you. Without hesitation, he kicked off the branch. Swords materialized beneath his feet like glowing platforms as he streaked through the air straight toward the red aura skeleton. Earlier, when the army had charged him, one had fled. Now, as Theo closed in, its head snapped up, panic flashing in the empty sockets. Theo raised his sword, black lightning crackling along the blade. Too late. Black dragon flash technique. Jagged streaks of black lightning ripped from the blade, tearing through the air. They slammed into the ground and the skeletons alike, cutting through everything in their path. A deafening explosion followed, flooding the area with blinding light. A system chime rang in his mind. Notification, remains of Creamhild collection. Collect the remaining remains to confront Creamhild. Theo glanced at his right hand. His palm glowed deep crimson. A small, smooth, ancient bone fragment rested there, pulsing with energy. Item acquired. Third cervical vertebra of Creamhild. His grin widened, excitement lighting his eyes. Just like I thought. Keep collecting them like this, and we'll be ready. The scene shifted to the floating archipelago's harbor, now drowned in an endless storm. Rain lashed the wooden docks, lightning tearing through the night. Amid the chaos, a lone figure moved toward the shipyard. A man in a black cloak walked with calm, measured steps. "You're late. Something happened." The cloaked figure stopped abruptly. "Nothing worth mentioning, but the storm actually makes things easier." "Huh? What's going on here?" The navigator stammered, eyes wide. Corpses littered the ground. Passengers, crew, guards, even merchants. All sprawled motionless, eyes vacant and pale. The deck was slick with rain and blood. A young sailor dropped to his knees, trembling. "What the hell? The passengers, they're all dead." The cloaked figure stepped over them without a flinch. Those idiot floating island soldiers, the Azure Dragon sword was practically handed to them, and they still let it slip away. He seethed beneath his cloak and drew a metal mask. "Doesn't matter who holds it now. In the end, the entire floating archipelago is already in our hands." Thunder cracked as his name hung in the rain-soaked air like a curse. 9th of the 9 Phoenix Lords of Troyven. Rain lashed across the archipelago, roofs slick, streets turning into rushing rivers. Windows flew open, people poured outside, faces frozen in disbelief. Whispers spread as they stared at the void, where a sound like a mountain splitting had shaken the night. "How is this possible? What do we do?" Towering over the waves, the colossal water dragon statue, the island's guardian for centuries, was collapsing. A young man whispered, voice trembling. "The monument, our island's guardian deity, it's fallen." Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined dungeon, Theo carved a path through the endlessly rising skeletal legion. Bones shattered into dust under his blade. One final notification flickered before his eyes. Reclamation complete. Creamhills remains 206 of 206. Finally got them all. But when he lifted the last tiny, faintly glowing fragment, confusion crossed his face. Navicular bone, where the hell does this one go? Before he could dwell on it, another notification appeared. Would you like to access the memories of Creamhill engraved in the remains? Without hesitation, he selected yes. The world blurred, and Theo felt his consciousness pulled elsewhere. So this is what the legendary hero looked like. What kind of life did he live? Light enveloped Theo, and the dungeon dissolved into an ancient memory, replaying itself. The memories of Creamhill etched into the remains. A barefoot child ran along the beach, sand sticking to her feet as she shouted. Toward a hidden cave, carved by murky waves. "Levi? Levi? I'm here." Her voice echoed through the cavern. There, cradled in a stone nest, lay the dragon-slaying sword Bumong, its surface humming with faint light. She approached without fear, curiosity shining in her eyes, and placed her small hand on the hilt. "Wake up, Levi. I'm here." A burst of blue light flared, and a gigantic water dragon appeared, scales shimmering like moonlit tides. Its voice boomed like thunder. "How many times do I have to tell you? A child like you has no business here." The dragon's growl trembled with irritation. "I am Leviathan, guardian deity of the ancient dragon ruins. You're not even of the Ragnar clan. How dare you call me by that name?" She just smiled, holding up a basket of bread like greeting an old friend, cheeks puffed stubbornly. "But your real name is way too long, so Levi is easier." The massive water dragon shrank down until it loomed before her, a towering beast in full form. "Do whatever you want," it muttered, voice heavy with exhaustion. "Talking to you is more draining than anything else, foolish child." Then its gaze landed on the basket of bread. "Why does that innkeeper keep giving you bread?" She beamed, completely unaware. "Right? I don't get it either. But oh, today was amazing." Leviathan just watched, silent, chewing slowly, barely shifting a muscle. And she kept rambling, chattering about the baker, the docks, and all the tiny things she'd noticed. Days turned into years, and she grew up. Her voice deepened, her hair lengthened, but she always returned with bread and endless stories. Leviathan stayed grumpy, groaning at each tale, yet never once drove her away. Somewhere between the stories and quiet moments, the water dragon began to watch over her not just as a guardian of ruins, but more like family. Years passed, yet the cave remained the same, cold, dim, echoing only with the rhythm of the sea. One night, under pale moonlight, those familiar footsteps returned. The water dragon sighed, lowering its head. "For heaven's sake, I told you not to come anymore. Why are you so stubborn?" But before it could finish, something wet splashed across the stone floor. The scent of blood filled the cave. Creamhill stumbled in, cuts and bruises covering her body, blood streaming from arms and legs. She reached out, voice trembling. "Levi, help me." Strangers had suddenly stormed the town, capturing people. Before she could move, a soldier burst in and grabbed her by the hair. His holy sword stabbed down right in front of her, and terror flashed across her eyes. The soldier yanked her head back. "Got you now, you stupid barbarian brat. Why'd you run, huh? Our great emperor is bestowing favor on this backwater sea region. You should be grateful. His face twisted into something cruel. And while we're at it, I want to have a little fun. The water dragon watched silently, every muscle coiled like a spring. Then its eyes flared gold and red, molten with fury. Its body tensed, rage shaking the air. Instantly, the cave cracked under the force of its power. The tremor rolled across the entire island. The attack struck without warning. In an instant, the town was swallowed by flames, fire devouring rooftops and racing through the streets. Screams of panic mixed with the clash of steel and soldiers shouted orders. Move your asses if you don't want to burn. Even the soldiers started to panic. Hey, what the hell is that noise? The sky darkened above them in an instant. A gale whipped up, turning the rain into slashing blades. The water dragon rose above the burning town, wings tearing through the storm. Raindrops became weapons, piercing the soldiers below. What monster is that? Those trying to flee couldn't escape its gaze. Atop the water dragon, Kriemhild stood, tiny against its massive form, wounds still fresh. Yet she gripped the dragon-slaying sword bumung with both hands, determination blazing. The soldier's eyes went wide at the sight of her perched on the dragon's head. Rain streamed down his face as he screamed. There's a girl on its head. She's controlling it. Kill her first. But he never even had the chance to raise his sword. A compressed orb of air and seawater formed in the dragon's jaws and fired. It struck the soldier's neck so fast that his head separated instantly, tumbling to the wet ground as his body crumpled. Around the island's people, a liquid barrier shielded every helpless villager from harm. Kriemhild remained atop the dragon, looking down through tears, voice barely audible. I'm sorry, Levi. I'm so sorry. She pressed a trembling hand to its forehead, guilt twisting her words. You were supposed to wait for the chosen one, but because of me. The water dragon's voice rumbled softly. Don't cry like that, everything's fine, right? But, suddenly, a gentle radiant light bloomed around her, soft and warm. The protective barrier the dragon created enveloped Kriemhild in a gentle cocoon. It slowly lowered her to the ground, among her people. There's no need to apologize. The moment her feet touched the earth, the villagers called her name over and over. Kriemhild, Kriemhild, Kriemhild saved us all. Kriemhild looked up at the water dragon, eyes full of sorrow. But you said, I may have abandoned my duty, but I feel completely at peace. This was my choice. Its eyes softened, remembering the tiny child who used to come chat and laugh beside it. By my own will, not the ancient dragon's, I protected your smile. But peace didn't last under an empire. Far away, in a grand throne room, the emperor slammed his fist in rage, voice echoing through the hall. My imperial army was defeated by some barbarian brat riding a water dragon? Unacceptable. I grew too complacent because it was a remote territory. Send the royal guard and reclaim that land for me. Thick iron chains, stronger than ship masts, wrapped around the water dragon, pinning it in place as the assault began. The beast roared and thrashed as soldiers flooded the island again. Villagers were blindfolded, dragged into lines, spears pressed to their throats. The commander watched smugly from horseback. Interesting, a creature that refuses to die. He pointed his sword at Kriemhild. If you're its master, you must know how to kill it. Tell me. The water dragon ignored him, gaze fixed only on Kriemhild. It's all right. I'm a guardian deity. I can't die. I'll simply return to a deep slumber. Kriemhild dropped to her knees, body trembling with the last of the ruin's magic. When I awaken again, you'll definitely be able to call me back. The commander's patience snapped. He raised his hand sharply, authority radiating from every motion. The soldiers stiffened, lowering their spears carefully toward the hostage's throat, muscles tense and alert. The water dragon's gaze softened, as if it understood time was running out. Kriemhild froze, tears streaming down her face. Rain, mist, and seawater swirled around her hand, lifting her arm slowly. Her fingers wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword, though she had no intention of striking. Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. I just can't. The water dragon closed its eyes, voice calm and low. Maybe our fates were sealed the moment I broke the rule. So don't carry the weight of guilt for protecting your people. I'll help you one last time. I was truly happy, Kriemhild. Then, with a hollow, heart-wrenching sound, the sword sank deep into the water dragon's chest. A roar ripped through the sky as the massive creature collapsed, chains clanging around its enormous body as it hit the ground. The commander froze, eyes wide, then twisted into a manic triumph. He threw back his head and laughed, deranged and jagged, cutting through the rain like lightning. But in the very peak of his laughter, everything shifted. His smirk melted away, pupils shrinking, breath catching. Something's wrong. The soldiers around him stiffened, shivering. What? Fear laced their voices. How is this even possible? From the horizon, a towering wall of water rose, higher than cliffs, higher than watchtowers. A colossal tsunami, born from the dragon's final breath. The ground shook as the waves surged forward, swallowing everything in their path. Soldiers screamed, trying to flee, but the sea devoured them without mercy. Yet in the heart of the archipelago, the people remained untouched. The water curled around them, forming that familiar protective barrier once more, glimmering like liquid glass. Krumhaldi stood in the storm, soaked, eyes hollow, watching the waves carry the dragon's bloated body back into the abyss. Her voice cracked. Levi! Her cry dissolved into the sea, the scene fading. Back in the quiet, ruined world, Theo stood, expression softened, sorrow settling in his gaze. So that's how it was. Krumhaldi wasn't the legendary hero everyone imagined. She was just a girl, a lonely, unfortunate girl who only wanted to be friends with a guardian deity. Theo's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. He turned to see Krumhaldi from the past, dragon-slaying sword clutched tightly in her hands. Her eyes met his, heavy with meaning. So, you're the one Levi's been waiting for. The chosen one. She bowed her head, a sad smile forming. Because of me, Lord Levi couldn't fulfill his duty. I caused him pain he never should have had to bear. Stepping forward, she offered the sword with both hands. Please make Levi happy. He meant everything to me. Theo took the sword, feeling its gentle hum against his palm. Looks like I don't have to do anything special. Krumhaldi blinked, confused by his words. Theo lifted the sword slightly, smiling with quiet certainty. This guy already looks pretty happy to me. Those words hit Krumhaldi harder than any blade could. Her breath caught, shoulders trembling as tears spilled down her face. Her voice broke, warm with relief. Thank you so much. The memory dissolved like mist, and the world shifted. The rain stopped over the floating archipelago. Clouds parted, letting moonlight spill onto the ruined plaza where the colossal statue had fallen. Soldiers formed a cordon around the shattered stone, as soaked and trembling people gathered. Please, don't come any closer. Whispers spread through the crowd. Someone pointed, voice shaking. Wait, there's someone there. Heads lifted, breaths caught. Atop the tallest piece of the fallen statue stood a lone figure. As the light touched the figure, eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be. The one who saved our island from being swallowed all those years ago, isn't it? Theo stood amid the ruins, cloak billowing in the sea breeze, surrounded by ceaseless cheers. It's Krumhaldi. Krumhaldi has returned. The scene shifted to an underground meeting room on the floating archipelago. A secret council chamber trembled with panicked whispers. Senators from the 3 maritime clans had gathered in secrecy. A cold, commanding voice echoed through the dim hall. You all assembled pretty quickly. Everyone froze. Standing in the doorway was Noel, one of Trovan's 9 noble vassals, radiating a presence that pressed down like a blade on every throat in the room. A man spun toward him, voice cracking. Noel, how are you so calm? Our plan is ruined. The dragon-slaying sword should be in Trovan's hands by now. That clueless galleon was right about that, another muttered. But someone else shot back. Then, what the hell is that outsider holding? Because of him, everyone on the archipelago is rushing toward the monument, shouting that he's the legendary hero Krumhaldi. At this rate, the power of the 3 maritime clans will fall into his hands. This isn't what we agreed on. Noel's calm didn't waver. Yes, I handed over the dragon-slaying sword myself. Trovan promised the clans would retain their status. His gaze swept over them like a predator's. But watching you all freak out over something so trivial, it's truly irritating. That word, irritating, landed like a slap. One senator, angered by Noel's contempt, stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. Trivial? Noel, what do you think our 3 maritime clans even are? The moment the words left his mouth, Noel's sword flashed, cleaving the man cleanly in two. The body hit the floor with a wet thud, blood pooling instantly, filling the room with the metallic stench of iron. Noel didn't flinch. He looked down at the corpse, voice cold and flat. What do I think you are? Insects. I can crush you anytime I want. Another senator recoiled, horrified. Noel, what are you doing? Noel wiped his blade on his cloak, still terrifyingly calm. You're traitors, selling out your own country for personal gain. You should be grateful Trovan tolerated you this long. Instead, you whine about ruling the floating archipelago even as it sinks. Greed has its limits if you want mercy. The remaining senators trembled, attempting weak defenses. Are you serious? Without the archipelago's capital, Trovan will collapse too. Noel stepped closer, breath visible, eyes burning with nothing but bloodlust. Fool, you still don't get it, do you? The man froze, every hair on end. Noel whispered, if you don't want to be slaughtered right here, shut your mouth and do exactly what I say. The senator's lips snapped shut, and a bead of sweat slid down his chin as he struggled just to catch a breath. Noel turned away like it was nothing, completely unbothered. If you want to survive, bring me the dragon-slaying sword, you worthless lot. Just before leaving, a soldier lowered himself to the ground, bowing his head. "Forgive me, Ninth Pillar Noel, may I ask something?" Noel paused and gave a slight nod. The soldier swallowed hard. "Do you really trust leaving the sword's recovery to them?" Noel's voice was calm, steady, but carried weight. "I get your worry. I'd rather do it myself, but the situation doesn't allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Tyrant Dragon, has arrived," the soldier went on. Noel's eyes narrowed, sharp and alert. "Since he's here, stopping him is our top priority." Meanwhile, dawn broke over the other side of the archipelago. People had gathered around the rain-drenched ruins of the enormous dragon statue. Sunlight caught the scattered shards, making them glitter. Whispers ran through the crowd as Thursday descended the broken stairs. The murmurs swelled into a roar. "Krumhaldi! Krumhaldi!" Thursday forced a hesitant smile. He understood why they saw Krumhaldi as a god, but he hadn't expected such an overwhelming intensity. His thoughts drifted to the girl and his memories. Krumhaldi wasn't a legendary savior or divine hero. She was just a kind girl caught in a tragedy far beyond her control. His fingers tightened around the dragon-slaying sword. Even though the people believed it belonged to her, it was actually a relic of the primordial dragon, usable only by a Ragnar. At the bottom of the stairs, a man broke free from the crowd, shouting desperately, "Krumhaldi, please hear me. Those cursed Trovan scoundrels are tearing the archipelago apart. So many here can't escape. If even a spark of mercy remains in your heart, please save this island." Theo blinked and let out a quiet, amused chuckle. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to play along, just a little. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his voice carrying across the ruins. "People of the floating archipelago, I promise this. I will do everything I can to save your island." Hope surged through the crowd, and their voices rose together, chanting his name once more. When Thursday finally stepped onto the lowest stair, a calm, reverent voice spoke. "We've been waiting for you, Krumhaldi." A woman in ceremonial robes approached, regal, dark hair flowing. "I am Marty, High Priestess of the Krumhaldi Temple. Let us guide you from here." The scene shifted as they walked across a long mountain bridge leading to the temple. People lined the path, eyes full of awe, whispering prayers and blessings as Thursday passed. Inside the temple, where ancient frescoes lit the halls, Marty spoke softly. "For generations, our priests have cared for this place, waiting for the prophecy that one day the hero would return. Please, follow me." Theo's eyes widened. Marty gestured to a statue, revealing a small pearl necklace. It once belonged to the hero Krumhaldi herself. "It's the key to reaching the abyssal waters in the deep sea." A faint glow shimmered before Theo's eyes. "A magic accessory, a gate-link key," Marty explained. "Now that you have it, shall we proceed?" Theo hesitated, then let out a small sigh. "Before we go, there's something I need to tell you." But she only smiled serenely. "There's no need to be afraid, my lord." Theo froze. "How does she know?" Marty met his gaze. "The dragon-slaying sword is a relic of the primordial dragon. Only a Ragnar can awaken it. That's why this is called the home of Krumhaldi. Even I could sense it, guarding this sanctuary through generations. The sorrow of a girl forced to wound the one she loved most. Her final wish was to protect this island. Krumhaldi has acknowledged you," Marty said. "You deserve to be treated accordingly." She led Thursday down an ancient staircase beneath the temple. At the bottom, a stone altar overlooked a pitch-black abyss. "If you cast the necklace from here, a gate to the water dragon will open." She placed a small ring in Thursday's hand. "Keep this. It will let you breathe and move underwater." Closing her eyes in solemn prayer, she murmured, "I pray for your success, and for the salvation of the floating archipelago." Theo slipped the ring onto his finger and gripped it tightly. A determined, gentle smile appeared. "No need to worry. I'll save this place, no matter what it takes." The scene shifted back outside the Krumhaldi temple, now bathed in daylight. People knelt along the long stone bridge, hands clasped, eyes closed, praying to the legendary hero. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the silence. A soldier slammed his halberd onto the stone. "Everyone, evacuate immediately." Another soldier stepped forward, voice sharp as steel. "The 3 maritime clans have completed their investigation. The man you worship is a terrorist, an imposter, someone pretending to be the hero Krumhaldi. A retrieval operation for the stolen dragon-slaying sword is underway. Citizens, disperse immediately." Gasps ran through the crowd. How could this be? Fear and confusion etched every face. Among the armored men stood Spinola Umbada, leader of one of the 3 maritime clans. Sweat slid down his face as he looked over the stunned crowd. "That's right. I think I made the right call. My reputation might fall, but without that sword, my head rolls first. I can't worry about dignity anymore." He drew his sword with a sharp breath. "I'm going to die anyway, so why care about honor? Even if it means killing everyone here." He raised the blade, commanding, "From now on, Anyone in our way. Kill without mercy. The soldiers surged forward like unleashed beasts, charging the praying civilians and the temple. Spinola muttered, I have to get that dragon-slaying sword at any cost. The scene cut back to Thursday, deep beneath the temple. The priestess had guided him down the winding stairs. The spiral stone steps twisted into darkness until they met the calm, shimmering surface of water. Thursday paused, studying the partially submerged stairs. So this is it. He reached into his coat and pulled out the pearl Marty had entrusted to him, a relic once worn by Krumhaldi herself. He let it fall into the water. The pearl sank slowly, vanishing beneath the surface. As it disappeared, the water began to stir. Ripples spread outward, spiraling into swirling waves. The circle of water split, forming a floating, circular pathway, like a gate made of light. It hummed softly, droplets hovering like tiny stars. Theo took a deep breath, braced himself, and leapt into the passage. As he passed through the swirling ring, the world jolted violently. Then just as suddenly, everything steadied. He opened his eyes to find himself floating deep in the vast, unfamiliar darkness of the ocean. He turned his head slowly, taking in the immense underwater world around him. I made it. But now, where do I even go from here? As he drifted through the endless darkness, following the pull of the current, something tickled at the edge of his awareness. Theo froze mid-swim, narrowing his eyes, but all around him was empty water. No shape, no sound, nothing. He scanned the area again, fingers tightening on the hilt of his sword. I'm not imagining this, something is here. Behind him, clusters of red lights flickered to life, glowing like eerie lanterns in the abyss. Theo's eyes widened. He spun his head around, searching for the source. Massive shapes slithered through the water, scales glinting like liquid obsidian. Their jaws were lined with razor-sharp teeth, and a low, menacing hiss rolled through the depths. One by one, the creatures emerged from the shadows, circling him like predators closing in. Theo exhaled slowly, tightening his grip on the dragon-slaying sword. Sea serpents, guardians of the deep. He glanced around. Dozens of colossal serpents slowly tightening their circle. If they're here, that can only mean. Above, Spinola Umbada's roar cut through the chaos as he lifted his sword high. From now on, anyone who stands in our way, eliminate them. At his command, the mercenaries surged forward like a pack of wolves unleashed. They charged straight at the kneeling civilians outside the Krumhaldi temple. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Some muttered nervously, why are Heian's 3rd District soldiers even here? Are they seriously calling innocent people terrorists? Before the soldiers could reach the civilians, High Priestess Marty stepped forward, voice sharp and commanding. Stop! All of you halt immediately. She planted herself firmly between the mercenaries and the praying people. Her white robes were drenched from the sea, mist whipping through the air. Terrorists? On what grounds? The man you accuse is clearly the reincarnation of Krumhaldi. Behind her, temple knights raised their shields in solid support. We swear on the honor of every priest who has guarded this temple for generations. Aren't you the ones who owe an explanation? Why are you bringing Troivan mercenaries into a sacred site devoted to the holy maiden Krumhaldi? Gasps ran through the crowd. Troivan faces went pale as the truth sank in. Someone shouted, they're the ones who stole the dragon's sword. Didn't the 3rd District lose it during the ambush? Wait, no way. A furious man stormed up to a soldier, roaring, you colluded with the Troivan clan, didn't you? Stealing the dragon-slaying sword wasn't enough. You're betraying the holy maiden Krumhaldi herself. The civilians erupted in anger. We won't let you do whatever you want. This time, we'll protect Krumhaldi. Spinola Umbada's face twisted in panic and fury as he watched the crowd turn against him. One of his subordinates leaned in, voice tense. Lord Spinola, you've gone too far. We should retreat and regroup before this spirals out of control. But Spinola snarled, eyes wild. He shoved the subordinate aside. Troivan Mercenary Legion, kill them all. Chaos erupted instantly. Screams pierced the air as mercenaries cut through the crowd, blood spraying across the temple bridge. Another commander grabbed Spinola's arm. Snap out of it, Lord Spinola. This will only enrage the people more and ruin your reputation. But reason was gone from Spinola's mind. The one who needs to snap out of it is you, Romulan. Will your reputation save your soon-to-be severed neck? Once we chose to betray the floating archipelago, our only role left is to be Troivan hunting dogs. His soldiers hesitated only briefly before obeying. Anyone in our way, kill without mercy. I'll take full responsibility. We must reclaim the dragon-slaying sword, no matter the cost. On the High Priestess's side, the temple defenders held firm, fear flashing in their eyes as Spinola's full force charged with murderous intent. One guard leaned toward Marty. We should retreat. This is too dangerous. But before he could finish, Marty planted her feet. No, we fight with the people. Clashes erupted as both sides collided. Spinola's soldiers bellowed, "We'll let you do whatever you want," while temple knights and civilians shouted back, "Hold the line. Don't let them through." Spears thrust brutally toward unarmed civilians. One man ducked, a spear tip hovering inches from his chest. His breath caught in terror, but at the last second, steel rang sharply. Antonio Spinola stepped in, swinging his sword with precision, knocking the spear aside and saving the man by mere inches. Antonio wasn't alone in the fight. His subordinates rushed in beside him, forming a steel wall between Spinola Umbada's army and the terrified civilians, blocking blow after blow. The sudden intervention made Spinola's eyes widen in disbelief, fury twisting his face. "You idiots, what are you doing?" Antonio parried an incoming strike, gripping his sword tight. "Long time no see, father." Spinola Umbada showed no warmth, only sharper rage. "Abandoning your rightful inheritance just to pull this stunt. Pathetic." Antonio clenched his jaw at the insult. Anger flared as he swung his sword, snapping an incoming spear in two. Metal shards scattered across the ground. "What do you mean by pathetic stunt? Betraying your own country? Slaughtering innocent civilians?" Spinola Umbada's fury only deepened. Eyes trembling, he spat venom. "You worthless bastard son." Both armies clashed fiercely. Antonio and his men joined the temple knights and civilians, giving their side a slim fighting chance. Antonio pushed forward through the chaos, all Black Tower members close behind. "Advance. Suppress those unjust bastards and protect the civilians at any cost." The battlefield roared as swords clashed with spears, sparks flying like scattered embers. While Antonio fought fiercely, shielding civilians whenever possible, a grim thought weighed on him. "No matter how hard I rally them, reality is still overwhelmingly against us. We're still outmatched. The line won't hold much longer. Please, hurry." Scene shifts to Theo, deep in the ocean, encircled by sea serpents. He watched their movements carefully. "I expected sea serpents, but not this many." He observed them gliding silently, noticing something unusual. Though they surrounded him, none made a move to attack. Why are they just holding position? Theo slowly lowered his sword as realization sank in. Could it be the sealed aura of Leviathan inside the blade? The thought settled deeper in his mind. Cautiously, he reached toward one of the sea serpents. If my hunch is right, this might just work. The sea serpent didn't flinch. Instead, it lowered its glowing eyes as Theo's palm touched its head. A system notification appeared. "Sea serpent trusts you. You have been acknowledged as its master." Blue light spread from Theo's hand, diffusing through the water like drifting sparks. Another notification followed. "Wyvern taming activated. Sea serpent has been tamed." Theo stared at the glowing energy swirling around his hand, letting out a quiet breath. It was the same feeling he'd felt the first time he tamed Ragnar, a steady, familiar pulse echoing from the heart of a dragon. Beneath the waves, he could sense Leviathan's memories stirring, faint but insistent. Curiosity, fear, every emotion the great guardian had felt as it sank into the abyss. They surged through him now, sharp and vivid, remembered by the sea serpents as if it were happening again. Theo reached out with his mind, linking to the serpents. Thoughts streamed in like ocean currents. "You were drawn here by Leviathan's power. That's why you didn't attack. You're just watching. He carries the same aura." One serpent glided closer, eyes dimming with worry, whispering directly into his mind. Theo's gaze sharpened, then softened with surprise. Is that really true? But instead of fear, a slow, calm smile spread across his face. He reached out, patting the serpent's head gently. "Don't worry. Trust me. I'll handle this, no matter what. Take me there." Climbing onto the serpent's back, Theo gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly. The creature coiled through the water, cutting a path toward Leviathan's resting place. They sank deeper and deeper, darkness swallowing everything until only faint blue glimmers marked the way. The pressure thickened, currents twisting violently around him. Theo raised a hand to shield his face, feeling the ocean squeeze like a clenched fist. "The deeper we go, the stronger the currents. Mana is twisting around us. We're getting close to Leviathan." He synchronized with the dragon egg, opening the mind gate. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, cutting through the gloom. And then, at the very bottom, he saw it. Leviathan, the colossal water dragon, lay motionless on the ocean floor. Corrupted purple mana streaks wrapped around its massive body like chains. Theo's breath caught. So this is Leviathan. It's been lying dormant all this time. Even its size couldn't hide the weight of its presence down here, and the mana felt wrong, twisted. The mana flow, it's off. Just like the sea serpent said. This isn't the Leviathan from Kriemhild's memory. Suddenly, Griffin materialized beside him, feathers bristling, hissing in shock. "Whoa, this thing is completely rotten." Theo blinked, eyes wide. Before he could react, the ancient dragon floated forward, voice calm. Agreed. Its condition is dangerously unstable. Theo glanced between them, tension rising. Is it really that bad? The ancient dragon sighed, calm but heavy. I thought you'd sense it yourself. You carry the same aura as him, after all. Theo's eyes widened as faint purple mist coiled around his aura. Don't tell me. This is the same demonic corruption from the cave back then. The ancient dragon nodded. Exactly. Leviathan has been fully overtaken by the corruption. It's lost all reason. Before Theo could gather his thoughts, the purple streaks flared violently. Leviathan's eyes snapped open, glowing like molten amethyst. Its roar exploded through the depths, sending a tidal shockwave that tore across the ocean floor and churned the currents around him. The scene shifted to a building perched on a cliff by the sea. Inside, it looked like a brutal battle had just torn through the place. Noel stepped in slowly, calm. Our two nations may be at war, but there's one thing we need to make clear. Before the tyrant dragon, a man leaned against the rubble, lips curling in a soft, mocking chuckle. Been a while, huh? Ninth Phoenix Lord of Troyven, Noel. The tall man was Dantril, one of Ragnar's 9 dragons. Seeing Dantril so calm, Noel's eyes flared with rage. You think this is the time to laugh? Have you forgotten our past? His voice boomed, shaking the hall. While we fought the Ragnar clan, you took the north in exchange for keeping Troyven's takeover secret. Tyrant Dragon propped his chin, pretending to ponder. I don't recall breaking any deal. Is there a problem? That mocking smile cut through Noel's last shred of restraint. He slammed his foot down, cracking the stone floor. Stop playing dumb. Are you seriously saying you don't know the 6th heir candidate pulled something behind our backs? In his mind flashed the image of Theo Ragnar, the dragon-slaying sword making his blood boil. Noel's eyes burned with killing intent. Be honest, Tyrant Dragon. A massive wave of murderous aura erupted from him, thick enough to warp the air. Still, Dantril stayed seated, smiling like he was watching cheap entertainment. Noel pointed straight at him, growling. If there's no reasonable explanation, our agreement ends here. Back on the ocean floor, Theo faced Leviathan's massive form, now fully tainted with toxic black-purple corruption. Purple veins pulsed beneath its once majestic blue scales, making the dragon look poisoned to its core. Theo frowned, recalling what he'd felt. Don't tell me. This is demonic corruption. The ancient dragon beside him nodded, face darkening. Precisely. Leviathan has been completely seized and has no reason left. Before Theo could react, Leviathan jerked violently. Purple light flared, eyes opening, deep amethyst pits burning with pure hatred. A roar thundered out, splitting the undersea currents. The pressure from the bellows shook the entire area. Theo gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? How could Troyven? The ancient dragon pointed at the deep purple crystal embedded in Leviathan's forehead. When the dragon-slaying sword was pulled, the ancient seal was broken. Leviathan would have risen to protect this archipelago then. But look, Troyven has something powerful enough to poison an entire guardian deity. Leviathan began losing control. The sea dragon teetered on the edge of frenzy. The ancient dragon recoiled, alarmed. It hasn't noticed us yet, but... Before he could finish, Theo shot forward. His eyes blazed with cold blue light. Can't wait any longer. This is the only chance before it spots us. I have to strike while I can. He activated embryonic synchronization vision, sharpening it like a blade. Theo peered through layer after layer of scales, threading past veins of toxin, until finally, he saw it. The source of the demonic corruption. A crushing wave of force burst from the crystal, hitting Theo like a hurricane. He was thrown through the water, tumbling like a ragdoll caught in a storm. He slammed into the ocean floor, carving a deep crater as the impact rattled everything around him. Teeth clenched, blood trickling from his mouth and forehead, he growled through the pain. Damn it, they set up a defense mechanism. Before he could even catch his bearings, a massive shadow loomed above, swallowing him in darkness. Leviathan had locked onto him. Damn it. The dragon dove like a meteor, but Theo twisted aside at the last instant. The ocean floor exploded where Leviathan struck, sending shockwaves rippling through the water. Griffin roared, surging forward. You've only got one shot. Hit that crystal before everything goes off the rails. Aim for the center of its forehead, right where you struck before. Theo backed off, keeping distance, trying to steady his mind. But how the hell am I supposed to close the gap now? I'm not fast enough to get past that wall. Before he could finish thinking, Leviathan gathered energy and fired straight at him. A massive orb of blinding light formed in the dragon's mouth, so intense it felt like his lungs might collapse. Immediately after, a deadly beam shot forward, incinerating everything in its path. Theo twisted aside at the very last second. The torrent tore through the ocean like it wanted to obliterate everything. Theo tumbled wildly in the current until something appeared suddenly right in front of him. A sea serpent shot forward, snatching him and dragging him out of the blast zone. Theo barely held on as it pulled him clear of Leviathan's follow-up strike. Surprise flashed across his face. Why the hell is it saving me? No time to think. He climbed onto its back, gripping its scales with all his strength. Moving underwater is brutal, but with you helping, everything changes. He jabbed the serpent sharply. Let's go, straight for the wound on Leviathan's forehead. The creature surged forward like a living spear. The closer they got, the heavier the demonic corruption pressed down. The water around them shuddered violently. The perfect moment came. Theo launched himself off the serpent's back. His dragon-slaying sword blazed, eyes glowing red with lethal focus. A hard lesson learned from the fight with Griffin. He activated his active skill, and system notifications flooded his vision. Griffin Claw activated, suppression rate against stronger opponents skyrocketing. Fairy Tribe enhancement activated, immune to demonic corruption, body protected. Dragon Devourer activated, channeling power to resist demonic energy. Theo roared, half my blood spent, guardian against guardian. He twisted, unleashing a massive energy blade that cut through the ocean and slammed straight into the crystal. 5 dragon claws. The crystal cracked, then cracked again, but it still held firm. Theo gritted his teeth. Still not enough, huh? He poured every last drop of mana into it, pushing harder than ever. A familiar cracking sound rang out. The crystal shattered into 1,000 fragments, and a blinding explosion of light swept across the ocean floor. Theo panted, lungs burning, when he sensed someone standing behind him. A familiar figure appeared, the last fragment of Kriemhild's memory. She trembled, eyes downcast, weighed down with sorrow. The ocean shook, and a towering pillar of light shot straight to the surface. Leviathan lay dying, eyes flickering between light and shadow. At last, the Guardian's mind cleared. It looked at Theo, sword in hand, rasping hoarsely. Kriemhilde, is that you? But the figure dissolved, leaving only Theo. He gave a small, gentle smile. Sorry, I'm not her. I'm Theo Ragnar, the Chosen One. I came to deliver her final words. Theo closed his eyes, recalling her last smile. She had smiled right to the very end. Leviathan's voice trembled. I understand now. She was still protecting me all this time. Griffin cut in urgently. No time left. Get back into the artifact now. The ancient dragon added, agreed. Pass your power to the Chosen One. Leviathan furrowed its brow. As much as I wanna, that's impossible. I've already defied the primordial dragon's command, abandoned my duty as guardian. Now I'm tainted by demonic essence. Even if you save me, my fate can't be changed. It lifted a claw toward Theo. Before I vanish completely, I'll transfer every last bit of my power to you. But fair warning, it's going to hurt like hell. Can you handle it? Theo let out a confident laugh. I can take it. Who do you think I am? Leviathan exhaled a long, exhausted breath, a hint of relief in it. At least I like your confidence. Then use it to protect everything Kriemhilde wanted safe. Protect the island. Theo's chest tightened as he gripped the dragon-slaying sword, eyes burning with resolve. I swear, I'll protect everyone on this island. Leviathan's massive eyes closed peacefully. Thank you, Theo Ragnar. Its colossal form began dissolving, streams of golden energy spiraling around Theo like a storm unleashed. Griffin shouted urgently. Leviathan's currents are collapsing. The archipelago's sinking fast. Hurry, there's no time. Griffin's voice cut through the roar. Absorb that power now. Theo looked up, voice steady. Don't worry, Leviathan. He charged straight into the eye of the energy storm. I'll take your power and lift the entire archipelago myself. The moment he began absorbing it, a terrifying pressure slammed across the archipelago. From mountaintops to ocean depths, everyone felt Leviathan's final wave crash down with overwhelming force. The instant Theo touched the swirling energy vortex, it exploded violently, forcing his eyes wide with shock. Deep inside, he thought, I was way too cocky. The many guardian deities, Tianlong, Griffin, and Wyvern, flashed into view inside the vortex. Even they had warned him, Leviathan's power was on a completely different scale. The truth hit too late. The mana was immense, untamed, ancient. Another violent surge blasted Theo backward, spinning him helplessly in the crushing currents. I never imagined it would be this overwhelming. At this speed, his body wouldn't hold. Just as agony threatened to swallow him, a glowing command cut through the chaos. Use the sword. Theo forced his battered body forward, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tight. His eyes sharpened, determination flaring as he carved a path straight through the raging vortex. In the next instant, he plunged downward, a violent burst of green light propelling him straight into the storm's core. A massive explosion rippled outward like an oceanic storm, with Theo floating at the center, dwarfed by the churning chaos below. The violent mana storm compressed into a perfect sphere, a tiny ocean suspended midair around him. Through the swirling mana, Griffin appeared. Looks like the kid actually thought this through. Tian Long hovered nearby, tension crackling like static. So that's it. He's using the dragon-slaying sword to ease the burden on his body. Exactly. Leviathan supported him right up to the last second. Theo tightened his grip on the sword as it rattled in his hands, anchoring himself against the swirling current. Below, the radiant sphere expanded, growing brighter until it lit up the entire abyss. He stood at the heart of the storm, feeling Leviathan's immense power settle into him like the weight of the ocean itself. A rare, satisfied smile crossed his face. This overwhelming mana. It's like I'm holding Leviathan itself in my hands. Every bit of pain was worth it. But Tian Long rushed forward, yanking him back to focus. This isn't the time to relax, Chosen One. If you want to move the archipelago, this is your one shot to wield Leviathan's full power. Theo surged ahead, channeling every ounce of Leviathan's power entrusted to him. Mana roared around his body, trailing streaks of light behind him. Got it. Tian Long appeared at his side. Have you decided on the destination? Theo didn't hesitate. Only one place felt right, northeast Ragnar Bay, where the floating archipelago had once rested. As the core blazed brighter, his resolve solidified completely. It wasn't just a suitable spot. It was the only point where Leviathan's power could anchor the archipelago back in place. Far above, outside Kriemhild's temple, the battlefield still raged. Soldiers clashed amid sparks and cries when suddenly the sky split open. A roaring tsunami slammed down like divine judgment, freezing every warrior mid-swing. Panic spread as blinding energy filled the sky. What's happening? Did something happen to Lady Kriemhilde? It's not going to sink, right? But the tremor beneath their feet answered before anyone could speak. What? It's actually sinking. Another soldier shouted, pointing to the twisting coastline. Look at the shore. The coastline. The land itself shifted, violent whirlpools forming around the archipelago as the massive landmass began to drift. It's moving. The archipelago is actually moving. Deep inside the fortress, where Noel faced the tyrant dragon, the entire room began collapsing as seawater surged through the cracked floor. Noel staggered to keep balance, eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Did he absorb the dragon-slaying sword's power this fast? The tyrant dragon just grinned, a twisted gleam curling at his lips. This isn't the time to stand around. Things have already gone this far. Why not just call it here? Noel snapped, fury flaring. You trying to weasel out of this, tyrant dragon? The tyrant dragon's smirk only deepened. Even I didn't predict Theo Ragnar's move. The plan's practically over. Looks like he's exposed the dragon-slaying sword secret. Then isn't that good? Kill him, and take the sword back. Noel stiffened, bitter rage in his voice. You planning to use me to deal with someone who could become your rival? Keeping your hands clean while I do the dirty work? The tyrant dragon leaned back confidently. Instead of wasting time like this option benefits you way more, doesn't it? Outside the temple, Antonio watched the archipelago tilt and glide across the sea. Shock plastered his face. The archipelago is actually moving. That kid, he really did it. With the danger past, he shouted over the battlefield, commanding troops and citizens. Everyone stand down. The archipelago isn't sinking anymore. We're all safe now. But his words were cut short as a brutal slash tore across his side. Antonio gasped, pain twisting his face from the sudden attack. At the last moment, a blade sliced through the air, blocking the strike by just a hair's breadth. The soldiers around him froze mid-step, completely thrown off by just how fast he moved, faster than anything they could track. With one smooth, almost effortless swing, Theo sliced the charging guard clean in midair, leaving no room for reaction. A surge of excitement rippled through the remaining soldiers. Voices shouted over the chaos. Kriemhild's back. She's sealed the water dragon. Antonio stumbled forward, catching his breath, but his eyes were bright with hope. Ragna, the archipelago's safe now, right? Theo nodded. Yeah, it won't sink anymore. Relief washed over Antonio. His shoulders loosened, and a grateful smile broke across his face. Thank you, kid. I know it's a lot to ask, but could you? Theo cut him off gently. Don't worry about it. Just rest, Antonio. Antonio froze, caught off guard by the certainty in Theo's voice. Theo's gaze swept over the injured guards, silently acknowledging every struggle they'd faced. I've seen everything you've done to protect the floating archipelago and its people, he said, stepping forward as the wind caught his cloak, making it flare dramatically behind him. From now on, I'll take care of this place. Spinola Umberto's soldiers stumbled back, fear gripping them as they realized the power standing before them was nothing like what they could handle. Spinola Umberto roared in desperate fury. What are you waiting for, idiots? The dragon-slaying sword is right there. Stop hesitating and grab it. Fueled by panic more than strategy, the army surged forward, their screams cutting through the chaos. Then Noel appeared on the battlefield, his voice cracking with fury. While I was gone, You turned this place into chaos. Theo's eyes went wide instantly. Shock hit him as he realized exactly what was about to unfold. Panic sharpened his voice. Everyone get down. In the distance, a thin red line appeared, glowing sharply as it sliced through the air like a razor. Spinolo Umberto and his men stiffened, crimson lines suddenly appearing across their necks, mirroring each other. Then, without warning, a blinding slash tore through the battlefield. In an instant, every mark Noel carved detonated. Spinola Umberto's army was annihilated, heads and bodies cut clean, blood spraying everywhere, unstoppable and absolute. Before the attack could fully burn through everything, a massive surge of water and energy erupted. The shockwave tore across the land, waves crashing with violent force. The floods swept over the bridge, formations collapsing instantly. Water mixed with blood, tossing soldiers like ragdolls across the stone walkway. Antonio stared through the spray, breath catching as the impossible unfolded before him. No way. Noel's assault finally slowed enough for him to take in the aftermath. Bodies, shredded uniforms, shattered weapons. A streak of red stretching across the drenched bridge. Everyone was gone. Noel stood atop Spinola Umberto's severed head, boots just inches from the spreading blood. Pathetic pirates. One brat was too much for you, and look at this mess. Antonio's eyes went wide, the color draining from his face. Father. Theo stepped past him, moving steadily through the carnage. Snap out of it. Evacuate the citizens. The floating archipelago needs you. Antonio nodded, finally understanding, and began guiding the people to safety. Theo narrowed his eyes at Noel, watching him through the lingering mist of water and blood. Even from here, that was barely a decent strike. Noel surged forward, flames roaring around his form. Ragna, arrogant brat. Your insolence ends now. Theo felt the raw, murderous intent radiating off him. Who are you? Noel's shadow ignited into an inferno, a presence that burned like wildfire. I'll tear you apart piece by piece. Your own father wouldn't even recognize you. Even Theo felt a chill clutch at his chest, facing an opponent this overwhelmingly strong. He reminded himself, someone this powerful doesn't just appear out of nowhere. Legends leave traces, histories. Clenching his teeth, he realized the man before him was almost certainly one of Troivan's 9 Phoenix Lords. Humans engineered to rival the Ragnar dragons, living weapons. Their strength, their brutality, crafted for one purpose, slaughter. In the Great War, they fought the 9 dragons head-on, leaving battlefields in ruins. Theo wondered how they'd been defeated so early. Was the timeline off? Or was his understanding incomplete? Noel swung his sword with earth-shattering force, carving a straight line into the ground. Dust erupted like miniature geysers around him. Theo leaped back, heart hammering, narrowly dodging the strike. The speed was insane, instant, more than just blinding. He skidded across the shattered gravel, boots scraping the earth. This was no ordinary weapon. It was built to counter the 9 dragons themselves. Noel unleashed his aura, a violent shockwave spreading outward. The ground cracked beneath him, spiderweb fractures racing out like the earth itself couldn't hold him, tremors shaking the air. Theo weighed his options, running through every calculation. If this was truly one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, even 1,000th of a chance was too generous. Defeat was inevitable. Before he could react, Noel vanished forward, closing the distance in an instant. Theo reacted on pure instinct, raising his blade blind, and the strike slammed him into the air. Pain ripped through his arms and shoulders as he gritted his teeth. No escape, no room to breathe. Noel lifted his glowing sword high, slamming it down with a taunt, telling Theo, even with the dragon-slaying blade, he shouldn't be able to stop him. Theo fought back, blade raised, struggling against an unstoppable force with everything he had. The impact threw him backward, bouncing off buildings like a stone skipping across water. Brick and glass exploded around him, dust and debris filling the air in a chaotic spray. Noel landed silently, almost like he hadn't moved at all, sharp contrast to the devastation he'd just caused. He warned Theo to give up or face worse pain. Before the dust even settled, 3 daggers shot out from the haze, heading straight for Noel. Noel waved off the attack like it was nothing, catching the daggers midair with barely a flick of his hand. He sneered, calling the assault nothing more than childish games, tossing the weapons aside like they were toys. Before he could react further, Theo appeared behind him. Noel's eyes narrowed, sharp and unimpressed. Too old for these little tricks, he said, voice cold. Theo felt a flash of anger and confusion at the remark, stirring deep inside him. He swung his sword in a powerful arc, sending a cloud of dust spiraling as the shockwave tore through the crumbling ruins. When the dust cleared, the truth hit hard. Noel had stopped the slash with nothing but his blade, without even moving a step. Slowly, everything clicked into place in Noel's mind, just as Lord S had warned. A memory flashed. Noel had been standing rigid in a dim room as Eid Troyven warned him about Theo Ragnar, the next generation of House Ragnar. Eid's orders were clear: watch the boy closely. It wasn't just advice, it was an order. If the opportunity arose to confront Theo, Noel was to eliminate him immediately. Back in the present, Noel swung his sword lazily, the wind alone clearing the remaining dust. The cratered ground around him was proof of Theo's power. This boy was no joke. Noel's thoughts sharpened. If Theo survived, he'd become a dangerous wildcard in the war, an unmanageable threat that had to be removed. The decision was made. Soon, Noel's blade was slick with Theo's blood, dark and dripping to the ground. Theo's wound ran deep. He was fleeing, each second a fight to stay alive. One of his guardian spirits tried to reach him, but a notification blinked. The supporting fairy technique had failed. His life-saving skill was gone. Grimacing through the pain, he pushed forward, knowing he couldn't afford to fall. Blood soaked his clothes, leaving a trail behind him. The system countdown blinked. Over 2 minutes until the dragon-slaying sword stabilized. 2 minutes felt like an eternity in a fight this fast. Theo gripped the hilt tighter, knuckles white, hoping to borrow Leviathan's power one last time. At the harbor, the salty breeze mingled with the metallic tang of his own blood. In the water, he saw Noel's reflection charging from behind. The peaceful harbor was gone in an instant, reduced to chaos by Noel's relentless strikes. Warehouses splintered, crates exploded into fragments. Theo leapt back just in time, blood spraying across the wreckage, flames and debris painting everything in red. Before he could catch his breath, another strike came flying at him. He jerked back, barely avoiding a slash that tore through the buildings behind him. The sword chi cut through stone and steel like paper. The upper sections of the buildings tumbled down, crashing with earth-shaking force. Noel pressed forward, relentless, like a predator playing with wounded prey. Theo darted through the ruins, scrambling over rubble, twisting metal and shattered wood, desperately searching for an escape. Even battered and bloodied, Theo forced himself onward, pulling strength from every last reserve. He swung his sword with all he had, unleashing a blazing wave of energy that tore through everything in its path. When the dust settled, Theo froze, heart tightening in disbelief. Noel stood untouched, not a single scratch, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Noel surged forward again, relentless, a barrage like a tidal wave. Cornered, Theo's mind raced, desperately searching for any option, and found none. Each clash of their swords sent sparks flying. Theo barely stayed on his feet, arms trembling, balance slipping. Noel's attacks tore through everything, street lamps, the ground, the ruined buildings alike. Then, a massive explosion hurled Theo into the ocean. Noel leapt after him, hovering midair like an executioner ready to strike. He swung his sword, releasing a storm of slashes. Invisible blades tore across the water, sending massive waves surging and crashing violently. As the waves calmed just enough, Theo burst through the surface, facing Noel head-on. He was soaked, clothes clinging, every inch drenched. Shaking and gasping, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. In his mind, he counted the precious seconds until the dragon-slaying sword would stabilize. 17. Just 17. Noel gathered sword chi, his blade blazing with terrifying light. This fight's getting boring. Let's end it here. Theo's eyes widened. He knew this was the final strike, the one that could decide everything. Thinking fast, he hatched a risky plan, a desperate, reckless gamble. His gaze locked on the dragon-slaying sword. Decision made. He flung the sword over Noel's head, sacrificing his only weapon. That's what you want, isn't it? The dragon-slaying sword? If you're so confident, come and take it. Noel froze for a fraction of a second, staring at the spinning weapon. That tiny hesitation was all Theo needed. A sea serpent leapt from the waves, snatching the sword in its jaws. Theo called out from the dock, smirking. Looks like you're out of luck. Noel's calm shattered, rage blazing. You brat. Even now, still using cheap tricks. Theo planted himself firmly on the dock as countless sea serpents rose from the depths behind him, like ancient guardians answering his call. Noel glared, fury and wounded pride burning far deeper than any cut on his body ever could. The sea serpent lunged, its attacks forming a relentless line of force, churning the water below into a frothing chaos. Noel blocked effortlessly, a smirk curling his lips. You really think a bunch of snakes can change anything? With a lazy sweep of his sword, he turned the assault into nothing but mist, dismissing them like they were toys. But then, something caught him off guard. Theo, charging straight at him with no hesitation. Noel sneered. So the kid who's been running all this time finally shows some guts. Don't care what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Go ahead, throw everything you've got. I promise you a spectacular ending. Noel's aura thickened, the air itself growing suffocating under the pressure. Theo's eyes flicked to the system notification. The countdown hit 0. The dragon-slaying sword was fully stabilized. A voice echoed inside his mind. Thank you, Chosen One. Use the power I left behind to protect yourself. It was both acknowledgement and a passing of authority. Noel froze, stunned. Theo's presence shifted instantly, the air around him crackling with newfound energy. A notification popped up. The hidden skill Nibelung had unlocked within the sword. As Theo swung, a water dragon erupted from the ocean, formed from pure mana itself. It roared, a sound that seemed to shake the very sky. When their blades collided, the impossible happened. Noel's sword, the one that had withstood everything, shattered into fragments, steel scattering like confetti. Theo seized the moment without hesitation. A massive water dragon surged forward from his strike, towering, majestic, terrifying. Anything in its path was doomed. The force sent Noel flying like a ragdoll, clothes torn, blood spraying in every direction. He plunged into the ocean below, unable to brace for the fall. The wooden bridge collapsed completely, leaving a roaring whirlpool that swallowed every trace of the enemy. Theo landed on the remnants of the bridge, mist swirling around him, standing tall. The tide of battle had turned, but Noel wasn't finished. Slowly, he rose from the depths. Under the dim light, the network of scars and stitches on his body became visible, a record of inhuman experiments. He let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, what a shame, huh? That was supposed to be your ultimate move. You failed, kid. He shouted, mania in his voice, the mask hiding a twisted grin across his burned face. That's it. You think you can kill me? Keep dreaming. Theo only looked down at him, cold, unshaken. I was thinking the same thing. The 9 Phoenix Lords are meant to rival the 9 dragons, so of course you wouldn't go down that easily. With that, Theo raised the dragon-slaying sword high, eyes blazing with determination, ready to crush his foe. Instantly, the sea behind Noel rose, standing upright like a living being, obeying Theo's command. For a brief moment, it felt like the entire ocean was in his hands. Theo pointed the sword at Noel. I may not kill you instantly, but this power is more than enough to send you to the deepest abyss. Half submerged, Noel was pulled by the violent current. Panic colored his voice. Damn it, what is this? The sea twisted into a massive vortex under Theo's command, spinning with unstoppable force. He bellowed. Sink to the bottom of the ocean. Under Leviathan's authority, the water dragon, Noel had no power to resist. No matter how violently he thrashed, the icy current dragged him into the vortex, pulling him into complete darkness. Against the raw force of nature, a human had no chance. Noel's last words were a desperate scream. You damn brat. Silence fell. Theo stood there, shoulders shaking from exhaustion, hand clutching the sharp pain in his side. Suddenly, his vision narrowed, focusing only on the sway of his hair before his body collapsed completely. He lay sprawled on the stone, gasping like a 1,000-ton weight had finally lifted. Leviathan, I kept my promise. If you ask for anything more, I probably won't ever open my eyes again. Time passed quietly. Theo returned among the islanders. Antonio stood at the shore, staring toward the mainland in awe. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. I'm not even sure my calculations were accurate. But at this speed, approaching the coastline shouldn't be a problem. Antonio gave him a wry smile. When you first said you'd move the entire archipelago, I thought you were crazy. But seeing it now, I have no choice but to believe it. From the crowd, a curious woman asked, why go through all this trouble to move the whole island? Wouldn't resealing the water dragon be easier? Theo addressed the people calmly. Yes, that would be simpler. But today's tragedy would just repeat itself sooner or later. People like Troyvin and the Northern Alliance would never stop trying to seize the dragon-slaying sword. The island would be in danger again. Only when it's secure and properly protected can everyone truly feel safe about the future. He continued, from now on, the floating archipelago will be anchored in the northeast bay of the Ragnar family. Since it's no longer drifting, maybe it's time to give it a new name. Excitement lit up the faces of the people. Being close to the Ragnar family meant absolute safety. Antonio looked intently at Theo. He swallowed hard, taking a deep breath to steady himself for what he was about to say. Then he bowed deeply. Young master, please forgive me. The hostage incident at the Ceres trading caravan caused by Black Tower, not long ago, the White Dragon team had to sacrifice so much. Even if Troyvin comes knocking, we can't dodge responsibility for what happened, Theo said, stepping forward and resting a steady hand on Antonio's shoulder. If someone needs to answer for it, he gave a reassuring nod. You're right. This is your moment to take responsibility. Say the word. Even if it means putting your life on the line, I'll make it happen. Theo stayed calm, voice steady. Antonio, leader of the Northern Maritime Alliance. I want you to take that empty seat. Antonio froze, eyes wide. What are you saying? Theo explained firmly. The Ragnar family's CRES network has been wiped out. Right now, the North has no major trade routes left. I don't need to worry about that anymore. I believe your island's maritime alliance will step in and fill the gap. Antonio hesitated. But I'm not worthy of that position. Theo didn't argue. Instead, he turned to the crowd and raised his voice. Everyone heard that. Lord Antonio says he's not worthy. What do you all think? In the silence, Saintess Marty raised her hand. I fully agree. Lord Antonio should take this position. We've all seen his sincerity. The woman who had asked the earlier question added, I agree too. He should be our leader. One by one, thousands of hands shot up, the crowd chanting Antonio's name. Seeing the people wholeheartedly back a leader with true heart, Theo allowed himself a satisfied smile. He thumped his chest lightly and declared with certainty. Then it settled. First condition, as long as the Maritime Alliance fulfills its duties and prioritizes the Ragnar family, I, Theo Ragnar, swear on my family's name to guarantee absolute security and autonomy for this archipelago. I stake my honor on this oath being fulfilled. Antonio closed his eyes, overwhelmed. Before him stood a true heir of the Ragnar family, entrusting him with the protection of the people. He had no reason left to refuse. A small smile spread across his face. In the end, I'm still just the one receiving the favor. Standing tall, he proclaimed clearly, on behalf of the Maritime Alliance, I, Antonio Spinola, swear to fully cooperate with the Ragnar family. A blood oath sealed the new alliance, granting Theo immense political power in the race to become head of the Ragnar family. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Suddenly, the island shook violently, as if colliding with something massive. Antonio panicked, but Theo just smiled, closing his eyes in contentment. We've arrived. Welcome to the floating archipelago's new home. Meanwhile, on a distant, unnamed rocky shore, furious waves slammed against the cliffs, the ocean itself raging. A scarred hand suddenly gripped the rock. Noel, thought lost to the depths, had survived. He summoned the last of his strength to crawl back up. Gasping for air after holding his breath so long, Noel crawled ashore, coughing violently from the water and crushing pressure. Rage flared uncontrollably. That bastard Theo Ragnar. Next time, I'll tear you apart and devour your guts. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from atop the cliff, making him flinch, power enough to stand against the Ragnar family's 9 dragons. What a disappointing performance. Noel froze, trembling as he looked up to see the tyrant dragon. He shouted desperately, That's right. Didn't you say we'd be in trouble if our plan failed? What do you want? Just help me this one time. The tyrant dragon didn't answer. He leaped straight down from the cliff. Landing with enough force to shatter the rock beneath him, he moved casually, almost mocking. Foolish. You still don't know what I want. Fine, I'll tell you. He smirked with utter contempt. I intended for you to seize the archipelago, then I'd simply take it from your hands. Noel's stomach twisted. Wait, you mean, you plan to snatch it from us from the start? Take back what's stolen. Doesn't that sound perfect? I thought you might handle that brat, but clearly, I was wrong. I never imagined worthless insects like you would fail so miserably against a kid. Noel's fury exploded. His arm grotesquely deformed, swelling as if about to burst. This is the final combat form of a 9 Phoenix Lord. You're too arrogant, tyrant dragon. The era of the 9 dragons is over. I'll show you the true power of the 9 Phoenix Lords. You'll pay for that disrespect. Before he could strike, a terrifying blast hit him like a gunshot, erasing half his body instantly. It was the tyrant dragon's attack. He watched Noel's lifeless body get blown away and said coldly, Those eastern bastards really are all talk. Even if the old 9 dragons are past their prime, you think you could match that skill? Huh. If it had been one of the old-timers or that lizard god, maybe you'd have had a chance. He walked away, eyes gleaming with deadly intent as he turned toward the mainland, toward Theo Ragnar. Let's see just how strong you really are. On the frozen battlefield, House Troiven's forces stood like iron pillars, while defeated soldiers knelt helplessly at their feet. At the center, Ed Troiven stood unmoved, cloak whipping in the wind, face expressionless. Behind him, rows of disciplined soldiers radiated the absolute authority of their family. Among the chained prisoners, one figure lifted his head slowly, bruised face burning with hatred. He gritted his teeth, voice ragged. You disgusting worms, do you really think this will help you defeat House Ragnar? His words cut through the cold air, venom dripping with every syllable. In the end, the blade of Ragnar will deliver death. Before he could finish, a blazing red streak tore through the air, and his head fell before he even realized what hit him. Ed Troiven lowered his sword with terrifying calm, crimson blood dripping onto the frozen ground. How boring. Every Ragnar bastard spouts the same nonsense. The body crumpled into the snow as a soldier rushed over, dropping to his knees. Young master, urgent news. The floating archipelago campaign has failed. Ed's eyes shifted slightly. What about Noel? We've lost contact with him, my lord. From the ranks, another figure stepped forward, clad in gleaming iron armor. His helmet tilted slightly as he stood beside the kneeling soldier. Calm, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of danger, he said. Looks like that defective product failed after all. He lifted his head slowly, a predatory gleam flickering behind the visor. If we lose the floating archipelago, our main distribution network collapses. The balance of the war could tip entirely. I'll handle this mess myself. He was one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, ranked first among them. Without another word, he turned away, his cloak sweeping over the blood-stained snow. No, forget it. We've already recovered the massive capital from the archipelago. He strode forward as the Troivan army advanced behind him. Swords sliced through the air, finishing off the remaining prisoners without mercy. It's a shame, but we can't let this distract us from the real objective. Redirect all remaining forces to the central front. This entire conflict was just a feint to draw their attention. He paused, a faint purple glow flickering in his eyes. Burn this into your minds. Our goal is singular. Everything is for his sake. His voice carried across the expanse, reverent for the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor. The scene shifted to the sunlit horizon of the newly revived floating archipelago. Calm waters sparkled, ships glided through the harbor, and the air hummed with laughter and chatter from merchants and workers. Inside an office overlooking the docks, Antonio Spinola was buried under a mountain of paperwork. Exhaustion etched every line of his face. He pressed his fingers to his temples, trying to ease the relentless headache. The door creaked open. CIO stepped in, calm as ever. You look like you're carrying the weight of the world. He walked over, standing in the golden afternoon light. Is the Ragnar family's transport network running into trouble? Antonio exhaled, trying to mask his tension. That's a hell of a question. Everything was simpler before we had to calculate for a sea full of drifting ice. Antonio pushed back his chair and stood, meeting Theo's gaze with conflicted emotion. I'll be honest. I'm afraid of House Ragnar. I'm grateful you freed us from Troivan, but nothing comes free in this world. One snap of Ragnar's fingers, and everything we've built could vanish. The only thing that changes is the name of the invader. He lowered his head, shadows crossing his face. Sometimes, I think we were safer just drifting endlessly on the sea. Instead of getting angry, Theo crossed his arms, leaning back casually, a small smile on his face. I get it. That's a concern every leader must weigh. But my view is the opposite. Precisely because it drifted, the floating archipelago was the most dangerous place of all. Antonio's eyes widened. Theo extended his hand, revealing a small, gleaming metal object. Isolation means no enemies, but eventually, you lose touch with combat. Even in a crisis, you couldn't mount proper resistance. He flicked his wrist, letting the metal spin through the air before it landed neatly in Antonio's palm. National defense can't rely on dependence. Even when facing great risks, a nation must prepare itself. Theo looked at him briefly. Do you know about House Ragnar's White Dragon unit? Of course. The legendary aerial strike force on wyverns. Exactly. Theo smirked cryptically. This archipelago has creatures just like wyverns. Antonio's expression hardened. You mean the sea serpents? Don't even mention them. They move in packs and crush everything. If they appear, it's an emergency. A shout from the harbor echoed into the office. Emergency. Sea serpents sighted at the docks. Evacuate civilians immediately. Combat forces, prepare to engage. Antonio cursed, starting to rush out, but Theo waved him off gently. No need to panic like that. Theo smiled, strode to the door, and flung it open as if welcoming a guest. Antonio froze. A massive sea serpent's head filled the doorway, casting both of them in shadow. The creature lowered its head, filling the entrance like a living gate. These are the ones I summoned, Theo said casually. Antonio's jaw dropped, sweat dripping down his face. You deliberately called those sea thugs here? Have you lost your mind? Ignoring Antonio's panic, Theo placed his hand gently on the beast's snout. So, how about it? I'll teach you how to tame them. Before the stunned soldiers and civilians, more sea serpents rose from the water, circling Theo like a legion awaiting their master's command. Just like the White Dragon unit, this archipelago can form its own cavalry. We'll call them the Kriemhilde Knight Order. While everyone was still in shock, one sea serpent approached Antonio, nudging its head against him as if testing. Antonio trembled, then let out a forced laugh as he felt its breath. Looks like it's already chosen you. Sunlight poured through the towering glass ceiling of the main hall, casting long golden streaks across the polished stone floor. The atmosphere grew heavy as footsteps echoed. A mysterious figure approached Theo, astonished. This is ridiculous, Theo shrugged. It had to be done. Cleve rubbed her forehead. Do you even realize what you've done? The floating archipelago was a classified Black Tower target because it's Troivan's financial lifeline. Acting on your own. Theo narrowed his eyes. Classified investigation? What do you mean? If Black Tower knew its importance, why did they just stand by and let it be taken? Why the silence? Before Theo could question further, a deep voice rang through the grand hall. You're Theo Ragnar. A man stepped forward, lips curling in a mocking smile. The old 9 dragons built you up, so I expected something. But looking at you, just a spoiled pretty boy. Not much of a man. He waved dismissively, brushing it off like a trivial insult. His smile sharpened, predatory. Theo's heart tightened. Tyrant Dragon Danteral, what is someone like him doing here? Both Theo and Cecilia bowed respectfully. Danteral waved lazily. No need for formalities. Relax. Cecilia straightened, voice trembling. Lord Danteral, why didn't you report anything to Black Tower about the situation here? Danteral glanced at her with a half-smile. Sorry, I got here a bit late. Cecilia's calm shattered into anger. Late? Because of your delay, our position in Black Tower is extremely precarious. The room shook violently as an overwhelming pressure swept through, a deep crimson aura erupting around Danteral. My apologies for that, Danteral said, the red energy swirling around him like a ferocious beast. But honestly, the shockwave ripped through the room, shattering windows in a spray of glass that glittered as it flew. Theo gritted his teeth, struggling to stay on his feet as the floor pitched beneath him, like it could give way at any second. Every breath burned in his lungs. Damn, I knew he was strong, but this is insane. His vision swam, chest tight with each inhale. Now it hit him. The reason House Ragnar had completely failed to protect the floating archipelago in his previous life. Then, just as suddenly, the crushing pressure lifted. Theo and Cleve sank to their knees on the cold stone, shivering, still feeling the aftershock of Danteral's crimson aura that had swallowed the room whole. Danteral threw back his head and laughed, low and mocking. Relax, you two. Just testing you, seeing how sharp you really are. Even as the aura faded, Theo and Cleve struggled to steady themselves. You get the idea, Danteral said, but you still don't really know what's coming. He stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. Once the real storm hits, things are going to get a lot more interesting. Before Theo could fully rise, Danteral slammed him on the back, rattling his spine and knocking the air out. What's the matter? Can't handle a tap. Theo forced himself upright, keeping his composure. Sorry, sir, still adjusting. Inside, Theo felt anything but calm. He studied the man in front of him, Danteral along. No matter the jokes or easy smile, Theo knew this man only sought one thing: power. Danteral wasn't here for House Ragnar. He came because this place offered the path to ultimate strength. Even as part of the reserve force, he had arrived first. Cold sweat traced down Theo's face. Among the 9 dragons, Danteral was dangerous. Why show up first? To stay safe, Theo played along. He bowed, careful and respectful. I apologize, Lord Danteral. I misread your intentions and acted improperly. That's all there is to it. Danteral grinned, amusement flashing in his eyes as he looked Theo over. So, you're the 6th successor, Theo Ragnar. Not bad, seeing you up close. Then, with a confident smile, he extended his hand. As expected, worthy of the new heir. I'm counting on you from here on out. Theo froze for a beat, trying to read the man's true intentions. Still, he took the hand, meeting the crushing grip without flinching. You flatter me, sir. Cleve stepped forward, her expression serious, cutting the tension. Sorry to interrupt, but there's an update. The reserve forces have finished their mission. No further personnel shifts needed. All units are to assemble at the central front immediately. Danteral shrugged, casual and arrogant. Job's done. Time to head back and guard our territory. Pretty standard. Then his tone shifted, and his aura flared dangerously, freezing Cleve in place. But first, there's someone I need to handle. The reserve forces dared summon me for inspection. This is Black Tower's will. His crimson aura coiled like a living beast. Eyes narrowing, he hissed. Robert, that bastard, right? Cleve stiffened, cold sweat soaking her clothes. Danteral strode past, every word dripping with venom. Go find that smug prick and deliver my message. If they want to chase me, tell them to drag their own asses here. The floor shuddered under his steps. As he disappeared, the scene cut sharply to a battlefield ablaze. Above, white-armored knights tore through the clouds, their wyverns diving like arrows. On the ground, cavalry thundered forward, while Troivan forces responded with barges that lit the sky in crimson flashes. Amid the snowstorm of the Cal Highlands, House Ragnar clashed with Troivan forces. Theo and the white-armored cavalry touched down first, wings whipping snow into swirling clouds. The moment Theo's feet hit the ground, he surged forward. A Troivan soldier didn't even scream before his blade cut clean through. Anti-air cannons neutralized, a veteran yelled. High above, Evelyn steered her wyvern in a perfect spiral, eyes sharp and golden. White Wyvern unit, prepare to strike. All units, descend. The wyverns folded their wings, plummeting like meteors. Nearby, Torkel watched, smirking arrogantly, commanding the black-armored cavalry. Flying around looks flashy, huh, he said. A subordinate scowled. Commander Torkel, here we go again. Our men would feel insulted hearing that. Torkel laughed, strapping on his helmet. Fine, but they're way stronger than our little sparrows. Then his tone dropped. He spurred his horse ahead of hundreds of black warhorses. Crush everything in your path. Today, we trample the enemy to secure tomorrow. The black-armored cavalry surged forward. The ground thundered under 100 charging horses, moving like a tide of black iron. Torkel led the charge, his spear slicing arcs through the freezing air, tearing through Troivan ranks without mercy. Dust, ice, and smoke shot up in a towering column, reaching toward the sky. The battle finally wound down at the Ragnar camp, under flickering campfire light. Torkel approached Theo, gripping his hand tightly. You did great, brother. Theo shook his head humbly. You're too kind, Commander Torkel. I told you, just call me Big Bro. Torkel laughed, slapping Theo on the shoulder. Anyway, you've earned a break. Let's grab a drink soon. As Torkel walked off, a senior rider from the white-armored cavalry tossed an arm around Theo's shoulder, smirking. So now the black-armored cavalry commander's your big bro, huh? He leaned in, eyes sparkling with mischief. You're moving fast, kid. Compared to the stunt at the floating archipelago, this is just icing on the cake. Suddenly, a sharp hand came down on his head. Erin pushed up her glasses and exhaled, long and tired. Enough. He just got back from the battlefield. Let him rest. Theo dipped his head slightly. I'm fine. Senior Erin, what's happening at the front now? Her face snapped into focus. She stepped up to the map table, pointing at Troivan positions. Overall, we hold the advantage, she said, but something feels off. Even though we're closing in on their main HQ, their troops aren't moving. It's like they're just waiting. Theo's eyes narrowed as he studied the map. Using his knowledge from a past life, he noticed the anomaly instantly. Troivan formations weren't defensive, they were precise, almost deliberate. Their real target, he realized, is the resting place of a primordial dragon's artifact. His gaze fixed on one location, the ruins of the White Tower. Elsewhere, in a shadowed corner of the battlefield, bodies littered the ground, gray smoke choking the air. An enemy soldier stumbled, a strangled help catching in his throat. A blur shot past. A hooded figure appeared, and, in a single swift slash, the soldier's head was gone. 9 Phoenix Lords, huh? The hooded figure muttered, irritation in their voice. Where are they? All we've had are small fry for days, boring. 2 more hooded figures stepped forward, Ragnar's successors. Anshio, third in line, and Gizhar, fourth. You're getting blunt, Gizhar, Anshio said, chuckling softly. The air thickened suddenly around them. Danteral appeared, crimson eyes sharp as blades. That mouth of yours hasn't changed, Gizhar. I told you to strike only after careful calculation. Haven't you dropped that reckless habit yet? Anshio's eyes flickered, surprised. Master, long time no see, Danteral said coldly. I heard you two failed at the floating archipelago and handed it to the dogs. He smirked, sharp and dangerous. Consider it the price of watching a good show. But don't get cocky. The one rising below is moving fast and will come for you soon enough. Anshio paused. You mean Torkel? If it's him, we're ready. No. Danteral's voice dropped, slicing through the cold. I mean the 6th successor. Anshio blinked, then laughed. Come on, master. Who do you think trained us? We're not rookies. But the smile vanished when Danteral locked eyes with him. The air chilled, creeping like ice over their bones. Danteral's words landed heavy and final. But what if that kid is the chosen one? Anshio and Gizhar froze. That title carried weight, dark, unsettling weight that rattled their thoughts. Danteral turned and walked away, cloaks sweeping the snow. No room for doubt remained. Anshio and Gizhar followed silently. His final words cut like steel. While there's still time, eliminate him at all costs. Hours before Theo stepped onto the blood-soaked battlefield, he sat in a horse-drawn carriage, eyes on the grand battle map of the White Tower. That's an ancient relic of the primordial dragon, right? He asked. Correct, replied the divine guardian beside him. The confirmation drew a quiet pause from Theo. Memories from his previous life resurfaced. Even then, the White Tower had been House Troivan's first target. The true dragon began to explain further. Guardians can sense one another through a spiritual link, no matter the distance across the continent. The guardian of the White Tower received the largest share of the primordial dragon's essence. Theo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What? Just then, the second guardian stepped forward. He's right. Not all artifacts carry equal power. The ancient dragon's essence was never divided fairly. Each artifact had different powers and roles to maintain the world's balance. Some were given immense strength. acting as hidden pillars holding the world itself. And the guardian of the White Tower? The first guardian continued, voice low. A sentinel with unimaginable power. The second guardian leaned closer to the map. Its presence sent a chill through the air. An artifact of this scale, right now, it's deep inside Troivan territory. Theo's expression darkened. Losing such a colossal power to the enemy could be catastrophic. The spirit guardian's gaze met Theo's, grave and firm. Do you remember the water dragon, Leviathan? House Troivan uses dark arts to poison guardians, siphoning a primordial dragon's power, turning the protectors into instruments of destruction. The guardian leaned forward, issuing a final command. You must seize it before House Troivan completes their plan. Theo's expression hardened. He had already reached the same conclusion. Back at the Central Highlands command tent, tension hung thick. Ma Long leaned over the strategy table, scanning Theo's report. So we head to this rocky mountain, Theo said, calm and steady. Troivan forces are gathering strangely at these coordinates. I'm certain they're moving for a very specific, critical reason. Theo's logic was sound, but the commander didn't give in easily. No need to explain further. You want to leave the main front for a solo mission? You're too confident with that air candidate title. You think I'll let you roam free? Theo's eyes flickered with surprise. Without official permission, I can't infiltrate deep enemy territory. I wasn't suggesting that. Ma Long studied him, then suddenly smiled. I was joking. The tension snapped like a dry branch. I trust your judgment. Go ahead. The white, dragon-armored cavalry won't weaken just because you're gone. Relief washed over Theo, and a grateful smile spread across his face. Ma Long returned the smile. When you come back, bring plenty of spoils. Fail, and your rations are gone. Zio grinned confidently, bowing to the commander. I won't let you down. Amid jagged mountain peaks, howling winds tore through the ravines. There stood the White Tower, massive and imposing. Up close, its ivory-white stone seemed to pierce the stormy clouds above. Troivan forces encircled it, campfires dotting the mountainside like scattered stars. Theo glided toward the target on his wyvern under the cover of night, eyes scanning every inch of the outer perimeter. One misstep and detection was certain. The guard presence was far denser than he'd anticipated. The wyvern landed quietly on a nearby ledge, claws clicking softly against the frozen rock beneath. Theo slid off with fluid, precise movements, almost like water flowing over stone. Incredible. You can even change color to vanish in the dark, he whispered. A classic dragon spirit trait, mixed with the Serpent King. Umbra nudged him affectionately, golden eyes glinting with intelligence. Thanks, Umbra. With you leading the way, we made it here without a single hitch. Theo gave the order. This next mission, it was his alone. Umbra spread its wings and took off toward the camp, while Theo activated his peak movement technique, disappearing like a shadow across the night. Crouched behind a massive boulder, Theo's breaths were shallow and controlled. His sharp eyes scanned every patrol, every subtle shift in shadow. The White Tower's defenses were impeccable. Armored soldiers marched the walls with perfect rhythm, while hovering mages cast protective spells. Then, unexpectedly, a soldier near Theo's hiding spot stopped, sensing something amiss. Anyone there? He tilted his head, trying to hear over the wind. His companion yawned, bored from the long watch. What is it? I feel something, the first soldier muttered. His hand tightened on the sword hilt, the soft scrape of metal against the sheath echoing faintly in the night. He squinted into the darkness, but saw nothing. The boulder stayed cold and still. He exhaled, tension easing. Must have been my imagination, he muttered, turning back. But then the sight in front of him froze his blood. Theo was there. In an instant, he struck, snapping the second soldier's neck before he could react. The first soldier barely had time to register terror before Theo lunged. Distance closed in a heartbeat. Intruder! The soldier screamed, but it was too late. Deep inside the White Tower, in the central shrine, a nightmare played out. A pool of thick, crimson blood spread across the stone floor. Torches along the walls flickered in the liquid, casting grotesque reflections. At the center floated a massive cocoon, veined with pulsating red tendrils. The young master of House Troivan stood at the pool's edge, face flushed from the ritual. His eyes locked on the cocoon, fascination twisting into mania. Footsteps echoed behind him. What an interesting sight. It was the high priest of the holy demon cult, notorious across the continent for boundless cruelty. Hands tucked into his wide sleeves, he observed the cocoon with delight. I never imagined House Troivan would oppose House Ragna so boldly, partnering with the holy demon cult to resurrect the deposed dragon emperor. At that moment, the light shifted, revealing the cocoon in sharper detail. Inside its thin membrane, a humanoid form writhed, veins of blood tethering it to the pool's center while channeling dark energy into its core. He turned to the high priest, eyes blazing with fury. Watch your words. He is the true master of House Ragna. The one on the throne now is an imposter. Soon, the real master will reclaim everything. We who serve him are the true Ragna. Remember that. The high priest smirked, tone condescending yet superficially respectful. I'll keep that in mind. He reported that the resurrection ritual was nearing its final stages, as requested. To bring him back, sacrifices were needed, a Ragna family member's body and the primordial dragon's power. He'd stepped forward, boots crunching against cracked stone. A family member's body? That's trivial. The real challenge is taking the White Tower. He turned to a kneeling subordinate. How's the White Tower conquest coming along? The subordinate trembled. The power inside is immense. It resists our demonic poison fiercely. Even the high priests of the holy demon cult poured everything into it. Yet finishing in time seems impossible. Suddenly, the Troivan young master unleashed his aura. Darkness compressed the space around him, molten pressure suffocating all in range. The subordinate slammed to the floor beneath the weight, cracked spiderwebbing from where he knelt. Rage tore through the young master. For this resurrection, the primordial dragon's power is key. Nothing is impossible. We will make it happen, by any means. The subordinate gasped, overwhelmed. Forgive me, young master, my thoughts were shallow. Please. Finally, the young master withdrew his pressure. The aura vanished as abruptly as it appeared. The soldier looked up, nose bleeding, broken but alive. At that moment, another subordinate stumbled in, pale and terrified, dropping to his knees. Young master, an intruder, inside the White Tower. The corpse of the soldier Theo had killed lay twisted, neck snapped clean. Chaos erupted. Troivan soldiers shouted across the mountain ravines, searching frantically. From afar, a lone figure observed silently, perched high on the cliffs. Troivan soldiers panicked. Unaware Theo moved seamlessly through the chaos, blending with the search parties. All of it unfolded beneath one sharp, calculating gaze. It was Anchio Ragna, lounging on a rock outcrop, legs dangling like a spectator at a play. Watching Theo, he murmured, half admiring, half curious, only killing what's necessary, moving unseen among enemies, a true shadow operative. So you really worked for Black Snow in your past life. Theo was proving an unpredictable variable, far more intriguing than Anchio expected. Shadowed behind him, Jisher Ragna spoke coldly. Stop wasting thoughts. Just tail him. Don't get spotted like last time with Torkel. Anchio licked his lips, eyes gleaming with predator thrill. Relax, little sis. I'll follow orders. A Troivan soldier ran up, panicked, collapsing to a knee. Young master. Emergency. Something's happening at the White Tower. An intruder. Ead's expression twisted violently at those words. Something inside him snapped. His jaw clenched, grinding echoing through the hall. Even the army formation had subtly shifted, just enough to escape notice. A razor-sharp realization struck Ead. It can't be. The truth hit instantly. One name surfaced. Ead's eyes blazed with killing intent, teeth gritted. It has to be him. Theo Ragnar. Then, as quickly as it came, the fury dissipated. Ead's face returned to eerie calm, eyes narrowing with cold calculation. The soldier below continued reporting, unaware of the shift. We should reinforce the guard and tighten the search. With current forces, we'll catch him soon. Unnecessary, Ead said sharply. The soldier blinked, stunned. Ead's gaze swept the troops as he issued new orders. Leave only a minimal force at the White Tower. The rest, withdraw immediately. The soldier's face drained of color, panic creeping in. But my lord, if we do that, the primordial dragon's power could be stolen. Ead stepped forward, cloak sweeping the cracked stone beneath him. Exactly. That's the whole point. He didn't glance back. His gaze was locked on the distant horizon, where the White Tower's silhouette sliced sharply against the darkened clouds. A low whisper slipped from him, eyes glinting with cold intent. The intruder, it's almost certainly that brat, Theo Ragnar. He'll take the White Tower and claim the primordial dragon's power for himself. To seal his resolve, he lifted a gloved hand high, making the shadows quiver beneath it. In an instant, 3 pitch-black figures emerged from the darkness behind him. Silent as statues, they bowed perfectly, waiting for his command. Ead's twisted smile broke through the dim torchlight, revealing his plan. If we can't take it ourselves, let him do the work. Then we'll snatch the dragon's power from his hands. Ein, tall and imposing, stepped forward. Zwei, a massive guardian, hefted a colossal hammer, muscles coiled like steel springs. Tri, a lethal and graceful female assassin, stood poised, eyes cold as frost. The 3 lined up before Ead, forming an unbreakable circle of loyalty born from cruelty. His voice cut sharply through the night. The moment he obtains the primordial dragon's power, kill him, and bring it to me. Understood, master. They answered, voices merging into a chilling, synchronized chorus. The scene shifted to the jagged terrain surrounding the White Tower. Wind screamed through fissures in the rocks. "We have to find him," one soldier called out. A subordinate shouted, voice cracking with tension. The commander regained control, barking orders. "You three, search the base. The rest, follow me, we'll sweep this side." As the soldiers moved out, their torches flickered like scattered fireflies against the night. From behind a boulder, Theo observed silently. Eyes sharp, movements precise, every muscle controlled. He shifted in the opposite direction, slipping into the shadows like a blade through darkness. Dressed in a Troivan uniform, torch in hand, hood and mask concealing all traces of his identity. "They fell for it too easily," he murmured. No recognition signals. No reinforcements. His gaze swept the massive tower ahead, realization settling in. No, their security's been suspiciously lax from the start. The tower loomed above, a colossal spiral carved from white stone, radiating ancient power. Its form dominated the frozen landscape. Approaching the entrance, unease pressed on Theo's chest, as if the tower itself was bait, waiting. Suddenly, a blue holographic interface shimmered into view. "You have discovered the relic of the primordial dragon, White Tower." The notification dissolved into sparkling particles as Theo pressed his hand to the stone pedestal, checking for hidden traps. Trap or not, it made no difference. His fingers pressed firmly against the freezing stone. The slab reacted instantly. Brilliant light flared beneath his palm. Theo's eyes widened as radiant energy pulsed from the relic. A blinding white halo exploded outward, washing over the ruins. The glow formed a shimmering path, splitting the stone to reveal a hidden passage. One truth remained. He had to seize the primordial dragon's power before anyone else. The halo enveloped Theo in a pure white veil. Another system notification appeared, entering the relic of the primordial dragon, White Tower. Time seemed to pause, until sharp footsteps shattered the silence. "I'd heard of this from Master, but never imagined a primordial dragon relic hidden here." Beside him, Anchio remained calm. Seems infiltrating House Troivan was for this exact reason. Jisher tilted his head back, palm to forehead, and laughed, booming across the space. As expected from the Chosen One. Anchio didn't smile. Her voice cut through the excitement like steel. "The title of Chosen One carries weight. But do you really think that alone lets him pull this off?" Jisher's laughter faded into a sly grin. "We found his discarded uniform as proof, but it was left too obviously. He's baiting us." Anchio's stare remained cold. "His intentions don't matter. We only need a reason to act. Let's go, Jisher. We need to set the stage before he steps out." "I'm not moving," Jisher said firmly. "I'll wait for him to leave this tower." Anchio paused, slowly turning. "What?" Jisher raised his sword before his face, steel catching the faint light. "Aren't you curious? I want to see his face when he dies." The smile was no longer human. His eyes gleamed with feral excitement. Inside the White Tower ruins, the old world seemed to vanish in a blinding white flash. Stone, air, sound, everything swallowed by endless light. Theo squinted, raising a hand against the searing brightness. Ugh, damn it. Ahead, pale stone pillars stretched impossibly high, disappearing into the light above. Fingers tightening on his sword hilt, eyes cold, Theo felt a massive weight settle on his shoulders. This guardian had absorbed the most power from the primordial dragon. It had to be colossal, a beast worthy of guarding the relic. Then, from the shadows ahead, two red dots ignited like burning blades. A low, sharp sound echoed. Theo reacted instantly, dropping into a ready stance, center of gravity low, prepared for combat. But when the figure emerged, Theo's breath caught. Out on the stone steps waddled a tiny creature, moving like a baby dragon. "You finally arrived, Chosen One." Before Theo could respond, the little dragon huffed, annoyed. "Some weirdos tried to sneak in with spirit demon poison. Do you know how annoying it was to stop them?" Theo froze, mouth agape, sweat beading his temple, struggling to reconcile this tiny creature with the terrifying guardian he expected. This tiny thing is the guardian that received the most power. He slowly turned to the other guardians, pointing helplessly at the miniature dragon. "You guys sure this is the one?" The true dragon's gaze remained serious. "Don't judge by appearances, Chosen One." Griffin studied the tiny dragon coldly, muttering dryly. "Even though you look like a pampered pretty boy, always whining about being the successor, or whatever." Theo lunged, clamping both hands over Griffin's beak as it squawked. "All the other guardians really afraid of this thing?" The tiny dragon perked up, cheerful, waving its little arms. "Oh right, how rude of me. Forgot to introduce myself. I am Kurado Sukis, the most loyal servant of the great primordial dragon, inheritor of the greatest power, and guardian of the gate to the myriad gods' temple connecting to other worlds." It raised a tiny hand, adding brightly, "Just call me Kurado." Theo stared at it for a long beat, only one thought breaking through his shock. Myriad Gods Temple. Corrado hovered above him, circling eagerly. Exactly. The Myriad Gods Temple, where the gods themselves reside. It floated before Theo, voice shifting to a teaching tone. You know the relics of the primordial dragon are fragments of his scattered power, right? Long ago, the primordial dragon carried many responsibilities. A radiant, ghostly silhouette of a colossal dragon unfolded behind Corrado, wings stretching impossibly wide. One of its duties had been to guard the gate connecting the Myriad Gods Temple to the mortal world. The one who inherited that sacred duty, the loyal servant who has preserved the primordial dragon's power perfectly. That's me, Corrado Sukis. Theo furrowed his brow, thoughts spinning. Gods, he'd only read about them in ancient texts. He lifted his head, voice steady, demanding, do they really exist? Corrado repeated its name solemnly. Theo tested it, saying it slowly, Corrado Sukis. Instantly, Corrado lit up like a lantern, spinning in the air with uncontained excitement. Yes, you said my name right. Theo rubbed his forehead, watching the tiny creature twirl. Not normal, but fine patience. All right, Corrado Sukis, tell me. The gods, they really exist. Corrado hovered close enough that Theo could see his reflection in the guardian's sparkling eyes. Of course, don't you feel it? Those messages only you can see, don't they ring a bell? Theo froze. A chill ran down his spine. The system windows, the absurd blue screens only he had seen since the challenge began, flooded his mind like a roaring waterfall, every memory crashing over him at once. Corrado hovered directly before him, eyes narrowing. This is exactly where this trial ends. The scene shifted to the Ragna family, gathered inside the Central Highlands command tent. Robert Ragna stood tall before the tactical map. I trust everyone understands why our forces must focus here. His tone was cold, nearly emotionless. This war has been unnecessarily prolonged, mainly due to interference from the Troivan's 9 pillars. Therefore, the Ragna Council must oversee military operations directly to speed things up. Mid-sentence, one of the 9 dragons tried to interrupt, but Robert's eyes narrowed sharply. Questions or suggestions will be addressed after I finish. This is not the place for petty objections. One person ignored the rule. Danteral, the tyrant dragon, leaned back in his chair, lips curling into a mocking, arrogant smile. I'm afraid this report must pause to another matter, just as urgent as the war, demands judgment. He gestured toward the tent entrance. The heavy canvas flap lifted, and Ancio Ragna stepped inside. Ancio bowed respectfully. My apologies for the interruption, everyone. This is urgent. Please forgive me. She straightened, holding a neatly folded Ragna uniform in her hands. Raising it, eyes turning icy, she said, please examine this. I personally witnessed Theo Ragna's betrayal. What you see is solid proof of his treason. He discarded his uniform mid-battle and fled. Her words hit the tent like a stone dropped into still water, sending violent ripples across the room. An elder laughed mockingly. Huh, a Ragna warrior throwing away his uniform in battle? Could there be clearer proof? Whispers spread quickly, then fell into tense, suffocating silence. Every eye fixed on the empty uniform, as if a blade hovered over their throats. Julius stayed silent, shadowed beneath the dim lamp. His mind raced as he stared at the fabric. Theo, you little brat, what are you scheming? Far from the gunpowder and suspicion of the war tent, Theo stood bathed in the serene light of the Myriad Gods Temple. His breathing quickened as the truth clicked into place. Those blue notification windows only he could see, they were messages from the gods themselves. Corrado shrugged, tiny wings fluttering. Obvious, right? Though I can't explain the details. I don't have permission to see inside them either. What about the other chosen ones? Do they see these windows too? Corrado shook its head firmly. No, you alone have this privilege. Theo froze. A chill ran down his spine. Why me? Why am I different? The tiny guardian's expression softened. Because you are the one. Before Corrado could finish speaking, a soul-shaking shockwave tore through Theo. He gritted his teeth, legs buckling on the stone floor. Corrado hovered silently above, watching him clutch his head. Ah, it's being filtered. That secret isn't ready yet. Filtered, but how much do you actually know? Corrado's demeanor shifted instantly, eyes flashing, reflecting light across the temple floor. I've been waiting a long time for you to ask that. Its voice rang with obsessive excitement. Do you truly wish to see the truth behind the curtain? Before Theo could react, the space behind Corrado warped violently. A colossal, intricately carved stone gate appeared from thin air. Corrado landed on the pedestal in front of the gate. If you crave the truth that badly, then as the chosen one, I will grant you the trials of the Myriad Gods Temple. A clear metallic chime echoed through the hall, and the familiar blue system window appeared again. The Guardian proposes initiating the Myriad Gods Temple trial for you. Light twisted violently around Corrado, forming a shadowy silhouette beneath a blood-red sky. Exactly. This test will probe your soul and uncover your true self. We will trace back through your previous life, diving deep into your subconscious. Do not underestimate it just because it's yours. It is another world, a place even you do not know. Fail, or sink too deeply into its illusions, and you will fall into an eternal coma. Your soul will remain trapped forever. But succeed, and you earn the right to face the truth. You will stand before the gods themselves. Theo's pupils contracted, cold sweat streaking his spine. Corrado raised a spinning orb of energy in its tiny claws. Inside, the number 12 burned like a divine seal. There are 12 floors in total in this trial tower. Do you have the courage to accept this challenge? Theo stood frozen amid the erupting white light as a confirmation window appeared. Do you wish to enter the first floor of the myriad gods' temple trial? His fingers tightened on his sword hilt. Hesitation vanished. Terror dissolved. Without a word, he reached out and touched the glowing panel. Theo stepped away from the shelter of the myriad gods' temple, his boots echoing across the ancient stone floor. Each step toward the massive gate was measured, deliberate, like he was walking into a world that didn't exist outside these walls. He rested his hands on the icy surface of the gate and looked back at Corrado one last time. You promised you'd tell me the truth, didn't you? I need answers. What is that nameless sovereign? Will the great war rise again? And why me? Why am I the chosen one? The gate groaned as it opened, and Theo moved forward. His figure stretched long against the blinding light spilling from inside, casting him as if he were stepping into another world entirely. A deep bell echoed through the void, and a notification blinked into view, entering the first floor of the myriad gods' temple trial. The moment he crossed the threshold, Theo found himself on a massive floating stone fortress, suspended in a strange space where the laws of physics seemed irrelevant. Crimson currents swirled like storms, and chunks of ancient architecture drifted weightlessly in the void around him. He let out a slow breath. So, this is the inside of the trial tower. A shimmering notification panel appeared, glowing with light. Objective: to enter the subconscious world, suppress your own consciousness, and open the path. Theo's eyes dropped to the stone floor. From its cracks, a black, inky liquid began to seep out. The droplets pooled and slid toward each other, forming a thick, quivering mass that pulsed like it was alive. It's starting, an entity born from my subconscious. This is the gateway I have to open. Despite the looming threat, a flicker of determination lingered. Then control vanished. A sharp, slicing scream of wind cut through the air. Theo's instincts screamed at him. He twisted just in time as a flying blade grazed his cheek. He spun back into a defensive stance, heart pounding. Someone had thrown a sword from the very start. Theo froze, eyes wide. No, this can't be happening. A notification floated above the transforming entity, guardian of the subconscious gate. The black mass had taken shape. Standing before him was an exact copy of Theo himself. White hair, blank expression, eyes cold and empty, sword in hand identical to his own. Objective: eliminate your true self. His heartbeat thundered in the silent void as he faced the mirror image of himself. He lowered his stance, forcing himself to stay calm. So my real opponent is me. Maybe that's not so bad. Instead of fighting some unknown creature, he knew himself better than anyone. His habits, weaknesses, even reflexes, he knew them all. But that advantage vanished instantly. His double erupted, a psychic blast throwing Theo several steps back. Black lightning arced along its limbs, scorching the stone beneath. Dark electricity coiled around its arms, crackling with brutal energy. Theo's eyes widened. That's Thunder Dragon breath. No time to think. The blade streaked through the air like jagged lightning. Theo dodged, tried to parry, but every strike seemed anticipated, almost too precise. His boots skidded across the stone until his heels dangled over the abyss. He looked up at the storm of black lightning rushing at him. The world ahead was swallowed by dark thunder. I won't back down. He drew in a deep breath and charged straight into it. 5 Dragon Claw. Theo swung his sword, sending 5 dense streams of blue energy arcing through the air. They cut like the claws of an ancient dragon, colliding with the double's black lightning in a deafening clash. Light and darkness screamed against each other, shaking the air with raw force. Theo stood amid the chaos, arms trembling from the shockwave. His vision blurred for a moment as he scanned through the smoke and dust. This is going to be tough. The white-haired double was completely unharmed. It stayed rooted in place, blank face staring, sword casually lowered. I've really gotten this strong. It raised its sword into a guard without hesitation. And in an instant, it charged. Its figure blurred, feet barely touching the cracked stone as it glided forward. Closing the gap instantly, a downward slash tore through the air with lethal precision. Theo didn't retreat. He lunged, executing Dragon Flash, a dazzling strike aimed straight at his double. Light ripped through the darkness, a blinding arc, but then, nothing. When the dust cleared, the double was gone. Theo stopped, sword slicing through empty air. The silence made his skin crawl. He scanned quickly, senses on high alert, heart hammering. Then, from above, the double dropped. It had used the chaos to leap onto the high stone beams, now falling like a meteor. Instinct kicked in, no time to rest. The double unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes, each one a deadly thread in a steel net. His clothes tore, bruises blossomed, blood spread fast. Pain shot through him, but his gaze never faltered. He surged upward, swords clashing. The shock ran from their hands to his teeth, sparks flying, illuminating their identical, sweat-soaked faces. They spun and slashed, a mirrored dance of death, but exhaustion was creeping in. Every step felt heavier than the last, muscles trembling, the ground cracking beneath their feet under the relentless impact of steel on steel. Theo poured everything into the fight, each movement mirrored perfectly by the double. Every instinct, every habit, even the tiniest twitch, was anticipated. It felt like going up against a god who already knew every secret, every weak point. Every advanced technique Theo tried was instantly countered, as if the mirror image could see into the future. When they both recoiled from a clash, he noticed something chilling. The double showed no signs of fatigue. Its breathing was steady, its stance unshakable. He needed a way to break the rhythm, something the mirror couldn't predict. A thought sparked. If it was a perfect copy, maybe it shared the same blind spots. Then, without warning, a massive slash came down, splitting the stone floor beneath them. Theo barely blocked it, a faint grin crossing his face. If he were in its place, he wouldn't have spared his opponent a single moment either. Dust and debris flew around him, flashes of light cutting through the battlefield. And then, in the thick smoke, he made a reckless move. He threw his sword straight at the double. The copy froze for just a heartbeat, stunned by the suicidal tactic, then casually swatted the blade aside. But that was exactly what Theo had been counting on. He melted into the smoke and reappeared behind it. If it were the old me, I'd be panicking right now. Drawing on memories from his past life, he unleashed Flying Sword, a technique demanding near-perfect precision, one even top masters rarely attempted. Thunk! The blade pierced the double's chest, black liquid spilling from its mouth. Theo's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. Even shadows have lessons to teach. The double began to dissolve, melting into a thick, inky puddle across the floor. System, you've defeated your own ego. First floor cleared, congratulations. A massive stone gate thundered down from above. Theo stepped through, disappearing into the radiant light that led to the next floor. Far from the White Tower, the political landscape of Ragna was shifting violently, like sand whipped by a storm. A soldier removing his uniform mid-war. What clearer sign of treason could there be? In an instant, silence fell over the tent. Ma Long's gaze landed on Anshio. Is it true? Theo Ragnar has defected into Troivan territory. Without hesitation, Anshio confirmed it. She had seen Theo cross into enemy lands of his own accord. She looked down at the uniform laid on the table, insisting it was proof enough. A long shot showed her standing, disbelief etched across her face. Impossible. Theo would never do this. Her voice trembled with a mix of anger and loyalty as she sent a private message to Ma Long, desperate for some hidden truth. But Ma Long just sneered. Looks like Theo trusts me more. Even he hadn't expected Theo to go this far. Memories of their camp conversation flashed back. The moment Theo had said he would infiltrate enemy territory. Ma Long had warned him not to return empty-handed. Theo had answered with a calm gaze, the eyes of someone who had already seen the future. Through the link, Theo had mentioned that Gizhar Ragnar and Anshio Ragnar were following him. And right now, those two were still hiding outside the tent, blending in with the trees. The irony made Ma Long grit his teeth. Theo had made it clear, their plan was to drag him down, remove him from the power struggle. But he had a plan to turn their scheme against them. Recalling it all, Ma Long couldn't help but smile. He stood and nodded at Anshio. A perfect move. Anshio bowed, convinced victory was already theirs. But Lam Long, watching silently from the shadows, felt something was off. He realized Ma Long wasn't naive. His anger was just a mask. Still, he played along. Orders went out, and a pursuit team formed immediately. The Ragna family machine was moving, hunting down its own heir. Meanwhile, inside the Pantheon, Theo stepped onto the second floor. The air shifted instantly. The cold light vanished, replaced by searing heat and roaring infernal flames. He froze. Before him stretched a city in flames, smoke choking the sky, screams echoing through narrow streets. This was the massacre from his past life, the nightmare buried deep within. A notification appeared, second floor trial. The path through your subconscious isn't about fighting others. It's a battle with your own past. Two figures emerged from the smoke, their faces hitting Theo with a sharp pang of recognition. Their voices sliced through the air, heavy with malice, the same voices that had haunted his past for years. A notification appeared. Past life trauma blocks the way. Face it to move forward. Theo stood amid the roaring flames and let out a low, dark laugh. A twisted grin spread across his face. Oomph, looks like this trial might be almost too easy. He eyed the two figures calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos. How ridiculous. I remember when you two were a nightmare I couldn't escape. Axion, full of his usual arrogance, bristled. Have you lost your mind? You worthless scum of the Ragnar clan. Before he could finish, a streak of red sliced through the gray smoke, moving so fast it seemed to warp reality. His head was torn upward, eyes wide with shock, before everything went black. Theo struck without hesitation, moving like a shadow. His sword carved a blazing red arc, shattering the silence of the subconscious battlefield. The strike was too fast. Axion didn't even have time to raise his weapon. The blade split him cleanly in two. Blood rained down, soaking Theo's cloak. He lifted a hand to his face, curling his fingers slightly, a dark, sharp smile spreading across his lips. Thanks. I really wanted to kill you like this. The system bell rang cheerfully, cutting through the tense silence. You have passed the second layer challenge. Victory over psychological trauma. Proceed to the next layer. Every move in the subconscious world was being closely watched by the Guardian. Oh, fascinating. Maybe this one can truly reach the Hall of 10,000 Gods. It seems you place a lot of faith in him. Oh, deity of causality. Theo's conquest quickly became a massacre. Every step rang the system bell. Layer 3, defeat the false personality. Layer 4, defeat the dark ego. Layer 5, conquer the collective unconscious. With each layer, his movements grew sharper, more precise. By the 10th layer, his opponent was slammed into the ground with devastating force. Theo stood amid the arena's wreckage, already beyond the 10th layer. The time to clear each layer kept shrinking. Strangely, each step felt easier than the last. Surely it wouldn't stay this simple forever, right? Corrado smiled enigmatically. Don't worry, Chosen One. The real trials begin now. The door to Layer 11 swung open, revealing a completely new space. A vast, cold cavern stretched out, jagged stalactites hanging like ancient fangs. A glowing blue notice appeared. This is a primordial cave simulating the genesis of life. Journey upstream, through time, within the primordial cave. Theo stepped inside, senses alert. He wondered quietly, is this just a matter of following the path? He kept walking. Suddenly, a new notification flashed. To reach your route, you must return to oblivion before birth. As you trace back the process of being born, the senses you gained at birth will disappear, one by one. Theo froze, eyes wide. The system gave no warning. A direct penalty struck. You are losing your hearing. You no longer perceive the sounds of the world. Then touch vanished. He could no longer feel the cold air on his skin or the weight of his boots against the stone. You are losing your sight. You no longer see the forms of the world. A final message appeared, all 5 senses sealed. Mana usage restricted. You are adrift in endless darkness. Theo felt his body breaking down, even his mana cut off. He clenched his fist, trying to draw on every past experience. He remembered the moment he had been split by his father's sword. The suppressed energy felt familiar. A spark of hope flickered. What if I use the old method, translated / What then, Griffin? Azure Dragon. He commanded internally, betting everything on the summoned spirits to break the sensory blockade. But as his senses disappeared, his consciousness scattered like sand in the wind. The summons failed completely. The void had severed all external connections, and the Guardians could do nothing. The only way forward was to dig deep inside himself. On the cold stone floor, Theo collapsed. The Griffin and Azure Dragon Guardians panicked around him. Chosen One, what's wrong? Don't just fall. Get up. From deep in the tunnel, a cold voice echoed. It's useless. It was Corrado. All of Theo's senses and mana were cut off. No matter how much he called, no words could reach him. The small guardian descended near the motionless figure, eyes cold. All beings perceive space and time through the senses. Ironically, only after losing them does the truth become a lie. The truth is you've been abandoned by the world you belong to. A dark red aura flared around Corrado as its claws retracted, radiating primordial fear. In the primordial cave, the line between self and world fades. At this rate, the Chosen One's consciousness will dissolve. He'll end up no different from the dead. Corrado sighed in disappointment and turned to leave. I thought this Chosen One might be different. What a pity. My disappointment equals my expectations. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from Theo's body, and a voice rang out. I will kill. His body blazed with blood-red light, filling the cavern with brutal radiance. I will slaughter you all. Spare none. It was the vicious intent of the rampaging dragon the Ragna Patriarch had planted within him. When Theo collapsed, this feral part took control. How had it come to this? Corrado froze, spinning on his heel. Impossible, he muttered. Theo was using his own madness as an anchor, keeping his crumbling consciousness tethered in the void. Inside his mind, the red gem on Theo's chest flared with burning heat. A deep, commanding voice thundered out, "Theo Ragnar, I accept your pact. I grant you the power to defy this reality." From the darkness, a massive hand rose, crowned by a grotesque face twisted into a malicious grin. "Seize it. Destroy it. Offer everything. Sacrifice this world to me." Theo stood locked inside a cage of blood-red iron. Yet instead of fear, a calm, confident smile tugged at his lips. "Actually, I think I'll pass on that pact." The abyssal voice trembled, caught off guard. "Pretense. I've already given you power. So fulfill the contract at once," it demanded, voice sharp and insistent. "So that's it. This is where the power it just granted came from." Theo stared into the demon's eyes and said calmly, "Yes. I've returned every bit of that power. Not a shred remains." "You dare play such a trick?" it hissed, but Theo only smiled. "Consider this the one time you're helping your grandson." "Foolish, truly an arrogant grandson. I'll remember this, Theo Ragnar." The void collapsed entirely, and Theo's senses surged back with a burst of brilliant blue energy. He rose to his feet in the cavern, unstoppable momentum in every movement. System, Layer 11 challenge cleared. Theo glanced at the fatting beam. Not sure waking the rampaging dragon was the smartest move, but since it helped me clear the stage, I'll take the win. His spirit beasts rushed to him, Griffin and the Azure Dragon colliding joyfully in midair. "What the? Why is everyone acting like this? Are you okay? We were worried sick. If you died foolishly, we'd rather give up this body than lose you. Don't make everyone anxious, Chosen One." Theo blinked, slightly taken aback by their concern. A brilliant white light flared at the corridor's end, marking the exit from the sensory void. The Layer 11 challenge was officially over. He exhaled, finally ready to move toward the final layer. The system immediately announced, "You have entered Layer 12 of the Hall of Gods challenge." In the next moment, Theo found himself lying on a bed. He stepped down slowly, scanning the unfamiliar room, murmuring to himself, "Is this the bedroom?" Yet the place was strange, and at the same time, somehow familiar. He gripped the edge of the mirror, teeth grinding. "Honestly, even that weird dream from the other day, who keeps appearing before me like this?" No sooner had he spoken than a wave of dizziness hit, forcing him to clutch his face. Then the system announced, "You have passed the Layer 12 challenge, conquered the relic of the ancient dragon, the White Tower. Reward, entry into the Hall of Gods." Theo was transported to a space that seemed to exist outside the universe itself. He stared ahead, eyes wide in awe. Before him floated a massive gate, suspended in midair. The system confirmed his arrival at the Hall of Gods. Silence in the void was suffocating. Theo stood before the gate, dwarfed by its scale. Ancient patterns radiated an otherworldly pressure. Is this really the Hall of 10,000 Gods? Suddenly, a system window cut through his thoughts. "Congratulations. You have reached the gate of the Hall of 10,000 Gods. The mind gate has been significantly enhanced. This reward comes from conquering the ancestral dragon ruin at the White Tower." A familiar voice, tinged with nostalgia, echoed from behind. "You've come a long way." Theo startled and turned. A slender, authoritative woman stood there. "Lord Lodbrok, how are you here? Didn't you say last time you couldn't leave the star cluster?" Lodbrok gave a faint smile. "You're right. This form before you isn't entirely me. It's just a fragment, a remnant of the consciousness I entrusted to your mind gate. Now that your Thunder Gate has advanced, I can temporarily roam the outside world in this form." The system vibrated, showing a notification. Theo and the Dragon Guardian's bond had deepened. Their connection was now strong enough that she could communicate across any space or time. Lodbrok stepped closer, gaze proud but tinged with pity. "Your increasing power has changed your rank. I truly didn't expect you to reach the Hall of 10,000 Gods so quickly. You've worked hard." Theo's lips curved into a calm smile. "I didn't do anything special. I just did what an ally like me should." Lodbrok closed her eyes, shaking her head at his stubbornness. "Are you really that different? You lie like that without even blinking. Your brazenness and stubbornness, just like the day I first met you." As they approached the gate, Lodbrok thought to herself, "The Hall of 10,000 Gods. Sigurd must be here too. The Hall of 10,000 Gods. Sigurd must be here as well." Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept through the air. Lodbrok shuddered, cold sweat forming on her temple. From the cracks of the hall's gate, thick black masses began to pour out, like molten tar. "Stay close to me. Don't leave the Dragon Guardian's range," Lodbrok shouted, quickly conjuring a sturdy barrier to envelop them both. Theo was left momentarily speechless. From the darkness, a colossal entity rose. Its form was shifting and amorphous, dotted with thousands of blinking, blood-red eyes. This was the Nameless Lord. Whispers of hatred and layered, discordant sounds spilled from it, threatening to shred the mind. It hurts. Why must I endure this? I do not deserve it. I will crush everything. Stop tormenting me. Let me go. Theo squinted, silently assessing. Something wasn't right. Though both radiated deadly auras, they were clearly separate entities. Lodbrok, what exactly are they? She asked, straining to keep the barrier intact, her breath coming in heavy gasps. They're called Outer Gods, Lodbrok replied, her voice calm, steady, even under pressure. I'll explain later. Right now, we need to move. This place isn't safe. Then, without warning, a blinding white light erupted from the void, cutting through the darkness and striking the Outer Gods head-on. The hall's massive gate thundered open, and a figure stepped out from the center of that radiant light. Long time no see, Lodbrok. Good to see you've retained some of your consciousness. The familiar voice made her whip her head around. Sigurd, she whispered, the legendary name trembling on her lips. Theo froze, eyes locked on the man who had appeared. His stance and features mirrored Theo's own, yet his aura radiated something far beyond anything Theo had ever felt. Sigurd Ragnar, could this really be the progenitor of my clan? The Outer Gods screamed, their voices twisted with pain and rage. It hurts, it really hurts, slaughter them. Why you again? Theo watched, captivated. Even after striking, they remained unscathed. Facing their fury, Sigurd simply flicked his hand with calm precision. A massive blade of light tore through the air in an instant. The Nameless Lord was cleaved clean in two. Its agonized wails echoed through the void before shattering into fragments of energy. Sigurd turned to Theo, eyes deep with the weight of the clan's history. At last, you've reached this place. I see the questions in your eyes. Ask them. I will answer what I am allowed to reveal. Theo regained his composure. The man from the tower's final trial. I've seen him in dreams before. Who is he? Sigurd studied him, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Theo Ragnar, you've returned from death, returned from the past. Do you think you've truly regressed? Sigurd's question hit Theo like a bolt of lightning. Theo hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Sigurd cut him off, his voice cold, darkness gathering again in the distance. For now, I can only reveal this. Then he raised his hand. Tens of thousands of blades of light appeared in the sky. They rained down like a storm, annihilating the remnants of the Outer Gods trying to rise again. It's not yet time for you to know the whole truth. When the moment is right, when you're strong enough to return to this sanctuary in body and bone, all secrets will be revealed. Seeing Sigurd step deeper into the gate, Lodbrok cried out in despair. Sigurd, wait. Don't leave me without a word, like last time. Suddenly, another colossal entity emerged behind the gate, the deity of cause and effect. It didn't speak. It simply reached out, and a gentle yet irresistible force flung Lodbrok and Theo away from the Hall of 10,000 Gods. Shock froze her face instantly. She realized the enormous being before her was indeed the deity of cause and effect. I'm sorry, Lodbrok, but you cannot enter yet. Sigurd's voice faded as the hall's gate began to slowly close. Lodbrok watched the legendary hero's silhouette and screamed desperately, Sigurd. At that moment, the system displayed a warning. The deity of cause and effect has found you. Theo froze. Found me? What does that mean? Why would the deity target me? The gate slammed shut completely, signaling the end of the 7th mission. Congratulations, you have excellently completed Scenario Mission 7. Theo could only turn to Lodbrok beside him. Lodbrok, what was that? She answered firmly. Theo, what we just witnessed doesn't belong to this world. They are alien entities. In the future, they will become your fiercest enemies. The laws of this world do not affect them. Their only goal is to erase reality itself. She placed a hand over his chest, feeling the beat of his heart, and smiled reassuringly. Go, and become even stronger. You are the only hope. Only when you reach the pinnacle can you protect the world and those you love. The system then awarded him a special reward for accessing the Hall of 10,000 Gods. You now have the freedom to use Nirvana. Congratulations on officially becoming the owner of the ancestral dragon, Ruined Tower. Commencing full-body remodeling. You have attained the true power of a dragon-formed human. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on the top floor of the White Tower. The tiny guardian Corrado leaped joyfully, celebrating his return. Look at the great successor. Seems you're really enjoying this new power, aren't you? Theo, still dazed by the guardian's words, raised his hand to look. His hand was now covered in glossy black dragon scales, harder than any steel in the world. He examined his reflection on the blade. His body had been completely transformed. Theo Ragnar stood frozen, eyes locked on his arms. Flesh had reshaped into sharp, durable contours, like living dragon armor. His draconification state had activated. The tiny guardian hovered beside him, speaking softly. Thanks to the ancestral dragon relics you acquired, your blood dragon talent has reached a new level. Theo clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power and endurance. Not only had his strength skyrocketed, but the flow of his mana had advanced to an entirely new tier. Mana surged through Theo like it was part of him, breathing, moving, living inside him. He could summon it, bend it, release it, all without a single hesitation. Nothing was holding him back. And he knew, instinctively, he could shape it any way he wanted. Then, without warning, the system flickered to life, showing a single prompt. System, you have reached Nirvana. Do you want to activate it? The moment he pressed accept, his mind exploded with new clarity. Power poured through him, stretching his senses to the limit. Around him, a glowing circle of light appeared, etched with a divine symbol, the very one Sigurd had carried. Theo's thoughts raced. This wasn't ordinary. This kind of power. I need to master it, right now. It's not something to throw around recklessly. Memories of Sigurd's warning resurfaced, echoing in his mind. The founder had supposedly ascended to the gods, but Theo hadn't truly believed it until this moment. You probably still have questions, a voice whispered inside. But not everything can be shown yet. One day, when you return here, you'll understand. Theo realized the path ahead was clear. To uncover ultimate truths, he had to walk the same road the gods of the Hall of 10,000 Gods had walked. Slowly, his swirling emotions began to settle, though the looming presence of the deity of cause and effect beside Sigurd still weighed on him. Then it hit him, hard. The Ragna clan wasn't just northern rulers. Their bloodline wasn't meant to crown kings. It existed to stand as guardians against forces that could unravel reality itself. The Dragon Guardian gave a slow, approving nod. You understand. That is the quiet, noble sacrifice of the Ragna lineage. Theo began to piece it together. The chosen one always arises in this bloodline to reach the highest heights, facing the outer gods alongside the deity of cause and effect. With that thought, he asked, so, the world that mysterious man comes from, does it tie in? The trial on the 12th floor? The Guardian gave a faint, knowing smile. It's strange, yes, but I cannot say for sure. Only that your trial is connected to that world. Theo ran a hand through his hair. Makes sense, even the Guardian doesn't know much about it. So what kind of place is it exactly? The Guardian closed its eyes, voice calm but resolute. My duty ends here. I've told you all you need. Now leave, chosen one. But, be ready. Some uninvited guests are already waiting outside this tower. Theo didn't flinch. Instead, a sly smile tugged at his lips. As expected, they're following the plan perfectly. Can't keep them waiting too long, can we? Let's go meet them. And just like that, the White Tower shuddered. Theo stepped out from the ruins, gripping his sword tightly, muscles tense, every sense alert. A voice rang out, dripping with mockery. So, you finally decided to show yourself. Really, does an older brother wait for a younger one like this? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Don't you see, Theo? I'm your younger brother. Standing before him was Jishur Ragnar, one of the clan's deadliest heirs. Weapon in hand, every inch of him radiated lethal intent. Theo stayed calm. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jishur laughed, the thrill of the encounter clear in his voice. You know me, not many left in this world dare meet my gaze head-on. Memories of Jishur from a past life flooded Theo's mind. He remembered how Jishur had taken down Axion, a supposed genius, without even breaking a sweat. Axion hadn't even been a challenge. Exactly. Even among heirs, there's a hierarchy. I had high hopes for a rising heir, but you're not even worth drawing my blade on. Truly disappointing. Back in the present, Theo smiled warmly. Of course, you're an heir too. But first, I want to say thank you. What? Jishur blinked, confused. Theo explained. You went through all that trouble to save me, didn't you? Jishur laughed, a deep, genuine sound. This candidate heir has some charm, quite unlike that Torkel fellow. But don't forget, I'm still here to kill you. And just like that, Jishur vanished and reappeared right behind Theo. The Reaper's scythe swung, aiming to cleave Theo's neck in a single strike. Theo met it, gently parrying with his sword, then pivoted to face him. I know why you're here. Drop the theatrics. Did the traces I left lead you straight to me? I'm guessing Troywan's forces are about to show up, trying to capture me for taking the White Tower. Alone, I wouldn't have made it. So I used my twin older siblings, because you were always following me. Leaving my uniform behind? I knew it would guide your pursuit right here. Jishur's jaw tightened at the memory of Theo's discarded uniform. He had warned his sister, but she hadn't listened. Frustration simmered. I wasn't wrong, Anchio. That foolish sister of his. Theo kept his composure. I didn't expect you'd charge ahead alone. Jishur swung his scythe, sending Theo sliding across the stone floor. He skidded 30 meters before finally coming to a stop. Catching his breath, Theo muttered, "Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be easy." In a heartbeat, Jisher closed the gap, a teasing smirk spreading across his face. "So this is how it's going down, huh? As soon as your head hits the ground, that's it." Theo tightened his grip on his sword, thinking, right, I never came here expecting a friendly chat. Someone like Thorkel, that's rare. An heir of the Ragnars who actually respects strength. Clearly, everyone has their own code they won't break. But that doesn't make me any different. Just as their swords were about to clash in midair, a massive figure swung a hammer and charged in from behind. The resulting shockwave blasted between Theo and Jisher, forcing them both to leap back, narrowly avoiding the explosion. Jisher ground his teeth. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Through the dust, two terrifying forms emerged, a woman with glowing red eyes and a hulking, muscle-bound giant. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping to take out both Ragnars in one strike. Theo squinted, muttering. Looks like the bigger players showed up sooner than expected. The woman sneered. You must be Theo Ragnar. Smart, I'll give you that. You noticed we let you into the tower on purpose. To us, that's an insult. Do you really think the two of you can handle Troivin's 9 great arts? This girl? She's ranked 3rd among Troivin's 9 phoenix arts. Take her on. And the big guy? He's number 2. Svat. Lucky for me, Theo thought. The two heirs brought the body here themselves. Sweat dripped down his face as he studied them, every muscle coiled. Their power, it's from the 9 phoenixes, built to counter the 9 dragons. I have to find a weak spot. Try hovered above him, voice sharp and cold. You two will make excellent sacrifices. He'll be pleased. Theo murmured, curiosity piqued. Sacrifice. Her teammates shouted back. Try? Stop talking nonsense. She waved them off. What are you whining about? We're going to kill them anyway. If you didn't like my style, you should have acted on the first strike, Zvi growled, his throat vibrating. You always get on my nerves. The air thickened with deadly intent. The sky above seemed to bleed red as both unleashed every ounce of their killing instincts. Theo set his stance, thinking, just their mana alone, it's this strong. Good thing they don't get along. If I can play that. But before he could plan, Tri vanished, streaking across the battlefield like a flash of red lightning. Then let's see, the faster one claims the prey. Suddenly, Theo found himself trapped in a dense, bloody web. Dozens of red slashes tore across his body at once, blood soaking him to the bone. So fast, over 30 strikes in an instant. That last one aimed at my neck. This is the strongest yet. Tri sneered, lifting a hand to her mask with satisfaction. Not bad. Almost lost your head just now. She tilted her head. You're the one who took down Noel in the Flying Isles, right? Theo remembered the subordinate he had faced. So that's who she means. This organization really is everywhere. He inhaled, a faint smile curling his lips. That guy was a joke. First opponent in a long time who actually felt like hitting a wall. Seeing his expression, Tri laughed, the sound slicing through the cold wind. Even that puzzled look, it's cute. She shot into the night sky, surrounded by blazing red energy, eyes locked on him, mischievous. Don't worry, you're handsome enough. I'll at least leave your head where it belongs. Tri lunged, claws spread wide, but Theo didn't flinch. He burst with his own power, charging straight up to meet her midair. At the same time, Jisher moved with lethal precision. Darkness poured from him as his shadow assassin's sword, black heaven flying blade, split into countless clones, raining down like vengeful spirits. The clones struck all at once, weaving a net of dark energy that slammed into the ground. When the dust cleared, Jisher landed, squinting, but it still wasn't enough to finish Theo. Tri flipped gracefully in the air, somersaulting as Jisher's dark energy slid harmlessly beneath her feet. She landed lightly on a jagged rock. Interesting. I thought you'd want my darling dead too, but seems you value him more than I expected. Her words pushed Jisher to the edge. Eyes blazing, he growled. He's my prey, you bastard. I'll kill you first. Tri tilted her head, snorting. Haha, not bad, but I hate love triangles. She lunged, claws flashing. I just want my darling to myself. So disappear, okay? Zvi swung his massive stone hammer at Jisher. The shadow assassin barely dodged. The impact thundered across the area. The block held, but the hammer's sheer weight sent a shockwave roaring outward. Meanwhile, the woman landed, immediately targeting her teammate. Her metal claws dug into the giant's head, sliding up his shoulder. She hissed coldly, You muscle brain. I'm attacking him. Can't you see? Want me to kill you first? Zvi looked down, voice icy. Didn't you say the faster one gets the prize? Leave, unless you want to die. Tri leapt, murderous intent now aimed at her teammate. Bastard. Theo stood frozen amid the chaos, sword in hand, utterly stunned. They're tearing themselves apart, completely unpredictable. Theo glanced over at Jisher and realized he wasn't the only one pushed past his limit. Rage twisted Jisher's face, his eyes blazing red, radiating pure, deadly intent. The space around them shattered instantly, dozens of black stone blades appearing midair, shadow assassin's sword, black heaven flying blades, hovering like a storm ready to strike. That big guy's mine, Jisher growled, locking onto his target without a second thought. Tri let out a soft giggle, tapping her claws against Zwei's helmet with a crisp clack-clack. Oh my, you really set him off. He's going to eat you alive. Jisher surged forward, unleashing a relentless torrent at the giant, while Tri spun back toward Theo, clearly eager to toy with him next. Diving from the sky, Tri aimed straight at Theo. Now it's just you and me, darling. Ready to finish this. Theo didn't flinch. His eyes stayed fixed on the streak of red hurtling toward him. She's confident, way too confident in her speed. Their clash churned the air into a moving fog, debris flying from the shattered ground beneath them. Fighting at this pace was nothing like a straight-up strength battle. Every strike shredded focus, sparks bursting like dying stars in the chaos. She's even faster than Naven, Theo noted. Every attack hits exactly where it hurts. But in this life-or-death moment, a risky thought formed. He loosened his guard around his neck. If I show her a weakness, she'll strike immediately. Tri's golden eyes flickered, catching the opening. She poured all her strength into the strike, but Theo twisted just in time, her metal fingers grazing only his hair. A massive surge of blue mana erupted from him, bending the space around. He swung, dragging her claws through the air with precision. Tri's expression didn't change. Calm, unshaken. Theo unleashed mystic thunder. Blue-white lightning shot from his sword, weaving a deadly net across the battlefield. Tri leapt back, eyes scanning desperately for a gap in the storm of energy surrounding her. Sword chi infused with lightning. No wonder dodging is nearly impossible. Her gaze paused as wave after wave of energy shredded the ground into unrecognizable fragments. Tri narrowed her eyes. He's destroying the terrain to slow me down. Cheap, but effective. But it won't stop me. She surged forward again at lightning speed, leaving trails of red light slicing through the air. From afar, a figure in a plague doctor mask watched silently. Tri may not be perfect, but she already wields 30% of the Black Dragon's power. He murmured, continuing to block and counter. Interesting, she ranks top tier among Troiven's 9 phoenixes. Ain. Suddenly, he paused, eyes narrowing at the crater's center. Could it be? A sinister red gleam sparked in his eyes. Oh, this just got interesting. Across the shattered battlefield, Tri moved cautiously back and forth. I showed a weakness, yet you still hide in the smoke? She flipped in the air a few times, calling out, How long are you going to hide, darling? I hate men who keep a woman waiting. Before he could respond, a massive dragon-shaped surge of mana lunged toward her. Tri twisted with inhuman agility, dodging the attack without missing a beat. Her eyes widened in recognition. That form, exactly what the master described. Theo transformed fully. Silver hair gleamed, sharp horns jutted from his brow, and a predator's grin spread across his face. Too bad. I thought you couldn't dodge midair. Tri froze for a heartbeat. Then her gaze softened with sly admiration. Oh, so you have a wild side too, huh, darling? The battlefield tore apart beneath the clash of two immense forces. White lightning versus deep red mana. Tri hovered above the wreckage, tilting her head with sarcastic curiosity. So the Ragna line are dragon descendants, secretly experimenting behind everyone's backs. Anyway, much hotter than before. This version of you. I like it. Theo didn't flinch, matching her confidence. Glad you like it. From here, it only gets more interesting. In an instant, reality seemed to explode around him. Theo surged upward like the eye of a storm. He unleashed dozens of overlapping slashes, echoing the opening strike of their fight. Blood spurted relentlessly from his body. Theo lifted his face, smiling. Hope you enjoy this. Above, on a jagged rock, Ain watched, amusement flickering across his face. Impressive, so that's dragon transformation. Matching Tri's speed was possible before, but now, he completely dominates. The moment he tapped into dragon form, his power surged past the 9 phoenixes. Dangerous, yes. Spectacular, absolutely. Beneath the ruined ground, Theo's blade pierced Tri's defenses, sinking deep into her shoulder. Tri hissed through gritted teeth, wincing. Yes, he's truly dangerous. I can't afford even a second of carelessness. A fierce pink glow erupted from her hand as she channeled all her power into one decisive strike. If I finish this now, he won't have a chance to recover. The final strike tore through the air, sending a massive column of energy skyward. Dust and debris exploded in every direction, scattering like a storm. Ein adjusted the brim of his hat, eyes locked on the swirling smoke below. This Ragnar. He's even stronger than I expected. He glanced toward another skirmish nearby. Let's see how that one plays out. Down below, Jisher moved like a predator in its element, every slash flowing perfectly. Streaks of dark energy carved through the battlefield. His air candidate title clearly wasn't just for show. Jisher's eyes widened with wild excitement as he lunged, swinging viciously straight for the giant's throat. Ein's gaze narrowed behind his plague doctor mask, his voice cold and sharp. But he's picked the wrong opponent. The giant's eyes glinted, reading Jisher's movements with uncanny precision. When the blade struck, it meant nothing but an afterimage. Meanwhile, Zwei had already circled behind, preparing a counterstrike. The speed caught Jisher off guard. Impossible, he dodged that with a frame that massive. Zwei's hammer crashed down like a meteor, the ground screaming as everything beneath it shattered. Ein shrugged, unimpressed. I know he's a candidate, but is this all he's got? Zwei was built to face the demon dragon, yet he's barely at 20% of his capacity. Understandable. Still, Ein closed his journal with a satisfied click. Even so, there's a lot to learn here. Jisher barely avoided death, landing atop a broken stone pillar. Damn, this is beyond anything I imagined. His power, it's far beyond what I expected. The supreme battle force of Troiven's 9 phoenixes, supposedly just copies to counter the 9 dragons. Could it be? I don't even have the strength to beat an artificial being? The thought lasted only a moment. He clenched his sword so tight his knuckles whitened. All right, come at me if you can. If brute strength won't cut it, I'll throw everything I've got. Mana poured into his blade as he unleashed a devastating technique. Shadow Assassin's Sword, Mullen. Black sword chi spiraled towards Zwei, storming like a whirlwind of dark blades. Zwei swung his hammer, dispersing the blades as easily as mist. He snorted, unimpressed. Pathetic, that's all you've got? Jisher roared, slamming his twin blades together. Of course not. Now I really begin. From the darkness at his feet, dense black chains erupted, coiling around Zwei's massive arms and pinning him in place. This was the Shadow Assassin's Sword skill, Heavenly Net. Zwei gritted his teeth, killing intent radiating like heat. Do you really think this toy web can hold me? Jisher balanced on a trembling chain, a calculating smile on his face. Of course it won't stop you. I never said it would. You're not the real target. Zwei blinked, confused. What? Jisher shot skyward, the chains pulling massive chunks of earth and rock along with him. Thousands of floating boulders formed a meteor shower aimed straight at Zwei. He snarled. You dare use such a cheap trick? A cataclysmic explosion swallowed Zwei in an instant. Elsewhere, Theo's battle reached its end. At his feet lay Tri, collapsed on the rubble. Both her metal-clawed arms had been severed at the elbows. Theo looked down, voice low and controlled. I'll spare you for now. I promised I'd return with spoils. Behind her mask, Tri's expression shifted, blushing faintly, a mix of surprise and curiosity. You've definitely gotten hotter. May I be moved by you? Theo didn't answer. He turned away. Is Jisher's fight over yet? Zwei rose from the rubble, lifting boulders as if they weighed nothing. Jisher dove from above at lethal speed, aiming straight for the giant's helm. The battle reignited. Jisher struck frantically from every angle, but the massive man didn't even flinch. Gritting his teeth, Jisher muttered, Damn, my strikes aren't strong enough to pierce that armor. In that instant, Theo surged in, lightning fast, landing a strike that sent Zwei flying. He stepped calmly beside Jisher. I'm here to lend a hand. Jisher froze, scowling at Theo. This brute, actually asking for help? He glanced at Theo's draconic form, teeth clenched. Dragon transformation. He truly is the chosen of the Ragna line. Damn it. He growled. After this, I'll settle things with you. Theo smirked, sensing his intent. I'll be looking forward to it. He tightened his grip on his sword, eyes scanning the smoke and dust ahead. First, let's deal with these traitors. Jisher grumbled, Don't tell me what to do. Stay overconfident, and you'll die quickly. The one you face now is on a completely different level. 3 intense killing intents clashed over the ravaged valley. Jisher readied his twin blades. Theo tightened his hold, and Zwei waited silently in the smoke. A new storm was about to sweep the battlefield. Thorkel sat tall in his saddle, looming over the formation behind him. When he spoke, his voice cut through the silence with authority. From this moment, under the laws of the great Ragna clan, we execute an arrest warrant for Theo Ragnar on suspicion of treason. As the soldiers prepared to march, Thorkel's expression darkened. Theo, I still can't believe you'd betray the Ragna family. The clan's laws, the weight of his father's will, defying them isn't just rebellion. It's turning against family, against the head of the house itself. He tightened the reins, guiding his horse forward. Doubt melted into duty. Refuse the arrest, and military law allows execution on the spot, no margin for error. Those thoughts cleared his mind completely. I can't let this go on any longer. He inhaled deeply, then let out a roar that rolled across the ranks like thunder. Black iron armored cavalry, follow me. Back at the camp, the white-armored dragon cavalry froze as the news spread. Young Master Theo, a traitor? One soldier gasped, spinning toward the commander. Captain, is this true? Please, tell us. Evelyn lowered her gaze, voice soft but firm. I'm sorry. I don't have all the details myself. Julius's voice was icy. We're ready. Move out. Evelyn's eyes snapped up, disbelief written across her face. Young Lord Theo, a traitor? That makes no sense. She stepped forward, gripping her weapon tight. Captain, you know him better than anyone. Why march without asking first? Julius met her gaze, expression unreadable. Evelyn, since when has the white-armored dragon cavalry cared about asking questions? We trust our comrades. That's all there is to it. Without waiting for a reply, he surged into the sky, a dark silhouette against the moon. Evelyn watched him vanish, his words echoing in her mind. Slowly, doubt faded, replaced by steel. The captain is right. I trust young Lord Theo. She turned to the unit, voice ringing out with command. Everyone, follow the captain. The response came instantly. Yes, ma'am. A roar tore through the mountains as wyverns spread their wings, surging into the night sky. The beating of wings filled the air as the cavalry advanced. Far away, bathed in pale moonlight, Danterall stood silently, watching the cavalry disappear into the horizon. Every muscle tensed with silent energy. Aaron noticed and spoke carefully. Master, is something troubling you? Danterall's expression darkened, irritation sharpening his voice. This, it disgusts me. Absolutely revolting. A man who broke an elder's arm just to protect his subordinate now leads a hunt for deserters. Pathetic. Aaron whispered. If that's true, then, Danterall cut him off. Exactly. They're plotting in secret. He reached toward a nearby boulder, fingers sinking deep as if the stone were clay. With a sudden surge, the rock shattered. There's no other way. We can't ignore this. If it comes to it, I'll handle it myself. On the battlefield, Theo stood amid lingering smoke, voice steady. First, let's deal with these rebels. Jisher shot him a glare. Don't give me orders. If you keep acting reckless, you'll die? The one you're about to face isn't like the others you've taken down. Theo nodded calmly. No problem. Just follow my plan. Jisher's face darkened further. I said, do not give me orders. A surge of emerald mana burst from Jisher, pulsing outward and making the air tremble. His voice icy. After I deal with that bastard, you're next. Just wait your turn. Theo offered a faint smile. As expected of a potential successor, maybe I worried too much. All right, I'll wait quietly. Jisher crouched low, hands gripping his twin sickles, ready to strike. Then, without warning, he shot into the air like a lightning bolt. His descent was chaotic, overwhelming. The blades crossed as he unleashed his technique, the sound-killing sword after image blade. The sky darkened as hundreds of sharp, black energy blades appeared instantly, turning the air into a storm of death. They hammered down like relentless rain, each strike meant to shred the giant's defenses. Zwei reacted instantly, tilting his head with a low growl before swinging his massive hammer upward. The first wave of shadow blades shattered, vanishing under the sheer force of the blow. Yet the storm didn't stop. Every blade Jisher unleashed was caught in the vortex, destroyed before reaching the armor. As the spiral faded, silence fell over the battlefield. Dust lingered in the air. Zwei remained standing, unyielding. His red sensors narrowed on Jisher. All right, now it's my turn. Zwei lunged, closing the distance in a heartbeat. His speed completely betrayed his massive frame. Jisher's eyes widened. He's this fast and that huge. He swung instinctively, knowing a direct hit now would be suicidal. But blindly dodging wouldn't win him anything either. An opening would appear. One misstep, one lost momentum, and I strike. The finishing blow. No sooner had the thought formed than Zwei shattered his weapons to pieces. A smug grin spread across his face. Looks like your little tricks ran out of luck. Jisher seethed. You're getting cocky over one broken weapon. In the background, Theo watched, calm and collected. Seems this will take longer than I thought. Meanwhile, I'll interrogate this captured Phoenix member. A cold voice suddenly rang out, spinning him around. Seeing it up close is truly something, isn't it? This setup channels lightning from the protector into the chain's words, trapping the prey. The swords resonate, amplifying the effect. Quite a sophisticated little design. When did he get here? Theo's eyes narrowed as he sized up the situation. Another Phoenix member. The man sensed him immediately. Phoenix number 1 looked him over and said, a pleasure to meet you, Theo Ragnar. The mana radiating off him was terrifying, overwhelming. Aang spoke calmly. On this side, it's only fair to call it dragonification. You can't hope to win with just 30% of the Black Dragon's power. Theo frowned. 30% of the Black Dragon's power? What do you mean? Aang's expression stayed steady. Exactly what you heard. This is the human enhancement project I've been researching. The Phoenix project was made to rival the 9 dragons of the Ragnar family. That number shows how far the subjects have been developed. In other words, test subject number 8 has power equal to 30% of the Black Dragon. And you defeating her proves you've already surpassed that threshold. Theo's lips curled into a smirk, a trace of cruelty in his voice. Only 30%. You actually think that measly power is enough to challenge the Ragna clan? Ing didn't answer. He just reached into his coat and pulled out a small vial filled with a dark, thick liquid. He flung it straight at Tri. It hit her neck squarely, and she screamed sharply, the sound cutting through the cold air. She flailed, clutching at her throat. Wait, stop. Please, just take it out. I can still fight. But before she could finish, her body started to swell, bones twisting and skin stretching into a grotesque, painful shape. What's happening? Then, in the blink of an eye, a massive explosion tore through the snowy field. Shreds of flesh flew in every direction, the metallic tang of blood thick in the air. Theo's eyes narrowed as he pieced it together. A mana backflow had caused the blast. This was an upgraded version of the blood backflow soul burst. Ing's voice was calm as he explained. That was a test subject carrying 40% of the Black Dragon's power. The raw force is already approaching the original strength of the 9 dragons. But the real challenge? Creating a vessel strong enough to survive it. Then he extended his hand toward Theo. So, why not join us, Theo Ragna? If we combine your physical potential with my technology, the Ragna clan head seat could be yours. Surpassing Kai Ragna wouldn't just be possible, it'd be inevitable. As he spoke, a flying object slammed toward Aang, detonating in flames behind him. It was Zwei, hurled like a stone by Jisher, smashing against the ground. Jisher laughed, a sharp, excited sound. You Phoenix fools aren't so special after all. Aang stepped closer to the giant. Seeing him like this, I have no more excuses. In that case, the trial ends here. Don't just lie there, clean up this mess. A sphere of glowing mana enveloped the giant. Wounds vanished instantly, strength returned, and his power surged higher than before. Jisher's face went pale. He can regenerate? In a flash, tentacles shot out, writhing unpredictably, piercing Jisher's stomach and lifting him clean off the ground. Pain slammed through his mind like a thunderclap. He went limp, coughing up blood from the devastating wound. Aang turned to Theo, his expression steady. I originally planned to eliminate you and take the ancient dragon's power. For now, this is enough. I'll withdraw. Theo's eyes narrowed, disbelief written across his face. How, even tired, could he take Jisher down so easily? Then Aang's tone shifted suddenly. Looks like we have some uninvited guests showing up. He lifted Jisher, whispering a quick parting word. And my offer? Think it over, Theo Ragna. Behind them, the ground shook with thunderous hoofbeats. Thorkel charged forward, spear sharp and ready. With a single, brutal leap, he and his horse lunged like a living drill, tearing through everything in their path. But Aang was gone, vanished into thin air. Only his voice lingered. I look forward to our next meeting, Theo Ragna. Theo roared, fury burning. Get back here, you bastard. It was useless. All that remained was the dust kicked up by Thorkel's charge and a deep fissure gouged into the ground. Theo sprinted forward. Commander Thorkel, perfect timing. Pursue them immediately. The reply was icy, final. Theo Ragna, I am officially executing the arrest warrant for your treason. The shattered valley filled with soldiers. Thorkel and the black-armored cavalry closed in, surrounding Theo Ragna on all sides. A tense silence fell, broken only by the beat of wings. The white-armored dragon cavalry descended, massive wyverns landing opposite Theo. A blond soldier shouted, tense. Captain. He looked to Thorkel and the exhausted Theo, voice low but anxious. Is this really going to be okay? From the edge of the plateau, Anshio and Dantaral appeared. Anshio's gaze swept over the blood-stained snow, frowning. Jisher is gone, could it be? Dantaral clicked his tongue, irritation clear. Anshio, what the hell happened here? Anshio's face was serious. Looks like Phoenix's interference has thrown everything into chaos. She looked down into the massive crater, the site of the battle. I don't think Jisher was killed, but in the worst-case scenario. At the thought of Jisher possibly failing, Dantaral's expression twisted into a dark, savage grin. Chaos seemed to thrill him more than it worried him. The cruel smile spread wider. Even better. This is my chance to crush that arrogant brat. Thorkel sat motionless on his horse, an unyielding statue, his voice cutting through the tension. I declare your arrest for treason. Before Theo could respond, Dantaral stepped forward, exuding lethal intent. Arrest during wartime? You should be executed immediately. Both Jisher and Anshio saw your betrayal. His tone was icy, sharp. Any excuses? Speak now. Theo didn't flinch. I can explain, but something else is more urgent. Dantaral's hand glowed with chaotic dark energy. More urgent. Suddenly, his presence exploded outward, looming over Theo, eyes burning like embers. What could possibly be more important than your betrayal right now? But the strike never came. In an instant, Julius lunged, grabbing Danterol's wrist and stopping the attack cold. Stop spreading vague lies to frame him. The Phoenix member Theo had taken down still lay there, motionless in the snow. Both of their gazes flicked to Try, her body cold and mangled, sprawled across the icy ground. Danterol didn't even flinch. He glanced at the corpse, then smirked at Julius. You really think that proves anything? Julius's hands clenched tighter, the tension in his fingers matching the weight in the air. If you keep spinning these lies, you'll end up like the Grand Elder. Danterol's face darkened, a red, murderous aura flaring around him. I'm saying nothing unreasonable. But if you think you can take me on, go ahead. Try me. Before anyone could draw their swords, Theo Ragna's voice cut through the tension. Stop. Right now. We don't have time for this. 2 Phoenix members from Troyven wounded Jisher badly and took him away. We need to go after them, immediately. Anshio froze, eyes widening as Theo's words sank in. That's the real crisis here. Behind her, whispers ran through the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo killed a Phoenix member. Maybe he's not the traitor after all. Hulkus frowned. Exactly. Calling him a traitor for just removing a uniform? Ridiculous. Evelyn nodded, voice quiet but firm. It's just an excuse. Theo faced the entire force, expression steady. I'll answer for any treason charges in court. But right now, a candidate for the clan's succession has been kidnapped. We need to rescue Jisher first. Evelyn's eyes widened, realization hitting. He's right. The treason charge is politics. Her gaze shifted toward the tyrant dragon. Surely he cares more for his disciple than political games. Even a man like him would put saving Jisher first. Her thought was cut short as Danterol's presence exploded violently, murderous energy shooting into the sky. What absolute nonsense. Anshio and Theo froze, staring at the tyrant dragon's enraged face looming above them. Danterol ground his teeth, voice low and dangerous. Jisher fell into your hands. You sure can talk smoothly. He brought his glowing red eye close to Theo, roaring. Stop your babbling and prove your innocence. Fail, and you die, here and now. Theo's body shimmered, radiating a chaotic aura in response. Danterol's smile twisted into something savage. Nothing to say? Accepted your fate. Theo's gaze never wavered. Think what you want. Then, a blinding burst of mana erupted, knocking Danterol's arm aside. Theo's form shifted, eyes cold and unyielding as he faced Danterol. Saving a Ragna warrior matters more than proving my innocence. The transformation stunned everyone. Thorkel sat frozen on his horse, wide-eyed at the power Theo had just awakened. The white-armored dragon cavalry could do nothing but stare in silence as Theo's dragon form took shape. Every second we waste here, Jisher slips further from our reach. He fixed a sharp gaze on the tyrant dragon. Tell me one thing. Do you truly protect the Ragna clan, or are you so obsessed with your throne that you'd abandon even your disciples? Danterol's face twisted in pure rage. He ground his teeth, growling low. What, you little brat? But his roar was drowned instantly. Theo's mana exploded in a brilliant blue pillar, wind and light whipping violently, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Julius watched, awe and pride mixing on his face. Theo, that's him. The battlefield glowed in ethereal blue, swirling as if the air itself might be consumed. Elders and battle-hardened soldiers froze, mouths open, crushed under the pressure. The ground shook as a massive black dragon claw slammed down. Julius threw back his head, laughing fiercely. Huh, he really did come back with a surprise. Evelyn, behind him, whispered, trembling. It can't be. Massive feathered wings sliced through the fog, accompanied by the deep, steady breathing of an ancient beast. Thorkel's soldiers froze, faces drained of color. Hengist's voice trembled with awe. A descendant of the legendary dragon, destiny will guide the Ragna clan. Across the field, the elder could only gape, jaw dropping in horror. No, impossible. How could a half-breed summon dragon guardians? The swirling mana solidified into the forms of the great red dragon, the majestic griffin, and the ancient fairy dragon, all standing behind Theo with unwavering loyalty. The griffin narrowed its eyes, a smirk on its beak. Huh, so you plan to use us, crafting a Nirvana isolation zone. Impressive. The guardian loomed, voice deep. With your current strength, you can only summon illusions of us. No, Theo said, calm and steady. Without our real forms, you can't fight him. That's enough. I never planned to fight the tyrant dragon from the start. He turned to the soldiers, sharp eyes calculating. I just need to silence him for now and sway the opinion of the public. He glanced at the 4 guardians, shimmering with blue mana. Nothing works better for that than you. The reaction was immediate. The black-armored cavalry gawked at the legendary beasts. He really is a descendant of the legendary dragon. He can summon the guardians. Theo Ragna, the true protector of Ragna, destined to lead. The valley erupted in cheers. Hundreds of hands shot up, loyalty shifting instantly. Theo Ragna is the true heir of the dragons. The heir of the ancient dragon would never betray Ragna. We should have known when he saved Lord Jisher first. Theo scanned the black armored cavalry, a sharp smile forming. Good, the tide has turned. Convincing them to rescue Jisher will be easy now. But Dantaral's roar cut through the air, silencing the cheers. Nonsense. The tyrant dragon lunged, fist crashing down like a falling star. Theo's Nirvana zone shattered under the impact. The brilliant mana splintered, sharp shards flying as the guardians vanished into thin air. Theo peered through the settling dust, eyes cold, facing the monster before him. Behind him, the soldiers were pale with horror. He actually dared to attack the guardians. Dantaral hovered in the thinning mist, his shadow stretching over the battlefield like a dark omen. You arrogant little fool, he hissed. Do you really think a few illusions of lizards can erase the stain of treason? His gaze swept across the soldiers, sharp and unforgiving. Pathetic, he spat. All of you, nothing more than insects. You cling to childish legends, and that's why these tricks fool you. He sneered, voice dripping with contempt. The heir of the dragon clan, summoning guardians, and yet you still babble such nonsense. Then, without a sound, the tyrant dragon went completely still. The air grew thick, heavy with an unnatural silence. As Dantaral's eyes scanned the ruined valley, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Hundreds of eyes staring straight at him. Not fear, but pure, unified hatred. Thorkel stood frozen, jaw clenched so tight his teeth bit into his gums, every muscle taut with restrained fury.